The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Broken back, Hader backs up, fields it, throws in time. Astros win it 6-4. Not an easy play as Hader navigated the back of the mound, kept his feet, and threw out Grissom to end the game. Blummer, that was not a classic top half of the ninth inning, but what a comeback by the Astros.
Santa came early.
Ha! Well put, Blummer. Well put.
Indeed.
And understatement of the year. Not a classic top of the ninth inning for the Astros. Okay, so welcome in, everybody. Here on a Tuesday, I'm Sean Pendergast alongside Brandon Scott, who's in for Seth Payne today. Seth back tomorrow. This is the last day for a while that we will be in studio because Texans training camp gets started tomorrow. Can't wait for that. We had the media party last night, and this plays into some of what we're about to talk about here. The Astros beat the Angels last night. If you went to bed and you're not like me, and when you wake up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, if you ignore your phone, that's a good thing to do. Ignore your phone. If you have to get up, I'm not quite at John Lopez level yet. Lopez wears on his sleeve that he gets up like 4 times during the night to go to the bathroom.
Which is probably an issue. Probably not great.
It's not good.
But I'll let Lopez handle his own business there.
Yeah. That's if he wants to get that kind of sleep, that's on him.
Grown man.
Right. But I get up typically either 0 or 1 time in the night, and especially if I've been out carousing and having a good time, I can almost guarantee I'm getting up to hit the restroom at like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So we had the Texans media party last night, and it was fun. Shout out to the Texans and their media relations staff threw a great kickoff party to the 2026 season. It was a whole lot of fun. Good seeing some familiar faces out there who we'll be seeing for the next several weeks out at training camp. But the party started at 6:30. On paper, it was supposed to be over around 8:30, but I'm one of those people. I'm the opposite of Seth. Seth can just stroll out of a party and nobody sees him. He's the king of the Irish goodbye.
Yeah. I ended up doing that, too, eventually.
You Irish goodbyed it?
I had to.
You just snuck out? Well,
because I would have stayed forever.
And you've been in for Seth for the last 3 or 4 days, so you gotta channel Seth.
In the spirit of true Seth.
If it's going to be Payne and Pendergast with Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne, you've got to lean into his gimmick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize it, but I just through osmosis.
Yep.
Lived through Seth vicariously, or vice versa.
All these times you've been telling people to go die during the show. No, you haven't been doing that.
I haven't done that.
You haven't totally channeled his
haven't
gimmick.
done that just yet. My mom listens, and I don't think I would get angry texts if I did that.
Right. So anyways, Tatsuya Imai was knocked out of this game before I left the party. I know the game started at 8:38. I was one of a few people still kind of milling around Flight Club last night. Fun place, by the way. Kind of milling around there till like 9. And I looked down at my phone. The Astros are already down 2-0.
Yeah.
And AJ Bluebaugh is in. And I'm like, I thought Imai was starting. And then I remembered that when you pull an Imai, when you use his name as a proper name for a performance, it means you didn't make it out of the first inning.
Yeah. Or when you Imai, that's as a verb.
Yeah, a verb.
Either way.
Yes. Either pull an Imai or you Imai.
Imai.
You Imai everywhere.
Yes.
This guy Imai'd all over the place. It was the worst.
Got Imai. I was just all over that doggone mound. Yeah.
Walked 4 in the first inning, and he was done. And credit Bluebaugh. Like, he left the bases loaded. Bluebaugh came in there and he got like an in-game save almost.
Yeah.
Bluebaugh.
Which is kind of the story of the Astros. Like, it's been up and down with the starters, as we know. And the bullpen, as ragtag as it is, has saved it many times. This is just another example of that. And I do want to say before you continue, speak for yourself, Jeff Blum. Speak for yourself, Sean Pendergast.
What?
It felt like a classic to me. This is turning into classic Astros of just dig yourself out a hole, or in some cases get a little bit lucky in this one.
Yeah, well, and it was classic Angels too.
Yes.
That's a bad baseball team. So it was when I got home, left the party, got home, it was 4-0 by then. And Taylor Trammell hit a home run to make it 4-1, and I'm like, okay, I just can't I got to go to bed. I got to get up early and do a show. This game doesn't feel like it's going anywhere.
Yeah.
Seen this movie before.
Back-to-back games with a home run for Taylor Trammell, just by the way.
Yeah, and then look, with plenty of at-bats to seize out there in the outfield. Like,
yes.
The outfield's a problem right now. He really nail down a spot if he keeps hitting the ball well. So I went to bed. It was 4-1. I wake up at 2:30 in the morning to hit the restroom, the Tinkletorium. And
the Tinkletorium.
And I bring my phone with me because I'm an idiot. Don't bring your phone with you when you get up I bring my phone with me.
I'm the same idiot that you are. So.
Yeah. And I just, and especially because there was an Astros game. I'm like, I guess I'll see, how much they lost by.
Yeah. And
I've got like 9 push notifications from Berman, not texts, but like Twitter. I've got certain people set to push notify when they tweet.
And Mark probably from back in the days when he was breaking news and being prime Mark Berman.
Mark is still a really good follow.
Yeah, it was no reason to turn off the notification.
In some ways, he's even a better follow because we don't get the breaking news anymore. But someone's always going to break the news. Like, it's just not Berman anymore.
Yeah.
Although he does from time to time. Like, it feels like he dips his toe in the water there still.
Yeah.
But he's more fun now because he's opinionated.
Right.
And he's very useful. Like, for Astro games, he tweets everything that happens after the game.
Yeah.
So I wake up to like 8 push notifications from Berman, and the very first one I see is some quote either from Eschenfelder on the post-game show or from somebody saying that the Astros were handed a Christmas gift today, or maybe it was Eschenfelder quoting Blum, or it might have been Berman quoting Blum. Something like that.
Santa did come early last night.
He did, and so I'm like, holy crap! So I just looked to make sure they won, and they won. They got 4 in the 9th. It appeared from the tweets. It was a classic Angels thing. I didn't open YouTube and start watching, though. I'm like, I'm going to go get my 2 hours of sleep,
right?
Get up at 4:45 and come in. Holy crap. What an awful, awful baseball team this is. And honestly, that 9th inning, what a battle of 2 teams that one is awful and one's just not very good.
Yeah.
I mean,
somebody had to win the game.
Yes.
That's what it was. Somebody had to not. Did the Astros win, or did somebody have to not lose? And was the other team just an outright undisputed loser?
Right. Because amidst this sea of errors, the Astros are still popping up sacrifice bunts and getting thrown out at home plate by 10 feet in the 9th inning. Like, it wasn't perfect by any means. But if you're an Angels fan, this is what you watched your team do in the 9th inning alone last night, leading 4-2. The very first batter was Taylor Trammell. He was hit by a pitch.
Yeah.
He went to second on a passed ball. Then Christian Walker gets a single to center field because they're playing the outfield practically with their backs to the wall.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to give up 2 runs in the inning. I mean, he hit a ball that's probably, if they're just playing at normal depth, it's probably a pop out to center field.
But they played their own way into that situation.
They strategized their way into that. Right.
Yes.
Because of the hit by pitch in the pass ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then Nick Allen grounds a ball. No, sorry. Nick Allen came in to run for Christian Walker. So and he got thrown out at home plate eventually. Joe Espada did that thing where he puts somebody in that's like a tiny fraction of a second faster than a good hitter.
And he loves to do it with Nick Allen.
Oh,
or Bryce Matthews.
He does it like Nick Allen is Vince Coleman or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's another Espada thing, man. Like this whole pinch running thing, because you might go to extra innings, man.
It's like he's got some kind of pride in using the entire bench, but it's like, that's cool and all, but sometimes I feel like he's doing it for the sake of using the entire bench.
He overthinks
just to say he did it.
Man. And this is, I guess, what they used to do back in the 80s, that kind of thing. The Angels then, Lucas Spence grounds a ball to second, which should have been a double play.
Yeah.
Should have practically ended the game. And it rolls through the second base. It rolls through Grissom's legs, and the inning's alive. Instead of 2 outs and a runner on third, it's runner on, I think, it's Trammell scores on the play.
Yeah.
So now it's 4-3.
Yeah.
Vasquez pops out a sacrifice bunt. So here's Joe Espada doing 80s baseball again. Got a bunt, and I know Vasquez is your 9-hole hitter. he's also been pretty decent this year with in clutch situations.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have Christian Vasquez swinging the bat right there if it were me. But I'm not going to go through this. Like Paredes gets they intentionally walk Yordan Alvarez up a run with runners on first and second.
Yeah.
They choose to walk Yordan Alvarez, so they now push the tying run to third base.
Yeah.
Relevant because the next batter, Isaac Paredes, was hit by a pitch.
Again, yeah. Another, we're talking still in the ninth inning here.
Another hit by pitch. Another hit by pitch that scored a run because the Angels manager chose to push the tying run to third base with an intentional walk to Yordan Alvarez.
This will be the only spot here, not that I'm here to defend the Angels at all. This is the one move that they made that I thought was not a comedy of errors, because I would rather face anybody in the Astros lineup, especially with the game on the line, considering that they're actively coughing up the game in the moment. Well, knowing that, I'm not going to give Yordan Alvarez a chance to beat me. But you know what else I'm not going to do? What else is non-negotiable? Like, I think it's non-negotiable to let Yordan Alvarez bat in that situation.
Yeah.
It's also non-negotiable to hit the next guy.
Being a guy.
You can't do that.
Cannot do it, man.
And they did. So.
And they did. And that only tied the game because then Lamont Wade Jr. walked with the bases loaded. Bases are still loaded here.
Can't do that either, by the way.
Of course, Angels challenged the call. Got it wrong.
Yeah, they should do that.
That's a spot where you do challenge, though. It's a ninth inning. Smoke them if you got them. And then there's another fielding error by the third baseman. And Yordan Alvarez scores. So if you're keeping track at home, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in the ninth inning last night had 2 errors, 2 hit by pitch, a passed ball.
Walked Yordan Alvarez to load the bases.
Intentionally walked him to push the tying run to third.
Yes.
And then hit a batter. I mentioned the hit by pitch. Then walked a batter with the bases loaded. Lost the challenge in the process. These were one really bad baseball team and one just really inconsistent, mediocre baseball team. And I'm glad I got to watch it on YouTube.
A hit, 2 walks, 2 errors, 2 hit batters. Hand them their 9th loss of the season. This is the Angels I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
This is their 9th loss of the season when leading after 8 innings.
Yep.
I don't know if you can describe collapse any more clearly, any more clear or succinct than that.
Yes.
Like, that's as bad as it gets.
Yep.
So, it was almost like by the time he got to the 9th inning, the Angels were like, I know we've been leading the game for pretty much its entirety, but here's the game. We're not actually interested in winning it. Here you go. Well,
and so we laid out the comedy of errors that was the 9th inning. And look, credit the Astros for being gritty. This is a gritty team. They have during this run where they've played better baseball. They haven't played great baseball, but better baseball. They've been much more of a threat in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings than they were in the first couple months of the season. So I will grant them that. The MVP of this game, undoubtedly, was Christian Javier.
Yes.
Christian Javier last night had 5 innings in relief, 3 hits, no earned runs, no runs at all, shutout ball, no walks, which is big, and 7 strikeouts, which is big too. Because that's the big thing we've been watching with Javier since the Tommy John surgery, is his velocity has been so up and down. And not that he's some guy that blows you away with velo, but he does need to be in the mid-90s with the invisible and everything like that.
Exactly. It's not just the velocity, but it's the movement. And I've been asking ever since he came back from Tommy John, is the invisible still invisible?
Yep.
That's just been an open question for a long time now. And shout out to him last night for actually performing when I feel like the Astros, you could argue, needed him most. This was probably his most, I don't even know if you'd call it high leverage because it seemed like it was unlikely that they'd be able to come back. But they absolutely, if they were, they needed him to be what he was.
Well, this is what the inconsistency of guys like Imai, Spencer Arrighetti, and I know he's on the IL now, but he couldn't make it through an inning. And he was, even before the injury, he's been very up and down, Spencer Arrighetti.
Post AL Pitcher of the Month, whenever that was, May or June?
It was May.
May.
It was May, and he's been terrible since then.
Yes.
He's been awful. So with the inconsistency of the staff as a whole, it's really almost evolved into where AJ Bluebaugh and I guess now Christian Javier are almost like your starters 5A and 5B. Like they've got those two guys now have to be on call, especially when Imai's on the mound. They've got to be on call like an emergency doctor.
Yeah.
Because you don't know if Tatsuya Imai, I don't think I've ever seen an Astros pitcher that has a bigger window into what you may or may not get out of him. There have been times in the last couple weeks where Imai has looked every bit worth the $18 million that they're paying him. And then there's nights like last night where he doesn't get out of the first inning. Like he looks like a guy they called up from Double-A that day, who got no sleep the night before. Like he just looks terrible. Half his starts, he doesn't to the fifth inning. And that's his third start where he doesn't make it out of the first.
Yeah.
And we know the damage that does to your bullpen. That's the pressure it puts. Boy, the pressure it puts on Peter Lambert tonight. Peter Lambert, almost to use your word, non-negotiably, has to give you 6 innings tonight. He has to.
Well, it has gotten to the point, and I feel like they've been here for a while now, because this is not, like, obviously we're talking about the most recent events with the Astros, but it's not like this is a new sort of feeling with Tatsuya Imai. And the way you just laid it out, a host of the Astros starters. And so this is kind of like, this is almost like a part of their identity now, which is an unsettling thing, but a part of their identity nonetheless.
Yep.
And you know what? I would say this about Imai. I'd love to make the excuse that, well, because, earlier it was, the mounds are different and dinner's at the wrong time and I'm just not comfortable and I'm fatigued. And I thought, well, maybe it's going to be, maybe Tatsuya Imai is going to be the guy who just pitches well at home, and going on the road is just going to be an adventure every time Tatsuya Imai's turnaround the rotation comes.
Are his splits that bad? What are his splits?
But they're not, that's the thing. When you look at his splits, you're expecting to see much better home numbers versus away, and you don't. His ERA on the road is 4.88 on the road.
That's I know that's better than his home because his actual ERA is in the 6s.
There you go. His ERA at home is 6.68.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, you want to give him a pass for, maybe not give him a pass, but consider maybe this guy gets just much more comfortable on a mound that he pitches on more often, which is obviously the case at home. But he ain't good he's not reliable, at least, because he can be good at times on the road or at home. But he ain't reliable at home, on the road, or anything like that.
Nope. Reliable is not.
That's not going to be him.
That's not him, man. That's not him. And yet, if you had to start a playoff series, well, it'd be pretty easy right now if it were a wild card round. You pitch Hunter Brown, and you pitch Peter Lambert, and you hope that you win the thing in 2. And then you deal with the divisional round when you get there.
But to the point, though, if you do have to play that third game, it's basically, as it should be, because it's one. That means it's 1-1 at that point. But it's all hands on deck.
Yes.
Like, no matter who you go with, it could be Tatsuya Imai. It could be Christian Javier, who has playoff experience.
Yep.
But any of those guys, and you and I were talking about this before the show, whoever it is, you need a backup plan, and maybe even a backup plan to that backup plan.
It's wild, man. It is wild. But here we are. They got a win last night. I'll read this text real quick, and then we'll hit the break here. It says I'm an OTR driver. I'm in New York. So I didn't have a prayer of staying up late, but when I woke up, I saw we had 10 batters in the 9th and had just 1 hit, and my first thought was, Angel's going to Angel.
Yep.
That's exactly right, man. 1 hit.
Our Angels.
10 batters go to the plate, 1 hit.
Yeah. True Angels. Y'all are angels to me. Don't let nobody tell you different.
You are angels in the outfield and the infield.
Don't let anyone tell you any different.
Mound.
Anaheim.
And behind home plate.
You're angels in our eyes.
All of you contributed. All of you angels came from the catcher all the way out to the center fielder. All of you contributed.
The Astros needed angels last night to win.
They did.
And they got them.
There was literally an angel on their shoulder.
At least
9
one.
of them.
I was going to say at least one.
Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. 10 days till training camp. It's a series. I know there's 1 day, really. 2 for purposes of this segment. But we've been doing 10 days till camp, and we've been doing a question each day. We're down to question number 2. Question number 1 will be tomorrow when Seth is back. This is a B. Scott question, and it's a simple one. 4-word question. What is Tank Dell? We'll dig into that. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Who is Dr. Ben Salento? That's my question, and I'll answer it for you. He is my sleep doctor. He's a great sleep doctor. If you're waking up, if you're listening to this right now, there's a pretty good chance you just finished up snoring like that. And you probably have friends that make fun of you and call you a buzzsaw, and you go on trips with
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so the TV in our studio is on the Astros game, the replay of last night's game. So we're now getting to watch this Tatsuya Imai. Boy, the numbers when he goes 5+ innings and when he goes less than 5 innings, holy smokes. Holy smokes. Now, naturally, the numbers are going to be worse when you go less than 5 innings. Yeah, take a picture of that, B. Scott. When he goes more than 5 innings, his opponent's batting average is 163, and he's got a whip of under 1. When Tatsuya Imai can't make it to the 5th, which is half of his starts this year, if I saw that correctly, they have a batting average of 347 and a whip of around 2.5.
Yeah, over 2.5.
Over 2.5.
265.
He's putting nearly 3 guys on base per inning, and he's giving up a batting average that would basically win the batting title in a runaway this year.
Yeah, there's not a more hot type of performance or profile on a pitcher than that.
When he makes it to 5 innings, though, he's Justin Verlander. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's vintage Justin Verlander. If Tatsuya Imai can make it to 5 innings, he's outstanding.
Yeah.
If he can't make it to 5 innings, he's me, basically.
Yeah. And to that point, it's like it's beyond useless. It's like, or it's worse than useless. It's like now you have to either he's giving you this great advantage, giving you those great numbers that you're talking about if he's going deeper into the game, or he's a liability, and the new task of the day, or of the night in this case, is to overcome Tatsuya Imai.
And manage your bullpen and tax your bullpen.
Yes.
He's a reverse force multiplier is what he is.
Yes.
Force multiplier is normally a term used for somebody that augments or raises the level of everybody else.
Yeah.
Tatsuya Imai makes sure that Joe Espada is challenged for the next 3 days after this.
Well, I wonder, this is something I could even ask them. I doubt that they would throw their guy under the bus, but I wonder if, like, the bullpen, whoever are the available pitchers on a given night, I wonder if they play like a game when he's on the mound. Like, how long do you think we're going to sit back
they've
here?
got bets going on out there.
That's what I'm saying.
I bet they've got bets going on out there.
Because I know you can't really bet on baseball. That can be dangerous. But could you do a prop, like a bet within a bet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this very specific prop bet on your teammate.
It's incredible. I've never seen anything like this. Never seen anything like this.
Wild.
All right, 10 days till camp. We're down to day 2. Tomorrow will be day number 1. It'll be the day of training camp.
Yep.
And that'll be our final question. I would guess it'll have something to do with C.J. Stroud. I don't think we've hit C.J. in any of these questions yet.
Yeah.
But today's question is a B. Scott special. Today's question, B. Scott, is?
What is, an emphasis on the words what is.
Yep.
What is Tank Dell?
Okay.
Simply put, and this is kind of an offshoot of a previous question that we've done on the show before. I don't think I was in with you guys on that day. But y'all did a version of this question about the non-Nico wide receivers.
That was question number 9. How confident, that was when Cole Thompson was in with us.
Yeah.
Cole came up with this question. How confident are the Texans in receivers not named Nico Collins?
Yeah, so this is a little bit of an offshoot of that question because obviously Tank Dell would be a wide receiver not named Nico Collins. Now, I think when you think of the previous question, receivers not named Nico Collins, you think more so of the healthy guys, maybe the guys who were here who actually played last year. You kind of put Tank in his own box,
yes,
which is why I felt like he's worth his own question here because that's going to be a big piece, at least for me going out to training camp tomorrow, observing what exactly is Tank Dell.
That is the guy. You know, when I see people out and about and they're all excited, they're Texan fans.
Yeah.
And I say, yeah, training camp starts Wednesday this week. CJ is the guy whose name always comes up first. Tank is, you don't get past like this the third or fourth player and not have Tank Dell's name come up when people are talking about who they're most interested in hearing about.
Yeah.
Because 99% of the people I interact with aren't going to get to go to practice.
Right.
So they're like, hey, I'm looking forward to your updates on social media, on the show. Some of them are on group texts with me and things like that. And Tank is the one because it's still such a mystery. He did get in OTAs and minicamp doing like walkthrough type stuff.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about trends, it's been a slow trend. Obviously, it's been over a year since he's played competitive football. but he did start to do some things. The videos are getting people very excited that he does his workout videos where he's got the little floor cones and he's doing his jukes and his cuts, and he looks 1,000 times quicker than the average human being.
Yeah.
He looks really quick. He looks really small. He looks really thin, but he looks really quick.
All consistent with what we know Tank Dell to be. Quick, small, thin, all of those things.
He's been all those things since we saw him at U of H playing football.
Right.
How excited do you allow yourself to get looking at the Tank Dell workout videos?
So I don't allow myself to get excited at all. And it's for one real specific reason. It's because of a question that I've been asking on the air, podcast, wherever else I talk about this sort of thing. Yeah. And so I almost feel like I'm either preaching to the choir or sounding like a broken record, but this is a part of the question that we're asking about what is Tank Dell. I asked this, when is Tank Dell going to be ready for violence? Right, like they're not going to have on pads tomorrow when we go out there, but that's happening eventually, probably a week into the thing, and then I'll really be locked in because, like, how involved is Tank Dell in the violent parts of the game? Because that's the question. You're asking me about the videos. We already know that, or at least reasonably expect Tank Dell to be quick. If he's not quick, then what is he? Because he's so small, there's not much else he can do if he doesn't offer you that. So I'm expecting him to have, or at least at the very least, hoping that he has these physical attributes that he had before. Fingers crossed, we'll see. But the relevant question, the most relevant question due to his size and now injury history, unfortunate injury history, is this guy ready for violence?
Yep.
Like, is he ready to take a hit, to take a licking and keep on ticking, as they say?
Specifically his legs.
Yeah.
That's where all the injuries have been.
And honestly, every time he gets hurt, you're going to be looking at everything.
He is
his
joined,
legs, his whole body. You're like, is he going to get up? Is he okay?
He has joined what I call the Clowney Club, which is when Jadeveon Clowney's first 2 years, his rookie season obviously got completely wasted because of microfracture surgery. So after that, anytime Jadeveon Clowney went to the ground, I will never forget, because his second year was pretty injury-plagued also.
Yeah.
Anytime he would go to the ground, get up.
Yeah.
Get up. Get up, Jadeveon. Get up.
Yeah,
So I call it the Clowney Club. Like that's what it is. Anytime Tank Dell takes a hit over the middle, gets hit in his lower body, especially his knee, especially on his left leg.
Yeah. Well, it's
Clowney Club.
It's the Clowney Club, but even scarier, because at the very least, Clowney looked like an Adonis. Whereas Tank Dell looks like a teenager out
grader.
there. Right.
Yeah.
He looks barely past puberty out there. And so when he takes a lick, you're probably already worried out of the injury history. Now you add that on top of it, it's going to be one of those kind of cringe things until you get through the thick of the season.
I think even the first practice, because we know they're going to run the offense, they may just not do it in pads. So there's going to be a 3 wide receiver set that we see with the ones at some point.
Yeah.
If we see Tank, even in a walkthrough thing with the ones out there in any capacity, then I'll be pretty excited. Now, the misnomer with Tank is that people automatically assume because of his size that he's a slot receiver.
Not the case.
No, he played way more on the outside than he did on the inside. And so I don't see Tank going. I think when they go out there in a 2 wide receiver personnel grouping, I think I'm like 95% certain it's going to be Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins.
Today I am.
Today.
Which is why this question is relevant. Because today that's how I feel. I'm curious, so I agree with you.
Yep.
I'm curious about a week from now, are you and I singing a different tune? 2 weeks from now, are we singing a different tune? Because this is the thing too, like the next logical thought on that is, well, if Tank Dell is Tank Dell, what does that do to the rest of the wide receiving pecking order or hierarchy depth chart, however you want to look at it?
The most discouraging thing that involves Tank Dell being out there where we can see him tomorrow. Obviously, the most discouraging thing would be if he's, in the bubble or doing what injured guys do, and sometimes not coming out there.
Yeah, in the building somewhere.
In the building somewhere. That would be the most discouraging. Now based on OTAs and minicamp, I don't expect it to be the case.
No reason to expect that.
Yeah. And based on the workout videos he's been dropping, I don't expect that to be the case. But so within that realm, within the realm of expecting to see him out there in some capacity, the most discouraging would be if he's off with 3 other guys working out with elastic bands and medicine balls on 2 fields over from us, or we can barely see him, that kind of thing. That would bum me out tomorrow.
Yeah.
That would bum me out. Now, him not being with the ones or him only doing certain things, okay.
Well, because not only would it bum you out because he's not out there, which is obvious, but what it would tell you, I think, would bum you out because it would tell you that there's been some kind of setback. Because you just laid out why you don't expect that to be the case.
I should have gotten the audio for this segment. That's a fail by me. The audio of Nick Caserio. We asked Nick. I asked Nick.
That's right.
I asked Nick point blank, and maybe we'll grab that audio. Byron, I'll tell you where to get it. Don't worry. I'll tell you where to get it. But just to paraphrase. I asked Nick, are we going to see Tank practice at some point here? This is back during OTAs and minicamp. And Nick gave the most affirmative answer that we got. He literally said the word yes, and he kind of not even hinted. He said the words training camp.
Yeah.
You know, around training camp is where they were looking. I'll get the quote. We'll get the cut so I don't misquote Nick at all here.
But training camp was the goal.
Yes.
That's the sort of the finish line in this process.
One other thing on Caserio, and I think I asked him about this at the Super Bowl, but because I had seen some people talking about Tank, and okay, when Tank does come back, it's a new offense to him.
It's literally what I was about to say.
He had to play a Caley offense, and so there were people like, is that going to be an issue? Is there going to be a learning curve? Caserio completely dismissed that. To the extent where he's like, no, Tank's a smart dude, and he's around all the time. And he is around all the time. Like, he was standing next to D'Amico at every victory speech during the winning streak. Like, he is with the team, or was with the team all of last year.
He was like the counterexample to Joe Mixon last year, not to relive
or
that.
Diggs 2 years ago. Diggs shows up at Christmas. He's been hurt for 6 weeks,
Right.
So Caserio dismissed that as a concern. Playbook.
But aside from the playbook, though, I do think it's interesting for all of us, media fans, to think about the offense and what it looks like. So put aside the learning the offense part, just what he provides for you. I think we're looking at and discussing the Texans offense a lot differently. Like, we got to just put them in a whole different frame of mind if you're going to have a healthy Tank Dell. The issue with even just doing that is how big of an if that actually is.
Yep. All right, good one, B. Scott. What is Tank Dell? If you missed that segment, if you're just getting in your car, we've been doing a question for camp every day for the last 9 radio days. Tomorrow will be the final question, probably C.J. Stroud related, if I had to guess. Training camp starts tomorrow. We'll be out there, 6 a.m. Seth and I will be out there. All right, coming up next, headlines. The Astros win in highly, I say improbable fashion, except the opponent was the Angels. We'll lay out exactly what went down, good and bad, last night. We've got news around the NFL, some scary news around the NFL that we'll get to in the next segment. Headlines come next. Stay there.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Dealing with an accident this morning, sitting over on I-10 eastbound at Holland. It's along the entrance ramp. Be careful as you approach. 45 southbound at Rayford Sawdust out of Montgomery County. Hazmat accident involving a heavy truck along
Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Broken back, Hader backs up, fields it, throws in time. Astros win it 6-4. Not an easy play as Hader navigated the back of the mound, kept his feet, and threw out Grissom to end the game. Blummer, that was not a classic top half of the ninth inning, but what a comeback by the Astros.
Santa came early.
Okay, I had to let Blum get that in there because he's accurate.
Yeah.
Santa Angel showed up last night.
He did.
The angel of Christmas, the angel of baseball Christmas showed up in the ninth inning. If you missed this game, and I could very well see where many of you treated that game last night. It started at 8:40 local time here, the same way Brandon Scott and I did, which is, I think you said, like me, you went to bed when it was 4-1.
Yeah, it was 4-1.
Trammell hit the home
when
run.
I fell asleep.
And I'm like, well, this is a nice thing to go to sleep to. Taylor Trammell hitting another home run because he hit one a couple days ago, too. But so I went to bed. I'm like, it's not their night. And Tatsuya Imai got knocked out in the first inning again. So I went to bed, woke up to several push notifications from various outlets. Shout out Mark Berman, who tweeted no fewer than 8 times after the game last night. And see that the Astros won 6-4.
Yeah.
With 4 runs in the ninth inning. B. Scott, if you're keeping track at home, the ninth inning, and I'm reciting this from memory now. I don't have the box score open anymore. But you correct me if I'm missing anything here.
All right.
In the ninth inning, trailing 4-2, the Astros sent 10 men to the plate.
Yeah.
They got 1 hit. Out of 10 plate appearances, they got 1 hit.
Yeah.
That's
all they needed.
There were 2 hit by pitches, including one with the bases loaded. The bases were loaded because the Angels manager intentionally walked Yordan Alvarez with runners on first and second.
Yeah.
A walk with the bases loaded, 2 errors, a passed ball.
Yep. And you mentioned 2 hit batters.
I mentioned the 2 hit batters.
There was a hit in there.
There was 1 hit.
So you did get the single.
Yeah.
Got to include that.
Yeah, I got the single in there. But that's it. It was just this comedy of errors by the Angels.
Yeah, man.
And when I say errors, there were 2 errors. One was literally a Bad News Bears double play ball that rolled straight through the legs of the second baseman.
Yeah. Hey, Lucas Spence has some kind of juice to him, man. Like, even when he's not, like, that should have been a double play.
Oh, my God.
But there's just been something about this week plus or a couple of weeks that Luke Spence has been up.
Yeah.
And he's had some really good fortune. You tell me, is this more of a sign, like, is this a sign of encouragement or just like are the Astros just lucky? Because this feels like we can celebrate an Astros win here, but
Okay.
but it feels like is this like real, or is this just like team of destiny, or just a straight up luck thing?
Here's just real quick check on the standings. I'll answer your question. There's still 2 back in the division. Wild card, they are 1.5 back. So this is as close as they've been since they were, for that one day, inside the velvet rope of the playoffs by a percentage point. That's it. To answer your question, I guess the way the lens I look at it through is, how do I feel about this? Do I feel differently about this team today than I did 24 hours ago?
Yeah.
And the answer is no. I don't feel different at all.
It couldn't be yes.
The starting pitching scares the hell out of me. The bullpen, I guess the one thing that happened last night is Christian Javier had a truly vintage Christian Javier performance last night.
Yeah, it was affirmation for your bullpen.
Yeah.
And Christian Javier specifically, as you mentioned.
If Imai had to die for Javier's sins, if you look, Sean, you're going to get another 1-inning outing, less than an inning from Imai, but you're going to get 5 shutout innings and no walks.
Yeah.
And 7 strikeouts from Christian Javier. I'm like, whew, I might take that trade-off, just for the moment.
I could just see if you were, not that we are, but if you were to just straight up look at this game with like your Astros orange-colored lenses, you'd be like, instead of just looking at the epic collapse of the Angels, you'd be like, team of destiny.
Yeah.
You can't count these Astros out.
Well, I think there is something to that. I said that in the open, that they are showing some real grit as a team, I think, when they're trailing these games late.
Yeah, I was going to say they have throughout the entire season.
Yeah. This was I've not seen one anywhere close to where it feels like the other team just handed you this game. If the second baseman fields that ball that Spence hit, it's a double play ball, and the game is practically over at that point.
What's wild about this ninth inning that we're breaking down is that, at least to me, the most logical and sensible thing to happen was walking Yordan Alvarez to load the bases, walking him on purpose.
Yes.
Out of all things that happened.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. Yeah, that right. Intentionally walking a guy with runners on first and second.
The most sensible thing that
the
happened.
Most sensible thing that happened in that half inning. Crazy. All right, I'm going to say, Byron, I'm going to save the Tank Dell cut for the next segment just because we need a little bit more room here for some of this stuff in headlines. This story in the NFL yesterday happened in the middle. It broke during the final hour that you and I were on together, B. Scott.
Yeah.
Scary story in the NFL. Elijah Bieniemy, who is the 27-year-old son of Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, arrested yesterday, or at least the news broke yesterday, that he was arrested for shooting his mom, Eric Bieniemy's wife, Mia, at their home in Virginia. So now what you need to keep in mind is Eric Bieniemy is at Chiefs training camp. He's their OC again. He's at Chiefs training camp, which is not in Virginia.
No.
It's in Missouri. It's in, I think, Joplin, Missouri, St. Joe's, Missouri, something like that.
Yeah.
So this is a scary situation. I'm guessing Eric Bieniemy is back in Virginia to tend to his wife. I would assume so. This is Andy Reid yesterday on that situation.
This is our hearts go out to Eric Bieniemy and his family. Thoughts and prayers are with them. I can't get into details on it, but things happen sometimes, and Eric will work through it. He's got a great support group here, as does his family, as needed, and then we'll just let time take care of it from there. But Mia is stable, which is a plus, and so is Eric Jr., and that's all important. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about Eric Jr.
Eric Jr. must be obviously another son of Eric Bieniemy's that was in a very scary situation.
Yeah.
Again, the son that shot his mom is Elijah Bieniemy, not Eric Jr.
Yeah, so Eric Jr. could have been a witness, who knows? But like you could imagine, though, the entire family, everybody that's connected to this family is shaken, I would imagine.
That's a wild story, man. That is a wild story. Okay, to less serious things now. Daniel Jones cleared for training camp. These Achilles tears are, I think I saw, it might have been, I think it was Landry Locker might have tweeted this yesterday.
Yeah, I saw this tweet.
I thought the exact same thing. There was a time where when you tore your ACL back in like the 80s, it was a death blow to your career.
Yeah, your career could be literally over.
Your career could be over. At the very least, you're coming back a much lesser version of yourself. And I think the Achilles tear was similar, say 20 years later, the Achilles tear kind of became the new ACL.
Yeah.
And now it feels like the Achilles tear is the really new ACL, wow, the surgery, you can get back on pretty quick. In the film that I've seen of Daniel Jones in their offseason stuff, he looks pretty mobile.
Yeah, well, Daniel Jones, I mean, how about even before that? We've seen an old guy do it. We saw Aaron Rodgers come back, and I know we understand he's not the same player that he was 10 years ago or even 6 or 7 years ago.
But I think that's just normal aging. I don't think it's because of the Achilles that he's not who he was.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. I'm saying we at least saw him, like you would think, for example, 10, 15, 20 years ago, a 38, 39, 40-year-old guy tears his Achilles. He probably doesn't even consider the comeback, the road to return. Whereas Aaron Rodgers did it, and you figure now, if a guy around 40 can do it, then certainly Daniel Jones or anybody in the prime of their career can do it. It is like amazing to see the progress in medicine or therapy or whatever it is that allows these guys to come back so quickly. Because it felt like Daniel Jones was just out there playing with a broken leg and tearing his Achilles, and you figure, okay, well, he's going to miss a year, certainly, right?
Well, put it this way. I mean, they gave him a contract extension when he was not back from this injury yet.
Yeah.
You would have never given a quarterback a contract, let alone 2 years, $88 million that they gave him.
Yeah, let alone him, of all people, too, on top of that.
Yeah, him, who's been kind of inconsistent.
Yeah, it's not like he was Aaron Rodgers.
No.
No,
you'd never give that guy 2 years, $88 million, just a month or two after, because he tore his Achilles late in the season.
Yeah.
It was after they played the Texans in Week 13. It was the next week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Because he played in that Texans game.
Because he had in want to say either the week before or a couple of weeks before. They had played the Chiefs before, but he also gone out there with like a broken leg or a chipped fibula or something crazy like that.
All right, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Those are your headlines today. Reminder, August 13th, the big changeover, 95.7 The Fan, is born at 8 a.m. on August the 13th. Be here for that. If you've been out of town, you missed the news, we're going to be all grown up. We're moving over to FM 95.7 The Fan. 610 will still be running simulcast of the station, so it'll be exciting. We'll be on 2 stations here in this great city of Houston. All right, coming up next, we will circle back just as the sort of the epilogue to our question of the day. What is Tank Dell? We'll revisit Nick Casario's kind of forecast for what Tank's schedule looked like a month or two ago and see if we think that he's going to hit that schedule. Also, the highest compliment I've heard for the Texans defense came on Sunday when Zach Gelb and Brandon Scott were doing some radio. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Texans training camp starts this. Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texan play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I couldn't tell. B. Scott, could you tell on the TV here in studio? So B. Scott and I have the TV on. We have on KHOU here in the morning watching the news, and it flips over to CBS Mornings, and the video is a Major League Baseball game last night. I didn't catch which stadium it was, but there was some sort of vermin running around on the field.
Yeah, it's a good way to put some kind of vermin.
It was either a black squirrel or a skunk that doesn't have any white in its tail.
Nah, that thing was too big to be a squirrel.
So you think it was a skunk? Like a bizarro albino skunk?
Yeah, maybe a skunk.
It was an all-black skunk?
I wanted to say that it could have been like a possum, but possums aren't normally that color.
Then they don't have furry tails like that. They have kind of a furry tail.
Right.
If you know what it is we're talking about, if you saw the same video, text in and let us know. I'm genuinely curious about this.
But shout out to the men of that stadium, of that ballpark, because no less than like a dozen guys go out there and get after it, trying to capture this thing.
Producer Byron has information here. Byron, lay it on us.
Yeah, it was a squirrel at the Tigers game.
It was a squirrel.
It was a squirrel.
Yeah, because when I got here this morning, when I walked in, they were playing it on ESPN.
Okay.
I switched it over, yeah.
Okay. So it was a squirrel.
That was a humongous. That's the biggest squirrel I've ever seen.
It looked genetically engineered.
Yeah.
It was big, and it was dark. I've never seen it that way, because that squirrel, I mean, my eyes are not deceiving me, right? Like, that was not normal gray-colored squirrel.
Nah, if that was a normal squirrel, I feel like maybe they would have even let him make it.
Yeah.
You know, like the squirrels in your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Byron, you remember, I don't know if you remember the squirrels of Huntsville? I've
seen a couple.
Oh, dude, the squirrels in Huntsville kind of ran the place at times. But this didn't look like one of those.
No.
This looked like that's why I confused it with a potential armadillo or a possum or something like that.
This looked like they have a lab in the basement of Comerica Park that they genetically engineer squirrels. And they're toying around with genetically engineering a gigantic, pitch-dark black squirrel. And one of them escaped from the lab, possibly by mauling the security guard.
Yeah, I'm curious. I kind of want to go back, do there's this trend online now where people are doing like the TikTok of my Netflix doc, and they do like the opening shot of their Netflix doc.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins did one.
There we go. He did. He did. I want to know the backstory of how did the squirrel get that far? Like what's the squirrel's origin story?
Yeah.
Where did it come from?
Yes.
And how did it get that far?
With the security guard that the squirrel mauled.
Yeah.
Still with scratches on his face.
Dude.
A sling on his left arm.
War wounds, baby.
A crutch under his right arm. And he's here to tell his story about how he got mauled by some mutant black squirrel.
Where's that doggone squirrel at?
Yeah.
Look what he did to me.
Detroit's a dangerous city. Who knew the most dangerous things were the squirrels?
Yeah, 100%. And I'd like to point out, too, I've been going to either Daikin / before that Minute Maid Park on a regular for no less than 7 years now. And I still get, hey, can you flip your badge around? Can we make sure that you're supposed to be here? All of the checks and balances to make sure that the human beings that are in these ballparks are supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Namely me, somebody who's there all the time and that they should recognize.
Yeah.
And this squirrel makes it all the way to the field.
Dude, it took like 10 people to corral him.
Yeah.
It was amazing. We needed Kevin Harlan on that game to call it. Kevin Harlan's the best at calling things that have nothing to do with the actual play on the field. All right, so
the cat is elusive.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Look at the moves on the cat. All right, so just a follow up to our training camp question of the day for the Texans. What is Tank Dell? This was back on June 3rd.
Okay.
So June 3rd was the last time. That's the last time we've had Nick Caserio on this show. Now he's going to join us next week, next Tuesday, August 4th. Nick Caserio is going to sit down with Seth and I out at training camp.
So available
live
to media tomorrow at 8:30.
Yep. In
with Payne and Pendergast next
Tuesday.
August
4th.
There you go.
Here we do it after SummerSlam, so Nick and I can break that whole thing
down. There you go.
So this was Nick back on June 3rd. the answer to this simple question, are we going to see Tank Dell practice here at some point?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
Okay, so tomorrow is training camp.
Yeah.
This should be at the top of the list of things that we're looking for out there that people should be curious about. I think it would have been on the list anyways, really high up the list, but repurposing that bit of audio right there, I think hammers it home. I think, Tank dropping more of these workout videos recently would seem to be his way of saying, I'm on track to be doing stuff at training camp. That's how I interpret it, at least. So good. I'm glad we found that audio. So tomorrow is the day. Nick said that on June 3rd, and he mentioned training camp multiple times. Tomorrow is the first day of training camp. Will we see Tank Dell fully activated?
I just feel like it's got so many implications. What is Tank Dell? Back to the question, obviously for Tank, but more specifically for team, how that changes the offense, how we look at them, how we view them, what their potential actually is. I think not that it hinges on Tank Dell per se, but then it also kind of does, because if he's out there, then that's just another weapon. Whereas we're having the conversation, or we asked the question earlier in this exercise when y'all were doing the 10 questions leading up to training camp, what are the non-Nico wide receivers? Well, if you can throw Tank Dell in there, that's just a huge game changer for me.
Huge, man.
And then on top of it, and again, this is more specific to Tank in his own personal situation, we also got to consider the fact that it's a contract year for Tank Dell. Like, what does Tank Dell recovering from traumatic injury in contract season look like? First year in the offense, all of those things together colliding at once, what does it look like?
That is a really good question. I hadn't even thought about the contract. I've just been focused on him,
as you should,
getting back to playing football again.
Because it's the cart before the horse, but that is the next logical question after that.
It is definitely the cart before the horse, but if we can play the hypothetical game for a little bit.
Why not?
This is a team that's going to be paying a lot of guys pretty soon, including the quarterback who really likes Tank Dell. Tank Dell he's CJ's guy. So, CJ himself has to get his stroke back. Like, the question after CJ's rookie year would be like, how much stroke does CJ have in the building to make sure Tank's around for a second contract? Now the question is, 2 years later, does CJ Stroud get his stroke back in the building? Or I say stroke in the building. Like, Nick and D'Amico are going to make all the decisions. But you could have foreseen a day, back when CJ was winning Rookie of the Year, where they'd maybe get his input on things like that.
Back when CJ was winning Rookie of the Year, it was unthinkable. Just the concept, the idea that by 2027, perhaps Tank and CJ aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think you would have. Maybe you would have predicted one. Maybe, look, they're already paying Nico. Maybe they have to make a business decision at some point. But you would have thought at the very least one of those guys would be here. And ideally, both of them are foundational pieces and are here for as long as they're in their prime health and all of that sort of thing. But now, Tank's in a contract year after having not played in a year and a half or whatever it's been. And we've got all of these questions with C.J. Stroud.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast, B. Scott in for Seth Payne today. Seth back tomorrow. You and Zach Gelb have been doing some radio on Sundays recently. I don't know if people listening realize we have weekend programming here on Sports Radio 610.
We back, baby.
Soon to be 95.7 The Fan.
That's right.
And that's going to continue to grow and grow. So this is fun. This takes me back to the days where it was Sports Radio 610, live and local, seemingly pillar to post, right?
Yep, nights and weekends.
And you guys sound great. You had Todd Haley on this past Sunday.
We did. Todd Haley this past Sunday, Warren Moon the Sunday before that.
You want to set this one up here, P.
Well,
Scott?
so we were asking Todd Haley a host of questions, right, about really these were offensive questions talking about C.J. Stroud, and he volunteers in an answer about C.J. Stroud, about the offense. And, of course, Todd Haley, as you guys know, and if you don't know, former offensive coordinator and head coach in the NFL. So he comes from an offensive mind with an offensive bent, but he goes straight to the defense, and we were surprised to hear him make this comparison about the Texans defense.
I don't see any weaknesses in this group. I really don't. And if health isn't an issue, like I said, I mean, Reed being there I think is big. He's kind of a quarterback, ball hawk type dude that the ball just comes to him. I like the entire group, and I love D'Amico and the energy that he brings to the group. And I would not want to play this defense as an offensive coordinator.
So the comparison there, though, leading up to that question, in a previous answer, he says this is like the 85 Bears.
Wow.
He compares the Texans to the 85 Bears, and the answer you just heard there was his justification, his reasoning for that.
Yeah.
And it's because I had to follow up on that. Like, why do you think, you've seen a lot, why do you think that this team is comparable to the 85 Bears? And then that was the answer you heard, because I see no weaknesses. And the parting shot there is, I wouldn't want to face this defense.
Yes. That's a former offensive coordinator saying that.
Yes.
Head coach saying that.
And has coached in a Super Bowl.
Right. Reed, who he's bringing up there, obviously is Reed Blankenship.
Correct.
And I kind of posed that question. I'm doing a piece for tomorrow for the Houston Press. 3 questions about the defense heading into training camp that we've got. And one of them is, quite honestly, with the signing of Reed Blankenship, and I'll throw the drafting of Caden McDonald in there too.
Yeah.
Does this defense even have a weakness right now? Do they have anything remotely resembling a kill spot on it? Like you ever watch Swamp People back in the day?
Yeah.
And these are all a bunch of gator hunters in Louisiana. It's hard to kill a gator, but they've got that soft spot on the top of the head. So anytime you saw Troy Landry, shoot him. Anytime you saw Troy Landry kill a gator, it was always shooting one very specific spot.
Yep.
I don't know that the Texans have that soft spot on the top of their alligator dome.
So I can tell that they don't because of another question that we've asked in this exercise. Cole Thompson, I think, came up with this question as well. Shout out to Cole. Was it the new Derek Barnett?
It was question number 8. Will the new, in the countdown of 10 questions to camp that we've been doing at 6:25 every day, will the new Derek Barnett
please stand up?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. And this is kind of it's a little bit of a Slim Shady reference there. I see what Cole was doing. He was kind of going for an Eminem Slim Shady reference, but going with the idea with the Texans, Derek Barnett. To your point, there are weeks on this defense. We're up here talking about who's going to back up the 2 all-pro defensive ends.
Right.
Like, that's the life of luxury, how spoiled, the embarrassment of riches that we're talking about right now with the Texans in this defense. It's like, well, what's going to happen when one of those all-pros has to take a breather?
Yeah.
Do they have another guy that could go out and get 8 to double-digit sacks?
Or 5 interceptions like everybody did last year in the secondary?
There you go. So there's your weakness. Yeah. It's that, oh, my God, poor Texans, they don't have a third pass rusher to terrorize offenses.
I saw an interesting one, too, that you had put in the rundown, just going back to your show with Zach on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because we talked a lot about the top 100 with C.J. Stroud and how it's looking more and more like he will not be in the top 100 this year.
Oh, yes.
When he's been 20th and 39th his first 2 years.
Yeah.
So his peers have voted him, if you believe in the voting system, his peers have voted him a top 40 player in the NFL the first two seasons he's played in the league. Yeah. It would appear as though his third season has not impressed them thusly.
No.
So you pose an interesting question. Never mind top 100. Never mind top 10 QB in the NFL. Is C.J. Stroud a top 10 player on this team.
Yeah, and I'm throwing that to you because Zach and I did this exercise. So Zach kind of threw.
Oh, you want me to workshop this thing?
So
live on the air.
Well, and this will be fun because like I've already done it, and once you start rattling off names, so the exercise on Sunday was, where does C.J. Stroud rank? Like we didn't do the top 10 framing. We just did. Hey, how many names will you get to? Where does C.J. Stroud rank amongst his own teammates, amongst Texans players?
And being good at their job.
Yes.
Because there's two different arguments here. I know you know where I'm going with this. He is unquestionably the most important player on the team.
Yeah.
Because of the position he plays.
Right.
He's valuable. So there is value to C.J. Stroud that transcends safeties.
Correct.
Or guards.
Yes.
Or things like that.
And so my goal was to try to do this exercise independent of the importance of the position.
Who's good at their job.
Just wanted to evaluate them in a vacuum. Now, I did cheat a little bit before we start. I do want to tell you, just as a qualifier, I did cheat a little bit, and I just left Kaimi Fairbairn off the list.
I was just going to say.
I said no kickers, no specialists. Leave them off the list.
Because that's exactly what I was just going to say.
But honestly, it's a little bit of an indictment on Stroud, and credit to Fairbairn for being a really good kicker.
Yeah.
But a little bit of an indictment to Stroud because had I left him on the list, Fairbairn that is, left the kicker on the list, he would have been ahead of Stroud on this list.
He was better at his job last year.
There you go.
Kaimi set the record for field goals in a season.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right.
So it's just real football players.
Real football players.
Okay. Sorry, Kaimi, if you're listening.
So here's how I did
and punters too. Whichever punter ends up winning the job. Although the one rookie they brought in has a little bit of juice to his game. The Kroger, the kid they picked up, he's not the rookie. Stonehouse is the rookie. The Kroger kid they picked up from New Orleans has a highlight reel pass that he threw back in South Carolina.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Still not a real player, though.
So just to give it away real quick, and I'll let you do this, I had him 9th.
You had him 9th, okay.
I had C.J. Stroud 9th, barely checking into that top 10.
Let's see if I get the same 8 ahead of yours.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who's the best player on this team?
Will Anderson Jr. is the best football player on this team.
All right, so we're agreed there on the top. Number 2.
Number 2 on this team is I'll go Derek Stingley Jr.
Okay, this gets interesting because I think there's 3 guys who are candidates for number 2. I had somebody else, but go ahead.
Daniil Hunter.
All right, I had him at number 2.
You had him number 2. I think you can interchange either of them. Sure. I expect them to be within a fraction of each other when their names get revealed.
Yeah.
You know, within a few picks of each other when their names get revealed in the top 100 because they'll both make it.
Of note, 3 picks in, you have 3 defensive players.
Yep. I would say the next one would be Nico Collins.
All right. So you've got my top 4 just sort of reordered.
Yep.
I went Will, Daniil, then Nico, and then Derek Stingley.
So you had Nico ahead of Stingley.
I did.
Stingley was really good this year.
He was.
He was better the year before, I thought.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Still deserving to be All-Pro. I mean, we're really talking about levels of greatness here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about guy who's good or bad.
Yeah.
I would say Kamar Lassiter was better at his job last year than C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so now we're at 4?
5.
4 or 5. Now we're at 5. Okay.
I would say Jalen Petrie was better at his job last year than C.J. Stroud.
You made my list as well.
Okay. I would say Kalen Bullock better than C.J. Stroud.
You're on it. I got one more ahead of C.J. Stroud.
Azeez Al-Shaair.
There you go.
So it's basically all the guys that have gotten some sort of accolade in the offseason.
Yep.
Or some sort of recognition.
That's 8 guys, right?
That's 8 guys.
Do you have anybody else?
I would say, boy, if we're just talking about better at his job, are we holding it against David Montgomery that he wasn't on the Texans last year?
I wouldn't.
Is David Montgomery? He's clearly plays a position that's not nearly as important as quarterback because, and this is no disrespect to David Montgomery, running back has become the most interchangeable position in the sport.
Yeah.
Now, there are ways to set yourself apart, and there are ways David Montgomery there are things he's excellent at, better at than most running backs. Short yardage, physicality. I think probably the type of guy he is behind the scenes factors in. So I'm just bringing that up to workshop it with you for a little bit. I'm not necessarily saying, but I think it goes to show you that we would even having a conversation like this is kind of indicative of where CJ's at versus he would have been in the top 3 on this list after his rookie year.
Dude, not only that, you're talking about David Montgomery. I struggled with the 9th spot, which again, C.J. Stroud came in at the 9th spot for me, but I had not just David Montgomery, but another guy in this conversation.
Was Tommy Togiai better at his job than C.J. Stroud last year?
Now we have crossed a bridge.
Was Tommy Togiai better at his job than C.J. Stroud last year?
It's a fair question. I did not have time to
answer the damn
in
thing.
my mix. I'm going to say no because he wasn't even in the mix for me in this conversation, but I think it's a fair point.
He's really good at his job, man.
You know who was, though, in this conversation for me?
Wait.
Go ahead.
Was it on the offensive side or defensive side?
Oh, that's going to be a dead giveaway.
What was it?
Offensive side.
Offensive side. Better at his job.
And mind you, you've already mentioned David Montgomery, who is finally or firmly planted in this
Woody
conversation.
Marks?
No.
Was it somebody on the offense? Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz, yeah. Dalton Schultz.
Who, for me, tapped in at 10.
Yeah.
So I had C.J. Stroud 9, Dalton Schultz 10.
Dalton put up really good numbers. I think C.J. and Dalton they're probably pretty close.
Yeah.
But I would put C.J. ahead of him like you did.
This is exactly what. And I did leave David Montgomery just outside, but those three were in that conversation for me, for the ninth guy.
Think of the top 10 for the Texans, sort of like in baseball, where you've got wins above replacement.
Oh.
So that's what somebody's saying on the text page.
Yeah.
Someone's saying on the text page, also, I spit my coffee out when B. Scott brought up the Huntsville Squirrels. They ran that campus often with violence.
Dude, I am not telling a story here. This is a lived experience of walking up on a squirrel, us looking at each other dead in the eye, and having to make a decision.
Okay, this is where texter, you need to listen, okay? And I'm going to put your business out there. Your last 4 digits of your number are 9664. Texans QB1 is the alligator kill speed. Well, he says alligator bait. What WTF are y'all talking about with no weak spot on this team? I said on the defense.
Defense, bro.
Defense. Listen, and it's not alligator bait. It's the kill spot on the top of the alligator's head.
Not listening at all.
You got to listen. I appreciate. No, look, dude, I appreciate you listening to the show. But you can't come in correcting us on a text with complete lack of intricate listening skills. You just can't do.
Is there anything?
Maybe it'll be better on FM for this guy. Maybe some static right now kind of bled out the fact that I said defense.
Look at you providing an excuse
I'm just
for the
trying
listener.
Yeah, he's a loyal listener, obviously.
The listener, or listener.
Yeah.
Sean loves you because he just came up with an excuse for you.
Yeah, man.
But come on, man.
We said the defense. We didn't say the team.
And also, to the point.
WTF are you talking about?
Go ahead and text back since you're correcting us. Right. Text back with your weakness for the defense. Because I tried.
And an apology to me. Yes. Yeah. If there is no kill spot on this defense. I'll tell you what, one of my other questions is for my Houston Press article I'm writing for today.
All right.
Can they have the same type of injury luck as a defense this year that they did last year?
I'm glad you bring it up.
Those 7 defensive names you have ahead of C.J. Stroud as being better at their job than C.J. last year. Those 7 names missed a combined total of 5 games last year.
Ugh.
3 of them were Jalen Petrie with a concussion.
Yeah.
So the other...
Can you count on that?
The other 6, and Kamari was like week 18, they sat him out. Like he probably could have played if they had to win that game to get the 1 seed or something like that.
Yeah.
He probably could have played. So you're talking about, concussions are just weird. They can happen. I'm talking like the normal bumps and bruises. Like Will Anderson, the ankle issue he had the first couple of years. They basically missed as a collective foundational half dozen or so. It's just a couple of games with bumps and Aziz missed the Raiders game.
Yeah.
That thing.
So I'm glad you mentioned the injuries because I know that the afternoon show did a similar exercise where they just asked the question of can the defense be as good or better as they were last year? And I think Ron's justification for saying no is because he did not want to just grant them the injury fortune that they had last year.
Yeah.
He's doing a calculation of like this war of attrition that happens in football of like, man, they just can't get that lucky again, which I think is a fair point, but also relevant to this group of Texans because, and right on time, Sean Caldwell in our YouTube chat, he points out, and I think this is a fair point, defensive weakness, who feels EJ Speed's role, which I think we did a version of that in our questions, talking about the linebacker depth. That's a fair point because injury is going to be like the question of can the defense replicate what it did last year? And, oh, by the way, they've already had a fairly significant injury to the defense before they even play a down of football.
They have. EJ Speed played a lot of snaps for this team last year. I think Seth has the number typically when we bring up EJ Speed. I've heard Seth say it. I think it's like he played like 45% of the snaps.
I believe that's the number that he cites.
So he was on the field a lot. So if you're looking for other guys for us to keep an eye on at training camp this year, I think obviously Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o are your top two guys. They play a lot of nickel with Jalen Petrie out there. Jalen Petrie,
he's your third linebacker.
He's kind of your third linebacker. But, something happens to Jalen Petrie, we posed that question before. Jalen Petrie is such a unique player.
Yeah.
Who is the backup to Jalen Petrie? The backup is you play base defense.
Yeah.
That's the backup. The backup isn't you throw another Jalen Petrie out there because there's only one.
Yeah, and they tried to do it a little bit with Miles Bryant, and respect to Miles Bryant, but that's just not the same thing.
He ain't that guy. He ain't Jalen Petrie. So you go to playing more base defense. So now this all of a sudden turns guys like Wade Woodaz, guys like Jamal Hill.
Yep.
Guys like even Aiden Fisher. I know he's a 7th-round pick, but it gets you watching these guys out at camp. Because one of them is probably in the running to be the backup plan to something happening to Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
They'd still play some nickel because it's the NFL. You're not just going to be in base the whole time. But on first and second down, you're probably going to be in it a lot more than you would be with a healthy Jalen Petrie out there.
But it makes it a fair question of does the Texans defense lose its superpower if for some reason it loses Jalen Petrie for any stretch, right? Like, is the superpower in the Texans the fact that their base defense is their nickel defense and that their nickel defense is their base defense, as opposed to, without Jalen Petrie, having to play a much more traditional base defense?
But to your original point about my question, is there a weakness on this defense now that they've signed Reed Blankenship to lock down that safety spot, which I think, too, and Seth makes this point a lot, I think you're going to get a better version of Kalen Bullock with Reed Blankenship out there.
Hopefully so.
Probably can roam around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do kind of those hawk things that he does. And then, that thing of McDonald helping shore up the interior. I say shore up. The interior played fine last year on the D-line, but he's certainly he's an interesting piece. He's a rookie, so I don't want to get too out over my skis with him. But to your original point, when you talked about the Derek Barnett question from a week or so ago, like, these are the things we're talking about. Backup linebacker, backup defensive end.
The other safety, even.
If
with
there's
Reed Blankenship.
If there's a world that's better than first world problems,
yes,
that's the Texans defense right now.
Like royalty, I guess.
Yeah.
These are monarchy
These
problems.
are regal problems to have.
Yeah.
Monarchy problems.
Yeah. I'm not mad at it.
Oligarch problems.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Payne and Pendergast, B. Scott in for Seth C. Payne. Okay, fellas. This is not the guy who I just corrected, by the way, but this is a guy sticking up for the guy. Okay, fellas, we have jobs that take us away from the radio. Don't sit on us because we like to participate in the show. No, not sitting on you. I'm just correcting somebody the same way this person was correcting us.
And we're under the assumption.
Am I not allowed to correct the corrector?
Well, let's break down the break down the barrier here. This is all in good fun, right? Like we're just joshing, having a good time.
If I saw you in person, I would be nice to you.
Yeah. What are we really good friends if we can't needle each other a little bit here and there?
That's right.
Come
B.
on
Scott.
now, we're family.
That's right, B. Scott. All right, people weighing in. Defensive weakness: Henry To'oTo'o and friendly fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Toa's got to chill out with the friendly fire, probably a little bit.
Fair enough. Mobile quarterbacks. Speaking of Henry To'oTo'o. Mobile quarterbacks could be it. They have had their issue with mobile quarterbacks. Except Josh Allen.
They've had their right. They've had a plan for him.
Yeah.
There's that black squirrel video again on ESPN. That thing is a beast.
That is a big old squirrel, man. That's not the Huntsville squirrels.
No.
I'm going to tell you that now.
No, we get a lot of people weighing in on the black squirrel. Lots of they call them black cat squirrels, I guess, in East Texas. It does look like a cat.
Yeah, man. I when you mentioned it, I said, no way that's a squirrel.
They literally have every single maintenance worker at the ballpark surrounding this thing trying to catch it.
It's like everybody that's got on a navy blue shirt and khaki pants.
Yeah.
Come out here right now. You're needed.
And this thing, it is, nice job. Someone just threw a towel over it and they caught it.
Yeah, well, that's what they had been trying to do, but the squirrel is elusive.
Oh, and he looked like he got away
as
again.
Kevin Harlan would say.
Yeah, it looks like this thing is tailor-made for yakety sax.
Dude,
right.
Where was Kevin Harlan when we truly needed him?
In this moment, yeah.
Come on now.
Someone said that if you're able to get the video of it, that the play-by-play guy, maybe we'll go find it, had a great call of this, actually.
I hope he did. I hope he seized the moment.
Channeled some Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
All right, shifting gears for a second. I am still on my Twitter timeline. The algorithm is still feeding me financial videos, athletes or celebrities telling me how little, well, one of two things. Telling me how little money 9 figures is.
What is this trend?
I don't know.
Why are they doing this?
And I clicked on a couple of them, and now that's all I get fed. Now, the good news is I'm starting to get some more sensible ones or more fun ones fed to me, too. Like, I don't know if I was with you last week, B. Scott, or if Seth was here, but I played one of Jameis Winston. No, Seth was here. It was me and Seth talking about it. Jameis Winston was a delight to listen to him talk about his first deposit, his first direct deposit he got from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of $13.4 million or something. And he talked about how amazing it was to log into his bank account and see $13 million in it. It was classic Jameis.
Yeah.
And he spent 2 minutes talking about the recliner that he bought his diabetic grandmother.
Love it.
Who was on her feet all day because she's a nurse. So I'm getting fed stuff like this. And stuff like what we're about to play, which is, I guess, Roan from Barstool.
Yeah.
Who shared some of my frustration with some of these videos starring athletes that seem to think that they're the only ones that pay taxes on their income.
You know what has been endlessly pissing me the off? There's a trend right now where athletes are like, how did you spend your first million? Or other athletes like JJ Redick talking about like what $10 million does for an NBA player. Every single one of them are like, well, what you don't realize is Uncle Sam takes 50% off the top. As if they're the only people who pay taxes, dude. Everybody pays taxes. Yeah. If you work at McDonald's, you have to give a bunch of it to taxes. Yeah. If you make $100,000 a year, you have to give a bunch of it to taxes. Talk about tone deaf. Dudes who are like, $40 million, actually, you have to give your mom a $150,000 car. You have to pay off a house for your dad. It's like, shut the up. That is tone deaf. Okay. That is infuriating.
I actually got into a back and forth with this about this with Mike Meltzer over the weekend. Because he saw me tweet about it.
Yeah.
And so he was like, he wasn't hardcore defending the people I'm arguing or the people I'm pointing at, kind of. But he's like, could it be that they see, what did Meltzer say? Oh, could it be that he sees like the other multimillionaires, that it's not just, they're not just W-2. Like these players are all getting W-2s. That sometimes they see these CEOs out there that are getting stock options and things like that. That there's these ways around it and things like that. I said, well, Mike, a couple of things, and I know you know this. You do pay tax on stock options as well once they get exercised.
Right.
Like Uncle Sam comes for you at some point, regardless of what the form of income is.
Yeah. The only thing other than Father Time that's undefeated is Uncle Sam.
Yes.
He will find you one way or another.
And if you notice, the ones that I have that I take the most issue with aren't the ones that talk about the taxes necessarily, or even the agency fees and things like that. It's the ones that, like, part of the to-do list when you get your $100 million contract is you have to buy a Bugatti for your 10 favorite relatives.
Yeah.
You've got to buy a mansion for your mom that she will have to pay property taxes on in perpetuity, which I don't think they realize that. Like, those are the things.
You can't just find a regular old subdivision.
Yeah.
Just like a normal house.
That you will be able to pay the property taxes on after you're done playing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you can buy your mom a nicer crib than the one that she raised you in.
Thank you.
Without going to River Oaks or whatever the nicest neighborhood ever and getting her $1 million crib.
Yeah.
Like there is an in-between. How do I know it? Because most of us live in places like this. Most of us are not at the very, very bottom of the food chain.
Right.
Most of us ain't rich and just live in a regular old house.
That's it, man. And you can have nice neighbors and nice things. Put in a pool.
Yeah.
Do all those things.
You could, you know what? And it's not out of the question to buy your mom a Toyota or a Lincoln, to go to West Point Lincoln instead of getting her a
Thank
Bugatti
you. Thank you.
or a Rolls Royce.
Absolutely.
You don't have to do that.
They have new and certified pre-owns there.
I'm telling you.
Over 1,000 on the lot. B. Scott knows he bought one from them.
I'm a normal guy with a normal, nice car.
Right.
You can do that.
You can do that.
And I've never gotten a $13 million check, just for the record.
No, me neither.
You know?
Joe Hayden was the one where I'm like, well, and then once I was done, he's like, I got this $12 million bonus. It was $7 million after taxes. I'm like, all right, here we go with the taxes. He's like, and then once I set my parents up with $3 million of, and I'm like, whoa, what? Like, that's your choice, bro.
But you know what it does show, though, Sean?
Yeah.
The fact that their financial literacy does not come until after they've squandered the money.
Right, for a lot of them.
Because they're saying things that the rest of us adults that just live in the regular real world are saying, yeah, you got to pay your taxes.
I think this is the best part about NIL in college is not only do you get money where you need to have financial literacy to manage it, and I say this as somebody who has operated in my adult life with not great financial literacy, okay? But I think there's schools out there, too, that are making it part of the curriculum for the athletes. Is that you're getting this NIL money, you're going to take this. It may not even be a course that they're getting credit for. It may be that they bring in one of the finance professors, and after practice for a week, they come in and do an hour of financial literacy stuff. I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
I might sidebar this with Woody Marks, who famously told somebody around here that he made more money in his last year at USC than he did as a rookie.
He did.
I'm curious on what was the financial literacy that went with that? Because I imagine he didn't squander his rookie check after having already gotten paid as a college player. Good
question for Woody Marks when training camp gets started tomorrow.
There you go.
Nice. All right. Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in today for Seth Payne. All right, add one more deflection to Mike Vrabel's bag of tricks, and the results are in. Who's the bigger jerk, Brandon Scott or Sean T. Pendergast? That's coming up next.
You know, as a player, one of the funniest things that happened on the first day of training camp is realizing which guys
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so B. Scott and I got into a bit of a debate yesterday. I did not expect it to be a point of contention between the two of us. We'll tell you what it was in just a second, but let's pay off on the tease of audio here. So Mike Vrabel, who at his first press conference of training camp brought a cute little puppy dog with him underneath his arm. And as I've had several Patriot fans point out to me, as I and you being among the hundreds of thousands of people that thought it was a disingenuous attempt to deflect, had asked about his alleged affair with Diana Rossini, to portray him as, some sort of gentle family man.
Sympathetic figure.
Sympathetic figure is a good way to put it. Yep. So that was day one. Yesterday, there was a reporter there that brought his daughter with him to the press conference. I don't know if it was Bring Your Kid to Work Day or something like that. I have no idea.
Still summer. Things happen.
But Vrabel, that's right. It could be something like that. Yeah, it could be something like, whoever watches her, had an issue. Whatever it was. There's a 12-year-old girl at the press conference, and Vrabel, I guess, traditionally allows a woman to ask the first question at his press conferences. So in this case, he allowed this particular reporter's daughter to ask the first question of the press conference.
Karen, you might get Trump this morning. Olivia, welcome. How you been?
Good.
It's good to see you. Do you have a question today?
Kinda.
Okay, kinda. They kinda have questions too.
How was Taylor's wedding?
It was good, thank you. It was a fairy tale. Or whatever she says in that song.
Okay.
But thanks for asking.
How was Taylor's wedding?
Yeah, he could have given her a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Give us a little tea on the wedding, my man.
Well, I wonder, we've not heard a ton about that wedding. I wonder what the marching orders were for people who went to that wedding.
Oh, and
about what they are not allowed to share in press conferences and things like that.
Yeah, like if you're big enough to have your wedding at the Garden, and again, not a garden, the Garden.
The Garden.
Madison Square Garden. Are NDAs at the door or at the entryway?
Good question.
Like,
you know who went to it? Who's a regular guest on this show? Hopefully we're getting him this season too. Ross Tucker.
Ross Tucker went to the wedding.
Ross Tucker went to the wedding. Now, he's a Philly guy, and she's a Philly gal. Taylor is.
Whoa.
Yeah, Ross Tucker went to Taylor Swift's wedding.
I've met Ross Tucker, and I've met somebody that went to the wedding.
Absolutely, you have.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Ross Tucker. All right, so that was Vrabel's, I don't know how many more tricks he has up his sleeve to try to soften the beginning of all these press conferences. He's got a puppy dog. He's got a little girl asking a Taylor Swift question. I can't wait to see what the tactic is today to make Mike Vrabel soften his Q rating here, get him winning the PR battle, if there is one to be won up in New England. I have no idea. But, so, you pointed out yesterday that that the dog, specifically the puppy dog, forget about the girl whose audio we just played, that the puppy dog, you brought up Joel Embiid bringing his kid to a press conference after they had just lost. They just got swept by the Knicks.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid brings his young kid, who could have been older than 3 or 4 years old.
Swept and collapsed.
Yeah.
So, not just you lost, but we got real questions to ask you.
Absolutely. He brought his kid to the press conference, which has been something I have found, I don't know if offensive is the right word. I'm not a journalist like you are.
But you don't like it.
It's tacky.
Yeah.
It's tacky at best. And I don't like it.
And I actually agree with that part of it.
Yeah.
So my objection was, I agree that it's tacky and borderline unprofessional, that you just shouldn't do it. Unfortunately, it is a common thing that they do. I just didn't draw the same conclusion. So I guess I dislike it or think it's tacky for different reasons. I didn't draw the same conclusion that y'all had.
I think it's a human shield situation.
Right.
Yeah.
I just thought it was just flat out tacky, but not necessarily the human shield that this to me clearly was.
So you definitely think that Vrabel was a human shield, even though there is a charity component to that dog and other dogs, this Patriots thing that they do at training camp where they're trying to find homes for several dozen stray dogs.
Yeah. If they did it last year, it wasn't a human shield last year. Doing it now, it is.
Okay,
a human
so
shield.
even though they did it last year
Correct.
too. Okay, so I
doubling
think,
down on this.
I think the Embiid thing, bringing his kid to the press conference, to me is worse than Vrabel bringing a cute little puppy dog to his press conference. You, on the other hand, feel strongly the other way.
Yeah, and maybe for no reason because we've just seen so much of it before. I might be more conditioned to it, but yeah, I thought this was worse.
Who do you think the voting constituency on this Pender poll voted for? I posted this yesterday. A few hundred people have voted.
Yeah, so
Brandon, I'm just going to read it for the audience. Brandon Scott and I differed greatly on this today, so I'll put it to the people. Which is worse, Joel Embiid bringing his kid, Mike Vrabel bringing a cute puppy dog to his presser?
So I followed it, went on and vote, exercised my right as an American.
Yeah, get out and vote,
and voted.
You can still vote. There's 6 hours left if you're listening. Yeah,
many great people fought for that, so I went ahead and voted in my Pender poll.
Right.
And so about 150 votes in is the last time I checked in on your poll.
Okay.
And the Vrabel one was winning by a landslide at that point. It was like 80%.
You are winning this right now.
Okay.
74% of the people agree with you.
Okay.
That Vrabel bringing the puppy dog is worse than Joel Embiid bringing his kid to the press conference.
Yeah.
So evidently I'm the a-hole of the two of us.
I think you're just missing to me, it's just so much more obvious.
Yeah.
Like, I think you can justify or at least explain away bringing your kid up there, even though we do agree that you should just leave the kid wherever he came from. Like whoever brought the kid, let the kid stay with that person until at the very least you're done with your press conference. It's a professional setting.
Yeah.
So I don't think the kid should be there for that reason. But I don't think that they bring the kid up there necessarily as a human shield. I don't know if there's a lot of thought given into that. I do think that there's thought given into let's bring the puppies up there while we've got our shameful head coach up there.
I just love that it's this lopsided. If I had to predict, I probably would have predicted Embiid, but I guess I'm lacking in some self-awareness. It is very lopsided, this vote. Interesting. People pointing out the various places in the United States that have black squirrels. I had never seen one before.
Hey, man, you got to get out and touch grass, son.
I got to get out. I know.
What are you doing, man?
I got to get out of my gray squirrel neighborhood.
You sheltered son of a gun,
well,
you?
It's funny. I asked ChatGPT, other than color, how are black squirrels different than regular squirrels? And my ChatGPT bot, Lefty is his name, says, great question, Sean. The short answer is they usually aren't much different at all. A black squirrel is just a color variation of the same species.
Huh, you don't say.
And you and I were talking during the break, and I'm like, this feels like we're talking about human beings here.
It's a metaphor for life.
We're not all that different, man.
Take note from the squirrels.
Yeah.
We ain't all that different.
That's right. That's right.
But it is worth wondering, would that squirrel have been treated differently if it wasn't black?
Would the gray squirrel have gotten away with running onto Comerica Park?
Only a black squirrel
yeah.
could cause a dozen men to have to jump out of his seat to corral him. I'm just telling you, hey,
the perp walk they made that black squirrel do off of the field.
This is life, but in all the while, as ChatGPT or as the AI bot tells you, we ain't all that different.
Hey,
all right.
Fun fact: this is ChatGPT. If a black squirrel and a gray squirrel mate,
now we're getting into some really risky business here.
The offspring can be black, gray, or even a mix. Depending on color genes. We're basically squirrels. We're basically squirrels.
When you put it that way, right?
Yeah, man.
I bet you we just changed a lot of hearts and minds out there today.
I think we did.
Doing the Lord's work here on radio.
This is, no disrespect to Seth, this is the most important episode of Payne and Pendergast.
Dude,
this is a very special epised.
Knowing Seth, I would predict that he is a little bit upset that he missed this moment in time.
Maybe.
Yes.
that he wasn't here for all of us through the radio.
I'm telling you. This is
to hold hands.
This is a hallmark moment.
Yes.
A seminal moment in history right now.
I mean, you can Mad Lib in humans here.
Yeah.
For squirrels, and that's how we should feel.
I could just imagine your chat bot going, a response to your question going, aw.
Yeah.
Aw, he wants to know. He wants to let me tell you about the difference.
Yeah.
There ain't none.
It is funny. I've never seen them. But I literally, people are commenting on it. I'd never seen one before.
Nah, I had
black
neither.
squirrel.
I had neither. And I've been.
But apparently, there's some up in Huntsville
I've
where
been
you went to school.
I've been in the trenches with the squirrels. Didn't see any black ones.
Yeah, man.
But I'll tell you this: wouldn't have treated them any differently
That's
than
right.
the other ones.
Hell yeah.
Tell you that.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Are you ready to get petty?
Man, I can't wait.
In the next segment,
Let's do it.
I actually have two things I'm petty about, including one thing that I saw this weekend on my staycation with Amy that appalled me. I will have that for you.
Let's do it.
Coming up next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 8 o'clock on a Tuesday. B. Scott, you've done a Pettycast before, right?
I have done a Pettycast.
You're probably the most frequent pinch hitter host of Payne and Pendergast, I would say.
Well, that, and on top of the fact that my regular day job requires me to be tapped in. I don't catch every segment because I can't, but even the ones that I don't catch, I have to go back in and check them out. So I'm probably, for somebody that doesn't host every day, most familiar with everybody's content.
Yep, no doubt. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. It's Tuesday. It's 8 o'clock, so we do the Pettycast. God, we're getting some hilarious squirrel text right now. We'll get to them in just a little bit.
I did not know that this is what was going to unlock the audience, which was already active to begin with.
Yeah.
But this is it. This is the niche topic.
I've got two things that I am personally petty about. One is sports related, one is not. The first one is I am petty that Jeremiah Love, who might be my favorite Notre Dame player in my history of rooting for the school.
Oh, that's saying a lot.
Keep in mind, my brother played for Notre Dame. I might like Jeremiah Love even more than my brother Kevin.
Your own flesh and blood.
Maybe.
That's saying a lot.
If he would listen to the show more, I would like my brother more. But he's probably number two. But I love Jeremiah Love.
Tap and hit at number two is my brother.
My brother. Yep. Jeremiah Love number one. I am petty that he got drafted by the trash-ass Arizona Cardinal organization.
Yeah.
Not just because I watched a video yesterday of them running a play and Jeremiah Love getting squashed by 9 people, or would have been if they were full contact.
Welcome to the end. This is going to be your life.
I forgot Nathaniel Hackett's their OC.
Dude.
Nathaniel Hackett might be the biggest boob I've ever seen of coaches in the NFL.
Well, and especially considering that, he's had a crack at this, and I know he was much more respected as an OC than he was as a head coach.
Well, it's hard to be less respected as a head coach than he was.
Fair enough, but it was so bad as a head coach, it does make you wonder, how did this guy find work again?
Well, he's a Nepo baby. I mean, his dad was a pretty prominent coach back in the day.
Fair enough. That's how.
That's the only good answer.
Yeah.
Because the guy stinks at his job, and he's a clown, and he is the OC for Jeremiah Love. I just hate, and Jeremiah Love is so enthusiastic about being a Cardinal. That's just who he is. He's going to be a great teammate. He's going to be a great guy in the building. He is one of the most exciting players I've ever watched, and he is not going to get unleashed. In Arizona, this is a team that caved to Jacoby Brissett.
They did.
Jacoby Brissett signed a 2-year deal a year ago. He started most of the games for them, and he was set to make almost $1 million this year.
And he's like, that's not good enough.
He held out of OTAs and minicamp, and they just caved and gave him a new contract worth up to $21 million. Why on earth, if you're the Cardinals, who will win 3 games whether you're starting Carson Beck or Jacoby Brissett, why on earth would you overpay for the right to win 3 or 4 games this year? Idiots.
What would Jacoby Brissett's metaphorical war be? Maybe football has a war stat.
I think they might.
I think they do. Nobody uses it.
No.
But what would his war even be, bro? Half a game?
Yeah.
Maybe.
If that.
He's a tough guy. I'll give him that.
He's a tough guy. He's a good backup.
Excellent backup.
Yeah.
But a backup nonetheless.
Yes.
And was able to hold out and get him $20 million.
$20 million, man. He played the Cardinals.
Good for him.
The other thing I am personally petty about. So my wife and I had a staycation this weekend at the very, very nice Post Oak Hotel. We don't do this all the time. This is the second time we've done it in the last few years. Really nice place. Of course, Mastro's, which is one of the nicest steakhouses in town. You know, it was a celebratory weekend, so we had our occasional really, really nice dinner. And we went to Mastro's, and we love Mastro's. So we sit down, and in the middle of our dinner, there's a couple that sits at the table next to us.
Okay.
Very underdressed, which I don't mind. You know, the husband was wearing jeans. He had a button-down shirt that was buttoned like the middle of his chest.
Oh, I was giving you a little bit of that Lopez.
Yeah, and the woman was underdressed, but I don't get worked up about that. Mostly because in Mastro's, it's really dim and dark in there. You can barely see other people at times, but this table right next to us. They also had a stroller, like a carriage stroller, with a small baby in it at Mastro's. Okay, I know there's going to be a portion of the audience that is not going to like what I'm about to say.
Yeah, you got to be able to take your baby everywhere, apparently.
I guess. Okay, so so let me set the scene for you. This is what happened, and this is how I know what I'm about to describe to you happened. Should not be happening because multiple managers came over to us to check. Like, are you guys having a? They didn't mention the table next to us, but they were like, "Is everything okay? Is everything like that?" Doesn't. I mean, they have great service there, but you never get multiple managers coming over within a 10-minute span to check when the following happened. So for about 15 minutes, the husband pulls the baby out of the carriage, puts it on his shoulder, and just circles his table, walking the baby the same way you'd walk a baby in, say, the baby's bedroom to try to get him to go to sleep.
Yep, you see the logic in what the dad's trying to do.
But he's doing this in the middle of Mastros.
Right.
Walking the baby around the table. Well, turns out the baby was hungry. So at the table, the wife, or the mother, I don't know if they're married or not, breastfeeds the baby at the table. Now, she took a blanket and put it over her torso.
Yep.
I still say, I think it's out of bounds that the baby is even in the restaurant in the first place. This is an upscale steakhouse. It has $5 signs next to it. The cheapest cut of meat is $65. This is somewhere people go to get away from babies. There should be, in nice restaurants like this, a no stroller rule.
Or the
if you got to bring in a kid that's in a stroller, you should not be at this restaurant.
Or it's the restaurant that you take a woman to perhaps make the baby to impress her. Right? This is the front end of the baby making restaurant.
Well put.
Not the back end. Once you make the baby and have the baby, now you got to go to, I don't know, Olive Garden, or wait till the baby's big enough to eat a steak on their own.
Thank you.
Or get a nanny.
It's one of those things like, what should the rule be about bringing small children to a restaurant? And I would just say it's a little like that politician described pornography back in the day.
You know it when you see it.
You know it when you see it. And I would say that Mastros is above the line where you should allow a baby in a stroller to be in there.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So
I'm not blaming Mastros here. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying this is what society's rules should be. I'm blaming the couple for going to a dinner that probably cost them hundreds of dollars.
So I'm going to seem like I'm riding the fence, but I want to be clear on this. So I have 3 children. And when we had these kids, my wife would breastfeed in public. She would do that. She would do the thing where she was proud of it too. And we had our discussions about it, about me being uncomfortable about it and her saying, trying to break down the barrier or the wall and saying, no, this is normal, this is natural, this is what people should be able to do. But the thing that we wouldn't do is go to upscale places or anywhere where we thought it was supposed to be like a quieter vibe. Like places that have
knock yourself out,
that have like the playground sort of thing going on. Those are places where you can take kids.
Yes.
It's perfectly fine.
Yes.
We probably would not have taken the baby to the steakhouse. Now, once we got there, she wouldn't have shown any shame in breastfeeding the baby right there in front of you and your wife and everybody else who wanted to see
She'd have done it proudly.
But we wouldn't have gotten that far.
Right.
We would have just stayed home or gone somewhere else.
That was going to be my follow-up question when you were laying it out, B. Scott. It's like, did she ever do it in Mastros?
Nah.
Or any nice place like that.
Nah.
So I'm petty about that. I've been petty about that since Saturday when it happened. And shout out to the managers who came over to our table. I didn't even realize until Amy pointed it out. She's like, they probably came over because they're wondering, like, are we okay with what's going on over here?
Oh, that's clearly it.
Yeah,
and it's implied.
I thought they were just being nice.
Oh, they didn't want to say it because they didn't want to accidentally have the table next to you overhear it and then offend them. But it's implied when they come over there and check on you excessively like that.
Yes.
Are we getting crushed for being anti-baby?
No. It's pretty
anti-family?
Split. It's pretty split. If you've got money for Mastros, then you've got money for a babysitter.
I think that's a fair take.
100% accurate, Sean. Preach. I love y'all, but you're wrong.
Fair enough.
So, love the segment. Somebody saying? Yeah. I think these are things we need to hash out.
But I think it's clear from the text line, we don't have consensus on what proper etiquette is once you have an infant, a breastfeeding baby.
Right, like out in public. Yeah, like
out in public.
Etiquette out in public. Yeah. I just think I can't even imagine spending the amount of money it takes to eat dinner there and have the distraction of having my baby sitting there.
Yeah.
That's just I can't imagine.
This is different too, because another thing that I'm petty about, but I never say anything, and I'm very nice to whoever it is around me. But I don't love it when the baby's on the airplane. But I get that.
Well,
You've got to travel with the baby. It's a baby.
Happens.
You got to understand it. It can be annoying, especially if the baby's annoying.
Yeah.
But you get that. This is not an airplane. It's a steakhouse.
This is you are willingly getting in the car and going to an expensive restaurant. All right, keep weighing in. Someone says y'all are goofy. Okay, but do you agree or disagree? I mean, you could have said that about the Black Squirrel segment we did 3 segments ago.
I wear goofiness with pride.
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe that was a compliment. Thank you.
Either way.
Thank you, Texter.
I think it's accurate.
Appreciate that.
Hey, let's skip down to Dave Portnoy here for the Pettycast, Byron, because nobody does petty better than the founder of Barstool, Dave Portnoy. Noted Boston fan, which means he's a Celtics fan, which means he's going to have feelings about LeBron James signing with the Philadelphia 76ers.
I love it. I actually love it. He's trying to go do a super team. This team is not going to win. This team is not going to win. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be delicious. You know that? What is that like gif of like Cartman like licking tears? When this team implodes and there's only one basketball and Embiid has one tendonitis left and LeBron is huffing and puffing and read books and being passive aggressive, he is going to get booed out of Philly. This guy is going to get booed out of Philly. In Philly, you know you hate this guy. You get exactly what you deserve. This impending implosion is going to be delicious.
Okay. Portnoy is acting like this is going to be the Celtics of old here. Like the Celtics, I think most Celtic fans are completely distraught and were before the LeBron signing completely distraught about their team and the Jaylen Brown trade.
Yeah.
And getting possibly cooked Paul George in return.
And let's be real. Portnoy does petty as well as anybody, and he's an entertaining figure, but he's just talking through it. That's therapeutic. That is cathartic for him. He's just talking through it because here's the reality.
He's trusting his own process.
Man, inject truth serum into Dave Portnoy and ask him right now, would you trade the Sixers roster for the Celtics roster and just put Celtics jerseys on the Sixers and make that your team? He would do it.
Oh, yeah.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, it's and the part that he kind of dropped in there, you and I talked about this a little bit, but the whole, like, they've only got one ball. If that was your take before LeBron, okay. Dropping LeBron in here, if anything, to me helps facilitate distributing the basketball.
That's a good way to put it.
Than denigrate it in any way.
I could not have said that better.
Yeah.
That is exactly how I feel about it. Like LeBron James of all people, and by the way, aside from being one of the more brilliant basketball players that we've seen, we've also seen him do this exact thing that we're talking about. Like, how do you handle the one ball, too many cooks in the kitchen dynamic?
Yeah.
And he's literally done it no less than twice before, maybe 3 times if you count. I know they didn't win a championship with Luka, but like they were kind of dealing with that same dilemma, 3 on-ball guys between him, Luka, and Austin Reeves, and they, for the most part, when they were healthy, figured it out.
He willingly, outwardly made himself the third wheel on the Lakers last year.
Yeah,
behind Reeves and Luka. He I don't think LeBron. I think LeBron's got a huge ego, like most players do. I don't think the ego is something that is going to factor in with the Philadelphia 76ers.
And the best basketball players do know how to handle this thing. Like that's the thing about getting high-end talent, is that they're much more likely to figure it out than, say, the low-end talent.
Yes. All right. The Speakeasy, Emmanuel Acho's platform that he's created since leaving Fox. Shady McCoy is one of the other co-hosts on there. He was also with Fox for a while. They both got let go, started their own thing. They're getting a lot of traction with it. Ryan Clark recently let go by ESPN. Of course, Ryan Clark has his own platform, The Pivot. So they got talking about Ryan Clark getting let go by ESPN on there. And they talked about Ryan Clark on the Pivot podcast tearing up when talking about his departure from ESPN. Shady McCoy, very suspicious and petty about Ryan Clark's, I don't know, I guess maybe crocodile tears, I guess is what Shady McCoy might think. Shady McCoy's pettiness towards Ryan Clark.
Imagine when we got fired from Fox, they did all this, though. You just start crying and all that, and I start crying with you. We done got all type of press. You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's part of the game. But when you pay somebody money like they've been paying us to be on TV to run our mouth, that's part of it. You get cut.
That's assuming the crying was because he got cut. I'm saying I don't think he cried because he got fired. I think he cried because of the gratitude
I knew this.
involved.
I knew it was going to be something. I knew he was going to monetize this whole thing. You know what? I'm about to make this something. And that's what we did. Instead of just getting fired like everybody else, you know what? We're going to make some other thing. We're going to get some clicks.
Shady McCoy is having none of the Ryan Clark Pivot podcast, tears streaming down his face about his departure from ESPN.
Yeah.
He ain't buying it, B. Scott.
Yeah, and so one of the things, I'm actually a fan of Ryan Clark for the most part, but this is, and I wouldn't have gone as strong as Shady did. This is why it's a good podcast, a good show. But I do understand what Shady is saying on, like, putting just a little, like, because I don't doubt that Ryan Clark was hurt and offended by the way he was let go. Mm-hmm. And personally, I do think that the way it happened, not the fact that he was let go, because that happens, like what Shady is saying. Yeah. This is the business. But the way it went down was shady and would have bothered me personally if I were to put myself in Ryan Clark's shoes. But that being said, it feel like it was a little extra mustard on adding tears to it. And one of the things that is a pet peeve of mine with Ryan Clark, and again, I like and respect Ryan Clark, but it does feel like he just uses a little bit too many, like almost too many words, too much. There's just a little bit more extra sauce on things every now and then with Ryan Clark, and I felt like this was an opportunity for him to do that, and he seized said opportunity, even though I agree with the point of the way he was let go was pretty shady.
Yeah, no, it was shady.
No pun intended.
Well, and at one point, right, but ESPN painted themselves into that corner because supposedly his pending firing, had leaked to some outlets. There was already speculation over the weekend. And so ESPN, because they have leaks in the boat, they were either going to have Ryan Clark find out on social media or they had to go tell him in the middle of a show. That, to me, is the part with ESPN. It's like, man, get your house in order. Get your house in order. Like, you put yourself in a position where you had no good choice on how to tell him personally that he was getting fired because you got somebody talking. Somebody's starting their own podcast. Somebody's doing an underground podcast to Andrew Marchand and people like that, the media reporters out there.
And this is the issue, though. Like, the reason why I wouldn't even give him that much grace or say get your house in order, because this feels like a deliberate attempt. Had they leaked it to Front Office Sports or to The Athletic or somebody like that, a more down-the-middle media coverage outlet, that would have been one thing. But the way this story goes is they leaked it to Outkick, which is notably tied Ryan Clark. So it felt personal and like there was an axe to grind from the very beginning with this thing.
Yep. All right, CJ Stroud. Let's circle back to CJ. That was the petty cast. We'll read some of your texts, too. Father of 2 and 2 grandkids, 1,000% unacceptable by those people at the table next to us.
Yeah, man, you got to do better.
You got to do better.
Got to do better than that.
Foster Moreau was on a podcast talking about his new quarterback, CJ Stroud. What he likes about CJ Stroud and maybe what surprised him a little bit about CJ Stroud. We'll do that coming up next.
Texans training camp starts this week. Are you ready? We are. The best football conversations in town, exclusive inside information, and plenty of entertainment along the way. All right here on Houston Sports Leader. Live and local every weekday from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Your home for the Houston Texans is Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Delays continue this morning, traveling over on 99 Grand Parkway northwestbound before Champion Forest. An accident now affecting a left lane, and hazmat cleanup still affecting your commute 45 heading southbound at Rayford Sawdust out of Montgomery County due to an earlier heavy truck accident. It's sitting along the feeder lanes. 78 degrees this morning. This afternoon, heat advisory in effect, hot and sunny, and a high of 98. Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Show, the Texans play here.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50.
Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 832-688-HAIR. 832-688-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, somebody just said on the text page, not sure if you all brought it up yesterday, but did you see Wemby playing soccer in Katy over the weekend with a bunch of people?
Yeah, we didn't bring it up, but we did see it.
I meant to acknowledge him. Can I acknowledge Victor Wembanyama, Byron?
Acknowledge me.
I thought it was cool. Now, I don't know how cool Spurs fans or the Spurs front office thought it was. You got big gangly Wemby out there with a bunch of people half his size right next to his knees.
Yeah.
Playing soccer with him.
In a rival city, by the way.
In Katy.
Yeah.
Where it would be very easy to put a hit out on him.
Yeah, like if they were, depending on how solid of a Rocket fan are you and how gritty and grimy are you out there in those mean streets of Katy.
That's it.
Are you really about that life, though?
Everybody knows that's where the biggest mob hits take place in the Houston area.
Just trying to tell you.
Out in Katy.
It's one of those, if you know, you know.
That's right. That's right. So Foster Moreau did an interview recently where he talked about his quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and here's kind of Foster Moreau, who to me is early on here is one of the more thoughtful interviews on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
He feels like a broadcaster, actually, the way he talks. This is his kind of scouting report on what he's seen out of C.J. Stroud so far.
Very early on, I wanted to go hang out with CJ, just, get a vibe, just see how he's feeling, catch a few balls. And, his arm talent is exceptional. Some of the best I've been able to play with. He missed 3 games last year. His statistical numbers for, where he wants to be in terms of as a successful quarterback, he's always chasing greatness, always chasing excellence. He's underrated with his legs. That cat can move, right? Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited, especially for what I've seen throughout OTAs, throughout the phase 1, phase 2. He's got the guys. He's getting everyone together out in sunny California for a nice throwing session, as most quarterbacks do nowadays.
Okay, so we got a little more from Foster Moreau. Foster Moreau's vibe just cracks me up. He's the one that when they asked him, I forget, he did an interview where they asked him about DeMeco Ryans. It might have been like his first presser or like the Zoom that he did after he signed with the media. And the first thing he brought up was, DeMeco Ryans, really like him. Good firm handshake.
Yeah.
Like, what? Good firm handshake. Okay.
Yeah.
It's cool he's got a good firm handshake.
And he does. He does have a good firm handshake, but all things to
in the first 5 seconds of your press conference, it was really funny to
this
me.
Guy, yeah.
It was really funny. So good scouting report on CJ. I like this follow-up, though, that he maybe, based on what he had seen early from CJ, was kind of surprised at how vocal CJ is.
And I thought he was a quiet leader for us when I first showed up. And then we got into the workouts and we got into the bulk majority of what we actually do as a football team. And he's vocal. He's loud. Like he has an expectation and he has a vision for what he wants our offense to be, what he wants our team to be. And he doesn't have a choice. He's a leader for us, regardless of circumstance.
You have to be.
Yeah.
You have to be in that position. I liked hearing that at the very beginning when he's like, I thought he was a quiet leader. I'm like, oh, God, please don't be a quiet leader. I think in that position, you've got to be a vocal leader. There's no chance. Quarterback is not a lead by example position.
Yeah, and I think this is a part of the C.J. Stroud narrative that has gone left because of some of the things that we've seen outwardly. And Foster Moreau is kind of hitting on this a little bit without saying it quite as demonstrative, but like he was, I think, observing CJ from afar, and then his initial impression before they get out into the nitty-gritty of what they're doing as a football team as he lays out there, this guy must be kind of quiet, soft-spoken, and a lot of the things that we've seen from CJ Stroud publicly are like, unfortunately, this narrative has changed a little bit because he cries when Tank Dell gets injured, and we've seen some pouting on the sidelines a time or two, to where I think people could assume either he's not a vocal enough leader or he just does not necessarily command the room, which I think has just been a misnomer since the beginning of the start of that narrative.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not necessarily the case, even if that's an easy assumption to make based off of what you see outwardly.
I think the other thing it does, too, the things you talked about, the Tank, the scene around Tank that day.
Yeah.
The sideline demeanor at times. And then just in the case of the playoffs, the actual results and what we saw in the field is that it gets people questioning his mental toughness.
Yes.
And I don't mean his intelligence. I don't mean his intellect. I'm talking about toughness.
Right.
Being able, and I know we hear from people around him all the time, and I know there's evidence in his actual off-field life, too, of overcoming things.
Yes.
Overcoming, his father's in prison. Overcoming, he was a no-star, like a 2-star recruit until he went to the Elite 11. Like, CJ's got a story.
Yeah.
So there is that. But the fact of the matter is, here we sit, and the last time we saw him, he was throwing 4 interceptions in the first half of a playoff game and was the main reason they lost that game. The game prior to that, I think most people would say they won in large part because of the defense. When he's fumbling the ball 5 times on snaps that are right to him, things like that. So that, to me, that is the biggest story with the Texans, bigger than anything else, is has C.J. Stroud recovered from whatever was going on in the play last year? And what does redemption look like for C.J. Stroud? Does it have to be something where they get to a Super Bowl for people? Does it have to be something where they have to get to the AFC title game? Does it have to be something where they get knocked out in the same round of the playoffs? It's not because C.J. Stroud threw 4 interceptions. He did his job. I don't know what that is for me, I just need him to play a whole lot more like he did at the beginning of his career. That's redemption for me, like him individually. Now, he's going to be the main reason that they go as far or not as far as they end up going this season. Like, the defense gives them a floor, but eventually, like Sam Darnold eventually had to make some plays for Seattle.
Right.
I know we like to point to their defense, and their defense is the biggest reason they won, whatever. Eventually your quarterback's going to have to do some things, and certainly he's going to have to keep from doing things that make you lose these games.
Yeah, the weird part about CJ's season this year is like the timing of his, because he's going to have a bad game. He's going to have bad moments. Literally everybody does. I don't care how good you are, but what is the timing of those moments? When's it going to happen? Is it going to be in the middle of the season? If it's in the playoffs, is it going to be something that the Texans can overcome? How often, if at all, are they going to have to overcome their quarterback versus him being the reason why they win? Like, can he win them a game in the wild card round but still be the reason why they lose the divisional round? And how does it – because, like, when we look back, they won that first game, but he wasn't good against Pittsburgh either, right?
No.
So, like, what's the math on that?
Well, even in the regular season – and maybe the defense is so good now that you're really not in a position where he's got to put a cape on like he did a couple times his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
The defense wasn't as good in 2023, certainly as it was last year, and probably in 2024 also. It's been an elite defense for 2 years now.
Yeah, they got Daniil Hunter in 2024, and they've taken off ever since then. And Aziz as well in that game.
I mean, I think CJ had more games his rookie year than he did the next 2 years combined, where he went and won the game for you. The Tampa Bay game was the biggest turning point of the early part of his career.
Yep.
Threw for nearly 500 yards, brought him back in 46 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, you go back and watch the highlights of that game, and it's like, man, I would love for that guy to walk through this door again. That CJ in that game that day, he was incredible.
Yep.
And then the next week,
they go on the road and beat Joe Burrow.
Beat Joe Burrow. And that was a game where CJ actually made a mistake towards the end of the game. He threw a horrible interception. When they're up 10, you're just trying to protect the football and bleed the clock. And it opened the door for Cincinnati to tie that game. But then CJ goes down and gets in position for, I think that was the Matt Amendola game, where there was the backup kicker who kicked the field goal in that game. So he, and then the do or die game against the Colts in Week 18.
Oh, he was
he was great in that game. And in the following season, they opened against the Colts, and he was great in that game too. But it's been a while since CJ's had games like that where you go, boy, he just put the team on his back. And again, maybe some of that is with this defense. It hasn't been necessary for him to do that, but they have lost some games. With this defense, they've lost some games over the last few years. So I feel like we haven't seen that version of CJ,
Well, it's fine for it to not be like, we love it that the defense is so good that it's not necessary for CJ Stroud to put the team on his back and all that sort of thing, right? Like that part of it is good. The bad part is, even within that context, when he's giving the game away.
Yep.
Right? Like it's one thing to say, we don't need you to put us on your back and go win the game. But the non-negotiable, the thing that you can't do is be the reason why we lose it, especially at the quarterback position. Especially
in the divisional round in New England, when you would have faced the Broncos' backup quarterback the next week in the AFC title game, especially then. All right, text messages. This goes back to the Pettycast in the previous segment. I described a story of a couple next to the table at a nice steakhouse here in town that Amy and I were eating at over the weekend, and this couple brought a baby in a stroller, like a carriage stroller, and the husband was circling the table with the baby on his shoulder, like trying to get it to sleep. Turned out the baby was hungry, so the mom breastfed the baby right at the table, put a blanket over the whole scene, but still, you got people spending hundreds of dollars on a nice dinner, not to sit in a nursery.
Right.
So most of the texts that have come in have supported the notion that, hey, just skip dinner that night, guys. Stay home. It's not appropriate for an upscale restaurant like that. There are a few people saying that we're wrong in this, but this one is not one of those people. I wouldn't mind someone bringing a baby to a nice restaurant as long as one of the parents takes the kids out if they start crying, or being loud, I don't think it's appropriate to pop a boob, I'll say boob, out to breastfeed at the table, pump before and bring a bottle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable take.
Yeah.
And there is like a whole, I don't want to call it a political movement, but there is a whole like, women should have the right to breastfeed and it's natural. And like they're like, that's a whole kind of ethos or thought process, if you will. Like people believe in that. And I'll give you that. My wife was one of those.
Sure.
So like I'm cool with that. But the initial point of like, what's the proper thing to do when the baby starts making noise? It's not to get up and walk around the table like you're at the baby's nursery or in your living room or in the privacy of your own home. You take the kid, even if the kid's a toddler or if it's a preschool age kid, an elementary school age kid, once the kid starts acting up, you leave the scene entirely. Yes. You go to the bathroom. You go outside. You find a quiet space to tend to the child.
My point is that an upscale steakhouse, the baby never should have been in there in the first place. If you're bringing a stroller to a place where the cheapest piece of meat is $65 on the menu, then you shouldn't be going into that place.
Yeah, I feel like people just want you to have the right to do everything. But look, I had 3 kids. And one of the things I had to accept was that we were going to have to make sacrifices once we had 3 kids.
And I'm not saying arrest these people. I'm saying etiquette.
Yeah.
Proper etiquette.
To take that stuff outside.
Yeah.
Come back in when you're...
As you so eloquently pointed out, the upscale steakhouse is where the beginning of the birthing process takes place.
Exactly. You don't come back 9, 12 months later with the baby.
No. Remember that night we came here and we did it afterwards?
Yeah, let's commemorate this night
There's a baby
annoying the hell out of everybody else that's here.
Right. Guy says, I've canceled nights out before, and the babysitter cancels when our plans are to go to a nice restaurant. Other couples might be having their own night out that night, and it only happens a few times a year. That's my point. It didn't spoil it for us because, as you know, Brandon, I immediately said, well, I can talk about this on the show on Tuesday.
There you go. Here's content.
Here's
content.
It didn't bother me.
Yeah.
I mean, it did in that it was in the petty cast, but, aside from that. All right, coming up next, 2 big names, 2 of the biggest names in the NFL, arguably the 2 best players in the last 10 years in the NFL. Are they going to be in the NFL on week 1? Are they going to be playing in week 1? We've got updates coming up next.
presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, we got a lot of takes on my restaurant experience that we'll read in just a little bit. Appreciate everybody tuning in. It is funny to me that the football talk generates its fair share of texts, but when we talk about a black squirrel getting loose on a baseball diamond, in my experience at an expensive steakhouse sitting next to a couple that brought a baby in, that's what generates most of the back and forth.
Well, because they're just slightly more relatable. Like somebody pointed out on the YouTube chat, we might have solved racism earlier in the show. Well,
with the squirrel talk.
And in this case, with the high-end restaurant, what to do with the baby thing, at some point everybody is going to run into a situation like this, whether you're the parent or in your case, you're just the couple that's going out for a nice, quiet evening. Yeah,
I'm just a diner there, man. But I will say that the conversation about the upscale steakhouse etiquette has only made this even more important an episode.
Yes.
Of Payne and Pendergast.
Because I do feel like we need to come to a resolution.
It's a very special episode.
We do need to solve this issue. We gotta solve this problem. What is the right way to handle this? Because I think the easiest step outside.
You know who I'm very anxious to get their take on this?
Who's that?
John Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
I am anxious to see. I think Lopez's take on this could be all over the map.
Yeah, the delta between what the possibility could be seems to probably be massive.
Yeah.
Because you could see Lopez being the heartwarming type saying, oh, no, just he's a grandfather.
He's a grandfather.
So just let the baby in.
Yeah.
But also, Lopez, well-traveled, has been to his fair share of fine dining experiences, high-end
like a normal
restaurants.
person, if you're going to spend $400 or $500 on a dinner, wants to make sure that he and Jan are having the perfect experience.
A parent himself, obviously a grandparent and a parent himself. Like
I have no idea. It's a total wild card to me.
But I do feel like he's going to have a solid answer. Whether you agree with it or not, it's going to be a solid lived experience answer from Lopez.
Do you think Aaron Donald is coming back to play football this year for the Los Angeles Rams?
I do. Based off of how Sean McVay talked about it and talked around it, it sounds like he's going to at least, like whether he does or not, it does sound like he's going to at least give it a shot, give it a go.
This is the quote you're talking about. This is from Sean McVay just a couple days ago. For those of you guys that do know Aaron Donald, he's very diligent. Anything he does all in. And so he's going through a very strict, regimented process that was similar to what he did when he played, end quote. That says to me he's coming back.
He's trying.
Now, I think this, if I had to predict, because we've seen other players do this, most notably Ndamukong Suh did this with, I think, the Eagles back in the day and got to a Super Bowl with them doing this.
Yeah.
Is he came back in like week 10. I could see Aaron Donald doing something like that. I don't think if he's coming back for the money. So it's not like he needs, I got to get, 17 game checks, got to max out here.
No.
I think Aaron Donald coming back with fresh legs in the middle of the season.
Scary proposition.
And I think the smart proposition, if you're Aaron Donald and the Los Angeles Rams, they're already going to be a good team without him.
Yeah.
Can you imagine it's like adding Aaron Donald at the trade deadline for nothing.
Yeah, it's
depending on how much rust he has to knock off,
This is it is fair to call this an embarrassment of riches if they're able to get this guy back. Because they don't need Aaron Donald. They did, by the way, just trade for, Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Didn't they do that?
Yes.
So what do you need Aaron Donald for? Just the idea that those two guys could line up next to each other, some version of Aaron Donald. I don't even know what it's going to look like, but you got to figure he's going to still be a bad A. That's scary, man.
You know what it's like? Because I don't think we'd be having this conversation if the Myles Garrett trade hadn't gotten made. I think there's something to playing alongside Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And certainly something that, they were a Super Bowl contender even with Jared Verse. They were a game away from getting to the Super Bowl last year, the Rams.
Yes.
So they were already a good team. This is a little bit like the dynamic you and I talked about, I think, yesterday with LeBron James and the Jaylen Brown trade. Braun chose the Sixers And Jaylen Brown being there was reportedly a big part of that. Like, if Jaylen Brown weren't on the Sixers, there's a good chance LeBron James is not on the Sixers as well.
Clear domino effect.
So the trade, and he signs for a minimum contract.
Yeah.
So the trade that the Sixers made for Jaylen Brown functionally included LeBron James in a way.
Yeah.
It's almost like they got LeBron James in the Jaylen Brown trade in addition to Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, it's like
for Paul freaking George.
It's like the Celtics traded LeBron James to the Sixers despite him being a Laker.
Yes. Yeah. But functionally that is.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
This is kind of similar in that if Myles Garrett is the Jaylen Brown in this analogy, if he's the big reason Aaron Donald wants to come back and play, it's almost like the Cleveland Browns traded Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald to the Los Angeles Rams.
Dude, what a wild
If one is tied to the other inextricably, and I think these are pretty close to that, then it's an over-the-top genius move by Les Snead.
Yeah, I don't think you're reaching at all here.
Yeah.
Like, this is 2 + 2 = 4 to me.
Yep.
Or 2 + 1 + 1 = 4 if you want to do it that way.
Yep.
But nonetheless, you still get to 4. Yeah, and I'll point out, to me, this is different because your original question is like, do we think he's coming back? The way that Sean McVay is talking about Aaron Donald is even different from, remember a couple of years ago, we kind of did this from a Texan standpoint with J.J. Watt. Like, is he going to come back and play for his old teammate in D'Amico? He's still only a year or two removed from playing. He talked about himself. Hey, I'm only going to be working out like this for a certain amount of time. I'm not going to do this forever. Yep. Well, that seemed to be like they were kind of playing coy, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, like they were just playing into the joke. This doesn't seem like real. Sean McVay is playing into any joke.
No.
That sounds like an actual breakdown.
The part where he's talking about there being a regimented process,
yeah.
I'm like, well, he's doing something then.
Yeah.
And I know Aaron Donald's been keeping in shape in retirement. I know that. He looks amazing, all that stuff. This feels very football specific, the way he's talking right now.
He's already a maniac in the gym. He's going the extra mile of being like an NFL maniac in the gym.
Patrick Mahomes is going to be full go for camp with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
So he is going to, looks like, did the league miss its window here to smack the Chiefs around a little bit? I mean,
they might have.
They got smacked around last year. People forget. The Chiefs were already kind of an average team even before Mahomes got hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Mahomes getting hurt just cratered the season and allowed them to pick in the top 10 in the draft.
Yeah, their odds were pretty slim. Like, they were at a point where they were going to have to run after showing that they were a 500 football team.
They were 6-6 when the Texans played them.
There you go.
In Week 14.
And they got to a point where it's, we got to run the table if we want to have a shot, and then the quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah, he tears his knee. So Mahomes is going to be back for Week 1, which is... and he's going to be full go for camp, which is very different than what the forecasts were when he first hurt the knee.
Yeah.
I mean, there was talk. I remember when they signed Justin Fields, I remember doing a segment with Seth. We're like, all right, well, what's it look like the first few weeks with Justin Fields in an Andy Reid offense? Because it was going to be necessary because we thought Mahomes was going to miss some time.
Yeah, and this now goes back to our conversation about how the injuries are, I don't want to say easier, but much more likely to recover from or recovering much sooner than you did in the past when we were growing up with sports.
Yep. Except Tank Dell, 1.5 years.
Yeah. Which you can see why.
Oh, yeah,
physiologically,
totally,
why that checks out.
Yep. Text message. My name is Ryan, and it's my first time texting in.
All right.
Oh, welcome to the show, Ryan. But you said something that's very polarizing in my home. My wife will say, quote, it's a baby thing. It's what babies do. Talking about either, crying or breastfeeding at the table, whatever.
We're familiar with that.
I'm the complete opposite. When our son was an infant, I avoided doing anything. If we did go out and he lost it, I'm paying the tab and I'm leaving immediately.
Yeah.
Now, and there's people wondering, like, well, what would you do, Sean? Like, you have 3 kids back I have 3 kids now, but they're all in their 20s. We rarely went out. You got to understand, I had twins, and then Sammy was born 17 months later.
Yeah.
So we had 3 little kids. The fanciest thing we would go to would be to go to, like, a Buffalo Wild Wings or a Willie's Ice House. Not Willie G's, the fancy seafood place. Like a Willie's Ice House.
Yeah.
Where you go and it's very casual. And my kids were always really good about not crying at the table. We never brought them when they were infants. Now, it would look like a food bomb went off around our table. They'd all be sitting in high chairs, and they'd be eating and mess for the staff to clean up. But those places are built for that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that is normal.
That's normal.
That is what babies do.
Yes. There was never breastfeeding going on at the table, I can tell you that.
No.
But I know it's everybody's right to do that. I asked ChatGPT. It's perfectly legal.
I do feel like, and of course our audience is fairly male-dominated.
Yeah.
I do feel like the stances on this fall along gender lines, and the men who cross over to the women's side have been convinced and conditioned by the women's position on this thing.
And probably lead happier, more cordial marriages.
Yeah, I get it.
You're caving, We all cave at some point.
Happy wife, happy life.
Absolutely.
But a man got to draw the line somewhere.
Yep.
And the baby crying at the steakhouse or at the high-end restaurant is the line for me, dog.
Absolutely.
We got to go outside with that.
Got to. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up. Let's circle back to the Astros. Maybe the most improbable win of the season. Certainly the most improbable win of this little run that the Astros are on here. They've won 6 out of 7 now. So they're working their way back in it. We'll get you updated on the standings. And if you missed it last night, holy smokes, what a wild 9th inning for the Houston Astros. That is coming up next.
Jeremy Pena is the American League. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's suggesting on the text page that once a month, high-end, upscale steakhouses do baby night. So if people are wondering why we're digging deep on this topic, I was telling the story of my wife and I going to Astros. We had a great time, by the way. Astros is amazing. But there was a couple sitting next to us that had brought a baby in a stroller, in like a carriage stroller, with the intent to sleep. And the baby did anything but sleep. And the couple that was there did anything but take the baby out to either breastfeed or calm the baby down or anything like that. So that's why it was in the Pettycast, and that's why we've been mentioning it, because we're getting a ton of texts on this. This is by far the thing we've gotten the most texts on. But the person texts in and says, I'm a sales and marketing guy. They should do once a month, kind of like, this is me talking now, kind of like where the Astros have the day where you can bring your dog out to the ballpark.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not a dog person. Well, don't go on dog night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Bringing the dog. They also have those programs with kids
or dogs, basically.
But they got kid programs where they let the kids go out there and run the bases.
Yeah.
But they don't let the kid. You know when they don't let the kids run the bases? In the 7th inning. Right. When the show's going on,
yes,
they wait till either before or after the game.
Good point.
And let the kids run around.
Good point.
But not in the middle of the game. Not during the 7th inning stretch.
No. Oh, my God.
What are we doing?
All right, we'll read some of these texts in just a little bit. Oh, Byron, did I hijack the bump in here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Now you know how Ben Gary felt all those years. Here's what the final call of the Astros game last night sounded like.
Broken back, Hader backs up, fields it, throws in time. Astros win it 6-4. Not an easy play as Hader navigated back to the mound, kept his feet, and threw out Grissom to end the game. Blummer, that was not a classic top half of the 9th inning, but what a comeback by the Astros.
Santa came early.
Well put, Blummer. Well put. If you missed it last night, and a lot of you probably did the same thing that me and B. Scott did, which is that we both decided to hang it up when it was 4-1.
Yeah.
3-4 innings into the game, something like that. If you missed, and I can see where a lot of you watched maybe the first inning, and you're like, here we go. Imai gets knocked out in the first inning again. It's going to be one of these games.
Imaiing.
Yeah, he's Imaiing. He's pulling an Imai.
He's pulling an Imai.
And
Imaiing all over the mound.
Yes.
Like he's wont to do.
He's Imaiing all over the place. He got knocked out in the first inning. Bluebaugh came in the first inning and was able to steady things for a bit. The Angels left the bases loaded. So the damage could have been far worse if Bluebaugh hadn't come in. Bluebaugh ends up giving up a couple of runs. The story of this game was the 9th inning that we're about to outline here, but it was also Christian Javier. Christian Javier came in this game and gave the Astros 5 innings of shutout relief with 7 strikeouts. No walks. Christian Javier was outstanding in this game for the Astros. That's huge. I don't know what that does for Javier as far as the trust level goes. We do the circle of trust from time to time on this show for the Astros, and I almost feel like all season long, the starting rotation has had its own sub-circle of trust going on. I don't know if that outing last night gets Javier back into the starting rotation circle of trust. Look, the Astros may not have a choice here because you keep having guys get injured, like Spencer Arrighetti, whatever the case may be. So Javier was a big story. The other big story was the comeback in the 9th inning. 4-2, top of the 9th. And the Angels had 2 hit by pitches, 1 with the bases loaded. Keep in mind the bases were loaded because the Angels manager intentionally walked Yordan Alvarez with runners on first and second.
Yes.
Okay? So the Angels manager, voluntarily put the tying run at the time on third.
But he's also at that point challenging his pitcher to get the next guy out.
Who is Isaac Paredes, who's been very hot lately.
Yeah, but at the very least, don't pluck the guy.
Don't bean him. And he plunked him. So they had 2 hit by pitches. There's a passed ball in there. There were 2 errors, awful errors, a ball through the legs errors by the second baseman that would have been a double play.
That's the big one. Like just right between your legs.
That was the gateway play of that inning. I didn't, when he hits Taylor Trammell to open the inning, okay, that's going to happen. You leadoff guys get on all kinds of ways late in games. And then there's a pass ball, hits Taylor Trammell to second. All right, it's a 2-run game at that point. It's not like the tying run just got into scoring position. Closers should be able to manage their way out of this thing. The potential double play ball that rolled through Grisham's legs was you're watching. You go, oh, this could happen. Against a bad baseball team?
You did mention, and this is not me trying to split hairs here, but you mentioned the comeback. I think it was that error specifically, the ball going between the legs that was supposed to be a double play. That is the line of demarcation between comeback and collapse.
Yeah. Is this so kind of the question, like, did the Astros seize this game or did the Angels give it away?
Yeah, and sometimes it's both. But I think that is what flipped the ledger in the collapse direction versus the come down. We'll take it either way.
Yes.
Right, a win is a win.
We need them all.
But if we are going to split hairs here, that's where it officially, to me, becomes a collapse, there on that play.
Yes, yeah. And there was an inning. I'll tell you the inning I decided to go to bed. It was when the Angels scored a couple more runs, when Jose Altuve fields a routine ground ball to second and just sails the throw.
Oh, yeah.
Just sails the throw. And then the next guy up, I think it was the next guy up, it was the same inning because it drove in a run, hits a pop-up behind first base, and Christian Walker's just like casually jogging back there to go get it.
Yeah.
And the thing drops in between him and Cam Smith.
There were some issues with locating the fly balls for the Astros specifically, because the parts of this game that I did see, I want to say Lamont Wade had a tough time locating a fly ball as well. So this was a part of the game within the game of not being able to see the fly balls. But yeah, when you're talking about comedy of error and what direction it could have gone in, the Astros kind of had their moment there as well.
That's when I went to bed. That is when in the rundown I typed the sentence, F these a-holes. That's all I typed was F these a-holes. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to hit the bathroom, 2:30 in the morning there.
And now you love these a-holes.
Well, and I grabbed my phone like I normally do, like any insane person would at 2:30 in the morning. Because that's what you need when you get up to go to the bathroom, is to get hit with a bunch of sensory stuff that's going to make you even more awake and unable to go back to sleep.
Yeah.
But I was curious about the outcome of the Astros game. And I open it up, and I've got 8 push notifications on Twitter from Mark Berman, who basically live tweets these games. It's fun as hell.
We miss you, Mark, but not that much since you give us this much content.
This version, I like this Twitter version of Berman even better than the breaking news version of Berman.
Fair enough.
Because he's got opinions now.
Yeah.
He never put opinions out there before because he was a newsbreaker. He was a journalist.
Yeah, he was a professional.
He's a professional. Now he puts opinions out there. He's got strong opinions sometimes.
Yeah. And still mixes in like what we could call now aggregation.
Yeah.
Because he's quoting folks on the broadcast.
But I look down and Berman's quoting Blum and he's quoting Kevin Eschenfelder from the studio show on how the Angels gave this game away. I'm like, holy crap, they won. So I immediately went over to my iPad real quick before I went back to bed, and I said, un-F these a-holes. They won the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take my F back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah. Chandler Rome, I felt kind of bad for Chandler about this yesterday because clearly this was one of those pieces on The Athletic where they were trying to get something click-worthy out of beat writers. And they had to do a trade deadline prediction, each of the beat writers for their team. And Chandler Rome is he's the Astros beat writer. And there's some in here, predictions that aren't all that hot takey, some that are. I truly wonder if this is just Chandler hot taking or if he really thinks this is going to happen. His prediction, Jeremy Pena will get traded before the trade deadline.
That's hot takey.
He says the Astros will recognize their myriad of issues, acknowledge their long odds of making a meaningful run in the playoffs, and reinvigorate their farm system by trading Jeremy Pena. Talks about them coming close to a contract extension last year, but then he hired Scott Boras. And then the Astros have shown they're willing to move on from guys before. Now, granted, Kyle Tucker was in the offseason, not in season. Kyle Tucker did not signify a waving of the white flag because of when he was traded.
Yeah.
He was traded in the offseason. You actually got major leaguers back. I know Cam Smith is the crown jewel of that trade, or we hope he is. eventually.
So far, it's been Isaac Paredes.
Isaac Paredes has been the best player from that trade.
Yeah.
But Cam Smith has shown signs as to, okay, I can see why they thought this was a good idea.
Highest upside guy.
Yeah. But that was in December or whenever it was. This would be the Astros saying, we don't think we can win this thing this year. We think we have no chance.
It would feel that way. It could also be that, look, we feel like we could replace Jeremy Pena both as a leadoff hitter and that somebody could come in here and play respectable shortstop for us defensively, but that would be a tough sell.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could try to sell it, and they might even actually believe it, but it would certainly feel like, to your point, feel like a waving of the white flag.
Yeah.
One of your best players, you're already, as I point out all the time, you're already a top-heavy and infield-heavy lineup, right? So most of your production comes at the top of the lineup, for which Jeremy Pena is the leadoff hitter, and it's infield-heavy, for which Jeremy Pena is a shortstop, and you're trying to get some more from everybody else. If you take one of those guys away, then it feels like a waving of the white flag.
Yep, it definitely does. But Jeremy Pena is doing everything he can to make himself a very, very intriguing asset to teams right now.
So here's
by the way, we haven't mentioned this. Player of the week for last week.
That's right. That was
we should have mentioned it in headlines.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena. We were so swept up in the nature of last night's game. Jeremy Pena, who hit 500 last week, he was 13 for 26 with 5 dingers.
All right. So here's where I'm at with the Jeremy Pena thing, because I feel like objectively, we can acknowledge that trading Jeremy Pena, especially if they're not going to pay him, and none of us believe that they are, trading Jeremy Pena is what's best for the long-term viability of the franchise. It is best to trade Jeremy Pena, especially if you're not going to pay him, for the long-term viability of the Astros franchise. But I think I decided over the weekend, as they're handling business against the Chicago White Sox, that right now, I think I care more about the moment and the short-term ability of the franchise, because I don't know when they're going to play baseball again.
Yeah.
I'm not as concerned about the future of the Astros.
That's true.
Because I don't really know about the future of baseball as a whole or in general. So why not just go all in on the potential of, and I'm not saying this is a great Astros team by any stretch, but there ain't no great teams in the American League. Like the idea that you could still go out there with this middling team and still have a chance at a pennant with Jeremy Pena and then be like the last American League champion, or if they go even further than that and win the World Series, be the last champion for, I don't know, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, a year or longer or however long. I'm intrigued by that.
I just haven't gotten to a point where I'm emotional one way or the other on it, because I don't think they're going to do it. I think there's a 0% chance they're trading Jeremy Pena, because that's not how Jim Crane is wired. He's wired to go for it. He's not wired to concede. And people will argue the Kyle Tucker trade. Again, I think that happening in the offseason, and honestly feeling like a trade that the Astros have won to this point, is, that felt like a practical thing to do. Because we also know another thing. Jim Crane is not going to give out the types of contracts that Kyle Tucker was looking for.
Yeah.
So it's the irresistible force meets the immovable object. You got to do one or the other, or let him walk for nothing.
Right.
And they've let too many guys walk for nothing. To me, that was self-awareness, knowing that your minor league system cannot sustain you. You got to go bring in stuff from the outside. That's the spirit behind these talks with Pena too. I just don't think they're going to do it. And I don't mind it, because I think the same mentality, maybe some degree of delusion as well, but I think that same mentality that has them thinking, hey, man, we're going to be a buyer here, we're not going to be a seller, is the same mentality that takes the teams that you already have that are good and turns them into World Series teams when you're willing to make big moves like that, like Verlander, like Greinke, like Garrett Cole in the offseason after 2017. When they were already a World Series champ, they made a trade for Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
That's the type of mentality. So if I've got to live with both, I'd rather live with the owner who is a little delusional in times like this, that's going to take the really good teams and put it over the top. If I were to make a football comparison, it's probably how Packer fans had to deal with Brett Favre back in the day. Brett Favre, at one point, I believe, led the NFL in career touchdowns and career interceptions.
He did.
And so that, Jim Crane, a gunslinger, I guess, in a way, because that's what everybody called Brett Favre.
Jim Crane, the Brett Favre of MLB owners.
A little bit. Like, you know what? Sometimes you end up with Justin Verlander. Sometimes you end up with Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wind up with Jeff Luhnow. Sometimes you wind up with being a co-GM with Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson for a little while.
Them's the breaks.
But I think it's safe to say, like, the balance sheet of Jim Crane's ownership here has been outstanding.
Yeah.
The balance sheet. He won 2 World Series championships. So that's kind of where I'm at with the whole Pena thing. I'm not strong one way or the other just because I don't think it's happening. I feel like I would be wasting calories worrying one way or the other when I don't think he's going anywhere.
I like your point about the Astros in some ways playing defense by not giving him to a contender, Jeremy Pena being him. Yeah. Like, I get that. I do wonder, though, kind of going back to the point of the existential crisis of the league overall, MLB overall, I wonder if this situation, because it's very similar to the Kyle Tucker situation, but I wonder if the difference is there potentially not being an offseason. They trade Kyle Tucker in the offseason because obviously you don't want to make yourself less competitive during the year, and I don't imagine that they want to do that now, right? But the difference between now and then is that there was an offseason to trade Kyle Tucker in.
You're talking about the lockout.
The lockout.
Potential.
The potential and what we all think is a looming and unavoidable at this point lockout.
Oh, did you see some of the reports yesterday? There's apparently owners out there that think there's not going to be a season next year.
Yeah.
Well, they think there's going to be no games played next year.
And that's what I'm talking about.
That's insane to me.
So are you more likely to – does that make you more likely to hold on to Jeremy Pena and say, hey, we're going to go all in for kind of like how I was saying earlier, I'd rather just go all in and act like this season is the last one ever?
Yeah.
Or does the fact that there's not an offseason to trade Jeremy Pena and you know you need to either pay him or get something for him, does that mean that you have to jump the gun and trade him earlier than you normally would? Like, which side of that balancing act is Jim Crane going to ultimately fall on?
Someone said the Crane special, 4 to 5 years, 140 to 150 million, no more than that.
Yeah, I think that horse has left the barn.
They offered, well, the reported offer to Pena before he signed with
Scott
Boras
yeah.
was somewhere. It was like a 5 deal. Somewhere in the neighborhood of like 120 million or something like
right.
that. So, somewhere around, 22, 24 million.
Which sounds sort of like the Carlos Correa deal, proposed deal that would have been years before him.
Yeah. Or the Bregman deal was 6 years, 156 a couple years ago.
Very familiar numbers there.
Don't forget, Texter, that that Hayden Wisniewski was part of that Kyle Tucker trade as well.
We haven't forgotten. He's just been injured.
He had Tommy John surgery, yeah. Now, and I know people are going to point out, he's coming back. He's going to come back pretty soon. I know.
Yeah, we'll see him when he
None
gets
of these
here.
Tommy John guys have worked out.
Yeah, stay tuned. But, to Sean's point, like, we're not about to hang our hat on the Tommy John guy.
Let me clarify something here. Someone says, nice knowing you, Sean. The women are going to be all over you for the breastfeeding and public take. I'd only be more worried if you had said something bad about Taylor Swift. Again, let me be clear about this, because I laid out the entire the chronology of what happened. It was a couple who brought a baby in a stroller into a nice steakhouse. That's the choke point for me right there.
Yeah.
That's the issue I have. And the restaurant's hands may have been tied. I don't know what the legalities are of it. I don't think it's illegal for them to bring in. Now, restaurants have policies about things. I have no idea. Clearly, this restaurant had a policy where they allowed this couple to bring the baby in. And then 2 things happened. The husband grabbed the baby and put it on its shoulder and walked circles around the table to calm the baby down to get it to sleep.
Yeah.
For like 15 minutes.
Yeah. A normal thing to do at your home.
Yeah. And then handed the baby to his wife or girlfriend, the mother of the baby, presumably, to breastfeed it at the table. She blanketed over her while doing this. Let me be very clear. The breastfeeding is way down the list of things where I'm like, I don't know if that should be happening here in a nice restaurant. I was way more bothered by the father treating the restaurant like it was the kid's nursery. And at the table next to us, just walking circles around his table for 15 minutes. That was rude.
Yeah.
Like the breastfeeding thing's the breastfeeding thing. Again, the choke point for me is just don't bring a baby to a restaurant and don't bring him to a theater. We have people texting that in, like the worst of the people that bring crying babies to a theater and then don't leave the theater with the baby.
Yeah.
Those are bad people. I'm just going to say it. They're bad people.
One of the most common examples of this is like in a church, and I know this is not a church, but baby starts crying in church. Yeah. You go out and step into the lobby area.
Yeah, or they got like a crying room there.
Right. That's a normal thing to do.
Yes.
Not sit there in front of everybody and let the baby cry.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Couple segments here, and then we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, see what Lopez has to say about this all-important topic. And Reggie, but Lopez being the grandfather and father on that show. I'm very intrigued. The season win totals out for the Rockets. Boy, was the B. Scott and Pendergast compass off on this one. What do we think over-under for this season win total? We'll tell you what it is. Coming up next.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh boy, this is one of those texts where I'm like, I know if Seth were here, I know what would happen. I know what the next two words to be uttered would be. Go die. That's what they would be. Text message. Let's stick to sports commentary, okay? We don't use our platform to air personal grievances. Okay, a couple things. Anytime you're lecturing on a text, like let's stick to blah, 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 that's bad. We don't use our platform to air personal grievances. Sir or ma'am, if you are not a broadcaster of some sort, that's even worse. Like we don't. Then now you're a teacher or somebody like that, like an instructor. Like we don't do these things.
Who is we?
Who's we?
Like who in the world is we?
Who is we?
Because we, like, and appreciate you and Seth for allowing me to sit in this chair.
Yeah.
And our boss Parker.
Yeah.
But this is our platform. You know what I mean? Like the we is you and me.
Yeah.
And we're all together doing this together, right? But
unless
confused here on the we part.
Unless Byron, did you text the show by any chance?
No.
You didn't text the show? Okay.
No, if I had an opinion, I just would have talked to y'all.
You would have talked. You would have come in. Would you have addressed us like that? Would you have walked in? Can you picture Byron walking in here, Brandon? Byron walks in like, hey, let's stick to sports commentary, okay?
Guys.
That would be cringe. Like, that's like a try hard.
Like, we don't use our platform to air personal grievances.
And you would be a traitor, a Benedict Arnold, if you will. You're supposed to be on our team.
Oh, right.
No, for sure. No, I agree with Sean. Like, walking around your table and stuff, that's just doing too much.
Yeah.
Like, no, it is. And, like, I get it. Like, breastfeeding, all that. I get it.
Yeah.
But, like, walking around a table when people are trying to eat, because, like, what happens if the dude bumps Sean's elbow or bumps Miss Amy's elbow and her wine hits her outfit? Now what happens?
Well, he wasn't close enough to do that. To me, it's just the distraction of somebody walking around their table in circles. If they were doing that without a baby, you'd be like, what the hell is wrong with this person?
But this lecturing us on the text line, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
And by the way,
this is like in the realm of annoying of bringing a baby to a high-end restaurant.
Is this yours, right? Is this the first week you've been listening to the show? We don't use our platform to air personal grievances?
Welcome to Payne and Pendergast.
That's all we do. We're the pettiest show in the city.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We do a petty cast. We do an acknowledge me segment,
right?
Where we're using Roman Reigns sound bites and drops to do things.
Thank you.
Come on now.
So you and I asked you either yesterday or one of the days you and I have been doing radio together the last week or so. What do you think the Rockets' season win total will be in Vegas for a futures bet? And I think you said 51.5 would be, if you were the book, your number would be 51.5.
Yep, I had them right under their actual total that they've had over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So, the point that I was making is that I view them, at least regular season wise, to be the same sort of caliber team that they've been the last 2 years.
So, are you a gambler at all?
Only a little bit. I do. DraftKings prize picks, some of those stuff. But I don't. The only time I really gamble is when I tell some of T Mill's best bets.
Oh yeah.
For the afternoon
those are good.
show.
Those are good.
Yeah, I do those.
So you've got you still got 3 school age kids that you're doing the responsible thing by not going knee deep into gambling.
Mouths to feed.
Now I will say this, especially if you feel like 51.5 was a good number.
Yeah.
Those mouths might be overflowing with food.
Hell, I could feed my kids and the one that was at the steakhouse the other night.
If you take the over on the number that Vegas has put out there on the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets Vegas win total, they just put out the totals yesterday. BetOnline.ag did, or it might have been, I don't know, which outlet is this? BetOnline. 47.5 for the Rockets.
Yeah, like my 51.5 might be a little bit too ambitious, but I think that this line is on the low end.
47.5. It puts them 5th in the West in terms of number of wins.
Yeah, which that is reasonable.
Yep. OKC is tops with 6.5.
Can see it.
San Antonio's right next to them at 59.5.
See
so
that too.
The same way it finished last year.
Yeah.
Denver, which I think was the 3 seed last year, is next at 49.5. Now, the 4 and 5 seed last year were the Lakers and the Rockets.
Yeah.
They are not next. Next is the 6 seed from last year, Minnesota at 48.5.
They did add LaMelo Ball.
Yep.
They're really good.
Yep.
They beat Denver, by the way. So the 6 did beat the 3.
Yeah.
So not that much of a difference between them.
So the Rockets are at the lower end of a tier that also includes the Lakers at 46.5. So you got OKC and San Antonio way out in front of everybody else.
Yep.
And then the next 4 or 5 teams are all kind of a gaggle of teams and bunched up, and the Rockets are right in that swamp right there. My feeling about the Rockets last year was heading into the season was I think they're going to have a really tough time with the good teams. I think they're just going to out-talent the bad teams. And for a while that was true, and then they had that stretch where they were losing weird games to bad teams, and then they just got really bad at the end of games in holding leads. In the end, they win 52 games last year, but we know what the playoffs ended up looking like, and we know Kevin Durant got hurt. I do think the return of Fred VanVleet, I think the return of VanVleet, it surprises me that Fred VanVleet returns and their season win total dips by 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
That just feels off to me.
I think that
I am going to put a big bet on the Rockets.
I think 2 things are happening, though, as to the reason why that is.
Yeah.
I think that the West so the Spurs were sort of revealed to us to be much, much, much better than I think we were giving them credit for going into the season. They were a bit of a revelation throughout the season. So there's that. They were already, though, at the top end, just as they were last year and are anticipated to be this upcoming year. But when you add that with the fact that the Rockets, and I know they're getting Fred VanVleet back, we can use that as the caveat, but everything around Fred VanVleet and around Kevin Durant in that playoff series specifically was exposed. And I don't think that folks are as high on the young talent that the Rockets have now as they were last year. And so
that's a good one. Like, who got better of those guys last year?
And even if you want to argue that somebody did, just as a unit, as a whole, it's like the pieces didn't necessarily always fit. And I talk about this all the time. It's kind of not to get too inside basketball, but like there is a true conflict on both ends of the floor with their best young player. Put Kevin Durant to the side for a second. Alperen Sengun, the 2-time All-Star and the best of the young core so far, has a legitimate conflict on the offensive end of the floor with Amin Thompson because neither guy can shoot from the outside, and a legitimate conflict on the defensive end of the floor with Reed Shepherd because the two of them are both defensive cones at times.
And you can't have them both.
Liabilities.
It's right. And having the two of them on the floor at the same time really exposes you defensively.
However, ideally, you have all 3 of them on the floor, which means that this conflict exists on both ends of the floor at some point, whether you have the ball or you don't.
Yeah.
So I think that's
a good
part
observation,
of it,
man.
is that the Rockets, the view of them, Fred VanVleet, with or without him, is lesser than it was before.
On TV right now, First Take is on, and they're saying ESPN's Shams Charania, Sixers plan to play LeBron at point guard. This goes back to you and I during the Pettycast. We played Dave Portnoy, the founder of Barstool, and noted Boston honk, talking about the notion he's excited that the Sixers signed LeBron because he thinks it's going to blow up in everybody's face. And one of the things he brought up was there's only one basketball. If that was your take before LeBron got there, then fine.
Yeah.
I get that. There's a lot of guys that need the ball in their hands to score. I understand that. LeBron should not be something that creates that take. LeBron is an elixir to the need for multiple basketballs in Philly. And this bit of news right here from Shams, I think, directly indicates that.
Yeah.
If that's how they're picturing LeBron playing, that he's going to be the facilitator out there, then obviously they see Tyrese Maxey, and they're essentially going to go with like a 3-guard offense, more or less, right? With Edgecombe and Maxey, and
that's it.
LeBron James.
And of course, we're in the, not to make old school basketball fans roll their eyes at me, but we are in the era of positionless basketball where your 6'9", 260-pound, all-time leading scorer in NBA history can actually go out there and be your point guard. And so it looks like LeBron is going to have the opportunity to solve this actually solve this problem that we're talking about too many hands for one ball. Well, LeBron James's job, it looks like, is going to be to make sure that everybody adequately touches said ball.
So you like this?
I do like
Yeah, I
this.
do too. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's going to work. Like, even if they don't win a championship, I think the logic and what they're trying to do makes total sense and can plausibly work.
Yep.
They just need health to be on their side.
Text message. I find Sean's voice, bald head, and name dropping distracting, but you don't hear me being a whiny bee about it. No, I don't hear you, but I read your text being a whiny bee about it.
Yeah, funny enough, we do.
Yeah.
We don't hear it, but we see it.
I heard my annoying voice read your text, and now I've heard about it.
Yeah.
Texter.
And the irony of you listening to this station for free, but Sean going to that high-end restaurant and paying his good hard-earned money.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. LeBron should be point forward, someone texts in. I think we're just semantics.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, we're semantics.
Yeah.
He's going to be the facilitator. Reed Shepherd done yoked up, LOL. Yeah, Reed. I've seen some pictures and videos of Reed Shepherd. Looks like he's been spending some time either in the weight room or with a pharmacist of some sort.
It looks like he hit the weights and ditched his razor.
Yeah.
Because he's got like his peach fuzz is grown in. He's got a beard.
Yeah.
He's bulked up a little bit. He looks like, dare I say, an adult.
He's turning heel. If he starts wearing black everywhere and he turns it into a goatee, he's a heel.
Yeah, he needs to do some Dylan Brooks type of things. Like, I don't know if he can steal the bit of staring down the competition pregame like Dylan Brooks does, but he needs to do something like that.
Man. Yeah, something
like
it's
that.
Year 3.
Let's add some
we gotta get this thing
personality
going, Reed. Let's go.
On top of, we want you to be less streakier of a shooter. We want you to develop a little bit of a personality here.
Consistent and personality. All right, I want to circle back to Tank Dell. This is the last segment we'll be in studio for a while. We'll be out at training camp starting tomorrow. Seth will be back. Really enjoyed hosting with you the last 4 shows, by the way.
Yeah, man, it's been fun.
Been a good time. So we'll be out at training camp. So I do want to circle back to the Texans and something Brandon Scott and I talked earlier about. And I want to play some Nick Caserio audio. Nick Caserio laid out a timeline for Tank Dell back in June. That timeline is now upon us. Let's revisit that. And I actually have a new answer to what would be the most discouraging Tank Dell news that we could get today or tomorrow. That's coming up next. But I don't want to put everybody in a
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne for one more segment. And then Seth will be back tomorrow as we will be at Texans training camp. Cannot wait. We'll be at Texans training camp for the next couple weeks. Before we know it, August 13th we'll be here, and we will become 95.7 The Fan. And we're very excited about that. We had actually somebody ask a question earlier on the text page. If this person's still listening, they're a diehard because it showed up on there like 2 hours ago. But it's a question I haven't seen anybody ask yet. Does that mean that the Texans games on Sundays, and whatever days they are, will now run on 3 stations? Because currently they run on here, 610, 100.3 The Bull. The games themselves run on those 2 stations. The answer is no, it'll still be 2 stations. It'll just be 95.7 The Fan and 610 The Fan.
Yeah.
It'll run on those 2. 1.3 will likely be playing country music while the Texans are playing.
Yeah, everything that you're used to on the FM side, whether that's the HD2 side or if it's just 100.3 The Bull on a Sunday, any FM destination that you've had to listen to us will now be on, as of August 13th, will be on 95.7 The Fan.
Yep. Sean is winning Tyler's Turd of the Week for his baby and Mastros take. LOL. I'll stand on it, man. I'll stand on business. Don't bring small babies in strollers to upscale steakhouses.
Hey, look, we'll just be
stand by that.
A turd matching a turd. We can be the Spider-Man meme, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm the turd who doesn't like you bringing the baby, and you're the turd who brings the baby.
Yeah.
But either way, we're just standing. We're at a draw.
There's nowhere we can go from here.
Let's do it.
Text message. Okay, this will segue us into Tank. Tank Dell is now throwing off flat ground.
Progress.
He's playing catch. Tank Dell actually is playing catch. I mean, he did get in the walkthroughs when they, I did see him catching balls out there.
Yeah.
He is playing catch.
Hey, so to prelude into your segue, into the Tank Dell discussion, I do want to point this out because I noticed this during the break. The Texans have tweeted out a video saying hello. It's not Tank Dell doing any kind of workout. It's just a, hey, Tank Dell. Hey, and the waving emoji with the Tank Dell @ so tagging Tank Dell's Twitter account. With him walking, it's a video of him walking into the building and they tap him up.
Okay.
My thought is if there's
so they're probably doing that with several people.
I would imagine with all of the guys that we really recognize,
yes.
Especially if it's just like one player to acknowledge.
And this is today they're doing it because today is the day they report. Tomorrow's the first practice.
This was posted 25 minutes ago.
So these are guys arriving at the building for the beginning of training camp, which for them today doesn't involve practice on the field.
Yeah, and so I only point that out to say if there was awful news about Tank Dell, I feel like they wouldn't have done that.
Okay,
but stay tuned though.
This is where, and let me say here, I think the Texans social media team is excellent at what they do. This is where I wonder if the right hand knows what the left hand is doing.
It's a fair question.
Everybody knows Tank's popular.
Yeah.
But there are going to be fans out there that see social media and they start reading tea leaves.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Tank is one of the 8 guys they had walking into the building.
I'm doing it right now.
Right. We're speculating about this. All right, so before we get into hardcore speculation about Tank Dell, which is easily one of the biggest stories of training camp, heading into training camp, this was Nick Caserio back on June 3rd. Okay, so up to that point, we'd seen Tank doing workouts. Tank was out at OTAs and minicamp. I don't know if he had participated. I think the very next day, actually. The very next day was the day that Tank participated in walkthrough 7-on-7. It was literally the day after Nick Caserio said this. So, but that's not hardcore practice. Not contact. That's not pads.
It's not violence.
It's not violence, to use the word you used earlier, which I think is appropriate. My question to Nick Caserio here was, are we going to see Tank practice here at some point?
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule. But, I mean, nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been. But, his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and wants to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
So we're here. It is training camp. Tank Dell literally was one of 90 players to walk into the building today.
Yeah.
So that cut, which was from nearly 2 months ago, the truth is going to come out here at some point as to where exactly Tank is. Here, earlier I had said when we talked about this, the most discouraging thing for me as it pertains to Tank would be if he's one of the however many guys are still coming back from something that are out way over on that side field where we can barely see them and barely see what they're doing, and we're not even paying attention to them really because the good stuff's going on the near fields that we're close to. I said earlier that would be the most discouraging thing. I'm going to amend that slightly because I think this probably goes hand in hand with being one of those guys working out on a side field.
Okay.
But purely as labels go, they're going to announce later on today the players that are beginning training camp on the PUP list, on the physically unable to perform list. And sometimes it's guys who are on it for just a few days and they get taken off of it. Sometimes they're guys who are on it and are on it heading into the season and have to miss the first 4 games. Either way, if Tank Dell is one of those guys, it is going to generate conversation tomorrow and today if it comes out during, the drive, and certainly the guys tonight would talk about it. If the label physically unable to perform, and again, most of the time that the label itself is, probably feels bigger than the actuality of it.
It's a broad label.
It's a broad label. But I think it would be discouraging to fans. I know it'd be discouraging to me. And I think it would probably come with Tank either working out in the building or working out off to the side, and especially seeing how he's moved in some of these videos that he's posted. I don't know if it would feel like a step backwards. It just would feel like, okay, the whole thing about leaving Tank sort of off to the side as his own entity here, whether you're doing it psychologically or that's how you truly feel he is health-wise, that becomes the thing. That's fun.
Yeah, so when we were first talking about this, and I was first thinking about it, I'm like, more than anything, the PUP list in the case of Tank Dell it has the potential to be like a PR. I don't want to call it a PR nightmare to say like the Texans misstep, because if he's physically unable to perform and they put him on the physically unable to perform list, in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But just from a purely PR standpoint, you're doing a bit of a disservice to Tank and to the fans. And when I say disservice might not be the right word, but it's definitely going to do exactly what you're talking about. It's going to cause some angst and some nervousness because you have to think, like, if he's on the physically unable to perform list to start training camp, then what is his road to being physically able to perform?
These things we know. And by the way, if he's on the PUP list, then to me, it does run contrary to what Nick's forecast was. Credit Nick for giving an answer. Like, everybody seems to want to dodge Tank Dell answers when it comes to the medical stuff, and I kind of get it. Nick has been by far, Caserio, the most direct when asked about Tank Dell. We asked him about Tank at the Super Bowl, and he talked about all the different metrics that they're using to measure how that knee is coming back and things like that. So I appreciate the candor. The fact of the matter is, if he's on the PUP list later on today, then it runs contrary to what they're, to training camp being the forecasted beginning of when he can do things. Because you can't do things when you're on the PUP list.
And
you're not allowed to.
Runs contrary, not from the standpoint of Nick dishonest, but runs contrary from the standpoint of what you're talking about the setback part of it.
Right.
Right. It would be hard to argue that it's not a setback if he's not able to do the thing that the general manager said that he expected him to be able to do once training camp starts.
The thing we know is, at the very least, they have been extremely cautious with him. extremely cautious with Tank Dell.
As they should be.
Yeah.
As they should be. I mean, he could be the difference between the offense that we saw last year and the offense that we could potentially see this year.
Yep.
Like, he's that significant of a figure.
Yep, absolutely. Sean hates kids. This is a text message. He ran those kids off at the baseball game because they smelled like a kid. Now he wants a baby run out of a restaurant for doing what everyone else in the restaurant was doing, eating.
Not the baby, the parents.
No, exactly, the parents.
Parents.
Let me be very clear. I don't want the kid run out of the restaurant. I don't want the kid, the baby in the restaurant in the first place.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Yeah, we were perfectly fine with the baby living a happy life in his actual crib or somewhere where babies actually go.
Let me be clear on this running the kids off at the ball game thing. Let's not
I don't remember this.
Let's not lose sight of the details. I stand on this one forever. Amy and I, our favorite seats at Dyken Park, we like sitting in the first row above the bullpen. Because you can BS with the guys sometimes. It's a fun view.
I know where you're talking about. That's a good spot.
I like watching that spot. You know who's great to watch out there? Watching Josh Hader go through his process out there, starting in like the fourth inning with the epic band and everything. And he does this in games that are like 8-0. Like, he gets ready every game as if he's going to pitch. It's really amazing to watch.
Don't got to get ready if you stay ready.
Not quite as fun to watch out there when in empty seats that don't belong to these two kids who are about puberty age. At least that's what they smelled like. These two kids who were like 12 or 13 years old come down, sit in those seats above the bullpen, and they stunk. They reeked. Amy was sitting 4 seats over from them. She's like, "Is that those kids that smell like that?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm getting them out." Like, those, if they were their seats, I wasn't going to kick them out. They bought those tickets. In America, you're allowed to stink, unfortunately, but not when those are your seats. I stand on that. And you know what? They wouldn't say it at the time, but the people that were also sitting near them saw me as a hero. I guarantee you.
Look,
there's nobody that enjoys that smell.
Hey, I'll go a step further. Like, I don't think that you need a reason to get anybody who stinks up out the paint. Like, if you smell, I don't care how old you are, you got to go fix that. You can come back, but you got to come back smelling properly.
Thank you, B. Scott.
And it sounds like these kids were at that age where it's like borderline where you still have to make the kid bathe.
Yes.
Because I got kids this age right now where, like, they're good kids, but they'll only take baths because I tell them to.
It's in that anti-sweet spot where they don't shower regularly, but they're starting to smell.
Yeah.
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 We all lived through it at some point.
Oh, yeah, I lived through it and I got them now. So that is a thing.
Thank you. I feel like everybody else here called me a Karen because I got those kids kicked out of those seats.
You might be.
They weren't their seats.
But in this case, Karen's right.
Karen's right.
Karen can be right.
Thank you.
And she's right in this case.
Thank you.
Get smelly people out of here.
So, Reggie, hello.
Hi, I didn't realize that you were the villain in a Disney Channel movie. Like, that's all I heard.
That's what I got to be.
That's all I heard is that you're like, these children, they're ruining the fun for us adults.
I am making life better for everybody else. Oh, yeah, because I'm sure everybody at Astros on Saturday wanted that guy circling his table, rocking his baby on his shoulder the whole time.
The baby who, by the way, is being breastfed and could have burped at any moment.
Yeah.
Could have created a messy situation.
So
that's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
So John Lopez, also hello. Hi, John. Howdy.
I have a take on that.
Don't you always?
Yours was the take I was most looking forward to getting because you have kids and grandkids.
Yes.
No disrespect to Reggie.
Yeah.
None taken.
But did you hear my story earlier? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll give the 15-second version for people who are new to it. Amy and I went to an expensive steakhouse on Saturday. In the middle of our meal, empty table next to us. They sit a couple down, rolls a stroller in, like a carriage stroller in. And we're like, okay, well, as long as the baby stays quiet, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't get, like, bringing a baby to a place where your bill is going to be hundreds of dollars, but whatever. Well, within 10 minutes, the husband is holding the baby on his shoulder in, like, burping position and walking around the table.
Yeah.
Circled the table for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then proceeded to hand the baby to the wife or the mother of the baby at the table, who then took the baby in breastfeeding position, put a blanket over herself, and breastfed at the table.
Yep.
Where are you on whether any of what I just said violates societal etiquette?
Okay, so this is where I am. You are both 100% right and 100% wrong.
That's 200%, John.
You are 100% wrong in that.
It wasn't a math major. Yeah. He was a writer.
A lot of percent there.
Aggie math. You're about to see some. 100% wrong in that you bring your baby to an expensive steakhouse, you bring your baby anywhere, fine. There are so many mitigating factors we don't know about. And maybe they just want, that no babysitter, no, whatever it is, bring your baby. But after that, whether it's breastfeeding or burping or crying or whatever, you go outside the damn restaurant. I can't tell you how many times either my wife or I ate with the other kids or ate by ourselves with the kid outside. You go outside. That you are 100% right. They never should have done that.
Okay.
But the reason why he's a 100 or 200% right is because if you know you're not going to do that, because I don't think they just all of a sudden realized, oh, we've got a baby. We've got to adjust. They brought the baby knowingly. So if you know that that's not going to be your plan to go outside or to remove yourself from the situation, then you should know not to bring the baby.
I will never, ever criticize anything. Bring your baby. Doesn't matter how old.
And maybe
but once stuff starts happening, you leave. You go outside.
Same page. Yeah. And I want to make a couple of points here that I've made earlier, but I want to make them with you guys here, is that I was way more put off by the dad walking around the table than I was the woman breastfeeding the baby at the table, because the woman blanked over herself. So it wasn't distracting, other than you knew there's breastfeeding going on.
Who cares?
But you couldn't even see the baby.
Quiet.
For all you sophomoric people on the text page, did you at least get to see a boob? No, didn't even get that. But I was way more put off by the guy circling the table like it was a nursery.
Yes. That was a horrible move.
Because that's also how you know that he's not abiding by the rules that Lopez just laid out.
Exactly.
Like
I don't do those. I don't abide by Lopez's rules.
But if
you should.
But if this person knows to leave the restaurant once the baby needs some comfort in,
you leave,
then they wouldn't have. You know what I'm saying? It's clearly that they did not have that in mind, because they did the thing that Sean's talking about.
By the way, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. We'll get to the question of the day in a second. This is probably where me personally, the relatability of what you're talking about, like it's okay to bring a baby, is probably tough. Is that never in my life did I only have one baby?
Yeah. You were always playing zone defense.
I told this to Brandon earlier. We had twins first. Yeah. And then Sammy was born 17 months later. Yeah. Like, we basically had three babies. And so we never even went to fancy places with our
that's
kids.
The first thing, affordability. But if you could.
But we never reeled a double stroller into a place. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, it's just too much. We're not enjoying ourselves. And you got two. Then the chances of one of them acting up
but
is
you could
much
see
higher.
Where
I could look.
You want to go to a nice restaurant. We don't have other options. Family lives out of town.
Sorry,
no.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Lopez, because you do have other options, and the three of us have all had exactly three kids, right? And the other option is, and we know this part too, when you have babies, there are sacrifices that have to be made. This is one of the reasons why, and we have a single person with no babies here, this is one of the reasons why people wait or don't have babies at all. Because you got to make those sacrifices. And this, to me, is one of the sacrifices. If you got a baby, you can't go everywhere all the time. That's just the breaks.
Okay, there's a ton of... Can I just read a couple of texts, and we'll get to the question of the day. I look at restaurants like adult-only pools. Hey, kids, I like you, but stay the hell out of here.
Fancy restaurants.
That's pretty good.
Can I add this? Being I don't have any children, in my opinion, doesn't actually matter here. I do think you're right, though. When it comes to the fancy restaurant, you're not getting your bang for your buck if you have this child.
Right.
If you get the babysitter, this is one of those parents' nights out.
Yeah,
this is a date night.
I think it's stupid on their behalf. I'm
not saying I would do it. I'm saying I would never criticize them for bringing a baby, because we don't know.
Agreed.
And I admitted this to Brandon when they first came in and they wheeled the baby in there. I wasn't I was just hoping. I hope the baby's quiet. Yeah. I hope there's nothing distracting going on with the baby, because it's we're out for a nice dinner or whatever. I will admit, when the guy started walking around the table, I did say to Amy, when the father of the baby started circling the table, I'm like, well, this is going to make for some good content on the radio. There you go. Him looking at it. A couple more. Should they have just left the baby in the car, Sean?
No, they should have left themselves and the baby at the house. That's the easy answer.
Probably new parents. Y'all too inflexible. I'll tell you this: if they're new parents, then they shouldn't be out spending $400 on a fancy steakhouse.
There it
They
is.
should be
There's the
putting it in
elitism.
putting it in a $529.
Also,
For the kid.
probably.
Hey, as a guy who put 3 kids through college, also too, though, $529. It comes in handy sometimes.
Yeah, I bet.
Hey, also clearly new parents because they don't know the doggone rules.
That's right.
They don't know the etiquette.
right.
As a former, last one, and we'll get to question of the day. As a former restaurant server, the thing that sucks about the breastfeeding at the table is the mother never winks back at me.
Yep.
Hey, baby.
On that note.
Yeah.
On that note.
Yep.
What is the question of the day, fellas?
You see the squirrel on the field? Took 27 people to wrangle that squirrel.
That's been the other big topic. Great show today. We need training camp to get here really badly. Yeah.
I hate squirrels. Squirrels.
Why do you hate squirrels?
They're rats with good PR.
Ooh, you would not have made it in Huntsville, buddy.
They're rats. They're rats with good PR.
Did A&M
They are
have squirrels
scavengers
on campus?
Of course they had squirrels.
That's what I was asking.
Everyone had
I'm
squirrels.
talking about the specific Huntsville. So I ain't talking about just no squirrel.
Yeah.
See, this is
I'm
the thing.
talking about the squirrel that'll give you the up and down.
Everybody says that about the squirrels on their campus,
All
and
right,
they're
well-
all the bleeping same.
I hate
Well,
squirrels
then in that
so much.
case, then they're all the same because the squirrels in Huntsville are sitting up
can
there
I tell
on
you?
the yard smoking a cigarette.
The squirrels at Notre Dame, super friendly.
Oh,
I don't believe
They would
that.
eat out of
That's
your
the
hand.
PR.
That's
It's all-
propaganda.
It's all a ploy.
They would eat out of your hands.
I bet they would.
Yeah, and then you just
What do you think, I'm making
bop
it
them
up?
on the head.
Yeah,
when
is he
they,
making
when they
it
come.
up?
No,
I'm just saying they were very friendly.
I swear to you, my first year at Sam Houston State, spotted a squirrel on the yard, and he looks at me, he goes, "Huh, freshman."
yeah.
New meat.
This freshman doesn't know.
Yeah.
All my bird feeders, they eat all the food.
Oh, yeah.
They're rodents. They legitimately are rodents.
Yeah. Sure.
They're just rats with good PR.
So one of the activities we do when we go to Amy's parents' house for holidays is we eat, whether it's Easter or Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever, we eat the meal. And then we just hang out in the garage. Like Amy's dad turned her garage into like a sports bar almost.
Yeah.
Like stuff up on the wall, TVs, the whole thing. So we just sit out in the garage, smoke cigars, watch TV. But they've got a bird feeder attached to the tree. And her dad will go fill up the bird feeder, and it's the same like 4 squirrels.
Yes, right. Yeah.
All come out of the woodwork, and they're all staring each other down, hanging on the tree.
Yeah,
it's
they're
very
awful. I hate squirrels.
It's very entertaining.
And the only good thing about a squirrel is they legitimately taste like chicken. But
Excuse me?
No, he's right about that.
the hell is your problem?
No, he's right about that.
Yeah.
He's right about that.
You've never eaten squirrel?
No, not that I know of.
That's good. That's a disclaimer.
To be fair, all of the wild game, if you will, people say that.
No, but squirrels are close to chicken.
I said the same thing about frog legs the first time I had
are
them.
incredible.
I mean, it tastes like chicken.
100%.
Okay, so what animals are vastly overrated based on the squirrels?
Okay, vastly overrated animals. Koalas.
Those are nasty.
Right.
They're nasty.
Have you heard the koala like sound? It's borderline disgusting.
Yeah, but
Sounds like a
anytime-
predator.
But anytime a koala comes up in any conversation, or you're talking about Australia, that's where koalas are, right? Are they in Australia?
Yeah,
I believe so.
all that whole New Zealand, Australia.
Now over in that part of the globe.
Pan Pacific, is that what it is?
Yeah, the other hemisphere.
Yeah.
I know Pacific is a part of it. Sure, that sounds right.
They're I guess they look cute, but they serve no purpose. I hear they're kind of mean.
Yeah.
They chew on eucalyptus leaves, whatever that is. Like I just think we're just talking overrated.
They poison themselves.
I don't want them wiped out.
Yeah.
They what?
They poison themselves with eucalyptus.
So they're stupid also.
They are.
Ultimately,
Okay, well,
they
they'll wipe
die.
themselves.
And they have a lot of chlamydia.
Most koalas ultimately die because they ate too much eucalyptus.
True.
Really?
True story.
Okay.
Is
Well, I feel good.
eucalyptus a metaphor for something since they have chlamydia?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just check.
But it
Another
might
one of
also
mine.
be.
Right.
Another one of mine that people. Oh, so cute, so cute. Dolphin.
That's a good one.
I hate
That's
dolphin.
actually better than the one that I was going to
You
give.
can't fish. They ruin a fishing trip because they start,
Aren't they really
running
horny?
out all the. They have sex. They rape each other.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
This is how we're starting.
You're turning like a
They
trip to the
rape
Bahamas.
each
No, no.
other.
You're turning like a trip into the Bahamas to a Game of Thrones episode.
You know,
or
I've been
something.
on the water a ton. I've seen like their mating.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Really?
It's like a frat party.
Well, I mean,
it's
look
awful.
away.
It's
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say,
a good one.
Give
Because
them,
they're
give them a
considered,
moment.
you know, they're considered cute.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one is going to be tough about like the overrated part because like everybody is scared of these, but this is personal experience because they put them in my damn lake in the neighborhood. But I'm gonna go with the gator, the alligator, and here's why. Somebody thought it a good idea. We're not talking about natural body of water here. We're talking about one of those fake man-made lakes that they make in neighborhoods to make the neighborhood more appealing and more expensive. They did that, but why would you put a gator in a man-made lake?
Yeah.
We got gators in the lake.
It's a great one, actually.
And my kids are rolling around on their bicycles and hoverboards next to the gators.
Yeah.
What is the gator in my neighborhood for?
Gator,
I think
very tasty.
It is.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
I think that the gators are in your neighborhood to keep y'all grounded. Right, I feel like you in the neighborhood, it's all nice. They like, hey man, remember, it's not sweet out here.
Yeah.
You know? There are predators that still exist.
Yeah,
reminder.
Gator just pull up at your front door.
Do you
Straight like that.
Are they the ones where you run side to side to try to stay away from
They don't
them?
have very good lateral change of direction.
Yeah.
You got 20 yards.
They're like Jeff Driscoll, like just straight line speed.
Yes.
They say you've got 20 yards.
20 yards.
If you can outrun them for 20 yards, they'll usually kind of peter out.
Oh, okay.
They're good in short bursts.
So not cardio. They're not big on cardio.
15 will get you, though.
Yeah, in a bad way. Oof.
And you got to have the presence of mind to remember the zigzag part. Like you got to actually do that.
But you
instead
can't
of
overdo
panicking.
it. Because here's the thing, right? They're not going to they're not following your every step. So if you zigzag too much, you end up kind of on the same line, and then boom, they got
Right
you.
into their mouth.
You got to make some big you're running Texas routes. You know what I mean? Like you got to hit the edge of the line, then come back. You got to make sure that you make it big enough. Otherwise, if you're just doing like quick steps, they're on you.
Man, you better have something on you to hit that sweet spot that we were talking about earlier.
Hey, one thing we didn't hit on the show today, B. Scott, and this is on me, but I'm curious if In the Loop is hitting this big. Are you going to talk about Vita Vea on the show?
A little bit, yes, we will. A little bit. Around the NFL.
I'm just letting you know because odds on Vita Vea's next team have just dropped 2 minutes ago.
There's no way.
Yep.
Don't do this to me.
Okay, top 15, top 10, top 5?
Got to be in the top 10.
Talking Texans, right?
Yeah.
I mean, logically, I don't fully understand it, but I mean, he's really good at football.
He's really good at football.
That would be the logic.
You
do understand
You
it.
know what? He's really good at football. He plays a position, one of the few positions they don't have a Pro Bowler.
True.
They've got good players, but not Pro Bowlers. And the Texans, I think, are going to be mentioned fairly high up. So I'm giving a little bit away.
Yeah.
For any defensive, seventh. They're seventh on the list. They're going to be mentioned for any defensive player because their defense is so good and they're a Super Bowl contender.
I just don't know how real this actual trade request is.
No, I don't
to be entirely honest.
Yeah, no, right? I think they're ready to roll.
I think this is more a play in order. This is what he has to be able to play to try and get a contract that he wants.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So you don't think he gets traded?
I don't know if Vita ends up on a different team.
So not just to the Texans. You don't think he gets traded?
I don't think so.
Favorite? The Rams at even money.
I wonder why.
Just what they need.
Good
more
Lord.
help on the D line.
Could you imagine if Aaron Donald comes back, they trade for Vita, and they've already traded for Myles Garrett, and they go out there with like David Stern is gonna have to. We're gonna have to dig him up out of the grave, and he's gonna have to veto this trade for football reasons.
I'm not gonna. This may be bad juju, but if they were to get Vita Vea and Aaron Donald to go with Myles Garrett, I never root for injury with anybody. In fact, I feel sorry for players that I like when they get injured. But if Matt Stafford got injured, I'd be like, well, that's a shame. What are you going to
go out there and be somebody, Ty Simpson?
What are you going to
I never root for him except this time.
I'm not rooting for it. I'm just saying if it happens, then I'm not going to be, crying over it.
Yeah, not a serious injury, just some back spasms.
I think Reggie thinks I just screwed the Texans with that take
I honestly I don't know what to think, really and truly.
Well, that ends the show of Sean being a horrible human being for 4 hours.
If it's only one show, though, you got it all out of your system right in time for football.
Scott, it was a very special episode of Payne and Pendergast.
Man, I think history will reflect on us finally for these takes.
Big time, yes.
100%.
Yes. Yeah. It was the finally somebody said it episode.
It is well with my soul.
Hey, man. Enjoyed the last few days.
Same.
Antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Guys, Figgy Fig, have a great show. Looking forward to listening.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep. We will see everybody tomorrow out at training camp, or you'll hear us from training camp. We'll see everybody out there when the open practices start this week. And so training camp starts tomorrow, 6 a.m. Be there. As for right now, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
One more sleep till you get to Texans training camp. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is the OG, John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos with his cool hat on. And you rolling with us as one more sleep. Like I said, we are almost there to Texans training camp 2026, which means we are almost there to bona fide football being played at Reliance Stadium.
We are almost there. ask me how I'm feeling?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah. I asked
you know how I'm feeling.
It is a generic question that I ask every time, and you make it awkward every time.
I want to hear Lopez sound excited, man.
What? You've never heard me sound excited before?
I want you to pull a Reggie.
You've never heard me sound.
Is that how I sound?
One more sleep.
There it is.
One more. Just one. Look, you guys know this. I've said it on the air. We were talking about it last night at the media get-together that kicks off training camp. My absolute favorite time of the year.
You have said that.
It is absolutely, without question. You just get out there. You hear the crack of helmets, and you will, even though they won't be in full pads. They go after it pretty good. You hear the crack of helmets, the grass, the sun,
the air horn,
the heat, the air horn, the clock. Just the energy, everything about it. Just speaks to it's here. It's here. But beyond that, even it's not just here. It starts like you're, all these little things that we've been talking about, and who's looking good, who's where, in terms of not just depth chart, but positions and how they're looking, and all. It is truly the most exciting time for me of the season, and there's hope. And literally, the New York Jets have hope. It might be very brief, but there's hope. And really this year, there's more hope than there's been in a long, long time.
Is it a team right now that's like, man, we have no hope?
No.
Like at the beginning of camp?
There is not. Zero. Now, because even I mentioned the Jets, even the Jets are like, well, we have that 1 year under our belt. Maybe we can get to above 500.
How do you think the Cardinals feel right now?
The same. I mean, look, it maybe not as many, but there is. I think the fans are excited to see what it looks like.
They got different types of hope.
Yes,
that's the thing. Is they ain't got the same hope as us
over
here.
Imagine the Cardinals saying, "Yeah, this is our year, baby."
Year to do what? Year to figure out if we finally hired a coach. I imagine is the answer there.
We know the answer. We went through this with David Culley. We're sitting here talking about, man, this team is going to be awful. But even when training camp starts, you're like, well,
there's always things.
There's Kersey looking good.
Yeah, Davis Mills. I don't know.
Jay Hill looking good.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's 100%.
Yeah, hope does indeed spring eternal. Man, we're running Tom low here, so we got to do this quickly because one of the things that we have to get settled for camp, our second annual pet cat draft.
We're gonna do it before we even lay eyes on them.
Yeah, buddy. No, I think it's necessary, and I think this gives us an opportunity to kind of look forward to who do we think will be interesting guys? Who do we think will show out? Who do we think we want to keep our eyes on as we head out there?
Is there a limit on the round of draft pick if it's a rookie? Like,
what do you mean?
Like if I pick a first round draft pick, of course, Keelan Rudd. He can't be. I don't think he can be a pet cat.
Why not?
Because he's a first rounder that we expect to start.
Yeah, but I mean,
pet cat to me is like, hey, now this guy might, keep an eye on so and so. You know what I mean?
Y'all kind of gave me a hard time about my pet cat last year. I think it was the who was the receiver that got traded? Forgot the name.
Who, Christian Kirk?
Yeah.
And he ended up getting you some real good pet cat points.
But that was y'all was looking at me crazy.
No, I agree. It needs to be more of a not frontline marquee.
You do that. I'm taking Keelan Rutledge if y'all leave him on the board. No, because this is the thing.
It's not a pet cat.
No, but I think that the reason why I would put him within this.
So is that your pick? One of your pick?
I'm taking.
Are we taking two?
I think we can take more than that. Maybe 3, 4.
Let's take 3.
Let's grab a few of them.
Take 3 each.
And I did do the random number generator. You will not believe me. I understand how this goes.
You're
I
first.
did get the number first.
Go ahead.
Figgy picks second. J-Lo picks
third.
third.
Go figure. What happened?
It is a literally random number generator.
It looks like it's in air quotes.
All right.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Let's not even do it. Let's just go to break.
No. It'll be a sweeter win.
Nobody ever appreciates.
Are you gonna write them down?
Yes, I'm writing them down like I did last year. In fact, I could pull up the notes from last year as well. But I will take Keelan Rutledge because I think that this is going to be the most important battle, and the reason why I think that this is apt is because we are not certain what he can do.
Then I'm taking Will Anderson
because he's playing out of position. He's playing out of position. He has no bona fides in the NFL. I think that this matters. Like there's not a guarantee of what kind of production he gives you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that is fair.
Figgy, take Nico.
Y'all out here playing. Y'all out here
take
playing.
Nico,
I am
Figgy.
being dead ass
Nico
serious.
gonna do something this year. I think so.
Are we even certain that Keelan Rutledge starts?
I am
on day one.
I am, but no. Go ahead, go. I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, I noticed. I'm taking Keelan Rutledge. Big
Figgy.
All right, I'm gonna take Lewis Bond.
Okay, so you went real.
Yeah, I'm in the sticks.
Yeah.
This one.
Well,
I think you could have got on him in the second, but that's not a bad one.
No.
Like, it does feel like he might be the most truest of the slot guys that you have on the team, but he is indeed still a late round pick. So, interesting thought.
I am going to take Wade Woodaz.
Woodaz is a good one. That's a guy I was looking at. 100%. He's going to be an interesting one. I want to actually get in here with Kamari Ramsey.
Okay.
I am intrigued to see what the safety position looks like this year. And so I think Kamari Ramsey, who has the opportunity, like, he's in a pretty solid battle in that safety room for who gets to stay around.
Yeah.
I think you probably have like 5, maybe even 6 guys that are in that spot.
By the way, third round has to be a UDFA.
Where are these rules coming from?
Right here.
You just made it up.
Just making stuff up
No,
on the fly.
I'm telling you right now, because the idea of a pet cat is like off the radar kind of guy.
All right.
You know, like
Lopez
Keelan
is the
Rutledge.
guy when we playing spades, and by the way, there's is Ace King Queen.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, we done played around twice. I got 2 books already.
If you don't agree with my suggestion, then we won't do it. But I think UDFA on the third round would be good.
All right.
So who's your second round pick?
Figgy, who you got second round pick for your pet cats?
Okay, this is going to be tough right here. I think, man, I'm not sure about this guy, but I'm going to roll with him. I'm going to go with Marlon Klein.
Oh, that's a good one. How did I leave Marlon on the... No, that's a really good pick.
Figgy's got 2 good picks.
He's got some really good picks here.
He's got 2 good picks. I'm going to go with Logan Hall. Logan Hall.
That's a good one.
Here, there's an opening.
That is a really good one. That actually reminds me, I probably need to. All right, now I got to pull up. If I'm not by this, well, that's a dumb.
For those who don't know, Logan Hall is going to be kind of the do everything defensive lineman.
I think if you're comparing him directly to someone who played last year, he feels like he is Danico Autry in this current system. And so can he bring the same things Danico Autry did, or what different things can he bring? I'm very intrigued to see how he maybe, moves into different places.
Third round, are you going to actually go UDFA?
All right.
I mean, that's what a pet cat is.
If you say, really, I'm looking at this more, who are you interested in? Who do you think shines in training camp? Let's see.
There's going to be at least some receiver or somebody that catches 3 touchdowns in the preseason.
Legend, Jared Wayne?
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. There's got to be. I really and truly feel like one of these tackles is going to be one that I'm very, because you don't know who your third tackle is, because I'm going to be honest, I don't think I have very much belief in what you have with Blake Fisher. And so I wonder if one of these,
or go with like a later round
tackles,
rookie like Fabechi in Waywo or someone like that. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying if you want to go with a later round pick, that fits too.
No, I really and truly want to go with one of these tackles. I just don't know which one is the guy to bet on. And so I am just going to randomly pick. Let's go with Derek Graham, the tackle out of Tulane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I'm gonna go with running back Noah Whittington.
Oh, good baby! One. You know what, Figgy? You and I are going to be head to head because mine's going to be Joshua Pitzenberger.
Okay.
The other running back out of Yale, just tore it up in the Ivy League. So both those guys are going to be like preseason superstars that go to the practice squad.
Preseason, or some might say camp.
Yeah.
I think these are some good picks. I think there's still obviously some very interesting guys to see how they're able to and capable of shining at camp. Like, I think that Jalen Reed still is in that place. We're interested to see how he looks. Obviously J-Rock as well. But it's kind of funny because this year this is a more solidified team in general. But excited for camp to get going tomorrow at the Houston Methodist Training Camp. And you'll hear us live from out there right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's talk about the Astros. They got a win somehow last night, despite their starter, again, not having a good day. No matter what you think about Tati Imai and whether it can get better or not, can the Astros afford to be patient and work with them? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Texans training camp starts this. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Day away from Houston Texans training camp. Getting going tomorrow. We'll be live out there from training camp to give you the sights and sound of what's happening out there and get our eyes on our pet cats we just drafted. I realized somebody who I was interested in if we were adding another round, Jamal Hill, the linebacker, because I right now I really and truly do think that he was going to win that third linebacker spot. But I'm very curious in the same way that I think you drafted Wade Wood, as I imagine, towards that same end.
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued at that position. It's one of the few places that you go, oh, man, okay, there's still something to be seen from a role that is absolutely going to impact a down-to-down basis for this team.
So go over who we all have again,
so
just so our listeners
have,
and I can
write it down.
Write it down.
I have Keelan Rutledge, Kamari Ramsey, and Derek Graham. Figgy Fig has Lewis Bond, the wide receiver out of BC, Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan, and Whittington, the running back. And then you have Wade Wood as Logan Hall and Pittsburgher, the other running back. I think that's a good group of guys to kind of keep our eyes on, obviously, when it comes to headed out there to training camp. So excited very much to see what those guys and obviously the rest of the Houston Texans look like.
Come on, Pittsburgher.
That's right. That's what we are all going to be. I imagine on Saturday at the first open practice, that's what everybody in the stands will be saying.
Come on, Pittsburgher.
So how can we judge if somebody is winning? Or
remember we talked it through.
Yeah, it was more.
Yeah. So do they get a couple points if they mentioned during the press conference?
Points if they're mentioned during press conference. We got points if they were mentioned like in innings and things like that, but then also
we see them flash.
Yeah, if we see them flash during the day, I think we'll give them points. It's decently subjective, but I think that we all hold each other accountable and make it fair. I think Figgy won last year. It did feel like that was the case. And I'll go back and double check the notes. Who also won last night was the Houston Astros. Got a much needed victory versus the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim over on the West Coast. And with all due respect, not much, I guess, towards that end was given by the starting pitcher, Tatsuya Imai, who only manages to get 2 outs. And so I think I just saw it recently that a third of his starts, he has not managed to go 3 innings. Like he has been quickly pulled from a number of games, which brings up a very fair question. As you are actively trying to push for the postseason, can you afford to keep running him out there as a starter the way that this thing has continued to go?
I think they gave us the answer last night. I really do. And you're right. 3 starts. Ironically, they're 10-5 in his starts, or 10-4 or something like that. But he hasn't gotten out of the first inning 3 times. Hasn't gotten out of the third inning an additional 2 times.
Oh, okay. So I missed those other 2.
And so clearly just an absolute mess. But here's why I think we got the answer last night. So he gave up, 4 walks, a balk, a hit.
Is that it?
2 runs in 2/3 of an inning. I think a pitcher that had the confidence of his manager might have been given the chance to get out of that. With 2 outs and I think just 1 run at the time, 2 runs, maybe at a word. But either way, you're playing the worst team in the American League. You've been on a roll offensively. I think they kind of told us it's over. I really do, because quality pitchers with the confidence and maybe a few more pelts on the wall would have been given the chance to work out of that inning, and he was not.
I mean, he threw 33 pitches and he hadn't gone through the inning.
Still,
that's a lot of pitches on the arm.
Still, we've seen it happen.
Now, is it because of him? Like, are we grading on the curve? Him doing this? Because he ain't the first person to throw 33 pitches.
That's my point. I'm not even going to say Hunter Brown, because Hunter Brown has big time, pelts on the wall, as I just put it. But let's say like Peter Lambert. Peter Lambert would have been given the opportunity to get out of that inning
with 33 pitches before he even gets that third out.
Yes. 2/3 of it, 2 outs already in the inning, 33 pitches. He would have been given.
I think they grading on the curve with this one. I think,
agree.
Yeah, I think
agree.
Imai. I think it. He got a shorter leash, especially in the first inning.
And that's the tell. And then the other tell was what Joe Espada was talking about afterwards. He was asked specifically about Imai.
His stuff is so good, and when he's on, his stuff it's good, and he can get people out, and he can swing and misses, and I think it's premature right now to talk about that. I do want us to celebrate this win, and there was a lot of things that we did really well, and then we'll come here tomorrow. We'll sit down with Imai and we look at some video and talk to him about some things. But I want to make sure that we highlight what we did well. We did a lot of things very well tonight's game.
Not exactly a vote of confidence.
Hey, man, we talk about that later. Right now, we just want to be happy. Why are you bringing that sadness over here, big dog? We want to have happiness.
D'Amico Ryans would have lost his mind if somebody asked him that.
As soon as your manager says, "Yeah, we'll talk to him about some things," I don't think the things are just adjustments in his pitching. I'm not gonna lie though, J-Lo, and you know me, my brain is weird. There's something in me that goes, they can. Especially because you saw Christian Javier kind of out of the pen, and I wonder, is it too, well, I know the answer, but my brain goes, is it too weird to go, we just handcuff Christian Javier to him, where we know that there's a possibility that he doesn't make it out of it?
Almost like an opener?
If he has to be an opener, cool. Yeah. And if not, it's like, all right, well, we got 5-6 out of him, and maybe Christian Javier goes the rest of the way. We keep our bullpen fresh this way. Yeah. Especially, and the reason why I say that, we know Hayden Wesneski is out on the West Coast, and it seems like he is going to take up Wednesday's start. And so that would be your full 5 plus Christian Javier. Now, of course, one fewer arm in the pen and those types of things, but I'm like, I think that maybe you could. The only problem with that is that would feel like a proposition of we have to get Tatsuya Imai right by any means necessary, which would be we're thinking more about what this looks like in years to come. This team right now seems to be entirely focused on right now these last 50-some-odd games and not really caring as much about what it looks like in the year after that. And if you're doing that, can you afford throwing out at you where you go, we could have 2-3 runs in the first inning and then we have to claw our way back, because that's not a reasonable thing to consistently put your team in, especially as you're trying to fight your way back into either a wild card spot or winning the AL West.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, but I actually would go a step further. Just replace him with Christian Javier as the starter.
But then, what are you doing with Imai? Him out of the pen? Now we're like changing him entirely.
I mean,
because he seems so amenable to change.
But here's where I think it's important to say, as we mentioned coming into the segment, can you afford to? You're telling the world we're going for it. We want to win the division. We want to get to the playoffs. We're going to be buyers, etc. You can't trot out a guy that no one has confidence in, or at least at best is suspicious, that it may be the day where, is it a good Imai or a bad? If you're a contender, you can't say, fingers crossed. You can't do it. You got to put a guy out there that you have confidence in. That's what I'm saying. Like, whether it's, Imai, hey, this is professional baseball, big fella. Work out of the pen a little bit. Maybe go to Florida, whatever it may be. If we're contenders, we can't cross our fingers and put Imai out there. Can't do it.
There's no counter argument to that. That is absolutely fair. It's the thing that is tough to ignore. Yeah. The thing that I keep thinking of, and again, this is more of a future circumstance, which right now the Astros are not concerning themselves with, but it's he's on a 1+1+1 deal, but it is player outs. Yeah. And unless he's felt so bad that he's like, I'm going to opt out and I'm just going to go back to Japan or something to effect.
Sure.
I think that he's going to be on this team again next year. And so my brain is, you've already gone so far in this year, knowing what this is. How do we make sure that we can get him back to playing good baseball eventually, so that this is something that can be salvaged in the other years where you're paying him $18 million?
Yeah.
But again,
that's what a rebuilding team would do. Not a contending team.
And this is a team that, again, has won, 6 of their last 7? And so, I cannot blame anybody who goes, you can't keep putting him out here, because if you want to keep winning these games, if you want to get yourself to a place where you can go and play in the postseason, you can't afford to have a guy who's throwing 33 pitches and giving up a couple of runs without getting out of the first.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. In fact, I always want to remind you that baseball talk right here on the station is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little bit about some more baseball, but in a different way, where there was a game yesterday in which a black squirrel took the field, and it took a lot to get him off of the field. J-Lo has a hot take about squirrels. He thinks that they're vastly overrated. And so with that, our question of the day, what are some animals that are vastly overrated? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
All right,
/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I am going back through my notepad because I'm like, I need to go back and see what our pet cats were from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, oh, these notes are insane. I'm seeing some training camp notes from last year. I'm seeing some rewatch notes from last year that I did by hand, which was very stupid. But it's just like, yeah, there's. I will get you those pet cats at some point. But it's fun to kind of go back through your old notes and see some of the fun things, and it only makes me even more excited for being able to jump out here at the Houston Methodist Training.
I think I remember mine from last year. I know it's Christian Kirk.
I know you had Kirk.
I had Tay Ursery.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
And then I think I might have had Jake Andrews. I think I had Jake Andrews.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Yeah, I'm going to have to find it. I will find that, and I'll get that to you because it's always fun to go back and see what you were thinking as you went into this one. But right now, excited to see what a number of guys bring to camp. In fact, we're already seeing the vets start showing up for practice today, or not practice rather, but report. And I imagine they'll go through like the whatever orientation they do for the start of camp meetings, and then they'll be out on the practice fields bright and early tomorrow morning. But let's get to the question today right here before we back into football talk. And this is actually kind of baseball related.
Yeah.
As there was indeed a squirrel that invaded the pitch, as they like to say at times, yesterday in one of the baseball games. Yeah. Pitch invader. Yeah. I mean, clearly, that's said everywhere. You haven't heard that?
Yeah. So you want to hear what happened?
Please.
The chase for the squirrel is on, and the squirrel is in the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members. And the squirrel's free once again. Hemmed in? No, I won't be hemmed in.
That's right.
I have freedom on my mind. Trying to go between the legs, and eventually he gets away again and hops through the towel. And hops through another towel. The force field is activated.
The crowd.
Towels can't stop him, or maybe they can.
Oh my goodness! It took literally. I'm conservatively saying 15 to 20 grounds crew, and one player. One of I think the outfielder tried to snag him once too. They finally got a towel on him and got him out of there. And
this was at the Tigers Orioles game.
It's hard to catch a squirrel.
It really is.
Real good wiggle.
Yeah.
Honestly, good burst.
You can't trick and be like, oh, come here. No, you can't do that.
Nah, he was moving. But
y'all set me up for. I don't know if I should say it or not.
I don't. If you have a question, don't say it, J-Lo. Yeah. I feel like that's.
If you had to question it.
Y'all talking about how fast it was? And it was a black squirrel.
Oh, goodness.
So when I said don't say it, Fig, did you hear me say? Because I said don't. Okay, very good.
I hate squirrels.
I noticed.
I hate squirrels.
How you feel about Juneteenth again?
We are establishing a record here.
No, I'm just playing, man. Let me stop, man.
You're putting bullet points for the HR complaint.
That's right. We're getting you out of here, so you're going to be like
Ward
what's
Manuel.
That
gift for me looking at my notes and writing something down?
That's right.
We're going to put an HR complaint on you like Michael Lombardi.
Figgy's cutting audio.
Here's the reel. But no, question of the day. What are the
Making
most
a paper trail over here.
What are the most overrated animals? Because J-Lo thinks that the squirrel is number one.
Squirrels are awful. Squirrels, and I've got, I think, 2 right now. I used to have 3 bird feeders. Squirrels ruin your bird feeders. You have to do all kinds of stuff to try to keep them out of your bird feeders. They're not nice. They're always eating whatever acorns or whatever and spilling them all over your yard or your deck or whatever. I've said it multiple times. It's not original, but I just love the description because it's true. They are rats with good PR. That's all squirrels are. And they are vastly, vastly overrated, which leads to the question of the day. What are some animals that, to you anyway, are vastly overrated?
I've got to be honest. I'm coming in with a hot take.
Oh, good.
I think that we've done a lot with dogs.
What?
I think we've done a lot with dogs. Dogs are great.
Speaking of putting together a reel,
dogs are great.
His dog takes. I mean, he clearly just hates dogs.
Man.
I don't hate dogs.
I know he's doing the show with Michael Vick.
Dogs are great.
Apparently not.
They are. Y'all have tried to make them into gods on.
Great, that's overrated, man.
There's a lot of things that are great that are then overrated.
You sit here talking about dogs are great.
There's a lot of people that would say like LeBron James is overrated while also being great. Right?
That don't even make sense.
It does make sense. A thing can be great, but then also be treated as if it is even more than great, and then that is an overrating of it.
Dogs
I think
are
that dogs fit.
You could say it's cool, but it's overrated.
See, now you quibbling in a way that you don't need to.
You sit here talking about dogs are great.
They are great.
Yeah.
They are
overrated. overrated.
They're not exceptional.
If anything,
dogs are not exceptional.
If anything, dogs are underrated.
Disagree.
They are underrated.
Strong disagree.
I think they
In
rated
what
just
way?
fine.
Yeah.
In what way are they underrated?
Their entire world, from the moment that you get them, is you. Everything in their lives is about you.
So you got a little bit of Stockholm syndrome happening.
No, the relationship is absolutely, unequivocally, the best relationship you could possibly have with any animal. They love unconditionally. They're loyal unconditionally. They will rather die than you feel harm. Dogs, or if anything, are underrated. And you're sitting out here saying they're overrated.
They're overrated. They're overrated.
I guess I'll take the other side on this one. I guess this is a hot take. That's how I feel about cats. And I don't even think cats are great.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even pull a Reggie. They ain't great at all to me, man.
The thing I love about a cat is the cat is not nearly as needy.
I'm not a big cat fan. But I get it. That's where I'm kind of. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I don't totally disagree, Figgy. But some people are just cat people. More power to you.
I'm cool, man. I know we got some cat lovers on the station.
Yeah.
Salute to Paul Gallant.
Laura.
I thought it was Aria.
Laura Reynolds.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She got a couple cats.
Yeah.
And dogs for that.
By a couple, you mean 7.
All right. Somebody said Reggie's going to get canceled. If I get canceled about dogs, then it's that.
He's going to get canceled before me, which is very ironic.
Honestly, you're probably right.
But see, Reggie ain't going to get canceled because he said dogs are great before.
That's just covering your bases is all that.
It's true. Like dogs can be used for various different things that are really great in society, right? There's obviously like seeing eye dogs, there's therapy dogs and all that.
Yeah.
But that don't mean that you need to be taking your dog into the store and everything.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. Your dog. Your dog ain't helping you see nothing. Your dog is sitting here in people's way.
I got another
running up on people as they're playing in the street.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Y'all don't never hit the dogs with the negative. Y'all just like, look at all the positives here. Y'all's dogs are Justin Herbert.
Maybe there is no
Y'all's
negative.
dogs are Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's really good at football. But y'all be trying to make him Tom Brady, damn it. And that's what I be looking at with y'all dogs. He's not Tom Brady. He's Justin Herbert.
I got another
Mm-hmm.
animal that I think is overrated, and we talked about him on the mid-state. Salute to Jimothy.
Jimothy is overrated, or raccoons in general?
Raccoons in general, man.
You know what? You might
what's
be right.
the purpose of it?
Yeah, they're filthy animals.
Yeah.
They be washing their hands.
Filthy.
They be washing
while
their
they
hands.
tear through your garbage and just rip stuff everywhere.
That's because you're not setting no food out. Now, whose fault is that?
Never thought Reggie, I guess, go for raccoons over dogs.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But they clean though.
Look, your dog be tracking all that stuff in your house.
Okay, so I have two that are, they're so cute. You can just see them. Oh, look how cute. They are so overrated. Number one, dolphin. Dolphin will absolutely tear up, whether, if let's say you're fishing, they ruin your fishing spot. They eat all the bait or the fish or whatever. Once you start catching fish, they will hover around your boat, and when you release the fish, they'll eat it. They're also like really.
Are you mad at them for being smart?
No, not only
They're
that.
like, why work hard when he's just gonna give us the fish?
Not only that, but they are smart animals, which is kind of part of the reason they're overrated, because they do things that are conniving. By the way, they're non-consensual in terms of mating.
I'm glad the way that you put that. Thank
Rape.
you. Okay. You did all the work on the front end just to say it. All right, thanks, buddy.
And the other one, look how cute. Otters.
Oh, wow.
Otters are awful.
What do they do?
Really?
Once otters, a community of otters takes over a body of water, they will ruin all the sea life in terms of grasses and seaweeds and crabs and mussels and all that. They devastate sea bottoms.
They're so cute.
They're awful. They're awful.
My wife love otters.
I think they're cute, but they're
She
awful.
will watch videos of otters all day long.
Awful.
I actually have an answer that I think that we might actually agree on, because we haven't agreed yet. Can we agree that lions are overrated?
Lions?
Lions are overrated. Have you been to the zoo and ever seen a lion that actually felt like it was worth the cost of admission?
It depends on what time you go.
They be lazy, bro. They don't be doing nothing.
Yeah.
We be doing so much like lion, king of the jungle. What's the jungle that you saw the lion in? They just be sitting there, bro. They don't do nothing.
It was one time I did see a lion in action, and this was back when I worked in Cleveland. I was on the street team, and they did a broadcast out there, and so I picked up the tent. And out of nowhere, this lion just came out of nowhere. I guess the tent kind of scared him a little bit, or kind of attracted him. So he ran right to the gate. Everybody's like, "Ooh!" And I was thinking, like, "What the hell?" So I put the tent down, and then I picked it back up, get ready to go, and then he jumped up again. I'm like, "Oh, he's not a fan of this tent." And so that caused a lot of excitement over there because he was all the way in the back somewhere.
Yeah.
And he just came out of nowhere on some Scar and Mufasa type stuff.
Somebody said it's because they're in jail, man. No, I mean you've watched the animal shows, them especially the male lion. The lionesses be getting active, but the lions they just be chilling, bro. They
be doing all the work.
They be chilling, brother. Seagulls, good answer.
That's a great answer.
Good answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I it's funny for me because I don't interact with seagulls nearly as much. They just be in there stealing food. They are real quick with it.
And they crap everywhere.
Speaking of the zoo, don't eat no food in front of a whole bunch of seagulls. They gonna come crash in your party.
Yeah.
You know what a seagull feels like to me? As I've been in my head just comparing all these animals to athletes. In a weird way, Derek Stingley feels like a seagull because you're like, how did he get to that one?
No, seagulls come out of nowhere.
Where did he come from? How did he get to that one?
You open a bag of chips, there's not a seagull in sight. As soon as you eat your first chip, there's like 20 seagulls.
They hear us, and we're taking that. I'm going to need that one from you, big dog. Thank you. Please and thank you.
And they do it on purpose, too.
They're real good at it. It's one of my favorite things. Somebody said no one likes seagulls. That is fair, but I also think that, we're probably doing a lot there. Keep those coming in on the text. Somebody said monkeys bleep on. What did the monkeys do to you? That's funny. Pelicans are complete jerks, someone said. And this is where everybody remember when the New Orleans team changed their name, they gave the Hornets back to Charlotte, and then they changed their name to the Pelicans. Everybody was like, a pelican? That's not a menacing animal. And I was like, guys, I don't know that you've dealt with pelicans. Yeah. Pelicans are pretty damn scary. Yeah. I'm going to be entirely honest. I think they eat other birds whole.
No, for sure. And fish. Yeah.
Crazy. Man. All right. Keep those coming in. An odd question of the day, but one that we've had fun with as well here. What are the animals that are vastly overrated? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where a big name is requesting a trade. Would you? We'll talk about that and more next.
Jeremy Pena is the American League Player of the Week. Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But before we get there, John, there is an otter defender on the text line right now. An otter defender? That said, make sure you tell John that there are no saltwater otters within 1,000 miles, and the sea otters on the West Coast are actually beneficial.
In
your face.
Nope, not in my face. When I was fishing,
it's on the text line, so it's true, John.
First of all, there are a lot of otters in Texas, but he's right about in saltwater. But when I was fishing in Alaska, man,
it's the Alaskan otters. Okay.
But that's the Pacific, right? Or anyway,
I mean,
yeah. The locals hate otters.
Do they?
Hate because they tear everything up. Yeah.
And maybe the answer is right on the YouTube page. Mm-hmm. Humans are overrated because we're just out here. No matter what, we're going to find the problems with all these animals.
That's almost a given.
Let's talk about the footballing humans here as we go around the NFL. And the big news is that Vita Vea, the very, very large, very, very good at football defensive tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, has indeed requested a trade from the Buccaneers. The two sides have kind of been far apart in discussions for an extension for him. When it comes to people who have knowledge of the negotiations, he is in the final year of a 4-year, $71 million contract that he had signed in 2022. And so this immediately sends ripples across the league because I think that especially after Aaron Donald, the defensive tackle spot is one that has gotten a lot more shine than it once had. I think it was a position that used to be overshown a ton in the National Football League. But clearly the guys that can either just be entire shutdown on the run-stopping lane of things or even do that and be able to get upfield and be, pressure creators. Yeah. Those guys have been shown to be absolute menaces and really well-regarded in the league. And Vita Vea is one of those types of guys that is absolutely killer in the middle of the line.
Yeah, so the obvious question, as is happening in just about all 32 other FLCs, would you, should you, will they? I think the obvious answer is sure. You wouldn't say no. I think it's more unlikely, even though we mentioned it earlier with Sean and B. Scott. The Texans have the 7th best odds, according to, what was it?
I'm guessing it's Bet Online.
Bet Online. To land him. The Rams have the best, which is sick. But yeah, you absolutely would consider it.
Do you know who's the 2nd best odds?
Who's that?
This is actually kind of a little more scary for me. It goes Rams at 1-to-1 odds.
That would be crazy. And I bet you Aaron Donald ass would try to go scrolling back in too.
Oh yeah.
So there's Rams best odds. Chargers have the 2nd best odds, interestingly enough. And that's a team where, like I said, I'm not sure exactly how much better where their defense is going to be compared to last year, where it felt like Jesse Minter was able to make the Chargers a better than the sum of their parts. You throw in a player like that, and it gets a lot easier to make a defense that's really good. Yeah. But yeah, Vita Vea 31, like he clearly would be good if you could find a way to get him on this team. I just look at the way that this team's cap table is set.
Where I am.
And I just go, how can you justify adding yet another defensive guy to this defense and one who is going to be premium money? It feels like it'd be a hard thing to do.
And you just invested in Caden McDonald.
Yeah. You did.
Yeah. Draft capital anyway. So I would say it's unlikely, but I'd take it.
I would too, but I would low-key be pissed. Like, you keep investing in this defense. Yeah. Like, get somebody like that on offense. Like, spend a little money on offense, man. Like, why we keep loading up on the defense?
Now, maybe the argument you can make is if you do this, like, you're not doing the what feels inevitable paying of Tommy Togiai. He's the one of 2 guys on the defense, at least when you're talking about starters or presumed starters, that does not have a level of certainty with his contract. I mean, the contract he's on right now is still really minimal. It's menial. And so maybe you go, this is whatever you were going to pay Tommy Togiai. Can you reasonably say that there's some level of just add a little bit on top for Vita Vea?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just feels like a bridge too far for me, but I'm also not the capologist. Like, maybe they could find a way to flip it and shake it and look up and go, can we have yet another menacing defense? Because this is the one place that you do look at with this defense where you go, there's a little bit of a weakness, which is run stopping.
Sure.
That dies if Vita Vea is in the middle of
Absolutely. And B. Scott had an opinion this morning that I'm not so sure I agree with. Like, he thinks he's not even sure that Vita Vea, leaves Tampa. That this is just a sort of negotiating ploy.
Yep.
But I always believe that once you get the actual public trade request, all those avenues have been exhausted.
I don't.
Generally, when someone requests a trade, they end up getting traded.
In football, not as much, because we still have to acknowledge the power dynamic that is here. Teams don't have to really trade you. Now, teams have gotten a little bit more willing to do it, which makes me wonder, are we moving the way that this goes? Myles Garrett eventually actually does get traded. And that was one of those where I was just like, they're just going to say no. Like, we don't have to trade too good. I think that might be the way that this goes with Vita Vea. And I also don't know that he is actually all that invested in moving. He just wants something that gets him his money. And so I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, although there is a fair question to be asked for the Tampa, if it behooves them to pay him, because this is a team that I personally think, I think the head coach is different after this year. I think the quarterback has a good chance of being different after this year. And they might just be in a time period where they're going through a lull in order to get themselves back to being a better team. Does it make sense to pay a Vita Vea big money in that interim until you get back to contending when he's 31, and you might be getting back to playing good football when he's 32, 33, Or
it could be like a Myles Garrett situation where they might come to their senses and like, man, we probably ain't going to be as well with you on the team. We might as well get something for you and not have to pay you.
That's where I think they are. And you're right. It does happen more in basketball, but when you get the trade request public, it's probably going to be a trade.
Yeah, and I don't know if they trying to pay him and Baker like that, right?
And Baker showing up without a contract.
That's right.
Yeah, so maybe they could be picking one or the other.
Man, if they pick either. That's also a very interesting circumstance there. But, it's going to be one to watch, because even if the Texans aren't in on this, which I'd be hard-pressed to believe that they are, and if they are, then, buddy, let's go have fun with this. But I think that this is going to be one that can shift the landscape in a big way for a team. This is one of those things that changes the way that we view
It's definitely one to watch, because this is a big get no matter who gets it.
Keep them in the NFC, hopefully.
I wouldn't hate that if you keep them away from one of these teams that they're contending with. Vita Vea will not come up on this list. This is the one thing that I will give you, but we have our Madden 99 club for this year. Don't open that up, J-Lo. Don't open it. Don't open it. We're doing the guessing game. Come on, man.
Okay.
Somebody said Anthony Richardson asked for a trade. Thank you, Champ Slice. That could happen. And we are just waiting for them to actually agree to that. Clearly, that's going to happen soon.
I forgot he did.
Any moment now, Anthony Richardson will be traded.
How he look in camp?
Well, we'll see.
Are we seeing him in camp? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players in the Madden 99 club, gentlemen.
Okay.
How many of them do you believe that you can name, John Lopez?
6, I'll get 4.
Figgy?
Maybe 5.
I know 2 for sure.
But you can't up his bid of 4?
Can get 4?
Can you get 5?
I think I can.
Can you get all 6, J-Lo?
I can name that tune, and no, I can't get all 6. I know there's going to be one that slips my mind.
5 on the 99 club list. Remember, this is the players on Madden that have a rating of 99. You got to give me 5.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say Myles Garrett is on there.
Ding. That is correct. Myles Garrett is a 99. It is his 3rd career appearance on such.
This one kind of surprised me.
Oh, you already saw the list?
Come on.
I
only saw one on the list. I only saw
Y'all
one.
both cheaters, man.
I didn't see the list.
I only saw one.
Yeah.
Because I actually tweeted about this.
Go ahead.
Trey McBride is on that list.
This is correct.
It kind of shocked me.
That's the one I would have missed.
Yeah.
And he's fair. He should be on the list. Yeah.
An incredible tight end. We got to see it up close and personal.
Yeah.
And he was giving these boys the moves.
I'm like, damn, he got the 99 club.
That one would have slipped through the cracks.
I would not have guessed Trey McBride. Trey McBride is really good, but
no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And it does feel like we're giving tight ends more of that respect nowadays in a way that I mean, it felt like when you talk about 99 club, it's only even possible to get that at certain positions, right? Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, maybe defensive end. Like, it didn't feel like it was easy for you to get to a 99.
Yeah.
Shout out to Trey McBride being a tight end to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to probably miss this one. I'm going to go with Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford is on the 99 club.
Okay.
Any of these, none of these are offending you, right? All these feel about right.
No.
Okay.
He just had the MVP season.
He did. He absolutely did.
I'm not mad at that.
With supposedly a bad back. 46 touchdowns, 8 interceptions this year. Matthew Stafford.
That is college-type numbers, man.
I recognize, I will own this, right? I was out here like, hey, man, they got the Winnebago out back where he goes and fixes his back in training camp. Yeah. This is the car crash sport. He's not going to make it. Boy, did he make it. He made it really, really well last year. All right, you have 3 of the 699 clubbers. You had Myles Garrett, Trey McBride, Matthew Stafford. You were trying to get to 5 here, Fig.
I'm going to go receiver here. I'm waffling between 2 receivers. I'm going to go Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is on the 99 club.
That was one of mine.
Okay. He is. But funny enough, he has not been on a cover yet. But this is his second consecutive season as a 99 clubber.
Okay. I'm probably going to miss this one, to be honest. I'm going to go with the other receiver, Justin Jefferson.
You were so. There is a wide receiver. I'm going to let you try and pick up here, but that was a pretty good showing. 4 of the 6 here. There's still 2. Yeah, 2 more on the 99 club.
I'm going to say Myles Garrett.
We had Myles Garrett.
Oh, you had Myles Garrett.
Yeah, he had Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, Trey McBride.
I'm going to say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is on the 99 club.
Yeah, Josh Allen. So we need one more, Figgy?
There's one more player. I will tell you, it is an offensive player on the 99 club.
I will say, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good. That's a pretty good grasp of top 100 players.
The Trey McBride really got me. This ain't no slight to him or nothing like that, but I was like, dang, he made it. So he's pretty much the best tight end in Madden.
Yes.
I mean, and it feels like he's one of the best tight ends. I do wonder if he's going to make the 99 club when we do this whole thing next year. Are we going to see a Brock Bowers in here? Because Brock Bowers,
that's who I thought would have been at least close to it.
He had an injured season last year, so he wasn't as effective.
Yeah.
But I think if Brock Bowers fully healthy and with the quarterback, whether it's Kirk Cousins or Mendoza, if they start him, that is capable of getting him the ball in an offense that works a little bit better. I think that Brock Bowers might very quickly be another dude that we throw in here. All right, some other things as we continue around the NFL. Cam Jordan, obviously he's a very opinionated player in the NFL, defensive end for New Orleans. This is, the conversation after the World Cup has sparked back up about grass in these stadiums. I was very intrigued to hear Cam Jordan, a veteran of the league, you would imagine that falls in line with the PA line. Not so much.
I'm gonna need that rant. So go ahead, PJ. Give me a minute. As an advocate for my own safety, I love turf. Turf gives me sure footing. I can plan off. I can cut. I know where it's going to go, right? And over 15 years, I've seen the analytics of, oh man, it's not as safe. It's the cleats. It's this, it's that, and the third. The worst field I've ever been a part of. Oakland Stadium, back when it was on the diamond. The only time I sprained like an MCL was on that trash ass grass. I'm gonna stand with my guys. If that's what y'all want, cool. But I know what I like. I'm gonna practice on there. I'm gonna play on there. I'm gonna make sacks on there. I'm gonna go Hall of Fame on there. You say, what do you want? I want turf.
That's truly, if you're going to say you don't want natural grass because of the stadium in Oakland, you kind of disqualify yourself. You really do, because they don't even come close to those types of fields anymore.
That is fair, but I mean, I think I understand his point though. It's definitely not a good one to be putting out there for the players' line of things. But this is one of the things I talk about when we mention any of these unions. It's a lot harder for the player side to get these umpteen players all in the same thought process.
Sure.
Compared to 31 owners or 32 representatives that are speaking on behalf of the ownership interest. It's a lot easier to get that smaller group in line. But I don't know that this is going to hurt the player's cause, but I can hear that as a thought process. You know exactly what turf is going to feel like when it comes down to it. And grass, there's all sorts of different types of them. They're in different states of upkeep, at various different times. Interesting that I had not given enough credence to.
I think it's an interesting thought, but I think the fields we saw at the World Cup, I think he would change his mind. Because the natural grass at the World Cup was spectacular.
And I think that's a fair point to make as well. Like how much of this is the
old
way
school,
that
the way it used to be, the pallets, not that stuff. That I would actually probably agree with him on that. But like the fields we saw, the natural grass we saw in the World Cup, those were terrific.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder though the amount of money that went in. I'm gonna be honest. The owners, as much as they have a lot of money, I don't know that they'd be willing to shell out the absurd amount of money that was necessary to upkeep those and get it to that level.
Do you think this will become a part of the
CBA negotiations?
Yes.
I have a hard time thinking that the players go all out for this.
Well, here's the thing. I think it could be one of the bones that the owners throw toward the players in lieu of like actual money and stuff.
I don't think so. I think that this one actually hits at.
Well, that's a one-time cost. Basically,
no, it's not.
I mean, basically to get the infrastructure.
I think that it's actually a lot more. It's a lot deeper. I think the owners would want to push back on this one, and it's because of the ability to do other events.
Yeah.
That that difficulty that has then created the constant need for like grow lights, those advanced grow lights that we saw at various different stadiums, including Reliant Stadium. Like it's all, I feel like this one's going to be one that they push back on, and I have a strong feeling that the players will hear Cam Jordan thrown in their face, like, "See, here's one of y'all's own saying that y'all don't even like it like that."
Yeah.
You know, some other things around the NFL. Did you see the jerseys, the rivalry jerseys that were unveiled yesterday?
The Bills?
For the Buffalo Bills.
A big old
Nickel City.
A big old meh?
Yeah, the Nickel City jerseys, as Figgy alluded to, they basically look like gray jerseys and then like a blue helmet where they take that like Bills red stripe that is usually on the Buffalo and they put it directly on the helmet.
Yeah.
These things look really bad.
They look really bad.
I'm going to be honest. Like, it probably bodes well for the Texans that already there's no way that you have the worst one out here, right? And the way that I know this, listen to Deion Dawkins, the tackle for the Buffalo Bills. Listen to him try and put a good spin on what's happening here.
To be honest, right? When I first seen it didn't grab me. It did not grab me, and I'm an honest guy. When I first seen it, not on me, it did not grab me. And then when I put it on, and then I started to add like the blue shirt underneath and the right cleats and the right gloves, I said, all right, now I see the whole vision. And it was they're honestly fire. They are elite work, and I'm happy that we have them. And when we play them, it'll be a beautiful day because we look different. And if you look at that logo, right, like that logo, it has like the buffalo, I guess, horns or ears around but the side, and we are the face of the buffalo, so it feels like we're actual buffalo playing, so it's pretty cool.
Okay, cool
he was trying
story.
hard.
Yeah, cool story.
He was trying so hard.
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of felt the same way. Not really, but remember when the Texans first released their uniforms, the new ones, and that fake little model, at least. Or whatever. And people was giving a hard time about those, and I was just like, man, and mind you, we saw them before,
right?
But I'm like, man, you got to see it on the actual NFL player, man. You can't look at that dude that was wearing number 24, not Stingley, but
that was the worst.
Yeah, that was. It didn't look good on him, but I think people warmed up to it a lot once they actually saw,
absolutely,
Nico Collins in it and C.J. Stroud in it.
By the way, did y'all ever think of Buffalo Nickel City?
I was going to ask y'all, where did that come from?
From the Buffalo Nickel.
I did not even put that together until you said it.
Yeah,
I didn't even know what it was when he said Nickel City.
Because you've seen those old Buffalo Nickels.
Yeah, I didn't even.
I had no idea that was their thing.
Well, I mean, that's awesome. Honestly, I do think that this is where the rivalry jersey, much like some of these City Connect jerseys
tapping
that we've
into
seen
the city in the history
in baseball and basketball,
Yeah.
I do think that this is where you're supposed to be able to do something where you go, locally, we know this, and maybe nationally, you would not know this. I just feel like it's got to show up a little bit better than we just out here trying to be the personification of a big-ass nickel on the football field. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just have nickels running around on the field.
I wonder, I know whenever the Texans release their rivalry uniforms, I know we probably all going to like it, but I wonder as far as the national media.
The national perspective. Yeah, that'll
because
be very
some of them might be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
But they, you won't know unless you grew up in the city and understood some stuff.
Yeah.
I will say,
should they have had the
actual Buffalo
nickel logo? But maybe not that one, but maybe that one.
And you're pointing to maybe not the actual head side of this, but the old side would have had an actual buffalo on it, or a bison, I should say. One of those two. Yeah, probably. I think that there's clearly a way that they could have integrated it better, but this is one of the things with anything design related. We are great at going, that is bad. I am not good at designing things. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I know what the right answer would have been.
I wonder what the city, the people in Buffalo think of this. I wonder if they tapped in like, this is part of our city.
Yeah.
Nickel City, baby, let's go.
It was new to me.
Yeah.
I put it together, but it was new to me. Yeah.
By the way, top 100 coming in at 48, defensive end Josh Hines-Allen, which honestly well-deserved. That dude has been pretty monstrous. And then Quinyon Mitchell, this cornerback for the Eagles, came in at 47.
All right.
Still no C.J. Stroud. And it feels like we have run out of.
Yeah, we're out of that.
Once we're in the top 50, it just did not feel like.
So the next Texan will probably be Daniil Hunter.
Probably either Daniil Hunter.
I don't know. Daniil had a year last year.
Yeah, but
that's a good question. Kamari should.
It might be too high for Kamari now too.
I think that might be a little bit too high.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it will probably be Daniil Hunter, Stingley, Will Anderson Jr. in that order.
Yeah, Kamari not showing up would suck because now we're in a place where we're getting like bona fide number one cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Kamari feels like he should be considered.
He would be a number one on another team. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, obviously, big day tomorrow. Training camp gets going, and that is the start of Texan season in basically. What would be a fulfilling Texan season for you? Is there a floor that satisfies you? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love, louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Friday Night Lights. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction makes them happen, y'all. With over 25 years of experience and 500-plus sports fields built in and around Houston, Fielder's Choice will get it done on time and on budget with plenty of strong recommendations to back it. ADs, coaches, superintendents, we want to help with your next project. GCs, architects, and engineers, call us. Let's grab lunch. Parks and rec directors and private sports organizations. Trust me when I say you want to see what we can offer. Go to FieldersChoiceInc.com. That's FieldersChoiceInc.com. Or heck, give me a call at 713-829-0010.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay.
Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday is going well. The OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Attitula. Figgy Fig with us as well. And shout out to Sterling on the ones and twos. Also getting himself ready for what we got going here on with training camp getting started tomorrow. I mean, today is the day where everybody has reported at the very least. And so tomorrow we get to the football activities of it all. Excited for that. And that gets us going towards football season, baby. Like, you feel the football vibes going around the city. Like, you can just stop somebody on the street. Hey, how you feel?
Are you ready?
Are you ready? How you feel about CJ?
Hey, it's football season.
We can do all that.
Season.
I feel like you're leaving somebody to talk to them about football now. And I will do that in this moment because I would like to know from you, listener, 713-572-4610, what would be a fulfilling Texan season for you? Or what is the barest minimum of a fulfilling Texan season for you? Clearly, I think the answer is win a Super Bowl. Like, that would fulfill me in ways that I can't imagine. So clearly that is an answer. But what's the low watermark for you? What's the floor for you?
I want you to really think about this.
I'm very curious as to what the answers might be.
I'm trying myself to really think, okay, like, let's say it's not win or get to the Super Bowl. Would I still be happy if? Would we still, if this happens, I've gone from everything from, well, if CJ Stroud just shows us something and somehow they take a tough loss in the divisional round again, like actually shows us something, like shows us.
And then you end up with like a 13-second type situation,
and
right?
then something happened in the divisional round, it happens. It's the NFL.
Single elimination.
That's kind of my floor a little bit.
CJ Stroud, you got to see something.
If CJ Stroud have like and I ain't going to say an MVP season, but somewhere close to it where you like, okay, this is our franchise quarterback right here. Even if you get to the divisional round and let's say it was a bad matchup or something like that or a bad break where they end up losing, I ain't going to sit here and be mad like, man, they ain't get to the AFC Championship again and all. I won't be upset over that.
I got to tell you, Figgy, I've thought about that and I'm considering that. That's not enough for me.
It's not?
It's not. Maybe
so that's not your floor.
That's not my floor.
Can I be the beggar?
Maybe I'm just greedy. Maybe it's the fact. Maybe it's the fact that I've been watching football in this city for
never got there
36 years.
Yeah,
I have to be talking about an AFC Championship game. I'm not even talking about winning it. Just get
to that next level.
Get to somewhere they never got to.
I don't care what CJ Stroud looks. I don't care what the line looks.
You don't.
I don't.
So you don't need that because I'm going to be honest. If they get to the championship game, but I also don't have good feelings about CJ Stroud in the offense, I'm sick. I'm sick.
How would you feel if CJ Stroud looked like he did last season in the playoffs?
Defense looks better.
But they get
But
they get to the AFC.
I would be fine with it because then we'd have our.
Absolutely.
What? I'm kind of.
You want to go through the summer again?
No.
I'm kind of with Reggie on this one.
That's my point. No. Here's the reason I landed on that.
I'm sick.
No, I'm not sick, and here's the reason.
My man wants to see what Dante Moore is looking like next year.
No, several reasons.
He want to see what Baker Mayfield look like in offense.
He want a quarterback controversy. That's what you want.
Here's the thing. There won't be one. There won't be. Like, I am greedy in the sense of, again, the last time this city went to an AFC Championship game, I was in high school. I was in high school.
Did they have buildings yet, or
they were wood?
I know that you said city.
Yes.
This franchise never been to an
This
AFC
franchise
championship.
has never been.
Correct.
The last time this city went, I was in high school. I'm greedy, and let me explain the second part of this that you guys are turning your nose up on.
Yeah.
The first part is just get me to an AFC Championship game for my city. For myself, like being selfish, for the buzz that it would create. And then I'm willing to take my chances from there. You talk about, well, I said, I don't, because if you get there, the defense will be as good, if not better, than last year, right? That's the only way you get there.
Yes.
I not even almost. I don't care what CJ would look like at that point because they would be in an AFC Championship game. They would have a chance to get to a Super Bowl, and the answer would be done on CJ. We wouldn't have to go through this again. He'll be gone.
No, I know, but he'll be gone, and who is in his stead? And you talk about satisfying. I am not in a satisfied place if I'm having to figure out who the hell my quarterback is in that circumstance.
With this defense, I think they would go for a quarterback that is somewhat, ready. Fits the system, because the other thing we talk about is CJ doesn't fit the system. Okay, we'll have our answer. Let's get a guy in here, and we'll be in an AFC Championship.
Yeah, that let's get a guy. You sound like go down to the guy store.
Well,
what you mean?
Confidence in
this is the thing this is like the most difficult thing to find in the NFL. I'm not looking forward to.
I get it.
No,
I get it. But confidence in what they could find with this defense and the attraction that this city would be, this team would be.
That's not a good conversation for me, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. To me, that sounds like Jacksonville with Blake Bortles. You got to the AFC Championship game, and then I want to get to the point where they are forced to pay CJ. Like, I don't care if you feel like he's worth it or not.
They won't pay him.
Yeah, but I don't know what quarterback you're going to get that will bring you back to the AFC Championship game, which will probably be the floor at that point if they did make it.
Yes.
Like, what quarterback we going to get to take you to the Super Bowl? Because that's what you're going to be looking for.
Telling you.
I'd rather have C.J. Stroud look like an MVP and maybe go out in the divisional round.
Get me to the AFC Championship. I'm tired of waiting, man.
I understand that.
Bleep this crap.
Hey, I totally get I totally understand, especially from your point of view.
Yeah.
I just, I don't want to see CJ Stroud playoff type games from last year.
Because here's the other thing. If they get there and CJ doesn't show any progress, they would have gotten there despite CJ Stroud. You're telling me they can't find a quarterback that would be better in this system the next year?
I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm saying if you're asking me what is satisfying to me, that is far from satisfaction in my life, is having to go through a quarterback controversy or quarterback, finding. That is never fun.
After losing in the AFC Championship game.
Never a fun circumstance. Not having a known of what this guy is going into the offseason is never a good feeling. So that will not be satisfying. And if you were being greedy, I'm being downright devious with my greed. I need that AFC Championship game berth, and I need some level of feeling on CJ Stroud is that guy, and or Nick Caley knows what the hell he's doing. And I mean, like, really knows what the hell he's doing. Because I think that is a part of this that is I know that I'm probably maybe uniquely attached to, which is I'm just looking at this going, all right, as you mentioned, they can get to an AFC Championship game, and if you tell me I don't know if my offensive coordinator is any good and I don't know if my quarterback's any good, I don't feel good. Like, I'm sick to my stomach, even though they are in proximity to getting the thing done. You know what I mean?
I would not be, because let's say Stroud shows that progress, as we talked about to get into this segment, and they are ousted again in the divisional round. That I don't know, would that be satisfying to you?
I think it'd be more. If I had to pick one or the other, I'd rather know that I have a quarterback that is a top 10, top 7 type quarterback, 100%.
Would he be top 7, top 10, or just better?
Well, I mean, we're talking about hypothetical situations. Yeah. If you tell me that I can have that or an AFC Championship game berth, I think that I'm taking knowing that my quarterback. And I know that sounds sick because, again, we are all to various different degrees waiting on the next time that they can make that step that you're talking about that you haven't seen since you were in high school. I feel you.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, if we're talking about satisfaction that I get out of the season, obviously this results need to be there. But the answers of the questions that we are asking, the big ones for me are the having that quarterback, because that stretches beyond this season or whatever run. If you have a quarterback that you're sold on, I mean, really good quarterbacks, because I'm not even talking about the great ones. The really good quarterbacks in this league, half decade, you feel good about. That is a stretch that you feel like you can have with CJ Stroud. Go back to 2023 and think of the feeling that you had when you had that belief that CJ Stroud is it. You're like, the possibilities aren't just for one championship or even in the near term. The possibilities are we might change what this thing is for a long period of time. I want that feeling back, big dog.
I'm tired of just wait till next year, man. I've done that for 36 years.
I get that, man.
Tired of it.
Hey, look, I get that, but I can't.
What's your floor?
My floor, and I might be putting too much into it, but my floor would be if Stroud looking like a MVP, or I ain't gonna say MVP, but franchise quarterback, where you're gonna have to pay him and you have no issue paying them. I will be fine if they come up short in the divisional round, if C.J. Stroud looks like he, was carrying this team in the playoffs, I would be fine with that. But I wouldn't be mad if they make it to the AFC Championship game. Of course, I'd be happy. But I'd be lying to you if I felt like I was satisfied if C.J. Stroud looked like he did against the Patriots. I will feel, yay, we got to an AFC Championship finally. But in the back, you know that offseason coming of what you going to do with C.J. Stroud, man. This was not a fun offseason for that. I don't want that again, man.
Lopez wants to hang the AFC Championship game participant banner.
No, I mean, hell no. That's not even close to true.
I know, but I'm playing with it.
That's not even close to true. And somebody said, Lopez needs to say who he thinks they could get instead of CJ. There isn't one. I'll wait. I appreciate your smart assness on all that.
Appreciate you waiting, too.
But the Seahawks didn't know who they were going to get. They ended up getting Sam Darnold, and they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Trust the organization if you have that kind of defense.
Do you trust the organization to kind of replace C.J. Stroud with somebody after they went to the AFC Championship game?
Well, C.J. Stroud was a great draft pick. We saw that the first year. The rest of it became system and C.J. Stroud's between the ears factors that have gone off the rails. I think they would bring in a guy that's more system. Again, Seattle's the best example. Oh boy, what are they going to do at quarterback? Oh, how about Sam Darnold? Okay, let's win a Super Bowl. That's to say, go to the quarterback store. They do go to the quarterback store. They do. If you get to an AFC Championship game, you truly are on the brink of a Super Bowl. And C.J. Stroud would not be the answer. You have to trust him to find that answer and pay for that answer, perhaps.
I just think it's a big gamble. Just let's say they do make it to the AFC Championship game, and C.J. Stroud, spit the bit or whatever.
Yeah,
that's a big gamble. Just getting rid of him and put somebody else in. Now the floor is pretty much AFC Championship game again in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I mean, look, I ain't saying go to the quarterback store, but I'm wondering who you going to get to take you. Pretty much the next person that come in got to take you to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I'm just a little worried about that one right there. I don't want to be in the Jacksonville Jaguars position where they had Blake Bortles.
Yeah.
And after the AFC Championship game, you paying Blake Bortles, and that mess up your whole run.
Can I be honest? For about 3 minutes now, my brain has just been thinking about what the quarterback store looks like. Like, what are the aisles? You know what I mean? Who's on the upper shelves versus the lower shelves?
Bobbleheads
Hey, where can I find a mobile quarterback? Oh, that's aisle 6.
Yeah, that's right over there.
I need a Sam Darnold type. Oh, it's right up there.
Over there in the back.
It's the end cap.
Oh, the Sam Darnolds, they on sale over there. They in that little bucket right there.
Yeah. Well, Stephen Ross, you in here again? You always in here, big dog. All right, there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 6 Tech. Next, let's get into what's popping, including what I termed a Little League Angels performance that helped the Astros get a victory. We'll talk about that and more next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
both of you fellas, Fig, J-Lo. Now, actually, J-Lo, I know where you are, so I guess this is more Fig. For both of us, we exist in this place where I want to know the answer. Like, the satisfaction comes also with knowing that CJ is that. If you're not going to get that, do you have to win the Super Bowl? Do you have to get to the Super Bowl for you to find some satisfaction? Because I know for me and you, AFC Championship game without some level of confirmation on your quarterback doesn't feel like it'd make me satisfied. And what a place that we could be here, right? And we're like, AFC Championship game doesn't make me feel that way without this other thing. Mm-hmm. Without the quarterback answer, is it getting to the Super Bowl? Is it winning the Super Bowl? What does it?
I would probably say to be satisfied. I would be satisfied in the AFC Championship game,
but without having the answer on CJ. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be satisfied with that because this is like it'd be one thing if we get there all the time. If we was like Buffalo or something.
Welcome to the club, Figgy. I knew I could convince.
I just want to answer on the quarterback.
No,
man.
we all do. No, make no mistake, because it came about. I think Reggie asked me, I said AFC Championship game, and you said even without CJ. Yes, even without CJ. It doesn't mean we don't want CJ to show,
I need that next game,
to show something.
I need that next game.
No, I will feel a lot better if I know CJ is that dude. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, this is what we've been asking for the last 2 years. I will feel a lot better versus what we saw in Pittsburgh and New England.
All right, let's get into what's popping now as CJ himself, along with all the other veterans, have reported to Reliant Stadium for Training Camp 2026. They start in earnest tomorrow, but obviously in for orientation meetings, those types of things. Did you see the fellas walk in?
I saw one. Speaking of whom?
Well, the one that you're talking about is not Willie Anderson Jr. That I definitely saw him. My boy's pulled up. He looks fresh. He just got his new money. I don't think that factored in. But also, he looks like Will. Like, you can see on his face he's ready to work, but he also comes in with like a big smile on his face. He daps up everybody that is either filming or getting ready for him to walk in.
Typical Will.
Typical Will, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that his teammates make very clear. He is going to be himself. He does not change who he is. And you see it already. Like, still, I guess it might be a little much to do he's so humble because he dapped everybody up. But I think we understand that is a signal of that. The one that you want to talk about is CJ Stroud, who he looks like he's all business walking up to the building.
Does he?
Well, if he's not all business, I don't know what else he is.
Let's play the game. Judge the look, the body type, the look.
Well, CJ Stroud, I'll be honest. If you did not know that this is the starting quarterback of an NFL team, he would look like a high schooler just walking to class. Like, it looked
like the first day of high school.
A fairly large, but it's got to be an upperclassman, because underclassmen, I feel like, lay their clothes out a little bit more. This looks like a dude who's kind of like, I know the drill. I've been here.
Not trying to impress.
It's a large white shirt, and it is like just kind of some almost tan. Is that? Am I looking at that color right? Some tan shorts. The hair is chopped down, backpack on. Like, honestly, he just seems like real chill.
Yeah, this look like 10th, 11th grade. Look like you walking in 11th grade with the flops on.
Yeah,
you got some joggers and a white shirt. Like, I'm here, man.
Looks a little bit like he's kind of wearing his big brother's clothes.
There's a little bit of that.
A little bit of that.
There's a little bit.
But we all play that game.
Especially with that book bag on, man. Yeah. He look like he going straight to school.
Yeah. And here's the thing. He looks a little bit like Bryce Young when he went to practice with that time with the backpack. It's just he's a bigger person than Bryce Young.
Now we have to compare and contrast.
To who?
CJ Stroud and Will Anderson.
Oh, look, Will got the nice.
Is like,
CJ looks like he's wearing a JanSport. Will looks like he's wearing like a designer leather bag on his back.
He is so excited. Just so excited, arms out, pointing at everybody, dapping them all up. That's
somebody that just got the contract.
He is
That's
ready.
What that is.
Now, does this mean anything at all? Nope.
No,
it doesn't.
Not at all.
But it's fun to know that the boys are back in the building and ready to play some football. So excited to get out there and see them tomorrow. Also excited. Astros managed to find another one, and this was one of those. They tricked them, they stole them. However they could get the W, they did. A 6-4 victory in which the Astros score 4 runs in the top of the 9th, in no small part due to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim playing like little leaguers.
It's amazing they have the worst record in the American League, huh? I mean, that was
not at all
wild.
Not at all
wild.
I mean, just it was a. The Astros had in their final at-bat a hit, 2 walks, 2 errors, 2 hit batters in the ninth. What the hell are we doing here?
They are
This
so
was a
bad.
meltdown, man.
It was total meltdown.
Yeah.
I mean, they were in control. Obviously, we talked about Imai earlier, sort of giving it up in the first inning, but still escaping thanks to Blue Ball with just the 2 runs, and then terrific effort from Javier. So they were kind of within striking distance, but it never really felt as if they were going to do it this time until the Angels said, "Oh, we can help you with that." We can help you with that.
Much needed, much appreciated as the Astros still 2 games below 500 now. You mentioned it. Tatsuya Imai was one of the big stories here as he only goes 2/3 of an inning. 33 pitches in the first inning. He walks 4 in that span, gives up a couple runs, as you mentioned. It's just
not a balk.
It is as far. This is the biggest span of good versus bad player, at least when it comes to outings, that I can recall. Because it's just, if he's good, he looks like he is nails. You're getting 6 innings, just the nastiest stuff. When he's bad, it's entirely problematic.
And the thing about it is, and I don't know how closely you watched that first inning, but one thing that was sort of irritating to me, he couldn't find this, obviously, but he couldn't find the strike zone with his fastball at all. But his changeup was hitting the zone and fooling some hitters. Mike Trout had a hard time, although I think he ultimately walked. But he still didn't show enough confidence in that changeup, and it was just like, come on, man.
Well, how much of that do you think then when Joe Espada after the game says, we'll just talk to him, how much do you think that is actually still more convincing on we need you to further diversify your pitch mix, and maybe it's the same pitches, but now leaning further into, hey, when one of these pitches isn't going, you need to be willing to lean into and have trust in these other couple of pitches to be able to get you over. Because this is some of the same things that we've talked about with Tatsuya, in so much as, hey man, it's great if you have these 2 pitches that you love, even if you sprinkle in this third one. But if you're not willing to,
the third one was the most effective.
If you're not willing to acknowledge when it's really effective, then you basically still just have 2 pitches.
That might be in play, and maybe that's something that they work on with him. But I'm going to go back to, hey, if you're saying we're in it, and we're going to go for it, and we're going to be buyers, I think that conversation today is going to be more like, hey, we have to make a very difficult decision, and put Javier in his spot where you can have a little more confidence when he goes out, or whomever, and then just I don't know what they can do with Imai, but I just don't think they can loan him a starter if you're in the race.
Now, there is an open spot in your rotation. It seems like Hayden Wesneski is going to take that on Wednesday. But then, if you were in a place like you are, J-Lo, you could easily just go Christian Javier. You looked good enough there. Let's see you just actually handle that particular Tatsuya Imai spot in the rotation, and then you figure out whether you want to bring Imai out of the pen, or like you mentioned, the possibility of maybe sending him to Florida to have him work. Because you're still he's still under contract for next year and the year prior, presuming that he does not opt out himself. And so it feels like you're still invested in trying to get him right in what you're doing. And you know that if he is right, he can be a real valuable asset to you. But either way, the Astros got to win. Like, there's obviously questions that pop up, but the Astros still managed to get a victory. And shout out to the Astros because it's a Peter Lambert day. He's on the bump for you tonight, 8:40 rather, first pitch in Orange County. I was going to say Los Angeles, but we all know what it is. Speaking of the Astros, though, did you see what Ken Rosenthal did that got the people going?
I did, and I'm not exactly sure why it got the people going the way they did.
Yeah, Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic and Fox Sports seemingly stirred up some ire amongst Astros fans because he called the Astros the cockroaches of baseball. And I'm like, hey, Ken Rosenthal, why are you still in my flow?
Yeah.
Because we talked about this.
You said that.
There was a point in time.
Words.
There was a point in time during that stretch where the Astros just 6th inning, 7th inning, 8th inning would manage to stack up runs and fight back, whether they won those games or just like made them interesting in games that felt like they had no business early innings. This is a team that reminded me of that Charles Barkley saying Houston Rockets, where they're cockroaches because you just can't kill them. And that was meant to be a positive towards the fight that this team has. And it seems like national voices are acknowledging that. It's kind of funny that people that are close to the Astros would find that to be some level of demerit.
I don't get it. A lot of fans is what you're talking about. A lot of social media, like, This is why I hate this guy. This is why they hate the Astros. More evidence. I'm like, no, this is actually kind of a compliment.
Did we just need the us versus them of it?
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
It's a compliment. You can't kill him.
I think people probably get a little bothered by the whole cockroaches thing,
Right,
because
just the use of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a compliment.
I thought so.
In a weird way.
I thought so. So shout out to the Astros, continue to fight. Hey, did you see this? This caught my attention. Luke Kuechly is set to be the NFL's lead analyst for Netflix, rather.
Yeah.
In the 2026 season. I love this.
I am very much intrigued. You know, the thing about it is sometimes we just say, I love it, not having really heard him, in that role on a consistent basis. I'm with you. I love the idea of Kuechly. Just the way he's always been publicly, the way he's talked about football. I think there's a lot there. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, he's one of the really smart dudes in football that does a pretty good job of translating that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
When he's talking to others, and so this makes me more excited for the Netflix games because they are these kind of not entirely one-offs, but feel more one-offs, and they feel like they're, at least in the past, they felt like they're way different from what the regular NFL broadcasts are. And so this feels like this has an opportunity to bring it a little closer.
And he's on their lead team.
Yes.
It's with Noah Eagle.
I'm excited, honestly, for the possibility, and I hate to say this because I know Netflix is going to be like, what are you doing? I'm excited for somebody to steal him up. I think that this is going to be like a one-year situation, and one of these other companies go, hey, would you like to make some more money and do this on a more consistent basis?
Well, nobody has more money than Netflix.
That is fair. That is fair. Well,
I don't think so.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
They've been spending a lot of money, man.
They haven't thrown a lot of money around. So anyways, that's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday, the eve of training camp here on Sports Radio 610. And not pursuant to that training camp, but just pursuant to football season being on our doorstep. I also have been continuing to rewatch the 2025 season for the Houston Texans, and last night took me to Week 16 versus the Las Vegas Raiders, a game that had no business being as close as it was. But we'll talk about my takeaways and questions from it next.
Texans training camp starts this week. Are you ready? Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. One day away from training camp getting kicked off at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Excited for the opportunity to be out there on the practice field. Should I say this ahead of time?
What's that?
I think that we're getting Aziz on day one.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think we're getting a chance to sit down with Aziz,
tomorrow.
Who is always really fun to talk to.
Take that. That's awesome.
Yeah, excited for the opportunity to do that. But just in general, we'll hear from Nick Caserio to open things up. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. All the remaining questions that we haven't been able to get in since OTAs will be asked, and we'll kind of start getting a feel for this 26 Texans team will be in earnest.
Yeah.
And that's tomorrow. So you want to be here on Houston Sports Station, the station that's out there broadcasting live. Sports Radio 610. But we continue in my rewatch of the 2025 Texans season, and we're moving through it. We're getting towards, I guess, closer to the end as 5 more of these, including this one that we're doing today, which is a rewatch of the Week 16 matchup during the holidays versus the Las Vegas Raiders. What do you recall from this football game, man?
What I recall, spitball in here, just thoughts that immediately come to mind. First of all, I mean, you escaped a game that should have been a lot easier than it was. That's just sort of an observation. Another observation, Ashton Genty with a Ashton Genty type kind of game that we expected.
Well, it's funny because they kind of kept him bottled up until he hit a big 50-yard run.
But he had like 128 yards.
Yeah.
And so those are just the observations of the thing. I think the big takeaway here, the first one is you kind of gave the Raiders a taste of the old Al Davis medicine, just win.
Yeah, that's right.
Just win.
The second time Al Davis comes up on today's show, mind you.
Yeah, they, doesn't matter what it looked like, Brian. I mean, just win. And then the second thing is, and this is the more important one, I feel as if this is when we really start to galvanize the thought of, I don't know about this offense. I don't know about this offense coordinator. Settling for field goals.
Yeah.
Offense really benefited from some pass interference.
They did.
Derek Stick 6.
That's right.
Just sort of, this is when you really start to go, yeah, we're in week 16, right? We're in week 16. I don't know about this offense. I don't know about this offense coordinator.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point, which is interesting because there was other things that I made me go, interest. In more of, I guess, a more positive light. You mentioned Ashton Genty, so I'll start there. Genty's 50-yard touchdown in specific. On that play, do you remember what the defensive line was? And of course, this is an insane question to ask.
Couldn't even begin to.
Can you tell me who was the third player on the field with 3 minutes? No, but the thing was, especially the side that Genty bounces, because this is a play up the middle, but he bounces it out to the left. The players on the defensive line towards that side, Naquan Jones, Dylan Horton.
Okay.
And so you're starting to get why I bring this up. Naquan Jones is the defensive tackle to that side, Dylan Horton the defensive end to that side. Fair enough, right? Okay. Naquan is, holding up his defenders because I think it's a duo if memory serves. He tries, but because between the two defensive tackles there's a little bit of room. Both linebackers are kind of filling that gap to make sure that Genty, because Genty's hard to bring down in this game, Bubba, just in general, but in this game in particular, he was a monster to bring down. So both those linebackers are trying to fit that gap very nicely. And then Naquan Jones, almost not recognizing that they're there, sees that big gap, and it feels like he falls into that gap to try and close it.
Yeah.
What that does, though, opens up the gap to the other side.
Yeah.
There's space to the other side, and I mentioned the linebackers are both kind of looking there. On top of that, Dylan Horton, who is on the right edge, he is just entangled with the left tackle, and he does not retrace his steps back to close that gap. And then that creates this Genty down south, and once he gets going, he's that type of running back.
He was gone, yeah.
And that made me think about, again, what we're looking at this year, as both Naquan Jones and Dylan Horton, more so Horton than Jones, have the opportunity to be depth on this defensive line. And with Horton in particular, we're wondering if he can be that defensive end 3 that you feel like you need. And defensive end 3 isn't just about pass rushing. Yeah. It's also about being there and run stopping. Now, this is one rep that I would say is a bad rep, but it's a singular rep, so it can't be the entirety of it. But again, it made me think about it. is like, hey, man, what does this look like when it's not Will and Daniil on the field this year?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think one of my pet cats might be bumping out there a little bit, Logan Hall. And maybe that's going to be something we're going to watch during camp. Dylan Horton obviously watched during camp. I mean, I
should have taken Dylan Horton as my pet cat.
Yeah, it's not as if that was a bad play. He's not a bad player.
No, he's not. He played a good amount. He was the defensive end 4, if you wanted to talk about it this past year. He was just rushing opposite of a Derek Barnett, who you knew had that finishing capabilities. And so it's just all these things that are relatively small last year feel like they're maximized because he's having to take a step. Now, I think that the Texans clearly believe in his ability or Ali Gay's ability or Dominic Robinson's ability to step up into that role. But I haven't seen it yet, so there is a little bit of trepidation. I'm very intrigued to see what he puts on tape in the next few weeks to at least calm my nerves. Not that he cares about my nerves, but hopefully it'll do.
No, I think that's a great point. And you mentioned Dominic Robinson. That's going to be another one that you keep an eye on.
100%. There's a few names that we have to keep when it comes to the third defensive end within that rotation that the Texans like using. Speaking about the defense in general, in this game they're moving on a string. They are moving in tandem where it feels like a singular organism rather than 11 guys on a field. And I say that not that this is the first time it happens, but it made me think. Obviously, this past year, there were things that made it so that it was difficult for them to find their full top form, for them to hit top gear.
Yeah.
How long does it take, or how quickly do they reach that in 2026?
In terms of reaching their actual
hit top gear? Because I could easily see them actually hitting top gear early, and it would behoove them.
I was going to say the same thing.
It would behoove them to hit top gear earlier.
You got Buffalo and Cincinnati, so that's the. And I actually kind of expect that. It's funny. I don't think that's a bad question, but it's not a question I even considered. Them sort of finding their feet. I expect them to do it right out of the chute, to be honest.
Yeah. That's honestly, I could easily see that. If I had to take one or the other, that it happens way quicker than you expect or way later than you expect. 100% on the quicker.
I'm with you.
The continuity that you have, the rapport that they all have off the field, it feels like that should be the case. Speaking of the defense, and especially when I was mentioning like Dylan Horton on the Genty run, I just want to take this time to appreciate just how good Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil are and how they show up in the run. Because they're elite pass rushers, but they're not elite pass rushers where you go in the run game. Those dudes are so well-disciplined in stopping the run. And it's not just well-disciplined in getting tackles. It is well-disciplined and also I'm going to help I'm going to push that guy further so that he can't turn the edge so that Kamari Lassiter can come up and tackle him. They are so good at this, and I don't know that we talk about that portion of this enough because clearly you see the sacks, you see the pressures. I think you see the run stop, but it doesn't cross our minds as much because that's not what the first item on their job description is as edge rusher.
It's the classic compliment. You don't even notice it. It's kind of like a good offensive line. You don't even really notice them because they're just doing their job. But it's a great point. And, it kind of got me thinking, I wonder what Will Anderson, you know what Will Anderson's rated on Madden? Because he's pushing 99.
That's a good question.
He's pushing 99, yeah.
This might be the last year he's not a 99.
I forgot when they going to drop all of the ratings. I think it might be next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he got to be in the 90s.
He's got to be up there. Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah, because these guys, they give you everything. They give you the pass rush. They give you the run stop. I just don't know what more you're looking for and expecting of them. But the thing that's great about it is I don't know what more to expect, but I know that I'm going to get it. And Will, in particular, and Daniil, the way that their demeanor is, their motor, their work ethic. That's the really cool thing about having those guys be the straw that stirs the drink for your defense. Some other things in here. Let's talk about CJ. CJ sailed so many passes, not just in this game, but in this stretch of time, which is weird because CJ, I'm nobody's passing coach. I'm nobody's quarterback coach or anything to that extent. But it doesn't seem to me that it's a mechanics issue. Now, it might be a mechanic that's so small that my eye is not trained to it. Easily the case here. Like I said, I ain't trained no quarterbacks. I ain't played no quarterback. But it feels like when there's a mechanics issue, it shows up a little bit more prominently. And so I've had such a rough time trying to figure this out because the most logical issue would be that there is a mechanical issue thing rather than CJ just like missing wildly when he also can be so very accurate. And you see those both in the same season sometimes in the same game with him just like dotting a pass or putting the ball perfectly where you need to be, but then seeing him throw it wide, really wide. And sometimes I'm wondering, okay, is he just trying to be really safe and then be too safe?
Right.
But even then, that doesn't answer all the questions at times. Like there was a deep shot to Nico Collins where it's just like, dude, this is nowhere near. Like I understand giving the guy a chance. You didn't even get close to that sometimes.
And that's why, my big takeaway from the game, my memory anyway, my recall, is you start to go, what is it? Kind of to your point, we've seen him do it before. You mentioned dot the passes. Exactly. We've seen it. So what is it? Is it the offense? Is it Caley? Is it lack of confidence? And I think that feeds into it more. And that actually kind of, at least from what we've seen of CJ so far, maybe is an encouraging thing. Seems to be buying in more, talking about saying all the right things. Coaches saying all the right things. Teammates saying, Wyatt Teller had something that we may hear at some point, talking about CJ, just sort of reciting, plays, without even a hiccup. Doesn't take him very often to do it. So maybe, in a weird way, that feeds into it's his second year now. Maybe it's going to be that much better.
It's definitely hope that the comfort of the system and helps him be more, I guess, productive is the word that I want to use here.
Yeah.
A point that's brought up by J-Rock on the YouTube page, they say that maybe his perception is off due to timing. And maybe that's also that's a possibility. Again, I don't have good answers to this. I want to ask Clint about this. I'm going to be honest. If I find a way to corner Jerry Shaplinski out there on them fields, you think he would tell me?
Tell you what?
Any answer to the question of, why do you think CJ was missing so wildly? Especially if I don't catch him.
Not.
If I don't catch him on a mic, if I just catch him in person to person, man to man, hey, I noticed this.
Still going to say probably not.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I think they're ready just to look forward here.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a shot. Actually, you know what? I've just committed. I'm going to give it a shot. I might not get an answer, but I'm going to see first and foremost if I can corner Jerry Shaplinski, which I feel like
that Patriots answer. Which is no answer.
100%.
That's a possibility, but I'm going to work on it. I'm going to see if I can corner him and get an answer there.
I support you 100%.
And I always feel that from you. And you know what? I thank you for that. Hey, I know we talk about this offense. This is the Nick Caley portion of the program. I will actually say something that felt a little good because you did mention this was one of those things where you only score 2 touchdowns as an offense and you have questions.
A lot of field goals.
There's definitely some field goals. Was it 2 touchdowns actually?
I think it might not have been. It might have
been the 1 touchdown. It might have been the 1 touchdown to Dalton Schultz, which was a good play, mind you, where you line up on the first red zone, first goal line play, and the defense is expecting a run. They pop ass out pretty quickly to Dalton Schultz, entirely booty butt naked open, which I appreciated that. But the point that I wanted to make is that the running backs feel so much more involved in the pass game in this one. And it's oddly the game where there's no Woody Marks. And I don't know if that means anything at all. And this was one of those, sometimes I take notes on, okay, I'm seeing something specific and I'm actually double checking. Yeah. This was just a field note where I was like, damn, they're getting the ball to Nick Chubb, and Jawar Jordan got 5 catches, I think, in this game. It's like, oh, the running backs are really a lot more tapped in than other games where it feels like you just don't get enough of them.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a good answer as to why, and I was like, was this just a progression that finally he was starting to use more of the running backs, and does that maybe then bode well for them actually finding a way to utilize running backs as we continue going forward?
I do remember that, by the way. 1 offensive touchdown, 2 field goals from Kaimi Fairbairn, a 50-yarder and a 49-yarder, which was kind of the recipe that they went to late in the season. The other touchdown was that Stingley pick 6.
Yes, sir.
But yes, I think this could be something. Chubb had a decent game, as I recall. Let me look at the numbers there, but
he broke a big one, if I remember correctly. He definitely broke a big one, and yes, no, I definitely remember that one because it was a good block,
a 30-yarder,
it was a 30-yarder, and then he breaks a linebacker tackle, and then him and Christian Kirk kind of slows him down as he crosses Nick Chubb's face in space to try and go get a block, but it slows Nick Chubb down. Now, maybe it was slowed him down, or maybe Nick Chubb wasn't going to get up to speed anyways. Yeah. But it was one of those plays where it was good to see him do that. But yeah, it made me think: is Haley finding or figuring some things out on the fly here? Now, I would have loved for throw the ball to the running back to be something that you didn't have to figure out during the course of a season.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. Can I be a jerk for one moment here?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think that the Texans ran one of, if not the dumbest plays that I saw all year in this game. And this was a
remember which one that is.
Jawar Jordan in the backfield. They motion him out, and as he's motioning him out, they snap the ball and they run a tunnel screen to him. So think about it. as you're shifting a running back, the linebackers are going to be kind of moving with him.
Yeah.
So they're moving out to that left. And as they're moving that way, you snap the ball, throw it to him, and expect him to come back into the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Well, who's there waiting for him because they're moving with him?
Yeah.
The linebackers.
Mhm.
And so this was one of those plays that made me just like want to pull my hair out. Like,
it wasn't a missed block?
No.
Because you would have thought maybe the tight end or someone clips that linebacker.
No, it wasn't just one.
Yeah.
2 or 3 dudes right there. He's running into white shirts as he's catching the football. I'm just like, what was the intention here? Because little old me is looking at this and going, that shift moves those linebackers. That's kind of what I think you envision as you're shifting, and then you run a tunnel screen that puts them back into that space. It felt really dumb. Yeah. That was me being a jerk unnecessarily to them. Midway through the fourth quarter of this game, the Texans had more negative plays than the Raiders.
That's where I was with this. It just didn't feel it didn't exactly exude a lot of confidence. Not for me anyway.
Yeah. It was a deeply frustrating game in that way offensively, but ultimately something that you've got to give them credit for. They won the game, and one of the things is, you remember what iced this football game?
What?
It was Nico Collins making a pretty incredible grab on the left side of the field with C.J. Stroud finding him, and
to not get the ball back to him.
Yes, to just be we're gonna be able to now go and just kneel this thing out.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's meaningful in any real way, but it was just cool to be able to look up and go,
still got that guy.
That's there.
Yeah.
That's there for you. That is still a floor that you have within this. And this was another game in which Nico Collins didn't get all that many targets, or actually maybe not all that many catches. I think there were some targets that were just like, again, some of those overthrows that we're talking about. But that's always there. And so, one, you got to hope that they just don't forget like it felt like they did in some of these games where it's just like, hey, don't forget that you have that available, but then also build off of that as opposed to just kind of, it felt like sometimes that the passing game was kind of split between, there's the Nico portion of the offense and then there's everybody else, and maybe that's a split that I'm creating in my mind. But it's like, I am excited to see if they can manage to, one, utilize Nico better and more consistently, where it's not just like, here's a quick span of passes and then like dry spells without him, but then also find a way to utilize what he does to influence what the other guys.
The other thing that I think is important here, as you're talking about Nico, got me thinking, and we all talk about it, well, how does this game affect what we could expect, this coming season? The other wide receivers were not really, weapons in this. Jaden Higgins had 1 catch. Xavier Hutchinson, 1 catch.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk had 3, but on 5 targets.
Yeah.
So
one of those was a really bad pass that CJ is basically just throwing to his feet with double cover. Mind you, while Dario Gumbawale is running wide open.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Tank Dell now, if he's back. Maybe Higgins in year 2. Some of these other things that are going on. And by the way, you were not wrong. Nico Collins, 9 targets, just 4 catches.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Yep. A text that comes in, was this the Raiders game without Aziz? Oh, yeah, baby. I think we talked about it a lot, so in my brain I just didn't write the notes, but you feel it. I could wax poetic about it, but you feel it when Aziz isn't there.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, one of the things that did show up in this, man, I'm going to miss some EJ Speed this year.
Yeah, he had a good game.
I mean, if nothing else, when they talk about, or D'Amico talks about a fast physical defense, I just imagine in his brain he's going, EJ Speed. Because that dude, he triggers quickly, he runs directly to where he's trying to go, and he lays the lumber. And so it feels weird to say some real big shoes to fill for your linebacker 3, but Jamal Hill, Wade Woodaz, Aiden Fisher, Marte Mapu, this is a really interesting role that you have an opportunity to step into.
Yeah.
And I think the way that those guys do it is by playing in that same fast physical way. That's, in a weird way, that has clearly jumped up as one of the competitions, for lack of a better way of saying it, that I am excited to see when we get out there to the Houston Methodist Training Center.
Big time.
So yeah, that's some of the takeaways and questions that I had after watching the Week 16 victory. It was 23-21 over the Las Vegas Raiders. And some of it was just Brock Bowers is good, Ashton Gent good. But it's just like the small things, the details that I think the Texans hopefully are better at this year than they were at times last year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions, as we often do.
All right now let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. You guys know the drill by now. If you've been looking for a new vehicle, you probably are thinking to yourself, wait, $700?
Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I need y'all's help with this first confession.
All right.
I got Obama'd last night, and I'm not exactly sure how I should feel about it. So
who did it? That's the real question.
Well, let me set the stage for you. I'm not going to say exactly who did it. I don't want to put all it was a he. I don't want to put all his
I think he'd be good with it.
I don't know.
He laughed.
He buckled over.
He thought it was funny.
Like he couldn't stop laughing.
And I will say, if you do, I'm not going to make you say his name or anything, but if you do decide to put his name out there, it was clearly there was no malice intended. Yeah. And I don't even recognize that he had done it.
Until it
was brought up.
I'll just say Mike. Okay? So Mike
T?
Mike. It was Reggie. It was B. Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And it was me having a great conversation with Mike. Mm-hmm. All right? And it was actually pretty lengthy, kind of all over the place conversation in which Reggie was, don't think I didn't notice this, Reggie.
This is going to be my confession. Let me find another one then. No, that's cool.
I'll leave it for you.
That's cool.
I'll leave it for you because that's not my confession. All right, so nice conversation, Figgy. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Mike had to,
Black Mike or white Mike?
Something in the middle, actually.
Yeah, actually kind of in
Big
the middle.
Mike, little Mike.
He and we were talking for a good 15, 20 minutes, right? It was a great conversation.
Yeah, it was going for a while to the point where I was like, oh, we might need to let Mike go.
Well, and that leads to when I got Obama'd. So Mike went on to talk to other people. All right? B. Scott, gave him that thumb handshake.
What up, big dog?
Yes, brought him in chest to chest.
He dapped up.
Dapped him up big time, patted him on the back. Next, Reggie. Same thing.
Big dog.
Boom.
Big
boom,
dog. What's
Reggie.
happening?
All right, Reggie. All right, Reg. And then he came to me. Handshake.
Yeah, you got the straight corporate handshake.
He gave me the straight corporate.
Nice to meet you, John.
And I was like, I couldn't help myself. Maybe I shouldn't have said this. I said, dude, you just Obama'd me.
And for those who don't know, there was a meme. It is related because it was Key and Peele exaggerated, but it was from something that actually happened when then President Barack Obama was greeting the USA basketball team.
Yeah,
and so with the players,
he's like, hey.
He was dapping them up, and then he see the coaches, and he gave them the nice firm. Oh, nice to see you, sir. Good job that you're doing out here.
Not even just the coaches, some of the white players.
Yes,
and was it for real? For some reason, I thought it was. Yeah.
And so my is that a compliment or an insult?
I don't know.
Is that I don't know what to make of it.
I don't know what to make of it either. I would look at it as, and this is no disrespect to B. Scott and Reg, but I feel like he probably respects you a little bit enough to be like, all right, it's a pleasure to meet you, kind of like that. But you're a little cooler than that.
And I made it very clear to him because I didn't just keep that to myself. I said, dude, you just Obama'd me. And he buckled over laughing, like to the point where he was like literally leaning over laughing his ass off. And he goes, no. So
maybe he's leaning more into the whole president thing.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I see what you did there.
Mike the president? Of what?
I see what you did there. But I didn't quite know. I was like, okay, well, I guess it's acceptable. But he loved it.
I mean, what were you going to do otherwise? You got to hold that. That's one of those you just got to.
It was so like the Obama thing, and really more almost like the Key and Peele thing. It's like, yeah. I mean, you kind of brought him in, hands back. Yeah. John, we'll talk to you later.
I'm glad you said something, man, because me, I probably wouldn't said nothing and just been thinking about it the rest of the time. And I'm like, man, I don't know the next time I'm going to see him.
You know me, sometimes I can't help myself.
Yeah, so I'm glad he got a good laugh out of it.
He did.
And I'll say this with all due respect. When you're older, I think that's the beauty of getting older is that you just like, hey man, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do what I feel like. There's less reservations, and I think that made for a better moment, in my opinion.
He loved it.
These are my confessions.
What we're talking about was the Texans media party that we were able to go to last night, and as kind of a warm up to training camp coming
kickoff,
together,
so to speak.
Yeah, it is. In fact, it is indeed a kickoff, and I gotta admit this is my second time doing one of these, and I think I got maybe a little too loose. I think I got a little too familiar. I was having my Hugo spritzes. I was out here. I was talking trash to some of the
I was just about to ask who was the drunkest out of there.
I wasn't the drunkest,
It
but I
wasn't
did get
even
loose.
that. Let me interrupt for 1 second.
Please.
We're in this conversation. And Mike says, "What are you drinking there?" And he said, "It's a Hugo Spritz. I had one in Italy, and now it's just part of me."
It's true.
And
that's a direct quote, actually. I'm surprised you have that down to the word.
Dude, Figgy, he really did it again. Months, or at least a month. When did you go?
That was the end of March.
Yeah, months.
Yeah.
Months later. Well, I had one in Italy, and it's just part of me now.
Well, I had more than one. I'll tell you that for
And
sure.
I'm like, I didn't say anything. I let that one slide, but I did put it in my back pocket.
No. And this is why I was saying I was getting loose, because it started with, I think, Jonathan Alexander was like, "Your summer."
Yeah.
And I was like,
the Italy story.
Part of my summer is that, I went to Italy. It was
Let me
real
tell you
cool.
about this little town outside of Rome.
But then the more that I had conversations, it really does feel like the first day back from to school, because everybody's like, "How's your summer?"
That's true.
And so every time people ask about how my summer is, I'm just getting more and more into I went to Italy. And the wine was so good.
Yes.
And the food was so great. And it was so damn cool. And I was like, damn, the boys on the show will be so disappointed in me. But I got loose with it, man. I was having a good time. I legitimately was talking trash to some of the Texan staff, some of the PR staff.
Yeah.
Now, I did talk trash to the lower level PR staff because I didn't, I'm still reasonable about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I was getting real loose. I honestly am interested in seeing how many of the Texans media, kind of conglomerate looked at me and were like, "Oh, this boy, he's wild. He's doing too much." Because I was doing a lot. I was doing a lot last night.
These are my confessions.
All right, so y'all know I'm. If you listen to the show long enough, y'all know I'm not the biggest fan of remakes. Like people remaking classic movies that don't need to be remade, or making a part 2 or part 3 from a movie 20, 30 years ago. I'm not the biggest fan of that. However, I might be a fan of this. I just ran across this tweet from his account called Discussing Film.
Yep.
And they tweeted this: Disney has met with Macaulay Culkin about a new Home Alone movie.
Let's go.
Really? This is the one, huh?
Yeah, and Macaulay Culkin pitched the film. I guess had Kevin as a single dad, which is his character, who gets locked out of a house by his estranged son. And then he said, quote, "The house is sort of the metaphor for our relationship."
Yeah.
I will be kind of in on this, man. Like I was totally against anything after Home Alone 2, man. I remember watching Home Alone 3 as a kid.
Yeah.
And as a kid, I was disappointed.
Yes, I agree with that. All your takes on that.
Yeah. This one, I will be down with it because I think Macaulay Culkin, I think he got I think he kind of have a fun mindset when it comes to, I guess, being part of certain movies and film and all that stuff. I guess the more interviews I watch of him, he kind of want to have fun and put a spin on different things, not the cookie cutter stuff.
Right.
And I know this is with Disney, but I will be totally in on this, man. To the point, I will go to the movie theater to see this. And it'd take a lot for me to go to a movie theater.
Yeah, I would. And the reason I said let's go as soon as he mentioned it, I just would love to see, and I know he's done some stuff, I just love to see a Macaulay Culkin comeback.
Yeah,
like a big time comeback. And he's been through some stuff.
Yeah, and he do a lot of he did a lot of movies like he was in American Horror Stories one of the seasons, and like I said, just listening to some of his interviews, he want to put a different spin on stuff. He's not the typical, let me just play this role. Right. He want to, take chances and, be creative and stuff like this. So I will be totally down, and I'm surprised it even took this long. Maybe it was on his part, but I'm surprised it took this for him to get on board with another Home Alone type of movie.
Yeah, no, I'd be down with it.
I am sad that some of the key people from Home Alone is no longer with us, like Catherine O'Hara. I forgot his name, but the dad, the guy that played the dad on there, he's no longer here. But I would be totally down with this.
What would Joe Pesci do?
Why are you shoehorning Joe Pesci into this?
Because he needs to be in it.
He don't need to be in this.
Yeah.
He's still gonna be running around. He should be in jail for the rest of his life. What he was doing in that movie. What he gonna break out of jail at the age of 80?
Let's go. I'll say that again.
They let him out. They let him out for good behavior, and then he goes trying to find Kevin.
Yeah.
Come here, kid.
Yeah. I never forgave you. Never forgave you.
He's still gonna be walking into traps and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Slipping on water.
Yeah. Gotta have Joe Pesci. Yeah.
By the way, not interested in this at all.
Really?
Not interested in this at all.
I'm interested in the comeback. I'd love to see him.
I would like to see. I would like to see what kind of creativity he do with this.
Yeah. Why not?
I just can't imagine that. One, he's trying to create a different movie, which is fine. Like, obviously, you need to do that. You put it under that Home Alone name, and now it comes with all of the baggage and all the expectation that I feel like it's just
But
no way
at least it's him in it, man. Because the other ones, like after 2, it was no connection to any of the characters, I want to say, in Home Alone. So at least this one would be him, just kind of like a official Home Alone 3, I guess, with the original character of it.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said, I had gelato in Italy, and now it's part of me.
It actually is. But it actually is, though.
Big I wish you were there.
See, now
I didn't say anything. I just kind of went.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. See, the American gelato just doesn't.
So I clearly I was not at this get together. Who was the one like out of all the media that was really sitting there holding court? Because
it's interesting.
It's always that one guy that's like just the main guy that's like, oh, you're just mixing it up
I don't
so
know that
much.
Anybody
kind of everywhere,
I don't know that any individual was like the chief holding court. I think that everybody kind of had little groups and clusters, and you kind of moved around and mixed. It also helped that there were some dark games going on.
It's always that one person that's moving around to everybody. You got the people that stick with their clique and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But who was the one person like, hey, let me mix it up over here. Hey, let me go over here. Hey, I'm over here now. Let me talk to this person.
Is it presumptuous to say that it might have been me?
It was.
I would have took a guess. It would probably be you because you're pretty friendly to everybody.
One of the people that you might guess was Sean, and Sean was just
of course.
No, but he wasn't. He was kind of chatting. You know, like I chatted with Sean for a long time before I went over there with you guys. He wasn't really like schmoozing or anything. It was just kind of
he didn't turn it up to turn it up to 10. You know that when he turns it up, it gets really
it might have been you.
It might have been me. But then I also was just over there playing darts. I had to
because he wanted to tell everybody about that. What's Spritz? What is it?
It's a Hugo Spritz. It's a fantastic drink. I'm telling you,
everybody
give it a shot.
There wasn't a person,
nobody took me. Nobody took me up on the offer.
Not a person left that get together not knowing what a Hugo Spritz was.
But this is the thing. I'm making their lives better because eventually they'll try it and they'll realize it's good.
Now all these media people have Reg number. They got to change his name to Hugo Spritz.
Yeah, hey Hugo.
Wouldn't hate it.
Mr. Hugo Spritz.
Yeah. Always liked the name Hugo.
Yeah.
You know. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, figure what you like saying. 5 Saturdays till college football is back in our lives. So we continue college football on a Tuesday. Where are we closer to unionizing this time? We'll talk about that and more next.
Jeremy Pena is the American League Player of the Week. And it couldn't have come at a better time. With the Astros fighting to stay in contention, La Tormenta carried the offense with a .500 batting average and 5 homers in their 5 wins. Congrats, Jeremy.
Houston's sports leader. Sports.
team wins games, so y'all don't have any instance and occasion to trade. Jeremy,
That price of that brick going up too.
Yes.
It sure is. It sure is. But trade deadline a week away as well. So it's very interested in what the Astros continue to do tonight. Will be no exception. But let's talk a little bit about college football on a Tuesday. 5 Saturdays until we're back into the college football landscape, into the mayhem and watching football on our televisions, or maybe tailgating outside a football stadium in order to get ready for that game. But there's a few things that are happening around all of this, and so I wanted to talk about those, J-Lo, if you don't mind. And of course, I can be a little petty, so I would like to start here.
Okay.
You see what happened with Michael Lombardi?
I did, and I think there's more to it.
I agree. So Michael Lombardi, if you're not familiar with him, used to be an NFL executive for a short period of time, but very much attached at the hip to Bill Belichick. And so where Bill Belichick goes to North Carolina to be the head coach, Michael Lombardi goes with him to be the general manager, the highest paid of such, mind you, in the NCAA, and kind of boasted that they would make UNC the 33rd NFL team. Like there was a lot of big talk and bravado behind what they were going to do at North Carolina. And so you have to understand that the Schadenfreude did come through when we found out. Was this yesterday or the day prior?
It was the day prior, because yesterday something else happened.
Yeah, Michael Lombardi was being placed on administrative leave, or was it administrative specifically? But he was being placed on leave from his position as general manager at North Carolina. And it came out, was it yesterday, that this was supposedly due to an HR violation that happened at UNC.
So day before yesterday, they said, or yesterday morning, HR violation, suspected, administrative leave. And then yesterday afternoon, something else happened that I think you don't have to be a gymnast to and contort yourself into believing that these things are connected. Our friend Pablo Torre reported that the College Sports Commission is investigating North Carolina for possible NCAA and NIL, I believe they called it misdeeds, which could be any number of things, revenue sharing to NIL disbursement, partnerships, who knows. I find it hard to believe that basically the general manager of North Carolina and this College Sports Commission investigation are unrelated. They have to be.
It very probably would be, but I'm going to be honest, and maybe this is just the massive amounts of people in the general football landscape that look at Michael Lombardi and go, don't like him. Could it not be both? Like, it does feel like the way that they operated at UNC, and him in particular, he's operated in a way where you write the word hubris all over it. There's just been an undue bravado that's been there. You remember, again, we're going to be the 33rd NFL team in basically saying we're going to put guys in the NFL. Mind you, not a single draft pick in this past year from North Carolina. 4-8, as you mentioned. And Michael Lombardi banned all Patriot scouts from coming to Carolina games.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And so, he might have been out here wilding, acting up, because clearly in the league that he did also felt like they were wild and not serious. So this is one of those things where, I don't know, I feel validation, I feel vindication, because I looked at what they were doing at UNC and it just felt like, no, you're not reinventing the game. You're being unnecessarily arrogant, right? And arrogant. This feels like the downfall that comes after the pride that they clearly put forward. And I'm not gonna lie, I'll be honest, I'm happy that it's happening, because, again, not to say that college football is this thing that has to be revered in the way that it is, but I never have great value for someone that walks into a place, does not consider what the landscape previously was, and just thinks, I'm smarter than everyone here. Yeah, no, people have considered things. People have thought about how this works to various different degrees of success. You might come in and change things and be an innovator. Those things happen, but you're not going to walk in without considering anything and just say that I'm smarter than all you guys, because clearly,
because you're basically saying you're doing it wrong. Let me show you how it's supposed to be done. That's just
and we all hate that person.
Arrogance,
right? Like, you're sitting here working on a project. Someone walks up and is like, "Move, let me do it." What do you know about what I was doing?
Exactly.
You don't know, and that's how it felt like what they were doing. So
and the Patriots had a history of that too. 100%. Whenever they go somewhere else.
It's one of the reasons why nobody was all that happy about the Patriot South moniker here, right? Some other things that are happening in college football on a Tuesday. Did you see this with Stanford? So the Stanford football players have created their own, I guess, branch
They're calling it a fraternity.
They are calling it a fraternity, which I found interesting, and I haven't been able to get to. I haven't been able to get into like the nitty gritty of what it means.
They can't necessarily incorporate or whatever it may be that would be necessary legally as a union. So they're saying, you know what, we're a fraternity, but let's talk about union stuff.
Right, because if you remember, I think it was 2014, Northwestern's players tried to actually union with the National Labor Relations Board and all of that. And that kind of got a little dicey, but we're also in a different era of college football. But as I was mentioning, the Stanford football team has created the first, I guess, chapter of the College Football Players Association, a thing that was started more as an advocacy group. But now, if you're getting individual chapters that are being built or fraternities, whatever, at various different schools, starting with Stanford, is that not the kind of the framework?
It's toe in the water. It's dipping your toe in the water. It's asking the right questions, getting the right people to consult with you, to talk about what can we do. I did read something about this, and the gist of it intrigued me. You know, this is how you sort of get the ball rolling. It probably is something that is necessary because these are professional athletes. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it now. So they do need to have some sort of governance, et cetera. But it has to be almost like a national governing body with specific chapters. And so you got to get a lot more teams involved. That's why they're just kind of dipping their toe in the water.
Sure. And this is the first of how many hundreds of programs that are out there. But maybe Stanford, and it's always the smart schools. With all due respect to all the other schools, it's always the schools where the guys have a little bit of like an air of no. We're also don't just think of us for our bodies. We're very smart as well. That this happens, whether it's Northwestern or Stanford. That kind of tries to break the mold. I can see this one landing 2 reasons. One, like I mentioned, it's a different era. And so this becomes a lot less taboo, and they're not fighting against the idea of it as well as like the actual tangible issues. But two, I think that this is actually going to be good for college football itself, because think about what they're fighting for, like the larger college football landscape. They're trying to go to lawmakers and have the government set up the rules for what they're doing here, and it has been a tough draw where they've, the various different college sports acts that have made their way into Congress have been hard to get through. And if you try and get a whole bunch of politicians to all pull in the same direction,
good luck.
You're going to have a hard time doing it.
Yeah.
This is why having collective bargaining is a much better way of going about it, because it's the two sides that need to get something done. They both have investment in it. Everybody's incentivized to make this happen. And so if you do indeed get more and more of these factions from the player side, maybe they can just work with the NCAA or the schools or the conferences, and then they can figure out these issues directly. And now we don't have to involve the senator from Arizona or the representative from Utah in order to get something over the line.
No, I agree.
So, some other things in the college football on a Tuesday landscape are, I know everybody loves them some Brian Kelly. Get ready to love him more, because CBS has hired him and Doug Peterson as college football analysts for the 2026 season.
What kind of accent he going to have for this one?
That's
a lot
a good
of people
question.
have asked about that. Is it going to be Midwest?
I'm legit asking, too.
Is it going to be Louisiana?
Little Cajun in there?
Cajun? What's it going to be? Here's the thing. You mentioned Brian Kelly and Doug Peterson. Both with weird stories that got him here. You know, and I tell you, if you want to call this a confession or whatever, I actually think, and it is going to be a backhanded compliment, I actually think Brian Kelly will be pretty good at this, because he is a BS expert. like BS is his thing. I'm being totally honest.
So he's that guy in the meeting that can BS his way through a presentation.
Yes, which means he's probably going to be great as an analyst.
He's going to sound good.
He's gonna sell. What's that old saying? He's
going to sell water to a whale,
snow to an Eskimo, or whatever. That's like he is a BS master. I actually think he's going to be pretty good. I really do.
That is a backhanded compliment.
I told you it was.
I don't know, because here's the thing, right? When it comes to the media landscape, I think that an important part of what you're doing here is not just are you good, do people like you? And the one thing I can say inherently about Brian Kelly, right? While he is a pretty good coach and all these things, people just seem to not like him no matter where he goes.
He's not the first. He's not the first broadcaster that people didn't like, and then all of a sudden kind of like. Rex Ryan. You know,
but here's the thing. Rex Ryan at least has some people that are like, I kind of like your moxie. Universally, Brian Kelly just seems to be a dude that turns everybody off. I don't. It's kind of, honestly, I want it to be studied because it's kind of incredible, the reverse magnetism that he has.
Yeah. I feel like fans will probably not care for him just off of his resume a little bit and how he kind of rubbed you the wrong way. But I wonder if his coworkers, if it's going to get to that point.
Oh, that's a good
where
point.
he doing some stuff where maybe people at CBS not really care for him, where he eventually be out after a year or something.
What do you think about Doug Peterson? I don't know what to make.
I don't know what to make of that, man. Because I kind of would have understood if it was like, you know, some NFL stuff or, you know, something like that. I did not expect for him to be in the college space.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to see his name.
Yeah.
And maybe he might be good. He might be good, but I expected him to be more in the NFL space.
This feels like Doug was just like, is there a job that I can have?
That's
right
what
now?
it seemed like to me.
Which makes me think that both of these jobs could be vacant as soon as the 2027 season. Where Doug Peterson finds something else to do with himself and them just being like, we can't keep doing this with
And
Brian
Brian Kelly, speaking of the BS expert that he is, he goes, I'm here for the long haul. Okay.
That's not really your call here.
Okay, cowboy.
Yeah. This sounds like David Culley and Lovie Smith on the coaching staff.
I love the idea that Brian Kelly says that like it's his choice. Like as though the thing that we're concerned about is that he's going to get another job and leave us on the TV side. When in all reality, I'm like, are they going to want to continue to employ you? Now, of course, I'm a hater. I've recognized that, and I can say that out loud.
Yeah.
That is something I will say. How about this? If you're talking about haters in college football, there's one name that comes up that is number one. And I think that this is undisputed. And his name is Steve Spurrier.
Really?
He is such a good hater.
I love
Have you not? Oh, no, I love him.
Yeah,
Don't get me
love him.
wrong.
Yeah.
But you remember all the quotes?
He is.
The quotes that he has given, whether he was at Florida or South Carolina, he has given some incredible, devastating quotes about the dudes around
You
him.
could say the same thing about the guy that is going to share a story about Steve Spurrier.
Yeah, maybe you could. Paul Feinbaum is probably another one of the dudes that you could put up there. When it comes to top hating all of college football. And they came together in this story that Paul Feinbaum is telling about how he kind of possibly got fired, or he could have been fired.
Almost fired less than a couple of months into the SEC Network's launch, and this is the reason why.
So Davion Clowney he missed a couple of practices for South Carolina. Never revealed this story, but only on only on that SEC podcast. And I'm on ESPNU back then, had a lot of shows. I was on one of the shows and criticized him, and Spurrier saw it. And Spurrier was his coach. He called me and said, this guy is one of the worst players I've ever had. He doesn't come to practice. He doesn't do anything right. Doesn't listen to anything. He said, he's driving me crazy. I don't know how much longer he's going to be on the team. Now, we all know Jadeveon Clowney went number one in the next year. So I was on a show the very next day. It's called The Insider. It was something. ESPNU had a show on like 23 hours a day. And I was on with Ryan McGee and Dari Noka and all these guys. And we got to Jadeveon Clowney, and they said, what do you think? I said, Jadeveon Clowney, he looked in the camera. I said, Jadeveon Clowney is the biggest joke in college football.
Oof.
I said, he's a disgrace. Now, why did I say? Because Spurrier told me.
Spurrier told me. Here's what happened, I think. I got to know Spurrier pretty well when I was covering college football. And, we talked about Italy. Anyway.
That's a great comeback.
That was good.
I think Spurrier played him.
100%.
Played him. Just said, here, he heard, and he's trying to motivate Clowney. He's trying to get his team going. He said, he wanted Feinbaum with his platform to double down, and he sure did. He sure enough did. He's a disgrace in college football.
I mean, if that ain't an ultimate tell that, don't trust everything you hear, right?
Yes.
None of what you hear, half of what you see is what they say?
Exactly.
Yeah. That was a very funny circumstance. And it's kind of hilarious that it ties into former Houston Texan Jadeveon Clowney as well. But yeah, a little bit of college football on a Tuesday. A lot of things still, moving and shaking. We're getting preseason polls and everything. But 5 Saturdays until college football is back in action. Only one sleep until Texans preseason gets underway, or rather Texans training camp gets underway tomorrow. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, shout out to Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle putting together the top 10 most impactful, most interesting guys to watch for training camp. Let's see, do we agree with Jonathan in his top 10 rankings? We'll do that next.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love, louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Yanks beat the White Sox 9-5 last night. Before the game, manager Aaron Boone said Cody Bellinger will be out 4 to 6 weeks with a grade 2 left hamstring strain. Aaron Judge has been out since May 31st. Giancarlo Stanton has been out since April 24. After last night's win, the Yankees are 2.5 games behind Tampa Bay and hold the first.
And I say
laughing at myself.
But no, shout out to Jonathan Alex at Houston, who we saw last night as well. Piece, which was the 10 Houston Texans players that have the most to prove. Not necessarily the most interesting to watch, but they have the most to prove in going into training camp 2026. And this is very intriguing as a concept because having things to prove is not always a one-note conversation or consideration. There's a lot of different things because you're proving different stuff to different people in different circumstances, and so I wanted to go through this.
But we know number one, so we maybe want to go in
You want to go 1 to 10?
Yeah, because we know number one.
All right, so number one is clearly going to be, say it with me now, C.J. Stroud. Do we need to go through all of the reasons why?
Well, I'm more intrigued than the others. We talked
about C.J.
We've done
all
season. And we're going to have.
We have.
Yeah,
no, and we will continue talking about him because he's the quarterback of the team.
Yeah.
Who do you think that he has as player number
That's
2?
the thing that got me interested.
That has the most to prove. I wouldn't have gotten it if I was just guessing it. Who would you imagine?
Figured you have a guess?
And don't feel like you need to guess what he wrote. I'm intrigued for you guys. If you were to answer the question completely blind, who do you think has the second most to prove?
I'm thinking for myself and be interested to see like the second most to prove. I don't know if
it's only players, right?
It is only players because that's a great question. I would very much throw Nick
I don't
Caley up
know
here.
if this is fair, but the name that came to my mind was Tank Dell.
See, now he cheating. He be looking at the list.
No,
that's
I'm
it.
not.
Okay.
I did not.
He be looking at the list. I don't know how you did it. You're doing some magic over there, but you're doing it.
I did not.
Is it
cheat.
X-ray vision?
Did not cheat.
Using X-ray vision. It is indeed. Wide receiver Tank Dell. He says that since he hasn't played a game since December of 24 when he suffered the major injury, he hasn't even had a full practice yet.
Yeah.
Getting closer. And one video posted, which we've talked about, shows him cutting at full speed. He's one of CJ's favorite targets we know. And if he can be anywhere close to what he was in those years, he's going to be very impactful. But if he can't, I mean, think about it. We're moving close quickly to the end of his contract. And I mean, if it doesn't come together this year, you can't keep working with him in the mindset that he's going to be a part of what you're doing, right? So
I totally agree.
It's a fair one to bring up here. The third one he puts in here.
Let me guess. I'm on a roll.
Okay, all right, my bad. I didn't want to stop you on your roll. My bad.
I'm going to say it's one of two that I can't quite.
Talk through it. Let us into the thought process.
So I'm thinking either Keelan Rutledge because of the position and obviously the competition and the importance of that position. Or go the total opposite way, like legit has something to prove, and that's Cade Stover. So I can't go back. I'm going back and forth between Keelan Rutledge and Cade Stover. I'm going to say Keelan Rutledge.
You were damned if you did, damned if you didn't. Yeah. However, both of those guys show up on this list.
Okay, but not third.
Not third.
Okay.
Can I take a guess?
Please.
I was thinking Brevin Jordan.
Brevin Jordan does not show up on this list, interestingly enough.
That's a surprise.
Why? Okay, so let's talk through this portion.
I'm just thinking kind of similar to Tank Dell a little bit, just dealing with the injuries and all that stuff. I felt like this is a year to prove for him because that tight end room is kind of
and there's
a little
opportunity.
bit crowded. Yeah.
Strong agree. Like I think that's one of the. I guess if there was an honorable mention, honestly, I might put him a little bit higher, but maybe it's because like he is in a place where I don't know how much he factors into what the thought process is, and you have probably 3 tight ends that are above him in the pecking order as of right now. Now, I guess you can make the argument very easily that then makes it even more so that he has more to prove in order to make sure he makes a 53-man roster for the Texans. But you know that he has a very particular skill set. It's just what does he look like after having successive years of injuries taking him out before you even get to the regular season?
I'm surprised he's not on the list. And I think that's more than fair. Is it? It's not David Montgomery, is it?
David Montgomery is the person that puts
Dang
here.
it. I almost said him as well. So David Montgomery's third.
David Montgomery's third. How do you feel about that as the dude who has something to prove?
Just because the number of carries, although we can talk about yards per carry and EPA and all that stuff.
I was going to say DVOA. You were close.
Or whatever.
You almost had the right statistic.
It's just letters. And so I could see it. And I obviously I would have had Rutledge and Stover ahead of him, but I could see it.
Yeah, it's funny because I don't know. I don't view David Montgomery as having a ton to prove because I think that even if you get David Montgomery from last year, a guy who was effectively a backup player in the way that they used him compared to Jahmyr Gibbs, I think that I was fascinated by the statistic where by DVOA, he had the best performance of any Texans running back, if the last introduction, dating back to Arian Foster. It just points to just how, if we're going to be honest, how bereft the running game has been since then.
Well, maybe that's part of the reason why he should be.
But I'm like, what does he have to prove? Like, even if he gives you what he gave you last year, talk less of
that it's
even
still there
better.
because of so much importance.
I was kind of looking at him kind of like Joe Mixon in his first year, where somebody that might be a little bit older, and I know he ain't got the carries like Joe Mixon did, but I was kind of looking at that. I ain't really look at it as a point to something to prove.
Right. So who's number 4?
Wyatt Teller. And I agree with this
I think that's a good one, man.
I do agree with this one because
go ahead.
Now we're getting to the offensive line and the part of this team that is clearly going to be a linchpin for anything that they do. And Wyatt Teller is probably the crown jewel of their offseason when it comes to trying to make that better. Unless you want to put Keelan Rutledge up there.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that you're moving positions, right? Because he played right guard. You're moving him to the left. Which any offensive lineman tells you is like wiping with the other hand. But then on top of that, we've seen a decline in his play the last couple of years. Now,
not talked about a lot, but there has been.
It has been, and he talked about it though. And I think it might have been Landry or Cody that were out talking to him, where he was like, "Yeah, he acknowledged that. Hey, man, there was some things happening with the way that the system went, and like kind of just a lack of, I don't know if it was excitement. I don't know what the right word is specifically." But he's going to have to lock in and demonstrate that what the Wyatt Teller that he once was, or at least something close to that, can still be there. Because if you're getting the Wyatt Teller from last year, I don't know how happy you will be with the offensive line performance.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough last year. I think he might have been benched last year.
He was.
So I know a lot of Cleveland fans was just like, whoa, he got that much? Because, he wasn't the same Wyatt Teller.
Right.
But, I think that's a good one.
Yeah. And then 5 is where Keelan Rutledge comes in.
Okay.
And this one is obvious, right? If he plays and if he's capable of handling a spot, one of the spots on the offense that is very cerebral, he can help make sure that you are capable of running the football. He helps. He is the keystone final piece to an offensive line rejuvenation where we go from whatever the hodgepodge of the offensive line was to a clear identity of we want to be big and physical, right? That takes you, Ariante Arsery, big, physical. Wyatt Teller, big, physical. Ed Ingram, big, physical. Whether it's Trent Brown or Braden Smith, big, physical. Jake Andrews, not so much.
Right,
and so if you can get Keelan Rutledge in there, the full transformation has happened. But he's a rookie who is playing a position that he hasn't before. And as we mentioned, it is one that is very vital because the communication can make this whole thing fall apart.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good one right there.
Marlon Klein comes in at 6th.
Oh, Marlon Klein.
Marlon Klein comes in at 6th. How do you feel about that? And a lot of this is like draft position, clearly.
Yeah, no, look, I think Marlon Klein is in a good spot there. I personally think Cade Stover, something to prove, or else you're gone. Potentially. So yeah, that's why.
Okay, so
that's why I said Stover.
That's fair. I think that he has something to prove on behalf of Nick Caserio, Marlon Klein. Because if he doesn't work out, this is another big time, fairly premium draft pick that you would have maybe galaxy brained, and then end up looking kind of silly.
For Marlon Klein.
Marlon Klein.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you were talking about Cade Stover.
Oh, Cade Stover.
Yeah, that was a later. Yeah.
And Cade Stover is 6, so it's fitting that these guys are next to each other.
Gotcha.
And it's really just. He hasn't made an impact. And how many times have we had various different Texans people saying, like, this feels like the year that Cade Stover puts it all together? And that would have been incredibly helpful for you in a number of circumstances, including when you're in New England and Dalton Schultz, who's been held together with duct tape, finally can't hold together anymore. And now it's Cade Stover, and Cade Stover can't give you anything close to what Dalton Schultz is giving you.
Yeah.
Right? Like this. Especially, they had to go get Marlon Klein in part because Cade Stover has not delivered in being a guy who is physical and can block, but can also give you a little something in the pass game.
No, they absolutely went and got him because of that. Yeah.
Who do you think is 8?
Let's see. So you got Cade Stover already.
Cade Stover's come in. Marlon Klein's come in. Keelan Rutledge, Wyatt Teller, David Montgomery, Tank Dell, and C.J. Stroud have all been in here. Notice the trend, mind you. I'll give you that.
Yeah, and that's where I'm leaning as well. Still on the offensive side of the ball. I'm going between Jaden Higgins and Xavier Hutchinson. I'm going to say Xavier Hutchinson.
I was trying to lead you to water. I couldn't get you to drink. It's on the offensive line again.
Oh, okay.
Which that's the trend here, right? The offensive line has a ton to prove in that they're capable of, one, protecting CJ, but more importantly, doing the thing that this entire offseason was stated to be, which is run the football. Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram last year had his best season as a player in the league. And even then, there was still some stuff to be desired.
Yeah.
And they rewarded him with a pretty solid contract, 3-year, $37.5 million. That is one where you can't end up looking like last year was an anomaly. Honestly, I don't even know how much you can look like last year cap what you're capable of doing.
Absolutely.
He needs to build upon it.
Yeah, he needs to be better.
We haven't talked about it a lot. I've kind of hinted at it in some of my rewatches. That's a big question to ask of Ed Ingram right now.
No, he does need not just be as good as he was last year. He needs to be better. Yeah.
Confidence level in him being better.
To be determined. Yeah.
I'm curious. Now, there's a possibility that the confines are more similar. He didn't have as much moving for him. I think the biggest movement he had was Titus Howard moving away from him and then playing next to Trent Brown for a period of time. But he played with Trent Brown more recently. It looks like there will be, if it's Trent Brown or maybe it's Braden Smith, but a veteran to his right and possibly a stronger dude to his left, or a dude that at least he had some comfort with in Jake Andrews. At least there should be some comfortability.
Yeah.
There's another year working with Cole Popovich, so he should be even more comfortable with what they're doing there. But there's going to have to just be a clear uptick from him. If we're talking about improvement, I don't know that it's just because I can't really point to these are the changes happening around him that makes him better. He's just going to have to be better.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, you want to see who comes in at 9 because it's a name that I think that you'll scoff at. Really and truly.
I'm going to scoff?
When we're on the top 10 players that have something to prove for the Texans this year, I think you'll scoff at number 9.
It seems like it's going to be one that we would least expect.
Correct.
I'm going to say Will Anderson.
He puts Will Anderson Jr. at 9.
I get it. I get it.
You do? Okay, make the argument, please.
Because let's see just how dominant you are. Let's get to the 20 sacks. Let's get to the next level MVP 99 on Madden player. I think as soon as you kind of gave us the hint, I'm like, I bet you it's Will Anderson.
That's what he says. I mean, he became the highest paid defensive player in NFL history.
Yeah.
And now the having to prove it is live up to that.
Yeah.
Now the beauty of it is nobody has real doubts on his capability of living up to it.
No, but I would love to see 18, 19, 20 sacks.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's funny because what was he at last year? Was it 12 and a half?
Something like that.
Right in there?
Yeah.
In fact, I saw the number for this year for him, and it was like 11 and a half or 11 or something. I was like,
it
was 11 and a quarter is what it was, I think. And I was just like, because half sacks, right? Yeah. And I was like, that feels low. And I was like, he had 12 and a half. Like there is some level of cannibalization when it comes to this defense and sacks because there's a lot of them, but there's also a lot of people who have to eat.
Yeah.
But even still, it does feel like we got to be talking about consistently, not just the double-digit sacks, and maybe it's unfair to just be like, hey, I'm expecting 13 every time or 14 every time.
Well, when you get paid that, I get it.
Exactly. Like, this is where sports can be a little unfair, is that now we're looking at your pocketbook to determine how you should play.
Yes.
But, hey, man, we're looking at your pocketbook to determine how you should play. The beauty of it is you know that he's going to give you everything that he's got, and if he doesn't get there, it's not going to be because he did not work for it. And that's one of the beautiful things about Will Anderson Jr. And then number 10.
I'm going to go outside the box again.
Okay.
Reed Blankenship.
No.
Which I can see where Reed Blankenship would be. Hey,
make the case for me if you don't mind.
What brought him in? Obviously, great pedigree. They have a need at that position. They don't seem to be real high on the guys that were there last year. You better live up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
One of his I guess defensive back roommates is the man who actually takes the 10th spot on the Houston Chronicles 10 players with the most to prove headed into training camp for the Texans.
And that is
Kamari Lassiter.
Really?
Interestingly enough.
I wouldn't have put him on the list.
I take you to a segment that I like to call Reading.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter doesn't have anything to prove within the Texans organization. He arguably outperformed expectations throughout his first 2 seasons. But nationally, he hasn't gotten the respect that he deserves. And so he'll once again be challenged by opposing quarterbacks as they try to avoid Derek Stingley. And that's a good point. Although I do think that we started to see a little bit of, do we really want to try number 4 over there, now number 3?
Yeah.
But I do think that, hey, if you're trying to find a place to attack in the secondary, pursuant to you talking about, Reed Blankenship is there. We have patched that hole. Right, it's not like you're just going to go, hey, MJ Stewart, we're going to try and see what you got. Miles Bryant, we're going to see what you got. Jalen Reed, we're going to see what you got. That's not there anymore. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's Reed that they try and attack.
Yeah.
But I think that people know not to throw to Derek Stingley. That one's clear. Do they know not to throw to Kamari Lassiter, and are they going to try him?
Yeah.
There's going to be a little bit of proving there. But this is another one where he's low on this because I think you feel pretty confident that he will answer that call.
Totally agree.
I'm shocked Brevin Jordan ain't on this list. I thought he probably would have been on this list for sure.
Yeah, are there any that you're like, all right, I'm surprised that he's not here? Brevin Jordan, is there anybody else? Jake Andrews, does that feel like one, or is it just like we know what he is and there's not much?
Other way, yeah.
Fair enough. And then some of the other ones are just
Smith.
Braden Smith is an interesting one because
I don't even know. I assume he would be the starting right tackle.
Agreed.
But
the way that you
honestly,
paid him,
the way that they move him, like I'm not really sure.
Are they sure? Yeah.
Well, he hasn't practiced yet. I think that's the big thing. But I think that also puts some more things to prove. We brought you in possibly to be the right starting right tackle. I don't imagine he signed this to come be a backup.
Yeah, right. But it's kind of a Wyatt Teller story a little bit. Not as bad. He wasn't benched or nothing like that. But it's kind of
He kind of was.
They
let him walk because they had a couple of dudes that were like, we feel better with the young guys holding this now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But all of these are going to be proven on the field of battle, which is indeed the football field, starting with the Houston Methodist Training Center's 3 practice fields where we will be tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, so I got a crazy story about another dumb criminal. And plus, I know. Hopefully everybody ate their lunch already because it's going to get a little nasty with a couple stories I got.
All right, let's hear that next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th.
for the mixtape. And you can do that too. Just hit me up at @TheFiggyFig on all social media platforms. And I will say you guys do a good job sending me stuff. Sometimes I just get a random tweet like mixtape ? Yeah, so I do see it. And if I don't reply, it's not because I don't like it or anything, but I appreciate y'all sending those stories to me, including this one. This was why I shouted out Captain Scott Noel. He sent me this. So yesterday, we'll get to that audio in a minute, but yesterday we talked about the dumb criminal. Yeah. We got another one right
More
here.
dumb criminals,
Yeah, yeah. So this one, I think this one is all about karma.
Okay.
So here's a story about a man who robbed a Verizon store, and he did something dumb which led to this karma.
So this dude was robbing a Verizon store. However, he left his truck running outside and it backfired on him.
Someone took my truck. Did you leave it here running? I was at McDonald's.
And so while he was robbing the store, somebody noticed that he had left his keys in the vehicle, so they stole it.
He's bleeding. He's bleeding. That's blood in it.
Now, the cops had just responded to a call about somebody robbing a Verizon store. When they showed up to the Verizon store, you could see the broken window. And they also noticed blood on this dude, so they're like, hold on, this might be the guy.
All right, let me just see your hands real quick. Let me see this hand. Okay. All right, put your hands behind your back for me. What?
Why?
Were you at that Verizon store? Because you got blood on your hands and blood on your glasses. I wasn't at no Verizon store, sir. I promise to God. Have a seat real quick. Hold on. Okay. Someone stole my truck. I understand that.
So when he went outside and noticed his truck missing, instead of taking the L, he went across the street to a 7-Eleven and called the cops.
So the gig's up. It's whether you want to be honest about stuff or not. You know what I mean? I do. All right. They're not truck. Oh my God. That's kind of some karma right there, ain't it? Well, I left the keys in. Yeah, that's some karma right there, dude.
Talk about instant karma. This dude is a goofy.
All right, so here's the thing.
Complete idiot, man.
Yes on the karma, yes on dumb criminal, all of the above. That cop is laughing in his face, man.
Yes.
He's just looking at him, pointing and laughing in his face.
I feel like you have to in that instance, don't you? Come on, man.
It's funny, too, because you can see the body cam right there, and they went to the guy because, he reported his car was stolen. Yeah. And he said, wait, he's bleeding. And then they go to the scene of the crime. That's like, wait, it's blood by this window, which is, he knocked the window out. And they put 2 and 2 together. Yeah. And like, let me see your hand. What happened to your hand? They took his turn your ass around.
Yeah, turn around.
I am just amazed that he decided to call the cops because maybe I'm just different, or maybe I'm somehow a product of a different time. Yeah. But it feels like if you're doing something illicit and somebody else gets you on something illicit, you just gotta charge that one to the game. Yeah, like you can't go snitch. You was cheating too.
Yeah, you may not have heard me say this before, but criminals are dumb.
That is, what? That's a good point.
Yeah, to me, this remind me of that I'm not a criminal, but somebody that buy drugs from somebody and they get got, so they call the police and be like, "Hey, I was trying to buy some crack cocaine,
and they took my money."
Yeah, if you doing something illegal and somebody else does something illegal, y'all just illegal together. Like, you can't bring this to the realm of law.
Yeah,
that's not how this works.
You just gotta charge it to the game, man, or fight.
Yeah, or fight.
Yeah, you gotta fight. I never forget the story about one of my homeboys. He was selling crack to somebody.
Whoa!
Yeah, believe it or not, yes. Yeah. And this crackhead had the rocks in his hand, and then he balled his hand up and got in the fighting position. And so he like, oh man. So he had to beat the crackhead up. He whooped his ass, and then the crackhead ended up giving him his money for it.
I guess so.
Yeah. So you gotta go. You can't call the cops.
No.
Sometimes you just gotta fight, man.
Yeah, this does not fall in their realm. Like, this is not where you do. If you decide that you want to do business outside of the realm of the law, then you've got to do it by the rules of outside of the realm of the law.
Streets.
I think. Yes. Unfortunately,
you can't call the cops on this one, man.
And I feel like that should tell you something on whether or not you want to be a criminal. And the answer should be no. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that you should want to go over there. I'm just saying that that the lawlessness is why we're on this side. Yeah. We're on this side and we follow rules. in part because we want to be good people, but also because now you're protected by all of the law, right? If somebody steals from you, you are within the realm of everything that's fair.
He said, let me go over to this 7-Eleven. And by the way, why would you leave your car running?
Well, he thought he needed his getaway.
A quick getaway.
It's better than the person that calls the Uber.
Yeah.
after they steal something.
But how about that other guy just casually walking by? Hey, there's a free truck. there's a free
it's
truck.
Just crime going all over the place, man. It's the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So I hope everybody had their lunch. If you eating a late lunch, I hate to do this, but I will. You might want to turn this down a little bit because it's about to get nasty. Mm-hmm. So this one right here is a local story, and if you're familiar with Quanell X, and Dr. Candace Matthews, whenever they pull up into a place, you know it's about to go down, man.
Things are happening.
Yeah, something bad didn't happen. So here's Quanell X and Candace Matthews pulling up to a Popeyes here in Houston because it was a bit of an issue somebody had with their chicken.
Hello?
Hello?
Is the manager here? Are you the manager?
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
We need to talk to you about a very serious situation.
Okay.
Extremely serious. This young brother was sitting here eating with also a member of his family not too long ago, this weekend. He broke open his chicken. He bought the chicken from here. He sat down in here, opened the chicken, and the chicken had a condom in it.
Wow.
A condom. There's the video right there of them opening the chicken, and you can tell the condom was cooked in the chicken. If you look at the whole video, it was cooked in the chicken. When they came up here to speak to you all about it, they laughed at him. They thought it was funny. Why the police were not called and notified that you have some freak in the kitchen, because that was cooked in the chicken. So you got some freak in the back, in the kitchen, with himself and the chicken and the chicken at the same time. This is a sick individual. We don't know what disease this is in the condom. So we don't know what germs.
I'm not sure if it was.
You need to call the GM.
We need
to call the owner. You need to call corporate.
He even had to go
brothers
to the
and
emergency
sisters.
room.
Be careful what you eat in this Popeyes.
I would not be ordering none of this damn
The
shit.
chicken is coming with used condoms in it.
Used condoms in it. Don't you order none of that chicken. Get your money back.
My concern is if you eat this chicken, you might want to decide if you want to.
God, I don't want to know what those last couple words were. How did he turn into a preacher man in that instance?
Well. So I do have obviously several issues with this.
I would hope so.
But the number one thing is whether you agreed with him or not. Quanell X showed up. Usually there was like an issue, like a social or political or just life issue. Yeah. Showing up as a Karen now? Just basically complaining about his food?
He been doing this for a little bit because I see, like, this ain't the first time he did something like this. He was the guy that showed up. Remember, I think some store plastered a little kid using the bathroom.
Oh yeah,
on the front.
I remember that.
Yeah. So he was there. I think when
even that is a little more.
It could be a little,
social, whatever.
Yeah, political or whatever you want to call it.
Now he's just complaining about condom in a chicken.
I will.
It's not a small complaint.
It's not. It's more of a Karen.
I will say this: if you can't afford a real lawyer, this might be the perfect person to get.
That's true.
Yeah, somebody that's in these neighborhoods, in these hoods, and something happened to you. You know what? Let me call them. Because I will be afraid if I was a store owner or anything. If I see them walking in, and by the way, it's not just them two. Right. It's like 5 different cameramen. Yeah. Just right with an entourage just coming in. Like, no, I want to make sure I stay out of their hair.
No, that's an important point because one thing that I love saying, because I believe it with all of my heart and most of my kidney, is that shame is a powerful tool in society.
Sure.
And so it sounds like they tried to go through like regular recourse of, hey, there's something that's illicit in my this is not good in my food, and they brought it to the manager or whoever was working there, and they didn't get any satisfaction. And at that point, this is where Marvin Zindler used to be great. Like, let's go to the slime and the ice machine and shame you guys into doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Right.
So in this instance, I'm going to make a comparison that I did not anticipate making when I woke up this morning. Quanell X is just Marvin Zindler. You know what I mean?
That's what kind of obviously I want to talk about the chicken real quick too, but like I remember a particular one when he showed up, and it was something about like this black family was getting charged more for a rental house. That's a real issue.
I think he still do that.
That's a real social,
I think he still
political, whatever you want to call it, issue. Now he's complaining about the chicken. Let's set that aside. What makes a person like?
I don't want to get into that headspace. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to think about what takes you to that place.
You always hear about these pranks, like somebody, whatever, did something,
or like spit in somebody's food or something like that.
Yeah. But to get a condom and say, you know where I'm going to put this? The fryer. I'm going to put this in the fryer with the chicken. And then I guess it got cooked into...
It was cooked inside the chicken, yeah.
Apologies again to everybody listening.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah.
It's not going to get better.
Oh, no.
We got one more story, man. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So a video recently went viral, and this was so damn nasty. Honestly, this might put the other story to shame to me for a little bit. Just a little bit. Like
I don't know if can I leave?
It might.
Can I turn it down?
It might not. I think just the thought of it really was awful. But here is Inside Edition with this nasty story.
It's the video that has social media gagging.
Oh, no.
A cruise ship passenger scratches the bottom of her foot with her bare hand. You can see flakes of skin falling to the floor, but it gets worse. Moments later, she uses a fork to dig into her itching foot. Ew, gross. The foot-scratching video was shot during lunch at a pizza bar on a Carnival cruise ship sailing from Miami to the Bahamas. Now, the video's going viral, and people are freaking out. One big question, what happened to the fork?
Yes, that is the only question.
So horrifying to watch. Forks are for food, not feet.
Carnival Cruise Line says forks are intended for food, not foot care.
Get out of town.
Our team quickly addressed it with the guest and removed the utensil from service. While the video may be generating laughs and gasps online, cleanliness and hygiene are no joke to us.
The video of the woman using the fork in that very unappetizing way has racked up more than 40 million views.
Good Lord,
nasty,
I just looked it up.
Why did you go?
I don't know.
You went and searched it. See, there's two types of people. There's two types of people that when they hear something that goes, oh, that's nasty, they go, ooh, let me see. Or they go, I don't want to see it. I am the latter. I am very clearly,
Lopez
I don't want to see
is the guy that will send it to you.
So
you can see the fungus.
So on when you're watching football and they show the instant replay of the injury, you watch it?
Yes, you watch it.
Once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, no thank you.
No, man.
Is it weird though that this did not hit me as bad because I was like, I get it. That's not what you should do with a fork. It's going to get washed, right?
Not good enough. Not well enough.
I don't think so.
Not at the dinner table, man.
Plus, just I don't want to a place where one of the forks might have been like y'all watch Always Sunny. Frank has the toe knife. This lady has a foot fork. You've heard of the toe knife. This is the foot fork.
Let me ask you this, Reggie.
Okay.
What if you found out I was doing the same thing with the forks at my house, and then I invite you over to
put
dinner?
them in the dishwasher?
I would not be
it would
happy.
Hit you a little weird, right?
Oh, 100%. Like this is still something that she should not do. But I'm not, if we go through and wash it, I will not end up in a bad place.
But once
I don't
you
think
see
so.
it,
That's
once
not
you
true.
see it, it's just this is too much.
No, it was absolutely too much.
Yep. And then, by the way, happy birthday to the one and only D'Amico Ryans.
That's right. That's right. Happy birthday to Coach himself.
Happy birthday, Cap.
What do you think Cap's doing for his birthday?
Watching film.
That's right.
I think he mentioned this before because
it always happens.
It always happened during training camp. So he always say he don't really get to do anything. It's always work. He always at work.
Should we get him something for his birthday? Should we at least get him like a nothing bundt cake or something like that?
I mean, I'm in. Yeah.
All right. Let's put in for a nothing bundt cake and then give it to Coach tomorrow.
And then put Bit Bessemer on it because he's from Bessemer.
He would. You know what? He'd appreciate that. I think.
Yes, he would.
Yeah. My cousins always tell me, you know where you from, cuz? Big Bessemer.
Big Bessemer.
They tell me that
not
every
the little
single
one,
time. Big Bessemer.
All right. Very good.
Tell me that every single time.
There you go. That was a admittedly stomach churning edition of the mixtape, but a good one nonetheless. You catch it every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at 1:20 p.m. And then, of course, if you see anything mixtape worthy, preferably if it does not involve feet, would appreciate.
Keep sending them in.
Send them to our guy Figgy Fig at the Figgy Fig on social media. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before that, one of these publications has given a grade for the Rockets offseason. Do you agree with it? We do that next.
Texans training camp starts this week. Are you ready? We are.
1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun day here on a Tuesday. Maybe I should say it properly. On Training Camp Eve. It's we've had a lot of fun, but tomorrow we really get to turn it up as we will be broadcasting from the Houston Methodist Training Center for day one of Texans Training Camp 2026. I am so excited. Just the sights and sounds and smells, right? The fresh cut grass, the Gatorades that are going to be flowing out there. And a lot of sun, a lot of heat, but a lot of football as well.
Let me check that temperature right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask y'all earlier. I'm like, y'all might want to check the temperature.
Check this out for a second.
I mean, what's the point of having the weatherman J-Lo right here if he's not going to give me an update on what the weather looks like?
Yeah, I'm looking at it for you.
It's been blazing hip-hop and R&B the last couple weeks.
Oh, boy.
Okay. While he looks for that.
What's the feel like temperature?
Feels like this is at 11 a.m., so right as they're wrapping up. Let me go a little earlier here. 10 a.m. All right, not too bad. Well, we'll see. Temperature 87.
Oh, hell yeah. We're gonna be having a good time out there.
Feels like 99. 1 hour later,
Not even a problem.
1 hour later, temperature 91, feels like 103.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not even counting the humidity.
I think we'll be great. It'll be great. The football will keep us cool, 100%. But yeah, so excited for that. We're reaching, or we've kind of reached the calm period when it comes to basketball, and understandably so, right? Because they've got a little time, then they'll start up their training camp, their preseason work, and then they'll get to basketball in October, right? I think that we are in full agreement that they're done, right? There was a point in time where we were like, is it possible that this is the quiet before any tremors? I think they're done. And
Maybe in the Rockets and really just about everyone.
Pretty much. Well, yeah. I think there's some things that are moving and shaking now that people are no longer waiting for LeBron. Like Draymond Green just signed his deal in Golden State, which what a sad place that they are. They were hoping that they could just maintain some of their excitement by bringing LeBron, and now they just have to come to terms with the fact that they are old and not all that good anymore.
Yeah.
By the way, pursuant to nothing. People are clamoring for Steph Curry to Charlotte, to the Hornets, to kind of do the
full circle.
This is where your people are from. This is where your pops is.
Yeah.
Is that of any interest to you?
Zero.
Okay, very good.
You?
I think it'd be a fun story
for like an hour, one segment.
It's enough.
You think he'll go back to Charlotte?
I don't think so. I think he is so clearly the DNA of what the Golden State Warriors have become. I mean, They literally built a stadium off of his back, right?
Yeah.
Moving from that Oakland area to San Francisco with the Chase Center, it happened because of him and being that generational talent. They've rocked with him and competed in ways that they probably shouldn't have because he's still at that level.
Yeah,
I think he just rides it out and they ride it out with him.
I don't see no benefit him going to Charlotte to try to do this storybook closing.
Exactly, I'm with you. Yeah.
Anyways, neither here nor there, but I wanted to come back to Bleacher Report did their grades for everybody's offseason all the way across the league, even though some teams are maybe still figuring out their tweaks. They give the Rockets a
C.
Figgy?
I'm gonna say a D.
A minus.
A minus.
Get out of here.
An A minus is what they give.
Based on what?
The Houston Rockets.
Based on somebody getting healthy, perhaps.
Do you?
Or they hired a shooting coach.
Do you agree?
Oh, well,
they did hire the shooting coach, which
is that part of it?
I mean, absolutely. How does if you had to give a grade, because I know it's not an A minus, John Lopez.
I gave it to you, C.
You think it's a C?
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about it. Marcus Smart.
Sufficiently passing, but not.
I mean, guys are getting healthy. Okay, we expected that. That's not necessarily any move you made, and we don't know how good they're going to be. Marcus Smart, aging shooter that really can't shoot all that great.
But he can initiate an offense for you. Like he can keep your offense going in the occasion that
so that's an A minus.
You end up in that place again. Which, I mean, that was a big issue that you had, and you at least did something to kind of address it.
I'm not trying to be a hater.
Tell, I'm just trying to make
be fair here. What is?
Do I need to go to a segment that I like to call reading?
Yes, you do.
Quote: It was a quiet season for the Rockets, they almost certainly got better. And quiet improvement beats an awful lot of other possibilities that come from NBA summers. Okay, press pause.
Mm-hmm.
The first name that they mention when I talk about that preamble, who do you think the first name is that they mention?
Shooting coach.
It is not the shooting coach. Here we go. Bogdan Bogdanovic,
Oh,
though he's nearing the
gracious.
end of his career, is a good shooter and a savvy playmaker who could help expedite Reed Shepherd's development.
Clutch fans. I mean, Clutch. What's it called? Clutch. What's that website?
Clutch Fans. Yeah.
No, the Dream Shake.
The Dream Shake.
Yeah.
And Marcus Smart provides a lot of defense, which that is fair, right? Having some defense from that position is important. I hadn't considered that enough, but imagine in the instances where you go, hey, having those two guards out there that are smaller, especially if it's like Fred and Reed. How much more palatable does that become if it's Marcus Smart next to Reed or Marcus Smart next to Fred VanVleet if you're doing like a smaller lineup? I hadn't considered enough of that, so that's fair. But Smart provides a lot of the defense that Dorian Finney-Smith and Josh Okogie did while also being able to create a bit on the other end. And then those slight upgrades plus the return of Fred VanVleet and your favorite two words, internal development from Reed Shepherd and Men Thompson, Jabari Smith, and Alperen Sengun could give Kevin Durant one last shot at a title. I think we all feel like
why don't we give grades for people's birthdays?
They're stretching it.
Hey, he turned 21. Gonna be a better year. You know, because there's nothing that look. And I'm not trying to hate, because if you sit there and tell me the Rockets are going to be good, I'm going to be yes, they will be. The Rockets could be very good, and I would say yes, they could be. But if you're grading the offseason, that is not an A-.
Yeah, that sound like that. And I don't think it's going to be an F or anything.
Right.
I think it's kind of an average, C.
Yeah.
All season.
I'll give them a B- because they also don't include the Chip England, because you talk about the internal development, and we here locally, there's an eye roll with that because you've gone through a number of years with the young core that they have.
Yeah.
I think that is the change that you go, okay, there is something that you've added to the mix that could be the catalyst for
That's why I named him first.
development.
I think that might be the best move.
He's not on the court, so I will point to making sure that they have actual playmakers so that we don't end up in a place where it's a Men Thompson clearly not able to create advantage. That's the thing, though, is I'm curious, are they going to be able to create advantages on the court? And you know what I mean when I say that, like make the defense have to lean and create gaps to drive into or space on the floor. And I still think that remains to be seen. You do have guys that can help actually move the ball and, run your pick and roll or whatever the offensive sets that you want to run are. But the question I still ask is, are defenses going to end up tilted in ways that help you create offense? Because that's still a big question for me with the Rockets, and it was last year, and it was a little bit the year before even. And so it's still there for me. I would give them a B- because I do think that development, it seems like it's a little bit more assured, and that's the biggest thing that they need.
Yeah, right in the neighborhood of a C. And a texter says, this might be the one publication that's higher on the team than the fans.
Will and Brado is like, whoa, wait a minute, take a step back a little bit.
Honestly, I think Will actually did post that, and he was like, I don't know, I think I'd go B-.
Yeah.
And shout out to Will. I know always very positive about the team, but even he's like, hey, you sure about that?
Hey, hold on, pump the brakes.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to see, but still, we'll see what the Rockets look like when they eventually get back to the court. The team that we will see the soonest in order to back on the field of play is the Astros. Like we mentioned, they're back in action versus the Angels. They got to win this one, right? Peter Lambert on the bump. Not only that, Reed Detmers is on the mound for the Angels. And apologies to my guy T. Mill, because I'm stealing something that he actually said to me, which is Jose Altuve has a really good OPS. I think it's in the 900 versus Reed Detmers in his career. Now, I know Jose has had kind of an interesting season, for lack of a better way of saying it, not necessarily looking as good numbers-wise.
Yeah.
But if there was an opportunity for Jose Altuve to turn back the clock, it does feel like Reed Detmers he's had some good success against.
It does, and look, this has got to be a win. You really stole one just from good fortune and the Angels' blunders yesterday. You're going to be riding that high. You've got your second best pitcher, maybe your best if you look overall, going tonight. You've got to absolutely take care of business against these Angels.
You do.
Sweep.
Does it make you feel any better if I point to the fact that after their first 51 games, after losing in Minnesota on May 20th, let me read the statistic correctly. The Astros were 20-31. Since then, 33-24.
A little bit, yeah.
Like they've actually been on a pretty good run. It's just what we talked about earlier was like they dug themselves
those little
such a
hiccups
hole.
too.
But, I mean,
the hiccups are getting them.
Current run they're on, 7 out of 8. Opportunity to make 8 out of 9 if they get the victory today or this evening in Anaheim. 8:38 first pitch.
That one last night almost killed me.
Last night. But this is the thing. You say it almost killed you. I kind of enjoyed the uptick that we had at the end of the game where it was like, oh, this is getting absurd, and that kind of helped the eyelids keep from falling all the way over.
100%.
We'll see if we – honestly, you know what? Peter, just go ahead and mow them down.
Yeah.
Let's move this thing along. Let's put some runs up early so that we
I can get some rest.
Turn the TV off.
Got training camp tomorrow.
That'd be great. Yeah, no, we got important things to handle as we appreciate
Do it
DNO.
for me.
Always. You don't think that they're always doing it for you, Lopez?
They should.
Much appreciation to DNM Ollies for the opportunity to crosstalk, and a reminder that you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station as we welcome in the fellas of the drive for this crosstalk, this final crosstalk before we are dealing with Texans training camp. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
I don't know, boys. What's good with y'all, man?
Man, just excited,
good, fellas?
Excited about this football, man. Always happy to chat with you. I already caught you a little bit earlier, Clint, because in doing my rewatches, I have been. The thing that I haven't been able, and I've seen this in a few games, but I hadn't really, and I think I mentioned it maybe a couple of times, but I haven't leaned into it too much. It's just, man, CJ has had some instances where he's just chucking the ball and it's not close. And I'm interested if you could share with the listenership what you share with me on how what you think is contributing to it, because I don't know that it's mechanics.
Well, no, look, mechanically, I mean, here I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody, but anybody that talks about CJ's mechanics, unless they're specifically talking about the fact he's slew-footed and he's got to actually work on making sure he doesn't, his actions, his movements aren't sloppy or slow or dragging. I mean, other than that, I mean, the mechanics are flawless. In fact, I would argue that the power that he generates with such a quick stroke is reason enough to say he's elite in that category. So,
okay.
I don't know, man. For me, when I look at C.J. Stroud and the problems that are the problem that C.J. Stroud has, all of them that I hear a lot of people talking about are really irrelevant, if we're being honest, and to the biggest problem, which goes back to the fit in this system. And it's so often pegged as such a negative conversation, it's hard to even have, right? It's C.J. Stroud is very clean mechanically. C.J. Stroud is very smart and processes at a high level. He struggles mightily in this system, trying to figure out, as they've talked about this, about when they've been asked about C.J. Stroud, they've talked about it in the offseason of, he's really got more control in manipulating the protections and this and that. We saw it with Deshaun Watson, we see it with C.J. Stroud. When you spend so much time on your play clock focusing on what's going on at the line of scrimmage, defenses are trying to manipulate you and keep you from being right. You are then late to getting your eyes up and seeing safety rotation or corner leverage or just simply reading the coverage. So you're trying to figure all this crap out down here. You look up, the clock's running, boom, snap the football. Day-to-day coaches on your ass about getting out of the huddle and get to the line of scrimmage. So everything is rushed. Everything's happening really fast. And so what you see misses. That's not a C.J. Stroud mechanical issue. That's not a C.J. Stroud, is he accurate issue. That is he a good fit in an offense that is going to ask him to do all of those things. Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that if he can't, he's dumb. That's what a lot of people get defensive about. Oh, well, he can't do this, or he's not a smart quarterback. He can't. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, it's just a fit. Is he a better fit in an offense like a Bobby Slowick offense that takes a lot of pride in, hey, we're going to take the responsibility off our quarterback.
Yeah.
We're going to ask him just to run the play that we call. We're going to have very minimal communication at the line of scrimmage relatively. We're going to have minimal adjustments and audibles, and we're going to let the guy play. There's a lot of quarterbacks that are better in that system. Right? There's a lot of quarterbacks. It doesn't mean it's not anything bad. It's just
that's what they're best at.
Right, right. They're better off when they're attacking, not when they're being conservative and minimizing risk. And that we've seen people win all different ways, and we've seen people be great in certain offenses that force you to think before the ball snap more than other offenses. And we've seen guys get plugged into that San Francisco offense over there with minimal skill, relatively speaking, and just boom, take off right now.
Yeah.
So it's so often that conversation, Reg, gets construed and gets pushed into this negative place instead of just the reality of it is the mistakes that I see C.J. Stroud make, turnovers, inaccuracies, not figuring out protections. That's for me. That's all right.
System.
Are they asking him? Is this system demanding too much of the quarterback?
Yeah.
Right. You're highlighting his weaknesses instead of highlighting his strengths. And that is, to me, the number. Every conversation with C.J. Stroud's quote unquote inabilities starts there, Reg. What you're talking about, the inaccuracy. Hell, what you guys were talking about yesterday. I thought you had a great conversation yesterday about the Arizona game, about how C.J. You made the exact point that we all hope we can get C.J. back to, is that game. It started so fast. We were up 10-0, and your point was, boy, C.J. was free. C.J. was ripping it in tight windows to Dalton Schultz and this and that, and then the next week it goes right back to minimize risk. Minimize risk. Don't lose the game. Right? Don't stay ahead of the chains.
Yeah.
So that what you were saying is the exact challenge for CJ is can he play free like that in this system week in, week out? Right? Without the one time he goes out and makes a bunch of mistakes or makes a handful of mistakes in a half of football, getting hammered on. Right? So that was a great segment yesterday by you guys too. I was fascinated, entertained, and the point was I thought spot on about that particular game in a bigger picture, broader light on C.J. Stroud.
I appreciate that. It always feels good to know that these hours of spending watching back is worth something.
There's nothing better than film, man. It don't matter whether you played or you didn't play, whether it's radio or TV. There's nothing better than film because people can argue with you all they want, but hell, I just saw it. It's what I saw, man. You know what I mean? It ain't my heart speaking. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
So that's there's nothing better than that film. Now I ain't gonna go back and watch last year's Arizona game. I'm gonna take your word for it.
I recognize it.
There's a few things better than film.
Name them.
I'm assuming he's talking about off the field.
Name them. I want to hear them.
Greatness.
Yeah. Agreed. Agree with that for sure. Greatness is absolutely up there.
2-minute drives.
You know what? I think I agree with that one. You cooking? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dressing.
That was the third one you got. Dressing is what you gave me.
He's talking about him walking into the stadium. I knew Ron was going to have something to say about that. I knew. I would have bet my house.
No, I was talking about dressing the food, man. Listen, I understand these kids are wearing these big-ass pants. I don't know what it's about. CJ got some big-ass pants. Tank got some big-ass pants. Will got some big old pants on. I don't know what it's about. I don't know why they wearing them bell bottoms. We went from wearing tight-ass pants to now we just wearing parachutes on our pants.
That's right.
I don't understand it. But hey, man, if it looks good and it makes you feel good, all good. I ain't tripping about it. I've seen some people talking about it, but yeah, man, they're wearing big ass pants.
That's right.
Well, that's Ron. That's in Lopez and know this. I don't know if anybody else other than me and Lopez in the room today can relate to it, but brother, that's part of getting old.
Yep.
The stuff that you used to. Hey, them breeches you used to kill Teresa for making you wear, they're gonna come back around.
Yep.
Maybe not the brand name, but the style damn sure is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the cyclical nature of it.
You live long enough, you're gonna have about three phases of bottoms, about 3 phases of them old skinny jeans.
Hey, the back of my closet is still waiting.
Break them out.
Hey, you can probably sell them joints right now. Do a garage sale.
Break them on out. No, do that. For sure. I subscribe, I imagine like you, to the Deion Sanders, look good, play good, get paid good. And I feel like C.J. Stroud might, right there. Right there.
We'll see.
We will see indeed. As you mentioned, the vets reported. Now, did you see Will walk in? Will look like the many millions of dollars that he earned.
He just got paid, didn't he?
Yeah. He's pointing at everybody like a politician.
Hey, look here.
State of the Union.
Big ass pants on.
He sure did. But they were flowing. They were
my
loose.
man's coming in on cloud 9. Ain't no doubt about it, man. He knows he's running the shop. He's the pillar in this piece. There ain't no doubt about it. He is the dude and got paid like it, and he's finna act like it.
Ooh, you know what?
Yeah, I bet CJ don't want to hate, but he can't help it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, your ass is happy.
Yeah.
You got your money.
Yeah. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
It's like
Will came in there floating, didn't he?
Yeah. It's like when somebody gets engaged, all their girlfriends go, "Oh, how nice."
Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like if people say how nice, it's more disingenuous than them going, "Hey, since you got it, let me hold $1." You know what I mean? Or like, "Hey, lunch on you." I feel like that's when they really are happy for you. When they're like, "Oh, I'm so proud of you." Nah.
He over there like they done gave your ass to Miko Ryans. You get Daniil Hunter on the other side of you. You get Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley to be able to hold coverage to let your ass get there. You know who I got? Lakin Tomlinson, Juice Scruggs, Fitter. Y'all told me, hey, man, we need a good running game. Where we going to go? Nick Chubb. That's what I got.
That's right.
And you and they done gave you the money.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here chilling. I mean, I'm sure that's not what he's thinking.
No,
I would hope not. I would hope not. No, I
don't know if he's thinking that as he's walking in the building, but I bet he had that conversation with David Mulugeta.
Yes, he did.
Like, hey, I know you about to earn your money. I know it. All right, fellas, excited to hear what you got here on this training camp eve. J-Lo, I'll catch you outside tomorrow.
Outside,
that's
literally.
right. That's right. Again, appreciation for y'all rocking with us, and big appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. What was that? What was that? Team?
Oh, no, that's it. How about that? Outside?
That's right.
How about tomorrow?
I picked it up. It was a little late.
Let's go.
It is in the heat, though. Anything else to say?
Well, y'all took it way back to old girl. I think she got in the porn game after that, didn't she?
She did indeed.
Did she?
Yeah.
Well, I know she started.
I think she's doing pretty well now.
She's doing fine. Yeah, she bought some and grew up a little bit and got in that porn game, and I'm sure she's doing just fine.
I don't know if she did like full-fledged porn, but I know she started an OnlyFans.
Well, there you go. Okay. That's the answer.
Well, I mean, hell, in today's world,
how much is it?
I mean, they call porn in 2026. They call porn OnlyFans.
I don't believe you.
I'll have to do research.
I think you've already. I think you know the number. You're just not willing to share right now.
That's right.
No, I think paying for that is silly.
Well, that's also fair. The only thing that I'm supposed to say is the drive is live.
Start with
that's right, fellas. The drive is live, and we are live here. And listen, there's a lot to get to. All right, the Astros. I don't know what that was last night. There's multiple parts to that game. We saw bad Imai. Tyler knew it right off the bat, was able to send that message off right off the bat. We got bad Imai, and Joe said to hell with you. Get your ass up out this game. All right, we see that, and then the Angels said, you know what? We want you guys to win the West. So they did it again. They had another one. This is the second time this year, fellas, that the Angels have appeared to allowed wanting to help the Astros win a game. If you remember, Jose Altuve had that horrible tag up, and that guy couldn't, from second base, a pop-up to second base that they messed up and allowed the Astros to win. And then in the ninth inning, just hit by pitches, errors, hit by pitches to tie the game, a walk, all of that. It was it was craziness. But, Clint, I can hear it in your voice. I can see it in Tyler's eyes. I can smell it. I can feel it here. Tomorrow, training camp, baby. Tomorrow, this stuff starts up, and the Texans football season, and it feels like football everywhere, feels like it is really at the start. We'll get to the Astros in a bit, but I'm sorry. We got to get to the Texans. We got to get to the Texans. Training camp starts tomorrow. And can I say the number one thing? I want to be selfish here, Clint. Generally, I like to pass it on to you. Can I tell you the number one thing that I'm thinking about tomorrow?
Yeah.
And it's really not just tomorrow, but throughout. Is how are they going to handle the defensive ones against C.J. Stroud and the number one offense? Is this going to look like what we saw last year? How are they going to handle this? Are they going to just, hey, do what you did last year? Absolutely cut the dogs loose and just let them just eat this offense alive? Or is D'Amico going to look at doing this a different way? It is the number one thing I'm wanting to watch, because I think it is fair, and I think you believe it, Clint. I think it is fair to say, even if you don't, that the way things started for the Texans offense during training camp maybe was something that slowed them out the gates offensively.
No, I don't think there's no maybe to it. Look, I mean, there's any way you slice it, it impacted the offense's ability to install and to master or perfect. No question about it. The goal should have been, we are really, really good on defense. And, yeah, we got to practice. We got to get better. We got to stay on our ones and twos and make sure that we keep it real. But our offense – we're only going to go as far as our offense carries. We got to at least let these guys install. It's one thing to go out there 2-3 years into an offense and just the defense is better and they just kick the hell out of the offense. There's another thing to go out there when guys are literally don't even know the offense and it's the first time in full pads that they've ever been asked to execute certain plays, and you've got a top 3 defense that's choking you out every time you go 11 on 11 to end every day of practice for the majority of camp. So, I don't think there's maybe to here's the I agree with you, Ron. We did a segment yesterday while you was up there at Rooster Telling in Kansas City. We had a little segment yesterday that that was the number one thing. Now, how is D'Amico Ryan specifically going to handle what you just mentioned? Because I don't think there's anybody in the building that's going to walk into D'Amico's office and say, "Hey, we got to do things a little differently." Hey, man, I don't think CJ's going to do it. I don't think Nick Caley's going to do it. I don't think there's anybody on that offensive staff that's going to do it. And so this has got to be can D'Amico Ryans figure this thing out on his own and make sure that he puts these guys in the right position from jump to be better as a group offensively. That's I agree with you wholeheartedly, Ron. I think especially if you narrow it down to, hey, the first 2 or 3 or 4 practices of camp, here's what I want to see. Here's what I'm looking for. Here's the takeaways. I agree with you, man. First and foremost, it's how cognizant, how aware is D'Amico Ryans at the end of practice in 11 on 11 drills of what this offense actually needs versus what his defense needs.
And then Clint, does he even think there needs to be a strategy change? That's the other part.
He's got to, Ron.
You think he has to?
He has to. Even the most defensive wired defensive minds in the game, right? There's no way that a year into this thing, he literally came out and told us this offseason, man, last year we were just trying to get out of the huddle and get a playoff for the play clock. Literally, he said it himself. And so
he cutting them loose.
Yeah, and guess what? When that play clock, your defense was literally jumping when the play clock hit 1 just because you knew we had to snap the ball. So there's no way he's not aware. And after, if you just narrow it down to CJ's struggles offensively, and don't even muddy the waters with the rest of it, that's enough to go, okay, we've got to have a different approach to training camp overall. Now, if CJ and Nick Caley and whoever the center is going to be, if they get to a point where they're clicking, man, they're hitting on all cylinders, and we're 8-10 practices in, okay, boom, let's put a test to these boys. Let's see what they're really capable of against what one of the best defenses in the game can offer. That I'm good with. But every day ending practice with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter meeting at the quarterback consistently, that's not good for the Texans organization.
It's my decision.
All right,
it is. That's why we're talking about you, D'Amico. It absolutely, I do want
to get to something you said there, because I do think there has to be a way to use that strength of this Texans team to their advantage. But I do want to give a little credence to what we were talking about. Like the rough start, their offense started off the first 3 games. And Clint, we have already fully given a breakdown on what this year's first 3-4 games is going to look like. Mm-hmm. This year's first 3-4 games is going to look like Buffalo, Dallas, Cincinnati, those offenses in there. If you look at it last year, their first 3 games, Clint, they're averaging 12.7 points per game. They were 0-3, and they averaged under 240 total yards a game. Right, that's just not gonna. That's not gonna get it done against anyone. But I do want to kind of come up with solutions here, because Clint, I do believe you have arguably the best defense in football. You have arguably the best defensive mind in football and play caller in football, and Matt Burke ain't bad either. How do you use that, though, to your advantage to get your offense ready? Because it is an advantage. They're not going to see – there's an argument, Clint, that they're not going to see another defense that presents the problems that their defense at home can present. And if they can get some success against them, it probably will feel easier against Buffalo, against Cincinnati, against Dallas, against these other teams. But how do they use that advantage without burning out and just absolutely crushing the confidence of their quarterback and their offense?
Well, I think you build to it. It's simple, really. You go 1s versus 2s, and you let Davis Mills take the brunt of that defense, and you let C.J. Stroud get good and comfortable against the 2s. So he's seeing the same and it's really not just CJ, it's the whole offense. The offensive line, they're seeing the same well-oiled machine. You're just not seeing it with 2 of the top 10 pass rushers in the game coming downhill and 2 of the top 11 corners in the league, sticky as hell to all your wide receivers, and likers that are triggering downhill as fast as anybody in the league kind of deal. You're seeing the same schemes. You're seeing the same well-oiled machine. You're making the same reads and the same calls offensively, but the defense is a step slower because it's a notch down, a couple of notches down, obviously, in just sheer ability of the individual players. And so you use that as a barometer, if you will, to, hey, look, we're going to work. They're seeing this good. CJ's, quote, unquote, manipulating the protection. He's seeing the blitzes. He's seeing the tendencies. He's picking up on all the keys. And we're getting snaps off. We're getting out of the huddle and getting to the line of scrimmage and getting snaps off with 7-8 seconds to burn. He's super comfortable. Okay, now let's test him, right? And on that test, on test day, if they're overwhelmed again, okay, boom, we go back to the drawing board, and for a week we do, or for 3 days or 4 days, however you want to couch it, however you want to break it out in camp, you just run, you go back to 1s versus 2s, and then you test them. And at some point in time, you've given them ample opportunity to learn and to be professionals and to do what NFL
and to see
players
some
do.
success.
Yes. Yes, you've let them feel the success. You've let the quarterback operate from a clean pocket. You've let the O-line communicate and protect when you don't have 2 of the highest paid edge rushers in the game coming around each corner. You've let them settle in, and now, okay, it's reality check. Let's go see what we got. And you do that 3 or 4 times throughout camp, and then if they don't have it, Ron, we're not sitting here talking about, boy, D'Amico really screwed the offense. Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud never had a chance. We're sitting here going, guys, they ain't got it. They ain't it.
Yeah.
It's on them. Right now, especially if we're talking specifically about training camp, man, there's no excuse. There's no reason. There's no justifying what we watched last year, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can't get them beat up every day, but I do think you want to use the advantage of playing that defense to get yourself better.
Well, the other part of this thing, Ron, is so often we default to, they're pros and they're grown men and they're this. Hey, man, the reality of the situation is they know C.J. Stroud better than anybody out there. And whatever C.J. needs, which I'm pretty confident in saying it from outside the building, is that good, clean pocket and to see success and everybody around him to see that they can move the ball, with that kind of deal. Whatever he needs is what the hell they need to do. This isn't rocket science. They know. Now, whether they do it or not will be telling.
Yep. All right, the Astros pulled one out the fire, and you look up, and these jokers are 2 games back and are in second place by themselves in the West. Did you enjoy that last night? Did you stay up and enjoy that last night? And I'll be honest, there are 2 big things that stick out in that game. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Good to see you smile.
Reset your presets.
Initialize.
Where? Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts where you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Broken back, Hader backs up, fields it, throws in time. Astros win it 6-4. Not an easy play as Hader navigated the back of the mound, kept his feet, and threw out Grissom to end the game. Blummer, that was not a classic top half of the ninth inning, but what a comeback by the Astros.
Santa came early.
I want you two to be honest with me. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Did you know what happened last night, or did you wake up and find out what happened in last night's game? I want you all to be honest with, because last night was a very, I mean, it was 4-0 looking rough. Imai didn't make it out of the first again. We'll get to his ass. But did you find out this morning, or did you find out last night when it happened?
Yeah, I got to be honest, boys. I didn't make it. I shut her down. I found out this morning.
That's my guess for Dirty.
I tried to hang in there, T. I tried to hang in there, boys. I mean, I literally was chin on chest. I mean, on the couch. Put the babies down. Boy, I looked up. It's about the 4th or 5th inning. And, man, I'm like, boy, this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a late one. And then I completely lost interest once, Javier kind of kept me up a little bit. once he got in the game. But boy, yeah, I think I made the 8th, maybe after the 8th.
I watched that thing live.
Maybe I made 7. I don't know exactly, but I went to bed before they made the move, and I didn't feel one bit bad about it. And I woke up this morning, Ron, and I was like, wait, what? The Astros won? And boy, I went on that play-by-play on the ESPN app.
Well, Astros won today.
Boy, and they gave it to us, didn't they? I will absolutely take it.
Go Stros.
I mean, yeah, they did. I know Tyler stayed up. I don't even need to hear the answer to that. I know Tyler watched it the whole way through and celebrated.
It's a badass Monday night of baseball. Well, I don't know if badass is right. It was a pretty weird game there at the end, but I'll take the win.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. Tyler is the one that got me back to watching it. I had stepped off. Tyler sent us a group chat that said, "This ninth is wild." I said, "What the hell is happening in this ninth inning?" And I said, "Let me get in there." I pulled in at 4-3. I said, "How the hell did we get here?"
Is that my boy Ron?
No, I had to go back. and start the ninth over. And I saw that young man just let that ball go between his legs, which is a surefire double play. Listen, there are two major things that I take away from that game, fellas. And for me, one is, God, he's going to start making us think he's a real manager, guys. Like this, we know Pinocchio, is he a real boy? He's about to start making us believe he's a real manager. He made the conscious decision, Clint. All right, we may not win this game, but we ain't about to lose this bad boy in the first.
That was a no-brainer.
Is what he did. Oh, I guess. Boy, he was out of that dugout so fast after that final walk. He said, "I am not about to let this cat put 6 runs up on us. We're not about to get down 6-0 to this Angels team." And so for him to walk out there and just say, "All right, man, that's your 4th walk of the inning. You've had 2 walks that were just four straight balls. You hit somebody. You had another one that was a 3-1, 4-1 count. Like this, you don't have it. And we got to win these games." And I give Joe, it was good enough for you, Joe. I give Joe so much credit for saying, "All right, we may lose tonight, but we ain't going to lose because I left this joker in too long." He went out there and he got his ass up out of there and gave his team a chance at 2-0 to be able to win the game.
Yeah, it was a great call by Joe. You know, I'm critical. I thought it was a great call. I thought the timing was perfect. It was clear that I'm going to tell you, man, I have a hard time reading the body language when there's such a language barrier and there's a different, culture that he was brought up in kind of deal. So it's a struggle to really read his body language. But last night I thought, and when Joe came out of the dugout, I felt like Joe saw the same thing that I saw. There appeared to be, Ron, late. It may have been the last pitch he threw. I know it was the last batter he faced that he walked. He shook off a couple pitches. He appeared to shake off a couple pitches, and there appeared to be a little frustration with Vasquez, which I'm assuming the pitches were coming from the dugout, but there seemed to be a little frustration, and he threw another what appeared to be an off-speed pitch that was nowhere near the strike zone, and I got to believe at that point Joe said, I'm not going to sit here and watch him continue to walk people and wave pitches off that we're calling and not be able to throw even what he wants for strikes. And so it seemed like Joe came out of that dugout with a little more intensity than he typically does. He typically comes up out of there with the, man, I feel for this guy. Man, I hate to do this to him. Last night, it seems like he came out there and said, I can't watch this crap no more. Get the hell off my field. So I hope that was a big swing moment for Joe with MI. You just can't, at this point, you can't keep rolling his ass out there as a starting pitcher, man. He ain't got out of Ron, 20%. Chief, 20% of his starts, he out of the first team.
It sucks to suck.
Hey, and one of them, Clint, he was given a 9-0 lead.
Yeah, well, good point. He spotted 9 runs. Good point.
Well, this is not good.
How in the hell did you not get out of that one? That's a good point.
He stopped. He got on 9-0 and got one out. and got ran after he gave up 5 runs. No, man, we've watched Joe. He's done it with Homer Mike several times. Just allow the game to get away.
Yep.
And again, Clint, we have talked about this for years with the Astros, in particular under the Joe Espada train of urgency. Like, we saw it last week where he has started to manage these games like we got to have every last one of them, right? And now we are seeing that, and that's what we saw last night. Like, hey, man, you got to get up out of here. Like, I can't let this get past 2-0, right? Because it could have been a grand slam. He made a walk somebody. Like, you just could not have felt good about it. And, Clint, to be able to make that move, that means he anticipated it. So he got A.J. Blue Balls up well before the, hey, man, I got to get you in. He was up and ready as soon as he saw trouble. He said, get up. And so that was huge from Joe. And the other part, man, is just, like, I mean, listen. Right now, the Astros and where they are, you just try to get as many dubs as you can because they've gotten closer. The division is struggling yet again, and you look up and you're 2 games back, and you're a game and a half back in a wild card. So the goal of making the playoffs, you're getting closer and closer no matter how it is. But damn, man, that's the worst team in baseball, Clinton. I'm just not certain that any other team, as you said, they gave it to us. I'm not certain any other team would just self-destruct that the way that the Angels are. But you got to take advantage of it. But it doesn't make you feel great to say it took a bad team playing, I mean, not just bad baseball, but I'm talking middle school level bad baseball multiple times for you to win. But, I mean, you got the dub and you inch closer, but good Lord, man, you got to play better baseball.
Well, you obviously got to play better baseball. Obviously, your starting pitcher's got to be better. But I mean, at the end of the day, through 162, like, these kind of games are going to happen. Are they going to swing our direction, or are we going to be the ass into these types of games and be giving away, like you said, a 9-run lead in the first inning kind of deal? So, that's hopefully looking at it is like, okay, finally we can be the recipient of some of this bad baseball, and we can actually steal a game here or there in a series because the other team's playing bad baseball. So we've definitely been on the other end of it. Look, this year, whether you chalk it up to injuries, chalk it up to inexperience, chalk it up to Homer Mike, however you want to couch it, we've definitely been been on the other end of it. It's refreshing to be on this end for a change.
By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We are all in agreement here that Christian Javier needs to be in the rotation, right? Like
after last night?
Well, I mean, look, boys, if he can't, the stars could not have aligned any better for Christian Javier. Spencer Arrighetti goes to the 15-day IL. MI walks out there and doesn't make it out of the first inning again, and he then follows it up with, 4 or 5 innings, 7 strikeouts, no walks, and again, looked like
5 innings.
Looked like the old Javier, boys. I mean, peacocking around the mound, stalking the hitters. I mean, he looked like what we once thought Javier was and knew Javier was, and so that experience that he's been there and done it before has got to pay. It's got to pay up here, and the fact that, man, you've had one guy that you expected to be a top 3 or 4 starter, and then one guy that early in the season you thought was going to be a top 1 through 3, or I guess 2 or 3 starter, and then now Christian Javier goes out there and pitches his best as he has this year. That's got to mean something. He's got to be in the rotation moving forward.
It has to be. If he's not, then I don't understand what the hell's going on. I really don't. All right, coming up, a little Believe It or Not as we are heading into training camp. Wait till you hear what an anonymous AFC executive had to say about your Houston Texans. We'll do that coming up.
makes us America's best car buyer. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now and get a quote on yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I can't believe it.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
A Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
All right, a little believe it or not, and we are, maybe you don't believe this or not, but we are a day away from training camp as Tyler will be out there in his pants sweating. And
I told you I went short shopping. I'm not going to be burning up.
All right, man. Tyler will be out there with his black pants sweating. Clint and Andre Ware will be conniving their ways to angles that are off to the side.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
Well, they will be find some semblance of shade that they've carved out by themselves with towels over their heads, sweating bullets.
Hey, I want to go ahead and tell everybody too. I don't mean no disrespect. No disrespect. I'm just not out there to catch up on what's been going on with the media in the off season. I'm out there. Yes, I'm going to hunt a little shade, maybe a towel over the head, absolutely. But I'm out there. I'm out there to get the best angle I can and see what the hell's going on, so I can get the hell up out of there.
Yeah. You and Andre definitely grab out those angles. Y'all are over to the side and try to slip yourselves out of those conversations.
I'm not purposely avoiding convos. I just don't want any distractions.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Trying to avoid those.
I mean, I don't have I can't multitask like a lot of folks. I mean, I see folks out there full blown conversation, catch up what the kids did this summer, and then all of a sudden write a 2-page article in the paper that afternoon. Like I don't know how you do it.
What if I told you?
I mean, an account of every single snap. I mean, offensive line report and running back report for 3 different periods and down and distance and everything. And I'm like, damn, how do they do that? I got to get locked in, man, just to get my opinions, much less that.
Say, I know he was sitting there talking to me during that entire period. How did he get?
How did he know that was quarters coverage and Stingley had inside leverage, and he pinned him to the sideline and he had his back to the defense. How did he know that? He was talking to Landry Locker. How the hell did he know that? But
these guys are that damn good.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they got eyes, baby. They got to have inside source somewhere.
You're talking about coming to the end of it and putting together. All right, what'd you see? This is what I saw. This is what I got. What'd you see in that period? All right, believe it or not, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in here. I see you, Cornbread. Thank God tomorrow is training camp. You ain't lying. I see you, Tony, in the building jumping in there. But you can participate. Believe it or not. Do you believe it or not? An anonymous AFC executive said, Clint, Ariante Ursery is actually the most important young talent that needs to take a step forward for the Texans. He thinks Ursery, the left tackle, is the most important of them all that needs to take a next step in terms of the young guys for the Texans. Clint, do you believe it or not?
This is an or not for me, Ron. And I'll give you 2 guys that the young guys that their next step is more important.
Or not.
And I don't think it's even close to Ariante Ursery. So I'm going or not. I'm going to tell you, Jalen Noel, they need him. They need Jalen Noel, number 1. Number 2, I would go with the obvious answer. This should have been number 1. Keelan Rutledge, whatever the next step looks like for a first-year guy, they need him to take it big time, especially if they think he's going to be center. I like Ariante Ursery. I do think that it'd be nice if he takes that next step. But I'll be honest with you, I think this offense will be just fine if he's exactly who he was last year.
Yeah, I can see the argument, Clint, because it does to me feel like if the offensive line can be better, no matter what type of play caller that Nick Caley is, I mean that matters, but I'm just saying no matter the type of play caller he is, whatever, that obviously helps both the running game and the passing game. And really, I think a lot of people believe this thing is about CJ and what he is able to do this year coming up. And I can see the argument that left tackle is the most important position on the line that most people believe. And does he take the step of playing the complete year the way he, you would hope he does as a step forward? Because there was a little dicey, and you don't blame him. Hell, he's learning a new system, and he's got musical chairs at the guard spot next to him, and so there was a lot going on. So I can see the argument. I don't know about Noel, but I would probably get with you in regards to Keelan Rutledge, especially if he's playing center, just because that just looks like the glaring hole. But I can see the argument of that left tackle spot being the most important spot on the position group that I think a lot of people believe this thing hinges on. A lot of people say it's CJ, but I am confident, like I think you are, that if CJ is protected, he can make throws.
Yeah. Well,
he could make the plays. And I think a lot of that is maybe based on that. I would go with Rutledge over him, but I can see the argument.
Yeah, look, we had the best left tackle in the game, or at least according to how they could pay him, and we still weren't worth a damn up front. So while I think left tackles is important, I think Ariante Ursary could take a little bitty step forward, and we'll be just fine. Hell, I would even throw Higgins in there, boys. I would even throw Higgins in there in terms of taking most important young talent that needs to take a step forward, like a legit step. Hell, even throw Higgins in there. So I go several. So I'm sticking with my or not, strong or not on that one right there, Ron.
Yeah, I would say also the second one here, Clint. Jalen Petrie, who has been talked up big time. Jalen Petrie will make his first Pro Bowl. Believe it or not.
Believe it. Believe it. All capital letters, T.
Believe it.
Yep, that right there. I sure do. Thank you, sir. Sounded like he was in the 1950s right there on a documentary or something.
Old-time radio.
I think that same guy maybe voiced JFK's assassination video or something, it sounded like. But, yeah, no, I think he does. I think Jalen Petrie, I think he makes a Pro Bowl. I think he is the one piece that we talk a lot about, but when we start rattling off the guys that are Pro Bowl or even better caliber players in this defense, oftentimes he's the last one mentioned or he's overlooked. I think that's a thing of the past. I think this year he gets the recognition that he deserves and he gets to a Pro Bowl, so I believe it.
Yeah, I listen, Petrie he's to me been one of the best safeties in football, and he will continue to be so, in my opinion. And I just think people just don't know about him yet. I just think people just, not that they don't know about him, but I don't think they completely understand what he brings to the table because there's so many guys in front of him. Terms of what people view him like, a lot of people look at guys like Daniil in front of him and Stingley in front of him and Will obviously in front of those corners, but we saw the playmaker he could be. I think the Kansas City game was a big one last year where he was in the middle of everything, where he had that incredible interception and then he nearly killed Rashee Rice in the middle of the field. Like, you can see what he's able to do, and I think the biggest thing, and this goes to Matt Burke and D'Amico and how good they are. They were able to put him in the position and the spot, Clint, that he can be at his best and not get him stuck in spaces that aren't his best, like we saw a couple of years ago, him laid up one-on-one against Adams to lose the game against the Jets. And I would say, Clint, much like Azeez, his coverage skills has greatly improved over the last couple years.
Well, here's the interesting thing about Jalen Petrie to me is when, just like we sometimes, he's the last one to mention, or sometimes maybe we quote unquote overlook him. I think as opponents, as offensive coordinators, when they're playing the Texans, I think as they try to figure out, like, how do we handle Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, right? I think you get lost. I think Jalen can get lost in that and end up being, producing more and having bigger moments because of that. You do the same thing when you look at from a coverage perspective. When an offensive coordinator starts looking at, hey, how are we going to attack the defense from a secondary perspective? Obviously, you're not going to go at Stingley. Obviously, there's Kamari Lassiter on the other side who you'd rather not have to go against. So, okay, let's squeeze everything to the middle of the field. Over the top, you got Kalen Bullock who roams center field as good as anybody in the league. And so those windows get real tight, and the places to go to attack this defense are less and less. And so I think, again, you land in a place where, okay, Jalen Petre's arena around him, where he's at, there may be more action, if you will, for him in coverage to make more plays, pass breakups, or to your point, interceptions or big hits. And so I think all of that is going to put Petre in a place to where whether he's rushing the passer or playing the run, or he's in coverage playing the pass, I think there's going to be a lot more activity around him, which I think he's an absolute playmaker and a game changer. And so I think he actually thrives in those kind of moments and puts up a bigger year and ends up in the Pro Bowl. So yeah, I think any way you talk this Jalen Petre year for him, I think it's going to be a pretty good one.
All right, as we continue here, training camp's going to be crazy. Coming up here in just a bit, there's some news on a potential trade commodity, one of the best players at his position, and maybe one of those spots that the Texans actually don't have a Pro Bowl level player at, is requesting a trade, and the Texans are showing up potentially could be a candidate for a trade partner. Do we believe that this is actually true? We'll see, and we'll discuss coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Ooh, I can't believe it.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610. Tallahassee sports station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1 hour down here on The Drive. And by the way, happy birthday to D'Amico Ryans. Is it D'Amico's birthday? Happy birthday to D'Amico. Just saw him walking through the facility, and they had a cupcake with some candles that he blew out.
Take the drive.
Go, man. Happy birthday to you, D'Amico. Good job, man.
Yeah, you get to start training camp, Bub. Good luck.
Do we know how old he is?
I think he's younger than me. I think he's 41. God,
no.
I had Cheryl get on it. 42?
Really?
Yeah, he's younger. Just turned 42.
Baby.
Yeah. So he is a little younger than me. Yeah. All right, happy birthday, man.
I'll be damned. Right before training camp, huh?
Right. Every year, man, it's tough, man. He has to celebrate his birthday at training camp.
Well,
he went out last week.
Yeah, no, I just doubt he went out. I mean, that would be a rough. He probably didn't celebrate his birthday too hard even back in the day. Training camp right around the corner? Nah, I can't do it.
Hell yeah, I can't do it, boy. Now, man, 42, maybe that's nothing, man. When he turned 50, though, man, we got to do something. We got to do something big for him. Maybe they're going to sing happy birthday for him, today at the facility. I don't know the whole team. But happy birthday to D'Amico, head coach of the Texans, as they get ready to go tomorrow for training camp. By the way, did you see this? This is just going to piss off Vita Vea even more after we see that Jalen Carter became the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. But Vita Vea is not happy. He's the defensive tackle. Still a very, very, very good defensive tackle. Great run stopper, but also really athletic, especially for his size. According to Bet Online, Clint, the Texans, as he is requesting a trade, are seventh best odds to get involved in a trade to bring Vita Vea from the Tampa Bay Bucks to the Houston Texans. Obviously, yes, that'd be great to put him in there. You talk about an 8-man rotation, that would be fantastic to have him in there. But this cannot be at all real, right? This can't be even maybe they looked at each other and said, "Oh, Vita Vea." This could be a serious conversation, I would think, right now for the Texans.
Well, I think it would have to be. I mean, I know where you're going with this, but I'm just like, I think it would have to be a move where the Texans probably move a major piece as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, do you feel like you can get, and I don't even know what his contract looks like right now with the way these interior defensive linemen are getting paid. I imagine if it's not already, it's probably going to be a big piece. I don't know how you just simply add him to the defense, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know how you afford it. I don't know how you justify it. I think that would be a tough thing for them to do. Now, I'm here for it. Don't get me wrong. Now, I'm absolutely here for it.
Yeah, Clint, I mean, listen, I don't believe this to be something that, I don't know how the Texans ended up being on there. I mean, unless you just say to yourself, hey, man, like they're getting like the Rams. The Rams, who, by the way, Clint, are number one on the list because the Rams are in just F it. We're just trying to win the Super Bowl, and we're going to just, like, we're throwing all our chips to the table right now. Who gives a damn? Unless the Texans were in a space like that. But then the other argument would be, Clint, is if they're in a space like that, then there is no way that they looked at this and thought to themselves that maybe they couldn't have done a similar move like this on the offensive side of the ball. No. Like, they can't go add Vita Vea and think like, hey, man, we can really upgrade here, but then tell us, like, the amount of guys that would cost less than him on the offensive side of the ball, from an Isaiah Likely to said running back here, to said receiver here, to have not added somebody to the table like that. Hell, A.J. Brown won't cost this much, I would assume. Maybe or not. But something like that to say, man, we don't need nothing on this offense, but this defense, we need to add another Pro Bowler because we don't have a Pro Bowler as an interior lineman would be a hell of a message when you look at this offense. And as we've talked about it, they absolutely have to look at this and see, like, we could probably use some upgrades.
Well, no question. I mean, here's the deal. I agree with your overall point. I mean, but at the end of the day, you can only control what you can control. And if they have a real shot to get this kind of player and make their strong suit, which is defense, even better than it already was, he's under contract for this year, $17 million, I believe. I know he's a bigger cap hit than that, but I think part of that was a restructure, but $17 million this year, and then he's unrestricted free agent next year. So obviously, you depending on what you planned on doing in the future is what you would give up for him. Is it a 1-year rental ultimately, or is it a deal that you plan on extending him and giving him big money? But yeah, I mean, look, I just, if you're going to be defensive minded, which they are, if you're going to be so defensive minded that you ask the offense to play football a certain way and minimize mistakes, minimize risk, if you will, and you're going to be that defensive, then hell, I don't have a problem with them adding weapons as much as they can.
Yeah, I know. Clint Reed Blankenship is one thing. Vita Vea is another one, man. Like, and you're adding, Wyatt Teller. Like, that's like, David Montgomery is a solid back. I will be floored off my ass, Clint, if Vita Vea is.
I would be too. But if you want to talk about, having a surefire number one defense, and you want to talk about improving the headliner that's going to give you a chance to win a Super Bowl. I mean, boy, you take a swing at something like this. A guy comes available that nobody expected to be available, and it happens to be a spot where you can get better. I don't know, man. That's I'm just glad they're in the the seventh best odds to landing. I'm just glad they're on the list.
Listen, at some point maybe D'Amico said, "Boy, he would look good with us, wouldn't he?
Look good in Texas uniform.
Right there next."
It's my decision.
Yeah, I bet so. By the way, because I do want to get to something, because I know this is a big deal coming up, starting tomorrow. But I mean, people are really killing CJ for this outfit he wore in today.
I saw the video. I didn't think it was. I mean, what
it looked.
It's exactly when I saw it. It's exactly what CJ Stroud would appear as coming in.
I'm looking at right now. Barstool has the first day of a seventh grader walking in.
Oh boy!
I mean, he just got on shorts and a t-shirt. Now they got him looking like he's Bryce. He got on shorts and a t-shirt. I mean, it's baggy as hell. I mean, it looks like he's coming through from.
Well, I think they're. I'm looking at it right now. I'm guessing it's the look. He looks a little bit younger with the hair. I'm guessing that the backpack on both arms probably has a little something to do with it. I
do it every day.
The like just stone cold face. There's not really much. It's kind of a little bit of a smirk, but it's almost an uncomfortable smirk more so than a "What's up? How we doing? Excited to be here" smirk. And then you throw in the slew foot kind of dragging your feet. I mean that's CJ. Exactly what I thought. That's exactly what you. Them are some big ass shorts.
They are. The shorts are baggy, but that's fine. Like it's seventh grade. They turn this man into Bryce now. I mean, my goodness, this cat's back, man. Let that man walk in with his t-shirt and his shorts.
I didn't think it was a big deal when I saw it.
I didn't either. He looked like he got a bunch of stuff in his pockets, maybe some phones and keys.
He can,
in his pocket.
There's no doubt he can fit a playbook in that damn pocket if he wants to. Him are some big shorts.
Yeah.
But that backpack snugged up on both arms like that. That's yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, according to, by the way, Aaron Wilson, Tank Dell is expected to start training camp rather than opening up on the PUP list, which is a great sign for the Texans. We saw the video last week of Tank moving around and looking good. And now that we are seeing, again, contact will be the ultimate understanding of what we're going to see from him. But when he has to face contact, be the ultimate thing we'll see from him. But it is a good sign, Clint, and to me, it makes me wonder how serious we should take now, because he'll be there at the start of training camp, him being potentially in the top 3 of these receivers. Because talent, like if he's right, Clint, right there, but there's no question he would be the guy that we saw play the first year and a half. He would be one of the top 3 guys. But should we start to really take serious that he could be in the kind of the fix of the Nico Higgins? Is he the third guy there with Noel and Hutchinson, who seemed to be the top 4 last year? I think there's potential now. We're seeing him being available immediately in camp and not be on the PUP list, that he has a chance to get himself in that top 3.
Can he be? Absolutely. Is he good enough? If he's fully healthy, absolutely. The question is, again, back to this offense. Does this offense have a desire to have wide receivers that can't first and foremost get into the box and block? Does this offense desire to have weapons more so than wide receivers that can do everything that the offense demands of them, both as a receiver and as a blocker? Or are they going to be able to go with that weapon? You know what I mean? That, to me, that's the question. I'll be honest with you. I know this breaks my heart. I don't know where Tank Dell. Let's say he's healthy. I don't know where Tank Dell fits in.
I was going to say that. I don't know how they want to use him or how they view him.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is, like, it's undeniable the chemistry, how good he is as just a sheer wide receiver in a wide open offense, running routes and doing wide receiver things, or even slot receiver things. There's no doubt. There's no denying that. There's no denying the chemistry that him and C.J. Stroud have that is elite of the elitist. It's up there with the great combinations that the game produces year in, year out. No question. But this offense, I hate that we keep going back to this particular offense, but this particular offense is going to first and foremost require, and if we're talking about being a serious piece here, we're not talking about just being Xavier Hutchinson and if somebody gets hurt, you play. I'm talking about being a serious,
off the bat.
Yes, be a serious piece of this, the way we've seen Tank in the past with this team when he's been healthy. In order to be that piece, do they really have the ability and the desire to have just a true wide receiver that plays the game the way C.J. Stroud does? Because you look at outside of Nico Collins and outside of Jaden Higgins, the big 6'4s, 220s, 215s, outside of those guys, hey, man, you better get inside and mix it up. You better be able to seal off the edge. You better, hell, Xavier Hutchinson made a living. He made a living motioning into the backfield and the ball being snapped inside the damn tackles last year when he was playing. So, is there really a spot for a smaller receiver? And I say smaller, I don't just mean shorter like Jalen Noel and Hutch, and shorter than the 6'4", 215s, 220s. I mean a smaller framed, all-around smaller receiver. Is there really a place for him in this offense to be a significant enough piece that we all take notice? I think that is a real question.
Yeah, and I see our guy Isaiah here on YouTube. Stick him outside and let Nico be the guy you move around and get open. All it does is open up options. Why we talking about Dell being healthy like it might be a bad thing? I think it's a great thing if he's healthy. I think it is a fair question, as Clint and I were just talking about. I think it's a fair question to wonder how they see his fit in this offense. Tank has not played in this offense. I think I think it's fair to wonder, had Tank been in this offense when he was drafted, if they would have put him outside. Like if they would have even allowed him to be outside with his, because his body type and size says slot receiver. We clearly saw he was one of their best outside options. And they went out and got Diggs, who is a slot receiver, to play in the slot so he could play on the outside. They've drafted size, and the guy that they drafted the closest body type to him is Noel, and he is clearly inside. So I know what Tank Dell, and we all know what Tank Dell was when he was completely healthy. And I hope to God that he is completely healthy. But I think even when he is healthy, it is a fair thought of how does Nick Caley view him in this offense?
Yeah, look, Ronnie, if people out there in the Tank Dell fan club, which I'm the president of, or just in the Texans fan club, I mean, if you think, like, when you think of Tank Dell, you're like, hell yeah, let's get another receiver in there and rotate 5 dudes through, then you're spot on. But I don't believe when I think about Tank Dell, when we talk about Tank Dell, and Ron, most of our conversations with you and Tyler, I don't think you two view it as what's another rotational piece. Like, when we hear from fans that are like, hey, yeah, man, we got some pass catchers on this squad. We got a great receiving core, and it starts with Nico, and then you got Tank Dell. Like, when they're mentioning Tank Dell second or third, I don't think they're just mentioning Tank Dell as, yeah, man, 1 of 5 dudes, and boy, we got a great group of guys. We got our group got better because Tank Dell's there. I feel like I hear people talk about Tank Dell, and I know I feel about Tank Dell is like, hell yeah, this dude can be a weapon. This dude could be a monster. The chemistry's off the charts. How many snaps can you get him on the field with CJ so they can make plays? And I just have a hard time believing that this group, this offensive approach, is going to view really any of those guys not named Nico, but damn sure Tank. Are they going to view those guys as a just group of 5 that's solid and everybody can do everything, or are they going to have specialty pieces? Right? I don't know. I think it's I think beyond Tank Dell just focusing on getting healthy, I think the next conversation once we see him practicing and see him healthy, see him playing is, okay, what does this look like? Is it 1 of 5, or is this the weapon that we all know Tank Dell can be, and let's use him?
Yeah, to me, if Tank Dell is used in the similar space that he was used his first year and a half before that devastating injury he had, as I've said, I think he answers the questions, at least for me, that I have about the weapons, partly because that him and Nico, well, that is a great 1-2 punch that we've seen, and I would have complete confidence that you stick him on the outside, and if you think you're going to just stick a safety, over the top of Nico and just allow Tank Dell to go one-on-one with the corner, Tank Dell is going to have great success over there. I don't know that they have that right now. In fact, they had it last year, and they didn't just eat teams alive like I think they would if a healthy Tank Dell was there. But that is also if Nick Caley views him as somebody to put outside like that. They may really feel the bigger body receivers like Higgins and Hutchinson make the most sense to be on the outside. So I think that's one of the real intriguing things now that we know Tank is going to be ready to go right off the bat. Where do they view him? How much do they see him? Because I think he does have a chance to get in that top 3. All right, as we continue here, real or fake? Real or fake? We do it each and every Tuesday. You can be on the text line. You can jump in, YouTube and Twitch, however you want to jump in. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
Fugazi, it's fake.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends.
podcasts.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Listen up, H-Town. Now is the time we separate proof from trickery, fact from fiction. It's real or fake on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, a little real or fake. Every Tuesday at 3:25, we do a little real and fake. I say a statement, you let me know if that statement is real or fake. Let's kick this thing off with you, Clint. Real or fake? Real or fake? You can jump in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Real or fake? The Houston Rockets should seriously consider shopping Kevin Durant. Real or fake?
Oh, that's real. I mean, that is absolutely real. It became more and more real as the season unfolded. Not only are they not going to compete as they are currently built, I don't know that Kevin Durant is going to help develop or elevate those guys around him, those young players around him. And quite frankly, you're not going to be competitive without it, right? So for me, it would be different if you had a player that could stay healthy and play as many games as Kevin Durant and produce the way Kevin Durant could, while also developing those players around him and helping them, taking those guys' game to the next level, or if the team had that guy in place alongside Kevin Durant that was going to take Şengün's game to the next level, that was going to help or allow Amen Thompson to slide into a different role, or and I just don't think the Rockets have more obvious as the season went along that Kevin Durant was not going to be able to overcome poor coaching. It became obvious that Kevin Durant was not going to be enough or have the ability to overcome the lack of development for the young players, that young core that we were all so high on 2 years ago. And look, it became obvious as the NBA season came to a close that in the NBA, when you look at the top, 3 or 4 teams, and you watch those teams play from any angle that you looked at it, it didn't matter how you whatever you wanted to look at those teams, the Rockets were nowhere close. I mean nowhere close. Coaches, players, development, shooting, physicality, defense, offense. It don't matter how you look at it. Depth on the bench, quality depth on the bench coming off. The Rockets aren't anywhere close. And so I just don't know. It's real. Yeah. I just don't know why you need or want a Kevin Durant if all of those things are true. And I don't think I said anything that was false. So I'm going to go with real on this one, show. The Rockets should absolutely be shopping Kevin Durant.
Real or fake, Tyler, do you believe that the Houston Rockets should be, as I'm seeing some people on the text line hit us with real, do you believe that the Houston Rockets should seriously be considering shopping Kevin Durant?
Yeah, that's real. I mean, take your pick of the reasons, whether it's aging star and Kevin Durant, last season not working out, and obviously all the Twitter burner account drama within the locker room over there for the Houston Rockets. There's plenty to pick from, but if the right deal's there, they absolutely should be shopping him, for sure. Real.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake just because not yet.
It was all fake.
I would just say I am with you. I think maybe we're starting to see with what's happening around the league that the Rockets may not be there to compete for a championship like they thought they would. But I do believe moving towards the middle of the season and trade deadline, there will be teams that would be really his value, especially if he plays. Now, you're taking a chance if he gets injured, but if he plays the way he played last year, his trade value would be up. And or you can see if maybe Fred VanVleet and Marcus Smart are the changes, and Bogdanovich are the changes, and Amen Thompson takes another step, and Şengün takes another step. I don't know. I don't think it's likely that they take steps to put themselves in a spot where they're up there with the Spurs, or the Thunder, or hell, maybe even the Timberwolves, who may be past them, or other teams. But I would take the chance first to see it, and then still be able to have good value to trade him to get something back at the. So I'm going to say fake on that. All right, real or fake, Clint? Ohio State's wide receiver Jeremiah Smith has a real chance to win the Heisman this year. By the way, only 4 true receivers have ever won it. The last one, Devontae Smith. Real or fake, Jeremiah Smith has a real chance to win the Heisman?
Oh, I think it's real. I think it's. I mean, because here's the deal. The offense has proven that they can produce receiver after receiver after receiver. So the offensive scheme, schematically, play caller is not going to hold him back. Hell, the quarterback was in the Heisman Trophy hunt last year, and really he's a pocket guy. His ability to spin it around the park is going to be his strength. It's not like there's some kind of freakish athletic ability that he was making a run at a Heisman for. So you have the quarterback piece, you have the scheme, you have the play caller, and you look up, and Jeremiah Smith is arguably one of the most impressive wide receivers that the college game has ever produced. I mean, this guy is on the Julio Jones type of radar, right? Not just a really good player that can run and catch, but a freak of nature from a size perspective, man amongst boys, if you will. And so can he win? Could he win? Absolutely. This piece right here is real. And I don't even need to – Jeremiah Smith is such a different animal that I don't even need to look at the schedule in the Big Ten and go, well, is the schedule going to be forgiving enough for him to have some monster games here or there? I don't even need to do that with him because he's that good. So I would say yes, Jeremiah Smith. I would say real Jeremiah Smith could absolutely make a run at a Heisman this year.
Real or fake, Jeremiah Smith has a real chance to win the Heisman? I sure hope so. I mean, I think he is the best player in football, college football, and Clint, I think he probably would have been a top 2, top 3 pick the last 2 seasons if he was eligible to come out. I think that was the only reason why he didn't come out is because he wasn't eligible to. And the part for him is the only part that hurts him is his quarterback has a chance to be one of the guys that's a finalist too, and do they cancel each other out?
He'll get some votes, yeah.
Yeah, do they cancel each other out? So we'll see. But I do think he is the best player in college football, and I hope he does. He does. All right, Tyler, on this real or fake, I want to play some audio from one of Clint's favorites, and one of ours, Dan Orlovsky, ESPN. He had a take about pedicures, and I want to know if you agree with Dan, if this is real or fake. Dan, listen to Dan's thoughts about men getting pedicures.
You never get a pedicure?
I have never gotten a pedicure.
Oh, it's a delight.
I never will.
Yeah, no,
I am completely against pedicures for dudes.
What for?
You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures.
Yes, you are.
Nah,
Nothing
man.
wrong with being pampered. Oh, it's a delight.
No. I'm so against this. This is a thing for me.
You're coming with me.
Dudes should not be getting pedicures.
Who am I told is laughing at this? Monica Jay. Well, Jay, can we put him up there? Feel good. Jay,
just nasty feet, Dan. Just nasty feet.
My feet are awful. I totally agree. But I'd rather have awful feet than get pedicures.
Oh, come on. They scrape the terrible.
You're also not the person who should be having
I love a pedicure.
Yeah,
are you kidding?
It feels fantastic.
I totally agree.
I've got my friends taking their teenage sons to get them.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea.
What?
Yes, and you should join them. And I've just got a text here from your wife who says, yes, I think, Dan, Greeny, talk him into it.
Trust me.
I'm talking you into this.
All right, Tyler, first off, does Dan's wife really have Greeny's phone number? Anyway.
That'd be odd.
Anyhow, real or fake? Do you agree with Dan that dudes shouldn't get pedicures?
That's fake as hell. It's one of the fakest items we've observed during Real or Fake here on the drive. That is so fake. I get a pedicure about once every other week on the weekends with my wife, and it is a delight. Dan's probably got some nasty-ass, crusty-ass feet. Judging dudes getting pedicures, taking care of your wheels. Get the hell out of here, Dan, nerd.
Judging dudes getting pedicures, taking care of
nerd alert.
Real or fake, Clint? Dudes shouldn't get pedicures. Do you agree with Dan?
Well, no, it's fake. It's fake. I do not agree with Dan. Look, I mean, you're talking to a guy that's walking around with a cracked heel right now so bad that when I wake up in the morning, I limp around, and if I'm not careful, I'll get blood on the bathroom floor. So I don't know how Dan, as an active dude, and I'm just throwing it, not the active part matters, but it does just in terms of, as he mentioned, his feet are awful. If you're an active dude that's jogging and working out, you need some help somewhere to take care of your feet. Now, you may have a bride now that don't have a problem sitting down, clipping the toenails, maybe shaving some of the calluses off the ball of your foot and off your heel, some of the dead skin off your heel. And if you've got that significant other, that girlfriend or that significant other in your life, you might want to keep them because they're rare. But that is
yeah, girl.
If his wife ain't taking care of that, I bet he got some. I'm gonna tell you, my feet are nasty right now because I ain't had a pedicure in a good year.
I've never had one, but I don't agree with Dan. I don't think it's.
You've never had a pedicure?
I'm open. No, I haven't. I'm open.
Have you ever peeled the skin off of your heel, like with any kind of tool or anything, like the dead skin?
No, I have not.
Do you think you have sexy feet?
I've got a real bad pinky toe on the right foot.
But you don't have like cracks on your heels and like thick callus skins on your heels.
I may. I probably have if I've never. I don't remember ever having it touched.
Have you ever looked at your feet? Do you wash your feet at night? Have you ever looked at your feet?
I've washed my. I don't sit.
I'm inspecting your feet when you get back. I'm inspecting your feet when you get back. There's no way. There's no way you don't have cracks on your heels. Big, thick, dead skin on your heels.
I'm
There's
looking
no
at it
way.
right. I'm taking the shoe off now.
You don't have bunions, do you?
I don't.
Okay.
I think it looked pretty good.
I don't think you have bunions. I think you would fix that because that would be painful. But I think you've got cracks in the dead skin on your your heels, around the edges of your heels.
You can invest it. I promise you.
Investigate?
I'm sorry.
Invest in his feet right now, today.
You've never had one, and you want me to invest in your feet? Okay.
You want to get in on this now, man? Ground level.
You can inspect it. You can inspect it. It don't look bad to me. I know what you're talking about. That hard stuff. They got that tool. I've just never had it done.
I'm
open to it.
My cracks were so bad on my heels about 4 days ago that I peeled one of the pieces of skin off into the quick, and it's. My wife came in there and was like, "What is bleeding all over the bathroom floor?" And I was like, "Well, it's probably that crack."
Oh my
in my
God,
foot.
Disgusting.
I pulled it into the quick, sitting on the couch.
Judging you.
Yeah, pull sure did. I need to go get a pedicure.
Man. All right, guys, we're less than 50 days away from the NFL season. We're counting down the biggest storylines, and it's not players' feet. The biggest storylines of the NFL season. We'll do that coming up next.
Shut the hell up. You don't know everybody's opinion, clown.
Texans training camp starts this week.
LMS website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're live here on The Drive. One day away from the start of training camp. And we're starting to see some guys start to make their way in. And, hey, man, Kamari's a different cat, Joe. Y'all see how my man Kamari walked through?
Bad.
Not only did he have them big-ass pants, but Kamari walked through with 2 pair of cleats and shoulder pads. Like, I didn't see nobody else walk in
ready.
Like, what? Like, have you taken your shoulder pads away from the facility and been using them? Like, what? Or did you just bring some new ones?
You didn't see the video that surfaced a couple days ago? Oh, I mean, he was in this Texas heat in sweatpants, big baggy ass sweatpants.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
with shoulder pads and helmet and everything on, doing some DB drills. So yeah, he had to take his pads with him, Chiefs, cleats and everything.
Wow, he took his stuff with him. I saw so many people walking in. I saw CJ. I saw Nico. I saw Will's maniac ass. Ain't nobody have no cleats and shoulder pads. They had to drag back in there with him. Because he done took him out with him. He is a different cat.
Hey, you could have fit 3 Kamari Lassiters in them britches. I mean, you want to talk about – y'all couldn't have talked about them big britches without talking about Kamari. I mean, that is –
Deluxe nut.
That is out of control, man.
Man, Kamari,
that can't be comfortable. You want to talk about heat and you're wearing pants like that?
Hey, man, he got to be the guy like, hey, man, dude, I don't want to play anymore. You're crazy. I'm good, man. We just want to sit in this air conditioner, man, and just watch.
He won't stop.
No, man. Let's get one more game in. No, damn, man. I don't want to play. Dang, man. We've been out here all day. Yeah, he can't wait to get out there. He that dude that's on the team that's awake real early because he's just so fired up to be there.
He's amped about camp. Can't wait to get here.
Chill. Can't wait to get here. I'm like, man, chill out. All right, the stories coming up, big stories of the NFL. We're less than 50 days out before the Patriots and the Seahawks kick off the NFL season. And we're going through some of the biggest storylines this season. And I think one big storyline is the Eagles, Clint. They are 2 years removed from winning a Super Bowl. They have been a playoff team every year that Nick Sirianni has been the coach. They've been to 2 Super Bowls, won one. Even last year, they won their division and lost to the 49ers in the playoffs. But the thought is will the Eagles, with the changes they've made a lot of changes, the changes they made, can they get back to being Super Bowl contenders? Jalen Hurts is still there, obviously. Nick Sirianni is still there, obviously. But they've moved on from and changed the new OC and Sean Mannion, who is, 31 years old. He's the new OC, not a ton of experience, but he does bring that Shanahan style. Jeff Stoutland, their great offensive line coach, moved on. And then obviously the big move was they traded A.J. Brown to the Patriots. So this is a group that has made some changes. They're looking for some of their guys like Devontae Smith to take a step forward into a bigger role. What's your thoughts about the Eagles? Do you get the sense that this is a team that gets back on it and they're back where we had seen them to be a couple of years ago, or do you think this continues a fall? Can they get back to being Super Bowl contenders?
Oh, no, I think they get back to being Super Bowl contenders. Look, I think, and here's why. Obviously, it's no secret. Everybody knows that I'm higher on Jalen Hurts than most are. The reason behind why I'm higher on Jalen Hurts is the reason why I believe in the Eagles, right? The Eagles, the question marks all revolve around the offense and all the changes that you just mentioned, the struggles, the A.J. Brown reading books and A.J. Brown being disgruntled and A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts not being on the same page and this turnover on the offensive coordinator spot. That's all the concern around Philly. I think their defense is going to be the truth. They just re-upped two of their defensive linemen, two of the top defensive linemen in football. And so I think their defense is going to be more of the same. They're going to be really good. I personally am also a big believer in Devontae Smith. I think he can definitely be a number one wide receiver in the NFL. And so I think he is obviously jumps right into that one wide receiver role for me. I think the one piece now I do believe, Ron, that they jump right back into Super Bowl, one of the top tier teams in this league. Like I believe that they get right back to that. I believe Sean Mannion coming out of Green Bay, where there was obviously the system you mentioned with LaFleur, but there's also an emphasis on running the football, and I think he will fit well with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts in this group. The one piece that makes me nervous is you look back at the success that Philly's had, just call it since Jalen Hurts has been there, right? You mentioned that offensive line coach, one of the best in football. When the Philadelphia Eagles have been a dominant football team, they have been really good up front, really on both sides of the ball, but definitely on the offensive side of the ball. Losing Stoutland could be a problem and may cause them some problems and keep them from being as dominant as they once were. But I think overall, I think they get back to their winning ways and back to one of the better teams in football.
Yeah, and they still, even without AJ, and they've even got guys from this offseason, they still have so much talent, right? They just have still one of the best offensive lines in football, and then they've redone their receiver room, but they go and get Mekhi Lemon in the first round. They bring in Wicks from Green Bay. Hollywood Brown is like their fourth or fifth receiver. So they've got guys. And then, my biggest questions, because I do like what they've done on the defensive side of the ball as well, bringing in guys. My biggest question for the Eagles is Saquon Barkley still Saquon Barkley? Like, is he still, maybe not the 2,000-yard guy from 2 years ago, but there was a clear dip. Was that just because the offensive line wasn't as good or team's focus, or is it because he's not the same guy that he was? And we've watched this league, Clint. The running back position can take a nosedive very quickly. And we talked about this new system that they're going to. How does Jalen Hurts factor in the McVay-Shanahan system? Like how is because when we've seen him at his absolute best, that was Shane Steichen, where it was clearly a lot of QB run in it. There was clearly a lot of QB run that Kellen Moore adjusted to in the year they won the Super Bowl. They're going to incorporate that in there. What will this look like for him in that type of offense, where it's a lot of timing and precision on throwing the football? That's the other question. If this is the actual right system, and how are they able to form it to fit Jalen?
Well, look, if Nick Sirianni hired an offensive coordinator without having the strong conversations around what you just said, then shame on him. They deserve to fail and be miserable. At the end of the day, if you got Jalen Hurts as your quarterback, and this isn't, again, it's not a knock, it's just the reality is he is a willing and powerful runner with great control and knows how to protect himself. There are obviously some limitations with his pocket passing ability, and really it's more to do with his arm strength and arm talent than it is, again, the ability to read and know where to go with the football kind of deal. It's more of getting the ball there than knowing where to go with the ball with Jalen Hurts. And I say that on NFL to an NFL standard, right? You stack him up against NFL quarterbacks from an arm talent on an arm standpoint, he's probably going to be in the bottom half. So there's obviously a unique quarterback skill set that you have there. And again, he's been to 2 Super Bowls. One was an MVP. You could argue could have been in the MVP of the other one had they won it. Hell, I think he should have been had they, even though they lost it. But that's nor here nor there. That's the guy you're dealing with. You don't just go, oh, we're gonna do things our way, and we're gonna ask him to adjust. No, that's a guy that you go, okay, we're gonna lean into his unique skill set, and it would be criminal if Sirianni didn't address that in an interview setting and that have that as a requirement for any offensive coordinator that was hired in Philly.
Yeah, I would hope so. Now the plus was he was in Green Bay. And Malik Willis has a little bit of that game to him too, and Matt LaFleur and them were able to adjust that. It's just you got a first-year coordinator that did play quarterback. Is he somebody that's creative enough to adjust the offense in a certain way? This early in his career, or is this a more of a guy like this is a system I know we're going to run it? So. As you said, hopefully, obviously, that would have been a conversation that's done before. And we did see some QB run from Malik Willis when he was with the Packers. So we should probably see that part of the game be there for Jalen Hurts. But the Eagles, they are one of those top stories with everything that happens to them. I think, honestly, the A.J. Brown thing is probably a subtraction. Is going to be a positive thing. They just had to be on edge all the time with so much drama that was brought there, and he was a part of a lot of it. It was just always something every week that you had to answer about him, and it feels like this is probably more of a group that doesn't have that drama part to deal with. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, another big fish in the national media world has shed some light on the doubt of C.J. Stroud, and I got. Unfortunately, I think it's very, very real. I'll have that audio for you, and we'll bump it up against the thoughts on some other quarterbacks and some other offenses around the league. And I just think it's a true picture of where we are here in Houston offensively. So we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
Lee Traffic Center.
on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be much about to turn you on here if you're a Texans fan. I don't know if it's going to turn you on much, but it's reality. Before we get there, though, I do want to mention, powered by, today's Dirty's Daily is powered by, boys, this is, I'm not a big fast food guy. I typically am not a big food guy. Not against it, but not a big fast food guy. But, wifey's out of town. Got the two babies. Me and their grandmothers are tag teaming the babies, right?
Dad in daycare.
And Cece, my mother-in-law, she came home last night from the hills, and she saw the babies and said, "Hey, I'm gonna bring breakfast over in the morning." And I got to give Mickey D's. I'm not a big Mickey D's guy. Never have been a big Mickey D's guy. But that breakfast from McDonald's breakfast, I'm gonna tell you, boy, you want to see them two girls of mine. Typically, they're distracted and they don't eat real well in the mornings. It takes a little while to get them to eat all their breakfast. You slap down some Mickey D's breakfast in front of them, Ron, and they are going to go to town, son.
What do they go to town on? Do they take it? Are they into the hash browns?
It's eggs, hash browns, and pancakes. Got to have a pancake. No sandwiches. It's the plate. It's the plate for sure.
Yeah.
So
and I love McDonald's breakfast.
Big shout out. I chose to forego. I said no, I don't need anything. I'm gonna let y'all have it, kiddos. I chose to forego. So, but I do want to give Mickey D's a big shout out for supplying breakfast this morning. That was big time, and the babies loved it. Don't typically go ahead.
I'm with Tyler. McDonald's breakfast is different than the other portions of their menu. I know people who don't like McDonald's, but the breakfast is something different.
That's what I've heard. I've just never been a bit. Anytime I go fast food breakfast, I'm going sandwich. I'm going breakfast. Maybe a breakfast taco. I'm never going pancakes, eggs, bacon, hash browns, plate. I'm not. If it's fast food, I'm not typically doing that. So, but again, I just wanted to show love because apparently it is, and I knew you guys were big fans, so just wanted to show love on Dirty's Daily today to Mickey D's. They don't typically make the cut for me, but they did today. Ron, it happened again. I know this is something that kind of sticks in your craw, if you will. We've talked about it multiple times on this show, and the gist of it is somebody going, boy, I think the Texans can be the favorite out of the AFC to get to a Super Bowl or can win a Super Bowl if the quarterback plays well. And I know that's stuck in your craw multiple times. I agree with you that it's odd. It's an odd pick of the Texans if you don't believe in the biggest piece, the quarterback. But it happened again, Ron. And this is a big fish. You mentioned him earlier. Dan Orlovsky, he joined Pat McAfee. It was either yesterday or this morning because I started seeing all the clips coming through on social. But he joined Pat McAfee, and he went down the list on several teams of, in a hey, let's go camping, just general thoughts of these teams. And I found it interesting because the teams, Ron, that he hit all had quarterbacks that we should be talking about the same that we talk about C.J. Stroud. Just from a talent perspective, I know C.J. messed the bed in the playoffs, but I'm talking about just from a talent perspective, just from what we've seen in their career, some good, some bad, we should be talking about it in a very similar fashion. And the reality of it is that we are not. I want to start by playing the audio of Dan Orlovsky talking about the Texans and their his just general thoughts on their ability to go win or be the best team in the AFC?
If you told me Houston got good quarterback play, they would be my pick out of the AFC to go to the Super Bowl. But there's a big question mark of kind of like how CJ plays and really performs in his fourth year. So those are probably my biggest storylines, I'd say. Caleb, another year under Ben.
Yeah, the AFC South is obviously the toughest division in ball. We understand that.
Yeah, see, so that is. He went on to talk about the AFC, and because Jacksonville won 13 games, and now Daniel Jones is healthy in Indy, and C.J. Stroud is the only problem in Houston apparently. That the South is the best conference in football. Obviously, tongue in cheek, he's a former Colt, but the point being here, Ron, is this is another guy that watches a ton of film, a guy that I trust in evaluating football at the NFL level, any level, but definitely the football level. And here we land once again of this organization is good enough to win a Super Bowl, but I want to see if C.J. Stroud can perform in moments in his fourth year in the league. And I'm not asking agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just pointing out that this is an obvious real concern and real problem in Houston right now. Is C.J. Stroud in his fourth year, is he a guy that can be the reason that you go win some games, or is he the reason that the Houston Texans are held back once again in the AFC, at least once again, because the quarterback and the offense isn't good enough?
Yeah, there's a couple of things with that. Obviously, you know it. We've had this conversation multiple times, and it maybe you tell me if I'm. Let me start here with this, Clint. Tell me if I'm hearing this, because I accuse listeners of doing this. If I'm hearing it the way I want to hear it, or are they just saying it differently? I'm hearing it as almost for them to say, I don't know if CJ can be this guy. Like they almost that they don't know if CJ can be good enough to be that guy. That's almost how I am hearing it. Instead of, to me, can the offense get back to it? Like I visualize this as an offensive problem, not a CJ problem. As much only a CJ problem. I view it as an offensive problem, but it seems like to me people view it as a CJ problem, and that's the part that is difficult for me to wrap my head around. Is CJ's a part of it. I won't even think CJ's been a big part of why the offense is this issue. That's why, to me, Clint, I find the whole thing of, I'm not certain to you that I believe that they're going to go to the Super Bowl if they get offense, if they get good quarterback play. Because they may get good quarterback play, it don't mean they have good skill position. They may get good quarterback play, it don't mean they're going to run the football well. They may get good quarterback play, it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to pass protect well. So I think their offense, to me, has to be better, not just the quarterback.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, we've talked about it. C.J. Stroud's going to catch most of the heat right now, but if this doesn't get better, like to Dan's point, he wants to see how C.J. performs in his fourth year. Right, it's crazy that that's the way he shaped that. That's what he said, given what CJ's been able to do. But the reality of it is,
somebody who has been a huge CJ guy.
Yes, yeah. But the reality of it is, if CJ Stroud does not perform well in his fourth year, I think it then goes. We're going to move beyond CJ Stroud and go to D'Amico and Nick Caserio and Nick Caley. At some point, they're going to land in the right place. They're going to land in the place of who's the guy that couldn't fix the offensive line. Right? Who's the head coach that couldn't figure out the offensive piece? Right? Who's the play caller that when their quarterback is clearly in the tank and not playing well, continues to drop him back and throws the ball 46 times in a game in bad weather, like or however many times it was. So at some point, they're gonna land in the right spot. Just right now, it is a CJ Stroud problem. Here's what I find interesting, because I went down and what I did, Ron, was I went down and I pulled the other clips, not clips, but the other comments by Dan Orlovsky on what I would say is at the very least quarterbacks that C.J. Stroud should be in the company of, right? I mean, and look, I'm not saying he's as good as these guys. I'm just saying given a 3-year span and what we've seen on tape, good, bad, and indifferent, he should still be in the conversation with these guys, right? And here's what Dan Orlovsky had to say about a few other teams that I think is somewhat relative, right? Green Bay Packers, right? If the O-line plays to its standard, Green Bay's offense will be a top 8 in the NFL. Matthew Golden has to step up, has to take a step forward, right? In Green Bay, it's about the offensive line, Ron. But in a place where the offensive line has been a real problem for 3 years, in Texas with the Houston Texans, it's about C.J. Stroud. You see what I'm saying? My point is Dan looks at these teams, and Green Bay has an O-line problem. The Texans have a quarterback problem. The Chicago Bears, I think they're going to run it back in the NFC North, and Caleb takes another jump. Clearly a big believer in Caleb Williams, which I am too, but that wasn't just a small sample size of, hey, he played well, but it's not going to happen. Here it is on New England, another Drake May, another guy that I think should be in the conversation, similar conversation around C.J. Stroud. I'm a massive fan of Drake May, superstar last year. He will absolutely be in the MVP conversation once again. I mean, this isn't Matthew Stafford, right? This isn't the best quarterbacks in the league. These are middle-of-the-pack guys that are early in their career and have had some problems. I mean, a year ago, Caleb Williams was the only quarterback that was hit more than C.J. Stroud. And now all of a sudden, he's going to take a huge jump next year. All of a sudden, they're going to run it back in the NFC North and win a difficult division. I find it interesting that those are the – and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying there's a little bit of context there when that's the comments of Dan Orlovsky and the opinion of Dan Orlovsky on these teams, and then you get to Houston, who's had a terrible offensive line, who's dealt with a ton of injuries, and this is a CJ – how well can CJ perform in his fourth year? It's interesting how the national media sees the Texans at the very least.
Yeah, and I think obviously it's obviously how that last game ended, but even with that, yes, CJ, ended up throwing 4 interceptions, but it is surprising that somebody that watches a lot of film and understands, the game the way Dan does, seems to kind of see things so differently. Because the same thing you're saying about the Drake May and are the same things they say about Justin Herbert, right?
Yeah.
His tackles were injured,
yeah.
right? His tackles were injured, right? And it seems to become the explanation for them on why he played the way he did.
Well, the narrative, Ron, has just shifted in a major way, right? That's the other point I wanted to make was
impressive.
I know around here there's some big time fans and I get it, but the reality of it is the folks that study the game are looking squarely at C.J. Stroud right now. It's not about the offensive line or the run game or the play caller or this or that, the supporting cast. It's about C.J. Stroud. So yeah, he's got to play better. Let's shift gears just a little bit, Ron, because I do see Big Ten media days are going on. We've had Big 12 media days, we have SEC media days, and now the Big Ten media days are going on. Shift gears to a little college football here real quick. Obviously, there's some bickering going on between Big Ten and the SEC. There's a lot of conversations, a lot of radio segments that are being built and discussed around the Big Ten being better than the SEC. I heard a little something this morning, Ron, that is absolute proof of why and it's real, by the way, the real reason that the Big Ten is not and will never be better than the SEC. This is why. This is precisely why, and it just slapped me dead in the face this morning, right? Penn State Nittany Lions, blue blood, been to the college football playoff. A year ago, were expected to go to the college football playoffs, and hell, some folks had them winning the national championship. They bombed. Obviously, their coach got fired, right? Penn State in 2026, again, still a blue blood. Fair or foul, still believed to be a powerhouse in college football. You look at Penn State's schedule in the Big Ten, Ron, no Ohio State, no Indiana, and no Oregon. You can look up and down their schedule, and sure, they got some middle-of-the-pack teams, but they really caught – Michigan is really the one that at least is expected to be a better team that they caught. How in the hell could you imagine if Alabama caught a schedule with no Texas, no Georgia, and no Tennessee on it? I mean, could you imagine what that would look like? I'll keep it moving though, right? So 3 of the top 4 teams in your conference that's so difficult, they're ain't on your schedule. All right? They're non-conference games. Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo. Right? That's their non-conference games. And guess what? They catch them all 3 the first 3 weeks of the season. Marshall, right. Temple, and Buffalo. That's how Penn State, the mighty Nittany Lions, that's how they start their season.
They are just a bunch of pansies.
Yes. I mean, that is why life in the Big Ten is significantly easier than life in the SEC. You can catch a schedule like that. None of the big dogs in the SEC are catching schedules like that. Not that egregious. I know there's been times where some are a little lighter than others, but boy, that right there, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Big Ten, my tail. They ain't got no chance, man.
That's pitiful.
Yeah, I agree, Mom.
Yeah, I know it. You dug in. Boy, this is how I know that you know that the Big Ten has passed them up. You dug up this Penn State schedule.
Oh, no, I didn't dig it up. No, I did not dig it up. I did not dig it up. I finally heard a good conversation on TV about Penn State and about the schedule and about how lucky they are to not catch. Now, it was being couched as, boy, their path to the college football playoffs and a national championship has never been better. Boy, look at this. Instead of just how pissy poor it is in the Big Ten. How do they do that, though, by the way? How do you do that? How do you avoid playing 3 of the top 4 teams in the conference?
Well, they're I don't know what their pairing system is like the SEC. I know Ohio State and Michigan have to play each other. I know Michigan plays Ohio State and Michigan State every year. I don't, like A&M is going to play. Who do you play every year, Tyler? I know you play Texas every year and
LSU.
It is LSU, yeah, and. So I don't know there, and I know Alabama plays Tennessee every year, and they play Auburn every year. I don't know what the skill is. So so the teams that aren't Ohio State and Michigan State generally, they can skip the 2 powers usually because they kind of flip the stuff around. But I don't know. I mean. They were able to avoid a lot of the good teams, right? It's not just they were able to avoid Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon. So they were able to avoid a lot of the teams. But I don't know. I don't know how many times the Big Ten's got to keep winning these national championships and they've had a good run. They've had a good run. The top 2 teams in the conference won championships, and then Cinderella's made a hell of a run, no doubt. It is great. But boy, when one of your blue bloods can get a schedule like that, come on, man. And I think that we're about to start to see, because to me, like I look at a lot of the SEC schools. I think the SEC schedules are tough because they get ranked. With more teams every year that I don't necessarily think are as good. Like I think their middle is propped up higher than other conferences. When I think their middle is just as good as the Big Ten's. Like I think their middle is not superior to other conferences anymore like it used to. But they're going to get. Every year it doesn't matter. I can close my eyes and tell you they're going to have about 7-8 teams ranked every year, no matter what. No, and I think the Big Ten is about to start to move into that and just start to get the benefit of the doubt. All right, coming up, some announcements going into Texans camp that you don't want to miss. A couple of really important players that we've talked about all offseason potentially aren't going to start on the practice field. We'll let you know the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, let me talk to my women out there, my ladies out there that are dealing with chronic joint pain.
22.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home, static free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we've talked about it, tomorrow training camp starts, and Payne and Pendergast, they will be out there live, so we'll in the loop. We'll have plenty of people out there, or as Clint would say, boots on the ground out there for you to let you know what's happening and what we see the first day of training camp. Our very own guy who will be out there as well, Brandon Scott, heard him this morning on Payne and Pendergast. He'll be with us tomorrow at 4:40.
I'll let your boy.
There we go. As Texans report, they're starting to jump back in the fold. He reports that the Texans announced that wide receiver Jalen Noel has been placed on the non-football injury list. And then, not a surprise here or either of these, linebacker E.J. Speed and safety M.J. Stewart on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list. And obviously, we mentioned this earlier report from Aaron Wilson that Tank Dell is not on the PUP list. So that is the latest. But Jalen Noel has been placed on the non-football injury list, and linebacker E.J. Speed and M.J. Stewart, they are on the PUP list. So it looks like, Clint, not sure how long, but we will not be seeing Jalen Noel on the practice field coming up tomorrow.
Well, it's something to monitor. I think Jalen Noel, hell, I'm on record. I think this biggest. I think it's the biggest X factor, really, on the offense. I mean, I know there's some bigger names and some bigger situations, if you will. I mean, Keelan Rutledge obviously is one, but you have a center that's played at the NFL level, that's played in this system, that knows this system, with more talent around him. You look at Higgins, and could he take the next step? And I mean, there's a lot of options here. But for me, Jalen Noel, what I've seen of him, how explosive he is, how twitchy he is, and he brings a skill set, other than Tank Dell, that nobody else really has. And in this offense, he is built precisely for being that slot receiver that this offense seems to highlight when it's operating at its best. And so the Jalen Noel, not to mention, by the way, he's your best returner right now. He is anyway. So Jalen Noel is not being on the practice field and in action to start camp is something that we've got to monitor. I know Tyler mentioned they haven't really explained what's going on with him, what happened. So hopefully it's not a bad one. Hopefully it's not anything that's gonna linger, anything that's gonna be longer term with Jalen Noel. Because again, I do believe that is a much bigger piece to this offense than I think fans in general, maybe anybody even knows or suspects.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, like, I think this is, I think similar to what we looked at last year with Joe Mixon, right? Being placed on that going into training camp.
Don't say that.
And,
good gosh.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you like the understanding of the non-football injury list is the NFL designates for players unable to practice due to injuries or illness that occurred away from the official team activities. Common reasons include personal season workouts, car crashes, non-football hobbies, college injuries, or long-term illnesses. So
we don't like
that. That is exactly what Joe Mixon was placed on this time last year. And, obviously the hope is that doesn't occur, but that is the most recent scary situation that happened to the Texans last year is they had to place Joe Mixon on that, and he wasn't able to play last year. So that is the concern when you read, and again, as I said there, he's been placed on the non-football injury list, and generally that is designated for players who are unable to practice due to conditions of illness or injuries that happen away from team facility, team games, practices, or workouts. So that is one big time to monitor, Clint, is we've seen this be just some time, and we've seen it obviously be the Joe situation. So that is one that we are definitely going to be monitoring, and that is one, Clint, most definitely D'Amico is going to have to answer questions about tomorrow, because, as you said, he is what is thought to be a key member of this receiving core, and thought to be maybe the guy who's got the eye on the slot position.
Well, I mean, even if we're wrong in a sense of like, hey, it's not a true slot, because we hear these guys over here talk wide receivers all the time. If everybody can do everything and whoever's open gets the ball, that kind of just generic talk. But like even if you just look at it from that lens, I mean, this is one of your top 4 or 5 receivers on this football team, and you're down that guy. It's a guy that hasn't played much real game time within this offense, much less with the quarterback, right? And so the time on task that they always talk about is extremely important, and he's gonna miss some of that. Now, it's a long training camp. There's no need to panic at this point in time. There's plenty of time to get the run that he needs to get the experience in the system and the confidence of the quarterback and the confidence of the play caller and all that chemistry stuff that he seems to have naturally with CJ. But it is a player that, this isn't a Nico Collins starting on the PUP list, and hey, he knows the system. He's performed well. He knows CJ. We know exactly what we're going to get. So hey, you take a week into training camp or 2 weeks into training camp before you get rolling. That's cool. This is a guy that actually needs training camp. This is what training camp is built for. Is for young receivers like this with not a lot of experience in system or quarterback can get that time on task and can get comfortable in a system. So it is very, very important to Jalen Noel. Now, on the flip side of that, I think you mentioned the Tank Dell situation where it's been reported that he is not going to be on the PUP list, which means he's going to be full go, at least by clearance. From a clearance perspective, I don't know what their approach is going to be on the field with Tank Dell, but from a health perspective, a training perspective,
he should be good.
He should be good to go. And now, does that clear the way for Tank Dell to get more run at that slot position or somewhere, because you're down one of your top 4 or 5 receivers. So now there's going to be a little bit more of a workload on the guys around him. So we'll see how that turns out. Definitely something to monitor. The Tank Dell thing is something to monitor. Day one, what are they doing with Tank Dell? That storyline was already big, but now with no Jalen Noel out there, I would say it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, text line coming through that Jalen Noel missed any time at camps. That's the other part of it, Clint. I know you were there. I remember him being full participant at OTAs and at mandatory minicamp. So I think he's been out there for everything. So there was this is different than EJ Speed was injured at those camps and wasn't able to go. He had the injury. This is different. Jalen Noel participated in all those camps. So
yeah, if I remember correctly,
if
I remember, when he was there. I mean, hell, I would have noticed, and we would have discussed at length if he weren't. It seems.
I mean, you said he was one of the guys that jumped off the page to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. Was there one practice? I think I did miss a practice or two. Was there one of those practices where it was reported that he wasn't there? I think I'm with you. I think he was there at every single one of them. I know he was making plays when I was there. So this has to be something new. I guess we'll find out some details in the near future.
Or come on, we're probably not going to. But they'll
well, that's a good point. Good point. If it's bad enough, if it's bad enough, we might not.
Yeah, they'll be forced to say something like, "Hey, Jalen Nolan's just not here right now," or we don't have to talk about. But the hope is, Clint, they let us know that it's not potentially as serious as what they faced with last year with this situation with Joe Mixon. Hopefully we get some news about Jalen Noel. But that's the big piece. Tank Dell, good to go, not going to be on the PUP list, but Jalen Noel is on the non-football injury list to start training camp. Coming up, what should be the role for Christian Javier? We saw what he did last night. What should be the role for the guy who ended up getting the win last night, going 5 innings, 7 Ks, no walks, no runs? What should his role moving forward? We'll discuss coming up next.
All right, look, if you've got those big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property now, you've got
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do want to get to Christian Javier, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Text in your thoughts. What should Christian Javier's role be moving forward? Just went 5 innings, 3 hits, 0 earned, 7 Ks, no walks, and ended up getting the win after Imai took a dump all over himself one more time. And really, it wasn't a huge dump because Joe Espada wouldn't allow it to be a bigger one. But what should his role be? I forgot to let you all know. I'm sure you told the entire audience the issues that I was having.
Oh, rooster telling. Yeah, rooster telling. I let the blowing chunks out. I let them know you use rooster telling.
Yeah, both sides. Yep. It's a real tough deal when you've emptied the tank and you still are looking to. Your body still wants to empty more, but there's nothing more to empty. That's a tough spot.
Well, what'd you do? You catch some bad lettuce, or was it the margaritas you posted a picture of? Them strawberry margaritas you posted a picture of, or what was it, man? The
strawberry margarita. It was a sangria swirl, and it was frozen, and it was that. These charro beans and rice were so good, but that's the last thing I ate. I don't know, but I was in San Antonio this weekend at a AAU tournament, and pissed my whole family off. I don't know why. I think they feel like I'm gonna get a bigger head or something. Somebody walked up to me, a father and son. Hey, are you running the show? You know me, Tyler. Guilty as charged.
That is your go-to response.
That's it. We're in San Antonio at AAU tournament. Buddy came to me and said, "Hey, man, how's it going?" He said, "My son, he's a big fan." And he said he listens to us on 610. His son said he watches us on YouTube. I told him, I said, "All right, man, we'll be moving over to FM. We'll be 95.7 the fan with us." He said, "I kind of like the static." I said, "All right." I said, "Well, you can hang with the static, but yeah, man, going down to San Antonio, man, they still recognize your boy."
Were they San Antonio folks or Houston folks? Did you just get a big hit, or did you have a conversation like and genuinely care about the conversation?
I cared. That was as far as the conversation with, but I didn't need to know where they were from. Damn it, we were in San Antonio. Somebody found me. It's the second time. We were in Disneyland or Disney, wherever the one in Florida is. We were there, and I got recognized. So I mean, it's just we're all over.
I mean, I'm telling you, and what? Let me guess. It happened.
Pisses Courtney right off.
Oh yes. Hey, see, Court, I'm usually on your side, but you're hating. I mean, it's there's no other way to put it, man. I mean, I know where you're coming from with Ron. I've spent enough time around him. I feel like maybe I've spent a little more time around him lately or in the last few years than you have. So I know him well, so I know where you're going, where you're coming from. But I mean, that's there's some hating there now. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't like to throw that hating around too much now.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Lauren said, "Shut up, Jim." Lauren said, "Hey, who is that guy? And who is that guy's son? Wow!" And so it happened in front of all the other parents.
Right.
It was a couple people. Who are you?
The showman.
I started to say, "Well, damn, thanks for listening."
Yeah, yeah. I tell you, give us about August 13th, flip it over to 95.7, baby. You'll find out.
Go ahead, man.
See, but Lauren, that's the cool thing is Lauren was like, "Wow, Dad, that's cool." And then here comes Courtney with the just wet blanket.
This guy.
Oh man.
He thinks he thinks he's famous.
Oh, come on, Court. Man, I thought you was better than that. I'm usually on your side, man. It pains me to flip over to Ron's side on this one, but that's hating ass Courtney, boy. Hating ass Courtney.
Hating ass Courtney. Yeah, man. That's look at it. All right, as I said, what should be Christian Javier's role moving forward. When, as we said yesterday, Imai, he couldn't get a third out. All right, he got 2 outs before he got ran on out. This is the third time he's not been able to get out of the first inning. And then you saw, to me, Christian Javier has had pretty good performances, and this one being the best. And I think you talked about it before. This one he looked closer to himself. But as I said, he goes 5 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, and 7 Ks, and no walks in this thing. What should his role be? Clint, somebody on the text line said, keep Javier in the bullpen because he can fill that perfect long inning reliever role. Your thoughts on that? Because I don't agree with that thought process.
Whoever that is on the text line, you watch your mouth. I don't. There's no way in hell. Look, I mean, this isn't. We need 3 starters, man. I mean, we've got Pete, we've got Hunt. We need a third guy that we can depend on. What some of these folks are talking about, like that's a 5th starter or a 4th starter problem of like, hey man, down the road he'd be better off in the bullpen. I mean, you just lost Spencer Arrighetti to the 15-day IL. You got the guy that you thought was your number 2 starters in is he or is he still injured? Homer Mike. You've got Imai, who 20% of his damn starts, he can't get out of the first inning. And by the way, looked completely lost last night and like he didn't give a rip before he got pulled. So I mean, look, at the end of the day, the Astros need a third starter. And the second that Christian Javier legitimately showed that he was back in some semblance of who he was before the injury, the minute he shows that, he immediately jumps to your top 3. Right? I ain't going to put him above Pete. I ain't going to put him above Hunter, obviously, right now, off of 5 innings. But 5 innings that were unbelievably impressive. Look at the stat line, impressive. No walks, 7 Ks, right? The elite stuff was there again. And he came out of the bullpen, by the way. That wasn't even a start. That was Didn't even know he was going to pitch. Come out of the bullpen, give you 5, and striking out 7, walking none. I mean that. And if you watch the game, the way that he carried himself in that, you could say he was gaining his confidence, getting his confidence back, and by the end of it, it was the Christian Javier that we used to know. That guy should be a starter in the Astros rotation, without a doubt. There's no reason. There's no bullpen need. There's no long relief need. That guy should be a starter in this rotation, without a doubt, moving forward. The next time the slot, what is today, the 28th? So that would be the 27th. I'm going to tell you, would be the second or the 3rd of August. He ought to be starting that game, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and Ronel Blanco struggled in his last start, too, another guy. And we'll see when Hayden Wisniewski, because you get a turn. But, no, I mean, Clint, his last several outings, 5 innings, 3 hits, yesterday, no earned. Before that, 1 inning, no earned. Before that, this was his roughest outing, 3 innings where he gave up 3 innings, 3 earned runs on 4 hits with 4 strikeouts. That was his roughest outing, and that was his first one where he got a start. Before that, 1 inning, no earned. Before that, 2 innings, he gave up a home run. Right? Since he has been back, his ERA started at 11.12, and now it's down near 6, or just above 7. Right, so he is started to pitch better, and to be honest, what's been around him and what are the other options, he damn sure deserves to get a point.
But last night was different, boys. Last night was different. I mean, that was and I know it was the Angels. I don't want to overdo it, but that's what I'm saying. You need to have seen it and not just look at the stat line. I mean, but
he might face the Angels too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it could. The wheels could come off against them too, right?
It sucks to suck.
I mean, I don't know, man. I just, and tell me if I'm wrong, guys, but what I watched last night, it looked like the guy that, just from a confident perspective, just from a belief perspective, just from a, I'm on one tonight and I'm fixing to shut y'all all down. Who's next kind of a perspective. It wasn't the the guy that is the injury still lingering? Is there some kind of mechanical issue that he's working through? Can he not locate? Is he having a hard time finding a strike zone? Is he in shape? Let's be honest. Is he in shape? Kind of deal. It just looked like the total package yesterday, and it looked like a guy that was back to, again, the guy we once knew who was capable of going out there and giving you 5 shutout innings and striking out a big number of hitters. So that was a much-needed shot in the arm. Even if it is just for a week, it was a much-needed shot in the arm after the Spencer Arrighetti and MI debacle that we're in the middle of.
Yeah, I just to that person in particular, and the people who believe he should stay in the bullpen. Listen, man, it's hard for me to say, hey, man, I want to keep you in the bullpen because just in case one of our pitchers get blown up, and I know our pitchers have a tendency to get blown up. Well, hell, how about we avoid them getting blown up and let him start? And to me, A.J. Blueball has shown to be good enough in that role, right? Like if he has shown that you have somebody that is potentially capable of being in that role. And I think Kai Way has also showed to be capable of being in that role to where if, all right, somebody 2 or 3 innings and you need somebody to bridge to get to the 6th or the 7th, right? I think that you have guys that can do that, especially if Christian Javier, who to me, based upon what everybody else has done around him, deserves, especially with Arrighetti going on the IL, deserves an opportunity to be out there starting. Because you can't – it is hard for you to convince me right now that he's not one of your best 5 to give you a best chance to win in a starting spot. So I don't know how he doesn't find his way into the rotation if you were legitimately on best chance to win.
Yeah, and if you legitimately, like if you're looking at it and going, hey, I believe that this guy can get back to, like it's not a we don't even know what this guy has. Like MI, we don't even know what best case scenario. I mean, we obviously week to week we do, but I'm talking about like we know about Christian Javier. All the guys you mentioned, yes, let's push them into that long relief role or bullpen day role, whatever you want to do it. We know, and we saw glimpses of it last night. If Christian Javier is back, then this is a guy that, hell, he may go out there and be the front end of a no-hitter. I mean, that's it not surprise anybody. So I don't know, man. I just, the Christian Javier thing seems like where the Astros sit right now, it seems like it's impossible to not move Christian Javier into that starting rotation.
At least give him a start. At least one. I don't know how, as people are texting in about the look that Ime is showing. He does not look like he has any confidence whatsoever.
I can't tell.
He knows what it's going to be.
I can't tell, Ron, if it is again because of the language barrier and the culture difference of him not growing up here. I can't tell if it's a F off type of look or if it's like an intimidated look. You know what I mean? Like an overwhelmed moment's too big. I don't know how to handle this adversity look. It looked like last night Joe Espada was like he was. It wasn't just, hey man, this dude's uncomfortable in a different country, having a hard time getting accustomed to the baseball ways here, and man, let's be patient, kind of handle with kid gloves. Joe Espada last night looked like, hey man, get the hell off my mound. You know what I mean?
He looked defeated.
I don't know how to read MI, but there was definitely something there to discuss and to look into because it didn't seem. I know this. I don't give a damn what culture it's from. It wasn't confidence.
No, it was not. It head down. It looked the same as most cultures. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. As big news coming out of Texans training camp, we'll pass along to you about there's a major player who should be ready to go and a major player who shouldn't be ready, who is not going to be ready to go to the start of training camp. We will let you know the latest on that, get you ready for tonight's Game 2 against the Angels. It is the ace, Peter Lambert, according to his manager on the mound, and some big last-minute contracts in the NFL. Does that mean maybe somebody here may get signed? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Peter is kind of being that guy for us.
Reset your presets.
Initialize.
dripdrop.com and use promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code radio20.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It's 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is, hey, happy birthday to D'Amico Ryans. It's his 42nd birthday, and It is on the eve of the start of training camp. Tomorrow, Sports Radio 610 will be out there, starting with Payne and Pendergast live during the show, as well as In the Loop. And we'll have reports and conversations based on what we see tomorrow as training camp opens. And Clint, there is some news going into camp right now, and that is the Texans. They've announced that wide receiver Jalen Noel has been placed on the non-football injury list, and linebacker E.J. Speed, as well as safety M.J. Stewart, they are on the PUP list, physically unable to perform list. Now, the good news coming from the names on that list is Tank Dell. He did not show up on the PUP list. And according to our guy Brandon Scott, reports not that we were expecting it, but still a great sign for everyone rooting for Tank Dell's recovery and his return. So he seems to be on schedule. The Texans seem to be in favor of where he is and how his summer has gone. But again, with Jalen Noel, real quick before I get your thoughts on this, Clint, he's on the non-football injury list. It is generally a list that is a roster designation for players unable to practice due to injuries or illness that are away from the official team activities. Common reasons include off-the-field accidents, personal workouts, or college injuries. Generally, or what that falls under. And if you remember, that is what Joe Mixon was placed on last year before the season started. Hopefully this doesn't end the way that did. But, Clint, that is the latest going into training camp. Jalen Noel placed on the non-football injury list, E.J. Speed, M.J. Stewart, the PUP list, no Tank Dell on that. Your thoughts going into training camp with that news?
Well, this is a big one. I mean, I'm on record of I think the biggest unknown or the biggest problem with the Houston Texans is the pass catchers. There's no explosiveness. There's no twitch. There's no outside of Nico Collins speed. There's a lot of question marks outside of Nico Collins. And when I say pass catchers, I'm talking about all the skilled positions, not just the wide receiver room. And with that said, I thought Jalen Noel was the one X factor that could step into that and be a difference maker, and all of a sudden be the guy that just offers that change of direction and that twitch and that suddenness, if you will, that not the other guys just don't have that skill set. I thought he would really step into that role, just generally speaking, with this group, as well as we know that slot receiver, smaller, shiftier receivers had a lot of success and meant a lot to this offense. So I thought Jalen Noel was looking forward to Noel being that guy. In fact, I was more confident in Jalen Noel than I am really anybody, if we're being honest. But anybody not named Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins, I thought Jalen Noel, I was more confident in saying he was going to come in and be a major game changer for this offense. So for him to start training camp on the non-football injury, the physically unable to perform list, is definitely a buzzkill and something that needs to be monitored. I mean, I would imagine, assuming it's not as you mentioned, assuming it's not a Joe Mixon level injury, I would imagine we'll get some kind of description or explanation of what exactly is going on with Jalen Noel tomorrow at some point. I think Nick Caserio speaks before practice. I think tomorrow maybe. So hopefully we'll get a little explanation of what's going on, and hopefully it's good news and it's just a short term setback here for Jalen Noel, because I think he is a much bigger and a much more important piece to what's going on in Houston overall. Not just the offense, not just CJ, not just the slot. I think overall he is of big importance. So hopefully it's good news tomorrow.
I think he is of such importance that he will be one of the top three things people are asking Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans about tomorrow. This is that big because, as we said, he was at OTAs, he was at mandatory minicamp. Have any injury issues there? they have been gone since mandatory minicamp, and he comes back, and as I just read to you what players are generally placed on that non-football injury list, it is usually due to things that happen outside of it. So that's one to watch. And as someone just texted in, Clint, one thing we know is the Texans aren't going to tell us what happened, and that's for sure.
It's my decision.
Well, the one thing that you can, I think if it's just something minor, I think even if it's not an explanation of what happened, I think it's just, hey, man, it's a minor setback. He'll be back. It's not a big deal. The fear is that they do the whole Joe Mixon thing of just completely avoiding and talking around their elbow to get to their mouth and all that kind of jive. So we'll see whether they give us details or not. Kind of how they address it, I think, will speak volumes.
Yep, the Christian Harris the year before that. So yeah, there was weirdness on how vagueness at least on how they went about that. So training camp starts tomorrow. We'll hear from the general manager and as well the head coach tomorrow, and maybe we get a little bit more news on that. Tank Dell though should be out there. That's another big part of this. But Texans training camp gets started tomorrow, and we'll be out there and having everything for you right here on Sports Radio.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. The Astros have, by hook or by crook, last night just absolutely. I don't even know if they stole that game as much as they were given that game, and they went ahead and
they just welcomed him with open arms, man.
You're right. I was going to say took it, but they accepted it because I don't think they took it either.
All y'all want us to do is get a ball in play and be a little selective at the plate and maybe stand there and take one. Yeah, we can do that. Why not, man?
Yeah, I don't even know if they didn't have to. Yeah, we'll take a hit by pitch. We'll take a walk with the bases loaded. Yeah. And that manager did everything he was supposed to do, man. He said, yeah, there's a base open at third. Jordan, get your ass on. You're not doing this. I'll load the bases. And that guy came in and hit him with a two strikes, hit his ass, and then walk Lamont Wade Jr. So yeah. But this is the worst team in baseball. This is the worst team I've seen in baseball. I'll be honest, I've not watched a ton of Rockies. I know they have the same record, but the Angels just do things that bad baseball teams do all the time. And the Astros need to take advantage of that. And they have – I'm not going to be disrespectful to Hunter Brown. I believe, and I'm with you now, Hunter Brown's last performance, I believe that was a message from Joe Espada that was received by Hunter Brown. Pete Lambert has been their most reliable pitcher this year. He is not their ace, but he is on the mound, and we've talked about it. Where this staff is, Clint, well, they got to the Pete and Hunter Brown starts, especially against teams like this. So Peter Lambert, 8-5, ERA just over 3.03. They should have a pretty good advantage when it comes to pitching if Pete just continues to throw the ball the way that he has. And you'd want to see them step in and win this game coming up tonight.
Well, yeah. I mean, we got to get back to 500, boys. We got to get back to 500 and got to stay hot. I mean, what if we win tonight? Is that 7 of 9?
Yep.
Is that 7 of the last 9 or 6 of the last 8? Or I don't know. But anyway, it's a good run. It's the kind of run that the Astros need to make in the wild card hunt as well as in the division. You got the Rangers coming up next, who I believe are the team that's ahead of you in the division, and so you can do some serious hunting over the next 5 games. And let's be honest, it's not you can do. You should do some serious hunting over the next 5 games and put a big dent in this division, and which will also put a dent in the wild card hunt. So yeah, I mean, I got to win Pete, got to win Big Pete starts for sure.
Yeah, listen, in baseball, it's hard to start to asking for sweeps. But if there was ever a team that you would sweep, it would be these guys. The way that they're playing, I mean, they're beyond 1, 2, 3 Cancun, man. They're ready to go. They seem to be ready to be on up out of here. So that is latest. There's the Astros. When the lineups come out, they're playing in Anaheim, so it's a little West Coast game. We haven't seen the lineups yet. We'll pass those along to you. But Astros should have a chance to win the series tonight behind Big Pete Lambert.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it's been an interesting day contract-wise around the NFL. We've seen some top players that have been who've been waiting to try to get a new deal, get new deals. Headlined by Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter, who agrees to a 4-year, $152 million extension, which includes $106 million guaranteed. This now makes the 25-year-old who is now the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history, both in guaranteed money and in AAV, $38 million a year. Also, Denzel Ward, the cornerback for the Browns, got new money. 2 years, $62 million, 53 of his is guaranteed. Vikings right tackle Brian O'Neill got a new deal, 4 years, $96 million. These are all deals happening right before training camp. Now, Clint, I remember Adam Schefter being real bullish on the fact that he believes that C.J. Stroud they're going to try to get something done before. Do you think this is a potential precursor that maybe teams and general managers are waiting till right before training camp to sign guys, and that could still be on the table that C.J. Stroud gets a new contract?
Boy, I tell you, I mean, anything's possible, and I wouldn't put anything past this group, but I just don't see – I don't see the why behind that. I mean, clearly this is the if you had to pick one thing to be the most sensitive, most talked about, the most scrutinized, the most impactful decision that an organization has to make, it's with their quarterback and extending their contract at the right time, which with a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud is after year 3. Right, and so to not do that, and then by the way, they re-upped his boy that he was drafted with, Will Anderson, two months ago or however long ago that was. It just seems like this would be a strange time for the Texans to all of a sudden decide that they wanted to make that move. It seems like the last month and a half or 2 months was the real fragile time. If you weren't going to re-up your quarterback and extend C.J. Stroud, the last 2 months was the most fragile time of he's away from the team, he's talking to his agent, what are they doing? Yeah. He's getting peppered with questions everywhere he goes. People are looking at him different. Everybody's talking about him. Why would you let all that happen if you were just going to re-up the dude come training camp time? Now, so I think it would be a bad sign for the Texans if they decide to re-up C.J. Stroud. I mean, at this point in time, I think you've made your bed. You want to see more, and we got to see this thing play out.
Yeah, it'd be surprising because I don't think with any of those other guys, especially I don't know about Brian O'Neill as much, but especially with Ward and Carter, I don't think there were any real claims of it seems like they've made it clear, both sides, that this is a one-year thing, and we'll see what happens after this year. Right? Nick Caserio they've made it very specific to he's our quarterback for this year. CJ said it himself as well. As you said, anything could happen. I wouldn't be surprised if David Mulugheta and the Texans have been in contact throughout this entire time, but I do feel like this situation has been a bit different than maybe the others.
Well, I'm too, Ron. I'm just convinced. I mean it when I say it. I'm not just blowing smoke. I think the Texans would be crazy to offer him a deal that would set the market, and C.J. Stroud would be crazy to accept anything less. You know what I mean? I think both sides could justify a legitimate debate of, one side's like, hey, man, we shouldn't pay you top of the market, and then the C.J. Stroud camp has plenty to argue. No, you should, and any reason that you say you shouldn't, you've created it. Ain't been me. And so I think that is the real – any way you slice it, I think that is really where we are with C.J. Stroud. And Now, as you know, I'm not real bullish on signing quarterbacks early just to sign them because it's their turn anyway. And so it's less about getting that done and more about reality for me, and I just think that's where we really are with CJ.
Yep, we'll see. We'll see if it happens. I know a lot of guys got big money today, but I'm not sure CJ's going to fall into that category.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak made his first big decision. He announced Tuesday that 4-time Pro Bowl quarterback Kirk Cousins, who they signed in the offseason, will be the starting quarterback over number 1 overall pick Fernando Mendoza to begin training camp. Clint, how do you feel about that? Are you surprised that he made that public to say it to that point that he is the starter right now and not that this is just like, hey, a competition, we'll see what happens there? I'm a bit surprised that he just made it very, very clear in public that Kirk's the starter and this is not a situation in which this is a straight-up competition. They have their starter. He has to lose the gig.
Yeah, no, I think it's the best way to attack this thing. When you make the decision to bring Kirk Cousins in, even though I do believe, which I think you do too, Ron, of like the conversation with Kirk Cousins has to have been, hey, man, we're going to draft a quarterback number 1, and when he's ready, he's going to play. Your playing time is going to depend on his readiness ultimately. And so I got to believe that conversation was had. And when you put yourself in a position to bring in a Kirk Cousins like that and draft a quarterback number 1 overall or in the first round at all, I think the best case scenario now whether it plays out this way is irrelevant, but the best case scenario is to tell the veteran that you've already had the conversation with and tell the team, hey, the veteran is going to be our starter. Everybody that's going to be here in training camp, you're going to get good quality reps with a quarterback that knows the system, with the ball being out on time. He's going to be able to protect you. He's going to be able to communicate, all that. It's going to be a good, solid camp. Now, if Mendoza plays well enough and is so far advanced that after 3 weeks of camp, you feel like, hey, this cat right here is ready to start. It's an easy transition to go, hey, Kurt, we had the conversation, bub. Sorry, but the young kid, you've been in the meeting room with him every day. You know he's ready. It's time. Now you let him play, right? And so you don't risk, you don't name the young guy the starter, or you call some fake competition a competition, and then he gets lost in that competition, and you end up damaging a young quarterback. Man, you just, hey, here's the deal: the veteran's going to be the starter. And the second that the number 1 overall pick becomes the guy or is ready to be the guy, it may be in training camp. Hell, it may be in 2 years, right? But he's the one that he's going to dictate that. And for right now, Ron, I just think it's, when you got a young quarterback, I don't care how good he is or how early he was drafted, the entire camp should be built a certain way, should be built around that young quarterback and getting him comfortable and putting him in the right situations. And when you flip that script and you go, okay, we're going to put a veteran in there, hey, man, it's everything is on the table. We can work on all of our blitz packages. We can work on all the next level stuff when you've got a guy like Kirk Cousins that's actually named the starter. So I don't know, man. I like this approach so much better than the other fake competition or just throwing the kid out there that's not ready.
All right, coming up as we continue here in the 5 o'clock hour, this may be one of the biggest things to watch for in camp. How do the Texans, how does DeMeco Ryans properly have his all-world defense help his offense that has to pick it up? How does he do that in training camp? We'll discuss that next.
Texans training camp starts.
covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, this is a safe space, so I'll come real clean with you about this, boy. Clint, I had a situation you had. And those people at that Embassy Suites, boy, when they dumped that trash, they dumped a whole pair of drawers that I had to let go of.
Oh boy, no, you didn't.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And not from that. Not from that perspective.
Boy, you can't come back to work off a rooster tail and for 24 plus hours and tell me you had to throw away a pair of drawers. Damn.
So I did. I had to throw away a pair of drawers, but it wasn't for that.
You had some holes.
Boy, Clint, man. Hey, Clint, man, I sat down on that toilet. And this was before rooster telling. I sat down on that toilet, Clint. Man, I was on the phone just scrolling. I kind of slid away. I looked down from that phone. And I looked down. Tyler, you know that basketball that we have in the other room that we could shoot in?
Yeah.
Nerf basketball.
I had a hole in my drawers that big.
Softball.
I could have dropped. I could have dropped.
Built-in air conditioning, man.
I said, "Damn, man!"
Keeping them nuts
when
real
did this
cool.
happen? And I got in trouble with them Hanes. I said, "Man, when did this happen?" I mean, and I wasn't protected nothing.
My man glanced down from scrolling and said, "Oh man, you got to be kidding me! What am I doing?"
I said, "Damn!" Hey man, I took them drawers right off and fired them in the trash.
I'm disappointed in myself, man. What am I doing?
I said,
I've been there.
On. Hey, but not just that. Hey man, I packed them to go on a trip.
They were folded up, man. Maybe you didn't know that they were that bad.
God, dog, man.
Why did you not feel a breeze sooner?
I don't know how. I don't know how I didn't.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you, Tyler's the only one on the drive that's feeling breezes between his thighs. I promise you that. I promise you.
I don't even know what. I'm not even sure what you're saying, but I feel like I should be insulted.
Well, I know you. I mean, you're old narrow ass. You got a good breeze that can go between your thighs. I mean, me and Ron, we'll light a damn campfire if you ain't careful down there. Clearly, we're rubbing holes in our damn in the pant in the legs of our damn underwear.
I said, "My God, Ron, you just had to say your own name to yourself." God damn, dang, man, what was that, man? It was ridiculous, man. It was so big. It was sad, and I just, I don't feel great about it. I really don't. Yeah, it was bad. But yeah, man, I fired them bad boys. I ain't gonna lie to you. I picked up a couple of items that were in the trash in front of it, and I pulled them out, stuck them drawers underneath them, and then put them back on top of them drawers. So
you hit them, huh?
I hit them a little bit. Hit them a little bit in there. No, it was a rough thing. All right, Clint, this is an important thing to me. Obviously, training camp. I think a big thing that I think we're looking at and watching is D'Amico going to change the strategy he had last year, where it really felt like an unfair matchup with the Texans' number one defense versus their number one offense. And clearly we saw this was one of the best defenses in franchise history and one of the best defenses in the league. And they just absolutely tore apart this offense. And it seemed like the offense seemed to struggle a ton to start the season. And I think the numbers will back it up. The first 3 games of the year, they averaged just a shade under 13 points a game and went 0-3. But, Clint, I do think that wasn't the right way to go about it, because I think you have harped on it and talked about it that, hey, man, it is hard to install a new offense. It is hard to get some confidence. It is hard to figure out what you're doing when you're just getting your tail kicked every single day. But I do think it is an advantage to have this great defense in front of you, because if you can operate and have some success this defense, then you should be able to have some success, and it'd be easier against other defenses because they don't present as many problems. And how can they get their defense, their great defense, to help, I guess I would say right now, the offense, a weakness on this team and what this season really hinges? How does he balance that?
Well, I mean, let's first talk about the importance of just making sure that doesn't happen again. Ryan, you laid it out really well. The reality is, for the Houston Texans going into training camp, the most important thing that they change from last year to this year is how they finished the majority of their practices going ones versus ones and unleashed one of the best defenses that the NFL has on an offense with a first-time play caller, a third-year quarterback that had never met each other before that offseason, and were trying to install an offense. Like that in theory, I can see where a defensive-minded head coach would say, all right, let's do this. But to not pull the reins back once you saw how it was not only just taking the wind out of the sails of the offense every day, but it was hampering their ability to install the offense, right? To not pull the reins back and to continue to approach practice that way, I believe was a major problem. I still can't believe, we're talking a year later, and I still can't believe DeMeco Ryans approached it that way. Absolutely nothing can justify that approach to practice in camp last year. So this year, Ron, I absolutely do think it's the number one thing in training camp these first few days of let's watch how they finish this thing, and do they put C.J. Stroud in a position to where he has some success and he feels the success and the guys around him can buy into it, and then let him graduate to, all right, we're going to do some ones-on-ones in a scrimmage type scenario and let this top NFL defense go on you, and we're going to see if what y'all have been able to do against our twos, and see if how you've been able to communicate, and how you've been able to manipulate the protections, and how you've been able to have some success against the twos. All right, now let's test you and see if you can do it against the ones. All right, and if it goes good, hey, keep on doing whatever the hell you want to do. Right? If they struggle with it a little bit, boom, you go right back to teaching, installing, repping, seeing success, and then boom, all right, let's try it again. And after 5 weeks of that, if C.J. Stroud, Nick Caley, and this offense hadn't picked it up, now it's on them, right? You've done everything you can to make them comfortable. You've done everything you can to give them a chance to take that next step and to get the chemistry and to get the confidence. You've done everything you can as a head coach. You've done everything you can as an NFL team in a training camp from a structure standpoint to allow that to happen. Now, if it doesn't happen, maybe you just don't have the right guys. So you ask how they can use that defense. Use that defense as a test periodically for your offense after allowing them time to learn and improve and rep things. Then use that number one defense to test them, right? And set it up that way. Hey, day 4, we're going to have a scrimmage. We're not, a scrimmage. I'm just using that term because most of us can understand it, right? But, hey, we're going to have a 15-play ones versus ones period that's going to end practice after our 4th practice. Y'all got 3 days to get your stuff together, offense. And boom, you let it rip and see what happens. But the unleashing the hounds every day at practice to end practice, you're just sending that whole offense home. They're just dreading to watch the film. I don't even want to show up and watch the film. I'm the right tackle. I got my ass whooped 4 times in a 15-play span. I don't even want to watch practice. And the lack of success over and over and over again, you just take the wheels out of, the wind out of the sails of this offense. So I would suggest, Ron, that they take a whole different approach, and that will be the number one thing that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people roll in with we got to stop the iron sharpens iron. Yeah, until the iron is acid is just being relinquished on the iron,
right?
And it is just destroying and making the iron dissolve. That is the equivalent of what the defense was doing. I think you want to use that to your advantage, because there's nothing that will get this offense more prepared and ready than that defense. But you just can't. Well, there's got to be a semblance of not only confidence, but like you said, we know what we're doing. Because again, this is going to be a new offensive line. You potentially got a new center that's a rookie who's never actually played the position before in a real game setting, right? There are some new pieces and parts to this thing to where they still need to get an understanding of what the offense is and confidence.
Well, let's flip it on the other side and take it from a defensive perspective and say, well, we got to practice too. I mean, we're hell. You want to talk about iron sharpening iron? We're the iron that makes this thing Super Bowl caliber. Okay, well, look, it don't matter if you go out there and you're kicking the hell out of the ones or the twos. Your timing of your blitzes and your disguises and your shifting from one front to the other, your ability to align, assign, and communicate clearly, that doesn't change if you're going against the ones or the twos. So this shouldn't change the way the defense approaches practice at all when they're on the field, right? What should change is how the brass, the D'Amico Ryans and Nick Casarios of the world, how they structure and set up the practice schedule and the format of practice, the structure of practice. That's what has to change. So anybody out there talking about, the defense has got to practice, that's our breadwinner. Hey, man, this shouldn't change anything for how the defense prepares.
T-Mill's Best Bets had a good Monday. See if he can continue staying in the green on a Tuesday. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I still believe in Tyler's ability to perform here.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
2025. All rights reserved.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, after a good Monday, 2 out of 3 after a good Monday. Let's see if we can stay in the green, have a big week as T-Mill's best bets, as you can find them each and every day at Space City Sharp on Twitter. Space City Sharp, you can find it there. And not only will you find his bets daily, there is other info for you to help you place your bets. Numbers and other things that he gives you. Why? This is why I feel good about this. So jump on there at Space City Sharp, and you can see his bets and much, much more. What you got tonight as you try to stay in the green?
Well, after a rare but successful Monday night of bets, 2 for 3 on Major League Baseball wagers, we're going to run it back with 3 more baseball bets for Tuesday night for the Drive family. You know what the hell of this is from yesterday's bets? The 3 bets I had yesterday for best bets. You know what the hell of it is?
What is the hell of it?
I actually went 3 for 3, but I misread my own bet on paper and put in Christian Walker as over 1.5 bases. Clint, we were wondering why the odds were so high on Christian Walker over 1.5. It was actually over half a base. He had to get a single. That's why the odds were higher. So I actually hit the bets, but we're going 2 for 3 because I still thought I was betting over 1.5, and I gave it to the people as 1.5. So 2 for 3 last night, but I put
wait a minute. If anybody went and made that bet, they clearly got half a point. So don't do it. If you're doing it for the people, take 3 for 3.
No. I added a base.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
But you adding a base on this image and on the radio didn't change the line. Anybody that was following and went and made that bet got the bet at half a base.
You bring up a good point.
So if you're doing it for the people, you take 3 for 3. Now, if you just want to do your little image here, which is beautiful, you do a great job with it, spend some time on it. Beautiful. It's beautiful.
It just helps me because I'm ADD. But anyway.
Well, no, it's beautiful. I'm just saying, if you want to stay true to your image, cool. But, I mean, if you want to do it for the people, I think you should go for 3 if we're counting.
Well, my pocketbook was 3 for 3. That's good enough for me. I'll take the 2 for 3 last night. We'll run 3 for 3 tonight. First best bet.
Yeah, I think it's 2 for 3.
Yeah, I figured that's where your head was at, Ron.
But it's fair to the people.
Just glad to have you back. Stay away from the lettuce. You want to talk about some bad best bet boards I had last week?
Low.
First best bet tonight, Jose Altuve, the Stro GOAT. In this Angels-Astros game, over this one for sure. 1.5 total bases for Jose Altuve at plus 130 odds. Altuve has faced tonight's starter for the Angels 24 times in his career. 912 OPS, 292 batting average, 2 bombs, 5 RBI. He sees the ball quite well against this fella. Bet Altuve, put money in your pocket. That might be my lock of the night. Altuve over 1.5 total bases.
Real quick, Tyler, quick question. And maybe we've been over this. Do errors count, or does like if he reaches? Okay,
it's weird you asked. Because I asked AI just because I was curious as to what they said with the bases, how they laid it out. But yeah, it's no errors, no walks, no hit by pitch. This is purely hitting the baseball and getting on base. So
gotcha.
Double or more for Tuve against a guy he's had a lot of success against. That's your lock of the day. Jose Altuve over 1.5 total bases. Second best bet, Red Sox money line. They are going to be taking on the A's, the lowly Athletics, at their place, wherever that may be. No one knows where the Athletics play these days, but take the Red Sox money line at minus 145. They have a lot of righties in the Austin lineup. A lefty on the mound for the A's tonight could get ugly. Third best bet, Brewers at the Giants. Over 7 runs, a low number, minus 125 odds. Brewers-Giants over 7 runs. That is your third and final best bet. Let's get the 3 for 3 right this time.
Let's get it right. And
get it tight.
To be fair, we do have it at 2 for 3 is what he was yesterday. Let's see if he can
Yes, we know.
3 for 3 in the green here and continue to add to that. T-Mill's best bets again at Space City Sharp is where you can find his bets daily right there. All right, coming up behind us as we continue, the party continues right here on Sports Radio 610, soon to be 95.7 The Fan, coming up on August 13th. Texans All Access, the top 5 offseason moves for these Houston Texans as they get ready for training camp tomorrow. The top 5 offseason moves for the Texans. And Area 45, they've got you tonight, 7 to 11. They will get you ready for the Astros as they take on the Angels game 2 tonight, and they'll get you ready for that and keep you updated on everything that's going on there. So stay tuned for Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin in the building as well. So stay tuned for the fellas. Live and local right here on Sports Radio 610 until 11 o'clock. All right, we talked about this, and I'm sure we'll probably hear Texans All Access and Area 45 talk about this news that dropped, Clint, about the designations or lack thereof designations for certain players entering training camp. We talked a lot earlier in the 5 o'clock fire that Jalen Knowles been placed on the non-football injury list, which is a big thing to look for, similarly to what Joe Mixon was placed on to start training camp last year. Something, injury, illness that happened away from the team, which is generally what players are placed on that for. We will hear from Nick Caserio, the general manager, and D'Amico tomorrow, so we'll catch more on that, hopefully. But also, Clint, it was reported that Tank Dell is not going to be on the PUP list and that he is going to be at training camp and not under any designation. He will play. E.J. Speed and M.J. Stewart were placed on the PUP list, but not Tank Dell. And that is an excellent sign to wonder if he is going to be ready or what his role may potentially be. And I wonder if he is healthy and he is able to go, his chances of being one of the top 3 guys. Because to me, Clint, after everything we've seen Nico Collins. I think we got an understanding what Nico Collins is. We've seen Hutchinson. I think we've got an understanding of what Xavier Hutchinson is. I think maybe we want to see more of Higgins and Knoll, and the Knoll situation has just become a little bit more complicated. But we know what a healthy Tank is. And to me, if a healthy Tank is there, he damn sure should be in the top 3 of receivers and has a chance to make this offense feel a lot different with his chemistry with both CJ and how his game fits in with Nico Collins on the other side. Do you get a sense that you're feeling like that could be a realistic thing, being that he is not being placed on any pub list or anything, and he's going to start in training camp?
Well, it's one step closer to being a real thing. That's for sure. I think they've got their 2 outside guys in Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins. I think that's what you're looking at on the outside. Now the question is for me is if Tank Dell is in the slot, do they let him be a true slot receiver? Because I think he'd be an absolute monster with a 2-way go on safeties or on nickel defenders and breaking outside, breaking inside, deep, shallow. I mean, running off safeties. I mean, I think he'd be an absolute monster from there. But does this group, meaning the offensive staff, are they still taking the approach of, hey, we need you to motion into the backfield and block a safety, or we need you to get into the box and block a linebacker, shield a linebacker, or something like that? Is he ready to do those things? Is he ready to do those things, and are they going to put him in positions like that given his injury past? So if we're one step closer to him being healthy. I don't know what healthy looks like with the twitch and the explosiveness that we once saw, but I know that whether it's outside or inside, I think, we've seen him outside quite a bit. Really, we've seen him all over. But in this offense, with what they asked their slot to do, I think he would be an absolute monster. But it's the part that involves football violence. Is he ready for that? And are they going to put him in position to be exposed to that right away. We'll see. I mean, this is one step. Getting cleared by the trainers to not be on some kind of list and be put out there is definitely a step in the right direction. We'll see how the team actually treats him from a rep perspective when we get out there tomorrow.
Yeah, I wonder how they view him. And I know you talked about from the physical standpoint of being able to block inside, being able to do and do things physically that maybe his size will prevent him. But we saw him, and he was a great outside